A large number of people from the Bloody Hand Society gathered, which immediately attracted the attention of many people in Pochut City, especially Trunk, who has been paying attention to the Bloody Hand Society. In the evening, in the hall of the base, Trunk was sitting on the sofa, and the core members of the Trunk Club were standing on both sides. All of them were fierce and threatening. Trunk looked at a man with a white cloth bun, his eyes sharp, and said solemnly, "Second child, no one from Torrid survived?" The Bayota man respectfully said, "Yes, boss, there is no one alive. I have carefully probed the scene, and the ambush site chosen by Torrid and the others has been burned into ruins, and there are not many useful clues found. It can only be speculated from the explosion marks everywhere, as well as the many burned intangible corpses, that they were bummed in a large area. In addition, there are some strange traces at the scene, and it is impossible to tell what weapon caused it." Speaking of which, the Bayota man showed doubts on his face. "What strange traces?" Trunk asked in his eyes. The Bayota man used to be a scout in the Mala Kingdom. He was very good at tracking, lurking, and exploration. What were the traces of battle that he could not distinguish? The Bayota man didn't say much, just took out a stack of photos from his arms and handed them to Trunk. Trunk looked solemn and opened the photo. The background of the photo is a forest that has been burned to ruins. You can see many long and narrow scratches on the ground that are tens of hundreds of meters long, half a meter wide and more than 1 meter deep. It was like a ditch tearing the forest into pieces. In addition to 637, there are many traces of trees neatly cut from the middle, as if they were attacked by a fiery laser beam. In addition to these, there are some unburned corpses in the photos of Bayota men. It's just that these corpses are all broken pieces, mixed with tree coke and indistinguishable. If it weren't for the guns that were also cut off around, it would be almost impossible to confirm. At this time, the Bayota man said solemnly, "Obviously, these people were chopped into pieces with extremely sharp weapons before they died. And these neat cracks in the ground are not traces of conventional weapons, but more like a force beyond our cognition." Trunk said solemnly, "You mean, mutant ability." As the second in command of the gang, the Bayota man also knew that the heir from the Chen family was a mutant, so he nodded and said gloomily, "Yes, boss. More than 50 combatants with rich combat experience and armed with light and heavy firearms, the combat effectiveness is almost enough to fight with a company of troops. Even if this force rushes into the city building and kills the president of the council, there is no problem. But at the moment, they were killed by a mutant, or more than 20 armed men led by a mutant." This made Trunk feel dignified, because the people who died this time are almost equivalent to 1/3 of their gang's core strength. Even though the Trunk gang claimed to have 2,000 members, the core members who really possessed combat power were only about 100 or nearly 200. Those other peripheral members did not have much fighting strength and fighting will at all. But this time, just in case, he directly dispatched twice as many people, plus those heavy firearms, under normal circumstances enough to kill Stud and others. Trunk closed his eyes, opened them after a long time, looked at the thin middle-aged man on the left, and said solemnly, "Withdraw all the hands, don't care about those places." 35. Salard, open the warehouse and hand out the ammunition you just bought from the Stark Chamber of Commerce, as well as our old stockpiles. 99. I want to make sure that those people on the periphery all have a gun, and they will guard me in every corner of the Taiwo district. As long as the people of the Bloodhand Society step in, they will shoot. 39. Speaking of this, Trunk's eyes showed a ruthless look. "Humph. I want to gather all the power to kill me, and dream. I want to see how much your bloody hands are going to pay to attack here. Is mutant strong, but it will die. I don't believe that dozens of rockets can't kill you." 35. At this time, the Bayota man suddenly said, "Boss, you said that since this mutant is so powerful, should we inform Bronsky? Didn't he dislike that mutant at noon for being too weak to shoot?" Trunk's eyes narrowed at his subordinate's words, and he nodded after hesitating for a while. "Yes. Only when his people called, they found that Bronsky's cell phone could not be connected. Boss, his phone is off." The man in Bayota looked grim. Could it be that he knew the power of that mutant and ran away? Trunk said lightly, "The United States people are unreliable, let's think about how to deal with that mutant." 35. In fact, in Trunk's eyes, although Bronsky is very strong, he can still be killed by concentrated firepower even against ordinary people. If it wasn't for the identity of the United States military behind him, if he could contact the arms dealer behind him, he would have been killed long ago. For so many years, no one dared to pretend to force in front of him. At the same time, it was also a large number of elite arms bought from the United States, which gave Trunk the idea of competing with the Bloody Hand, and even swallowing the opponent. As the two most powerful Grey Dao forces in Pochut City, when the Bloodhand Society and the Trunk Gang were greatly mobilized, they attracted the attention of many people. In particular, many small gangs are even more afraid, for fear of being affected by the fish pond. At the same time, the surrounding police also closed their doors in advance and unplugged the phone lines, not wanting to answer the next calls from the people. The military station far outside the city also received news that the two major gangs were fighting each other, and was highly concerned. Looking down from the sky, you can see that many vehicles on the street are moving northward, finally converging around the largest slum area in Pochut, occupying various intersections. At the same time, on the roofs of some high-rise buildings in the slums, and behind the windows, gunmen can also be seen. In the heart of the slum area, 4 20-story buildings were linked together, forming a ring-shaped factory like a fortress, with figures carrying weapons everywhere. These weapons are not rifles, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, as well as rockets, howitzers, and so on. This is the strength of the Mexican gang, almost equivalent to a small local warlord. However, from the places occupied by the Trunk gang, they were all civilian areas, and it could be seen from the ordinary commercial area that there would be a big gap between him and the Bloody Hands occupying the bustling west of the city. And although the number of the two gangs is quite large, adding up to 3 or 4,000, in a big city with a population of 1 or 2 million, it seems inconspicuous. At this time, it was close to dusk, and the light rain that had been cloudy for a day had stopped. The dark clouds dissipated, revealing the great sun that was about to set in the west. The orange-red sun radiated light, rendering the sky a dark red, covering the entire city with a layer of blood, with a faint ominous aura. On the top of a 30-story building not far from Taiwo district, Chen Tian stood on the edge of the roof, looking indifferently at the slum in the distance. Under the terrifying vision, all the pictures from a few kilometers away are included in the eyes, including the whereabouts of people like Trunk. Beside Chen Tian, there was a red-haired girl holding a scabbard in both hands and carrying her back. A bloodthirsty excitement glowed faintly in her eyes. At this time, hurried footsteps came from the entrance of the rooftop, and the figure of the blonde Oni-san Lucia appeared, came behind Chen Tian and said respectfully, "President, the person you are looking for has been found." Chen Tian turned his head slightly. "Where?" Lucia respectfully said. "In the east of the city, Lanhuili Street, Building 109, there is the Drug Research Institute of Calorie Pharmaceuticals." During this time, the person named Dr. Stern was in the laboratory, and the person Brinsky was looking for also entered the institute with a woman in the afternoon. Meanwhile this afternoon, someone saw Brinsky near the institute building. He should have gotten the news from Trunk. Besides that, on the United States warship that docked on the coast yesterday, several transport helicopters with the special forces of the U.S. Army landed on the military base outside the city. And just half an hour ago, the special forces of the Rice Army drove an armored vehicle to the east of the city, and the target should be the Research Institute building. Has it been found by Mi-jun? Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, so it seemed that, as long as there was no accident, Banner would inject the Hulk inhibitor and return to normal. And Bronsky will be turned into an abomination through Stern's synthesis of the Hulk serum. Chen Tian nodded. "I understand, let me know, prepare to launch a feint, and at the same time pay attention to the fact that everyone on the other side has guns in their hands, and the firepower is very strong." He was going to take a look over there after he was going to deal with Trunk in 2 strokes. However, Chen Tian is not good at disrupting Rose's plan to capture the Hulk, because the system's mission is to kill the hate. That is to say, Bronsky can only complete his mission when he becomes an abomination. So for 2 origins, he needs Bronsky to become an abomination. As it happened, Chen Tian also wanted to see how strong the hatred who claimed to have almost killed the Hulk in the early stage was able to catch his full-strength punch. "Hope you don't get hit by me." In the dissemination of Chen Tian's thoughts, the battle between the 2 gangs was instantly opened. P.S. The first update, there are more in the back. Brothers who like this book, remember to vote for flowers to support Ha. By the way, I would like to thank Jing Shi-yun and Passerby Jia for their support. The moment the night came, accompanied by Chen Tian's order, gunshots rang out in the huge urban area, and there were sounds and fires everywhere. Boom! The grenade explosion lit up the street. Such a fierce battle scared the residents in the surrounding buildings to hide at home, trembling. At the same time, Edith Lace next to Chen Tian jumped down from the 30-story, 100-meter-high building under Lucia's surprised gaze. Whoosh! I saw the girl's figure burst out, landing on the rooftop of a small building more than 30 meters away, and then 2 more jumps, directly rushing into Taiwo district. In an instant, gunshots rang out in the building, grenades exploded, and there was a scream. Just when Lucia was surprised, Chen Tian's figure also moved. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook, and the roof cracked with cracks, and Chen Tian had already soared into the sky, flying towards the food factory several kilometers away with a piercing roar whistle. In the ring building, the security was heavily guarded, and the roar-calling machine kept screaming, which made him look solemn. He didn't expect that the Bloody Hand would actually launch an attack directly under this kind of strict defense. Isn't he afraid of losing both ways? At this time, the Bayota man walked over quickly and said solemnly, "Boss, just received a report that a mutant appeared in the west." Trunk's eyes narrowed. "Is it very strong?" The Bayota man nodded with a solemn expression. "It's very strong. It is said that the speed is so fast that it can't be seen. Even the bullets were shattered by her." In just 2 minutes, the Kuru building, where more than 30 people were stationed, was breached, and all the people inside died. When the mutant was about to break through the street, he was blocked by 7 rockets fired by Gangti and then disappeared to the south. The current situation is unknown. Trunk said solemnly, "It's the mutant who chops people up." The Bayota man nodded. "It should be this person, judging from the fact that she was forced to retreat by the rocket explosion. It should be only fast, and her defense is not very strong. Besides that, the Bloody Hand Society's offensive intensity is very weak, and it just shoots with our people on the periphery, and doesn't seem to have any intention of rushing in 35. Trunk narrowed his eyes slightly and said solemnly, "They should want to consume us first, and then use the power of those 2 mutants as a breakthrough point." 35. Just don't know, where is the rest of the mutant? And just when Trunk retreated to the basement of the base and looked suspicious, Chen Tian had already appeared above the food factory base, and a transparent light shot out from his bowed eyes. In his eyes, the entire length and width of more than 100 meters, like a circular building in a community, is gradually becoming transparent, and then turned into a frame. There were more than 300 militants scattered in the frame, all armed with submachine guns, and even heavy machine guns were set up in many key positions. Others were armed with rockets and howitzers. With this kind of firepower, even a regular army would have to kill several hundred people if they wanted to attack. Unless there are—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Several rounds of powerful missiles, or saturation bombing of aviation missiles. In such a gathering place of residence, unless forced, no one dares to take the risk of large-scale bombing, and if too many ordinary people are injured, it will be troublesome. The entire food factory base was turned into an iron barrel by Trunk, and there were no ordinary people except himself. Chen Tian said lightly, almost, "It's time to send you on your way." In the icy voice, the harsh roar roared, like a missile flying, instantly attracting the attention of those defending on the roof, and instinctively raised their heads. Then I saw a black shadow flashing under the night sky, and the floor below my feet collapsed in an instant. Boom boom boom. Chen Tian, who fell from the sky, smashed the roof through a 10-meter hole with one punch, and then stopped all the way through the 5th floor. The sudden change shocked the armed men who were guarding by the window in the room, and before they could react, 2 fiery beams pierced through the smoke and dust. Boom boom boom. Blazing heat rays swept across the room. Wherever they passed, everything exploded under the impact of fiery energy, the flames burned, and the 4 armed men were directly cut in half. After killing those few people with a random blow, Chen Tian suddenly stepped on the ground. Boom! Under the powerful force, the floor collapsed. Chen Tian appeared in the corridor on the 14th floor, and then a fiery heat ray burst out from the smoke, killing several people. 13th floor, 12th floor. In front of Chen Tian at this moment, the so-called defense was in vain, and the whole person came to the 1st floor of the building. It used to be a large workshop, but at the moment it was filled with various defensive sandbags, and dozens of Trunk gang members were stationed there. Therefore, at the moment when Chen Tian fell, someone reacted and shouted, "It's the enemy, open fire." Da-da-da-da. The gunshots were loud, but just when the quick-responding armed men fired, in the smoke, the indifferent black-haired boy ignored the bullets and walked out slowly. Dang dang dang. The densely packed bullets landed on Chen Tian, making a dang-dang sound, sparks splashing everywhere, but could not hurt him in the slightest. Such a terrifying scene, those ordinary people who watched it looked desperate. Boom! At this moment, the sound exploded, and Chen Tian instantly disappeared in place, and then appeared in front of the armed personnel in a flash, and punched out. In an instant, the entire workshop screamed, and those armed men either flew out like cannonballs, or were bombarded by terrifying fists. In just a few seconds, the entire workshop fell silent, and everyone was blasted to death by Chen Tian, as easily as crushing some ants. Sure enough, these ordinary people are too weak for me. In a faint sigh, Chen Tian's figure moved, and he directly smashed the air into the supersonic speed, and punched a concrete pillar with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Boom! Under that terrifying fist, the cement column exploded, and even the steel bars inside were twisted and broken. Countless broken cement burst out like bullets. Boom boom boom! Next, Chen Tian, like a tyrannosaur, smashed more than 10 concrete pillars in the entire workshop, and then broke through the wall and appeared in another workshop. Ignore the terrified shouts of those armed men. Chen Tian's figure disappeared on the spot, setting off a piercing sonic boom with a punch, and a few roar suctions knocked down the other dozen or so concrete pillars in the building. Then it crashed into the wall and appeared in the building on the left. Looking down at it from a high altitude, you can see that the entire ring building is constantly shaking, the bottom layer is filled with smoke and dust, and then it slowly collapses towards the south under countless screams and cries. Boom! With a length and width of more than 100 meters, the building consisting of 4 20-story buildings collapsed with a shocking momentum. The earth trembled, sending up smoke and dust. In this case, almost none of the remaining armed personnel in the building were spared, and most of them were killed by the collapsed building. Those who were lucky enough to escape the catastrophe would also be seriously injured and buried, saving Chen Tian to search and kill them one by one. Flowers. At the same time, with the collapse of the building, the members of the Trunk gang who were hiding in the building in the surrounding streets also lost their morale to resist. Many people surrendered on the spot. Only a few people who didn't understand the situation were still resisting, and then they were cut into a dozen pieces by a terrifying figure surrounded by blood, and they were slaughtered frantically. Boom! The floor where the cement was poured collapsed, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust, and Chen Tian slowly fell. At the moment, Trunk was still a little confused. He didn't know what was going on above. He only knew that the entire underground base was shaking and the phone couldn't get through. Looking at the spotless black-haired boy falling from the sky in the smoke, Trunk's face was ugly. "West Chen, you actually broke through here so quickly." 99. At the same time, the 5 subordinates next to Trunk, including the man in Bayoto, were all facing the enemy, raised their guns and aimed their muzzle at Chen Tian with a look of horror. Not caring about the guns, Chen Tian glanced at Trunk and said lightly, "Why, is it a surprise?" Although he was shocked by the appearance of Chen Tian, at this time Trunk still didn't know that the people above had been wiped out, maintaining the momentum of a big gang leader, said solemnly, "It's a surprise, what happened to my people? Of course he's dead." "What? How is that possible?" The Bayoto man was shocked by roar, and the other gangsters were also in disbelief. Chen Tian said lightly, "Don't be surprised, you will go down to see them soon. Do it." Suddenly, Trunk shouted, took out a machine gun from the sofa behind him, his eyes showed ruthlessness, and he pulled the trigger directly. Obviously, the words just now were only to delay time and distract Chen Tian's attention. And at the moment when Trunk shot, the Bayoto man and his subordinates also opened fire without hesitation. The dense bullets drowned Chen Tian in an instant, especially the heavy machine gun bullets. Under this kind of firepower, even a steel plate with a thickness of 2 centimeters would tear. But, dang dang dang, Chen Tian stood there, letting countless bullets fall on his body. "Why do you all think that bullets can kill me?" Chen Tian clenched his fist with his right hand and threw a punch at them. Boom! In an instant, the air exploded and the wind roared. Under the violent and domineering power, the countless bullets shot stagnated, and then flew upside down, mixed with terrifying power and fell on Trunk and the others. Boom boom boom! Under the power of domineering and condensed, the Trunks, who were just ordinary people, exploded in an instant. Boom! The entire wall collapsed with a bang, setting off a sky of smoke and dust, and the momentum was astonishing. Bang! In the smoke and dust in the sky, Chen Tian soared into the sky and flew directly towards the real goal tonight, the number 109 Research Institute building in the urban area of the city. As for the rest of the matter here, it is natural to leave it to Stud and others to finish. If they can't even handle this matter, they are not qualified to sit in the current seat. Just as Chen Tian flew over from the sky, the red-haired girl who had just killed a few members of the Trunk gang raised her head on the rooftop of a low-rise building. Standing among the corpses, the red-haired girl was surrounded by red light, like a hell devil. On her body, the aura exuded was almost twice as strong as before, and she didn't know how many people she had killed. P.S. In the second update, there is a towel at the back. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Just as the Bloody Hand Society and the Trunk Gang were fighting each other, in the laboratory building 109, Dr. Stern, who was in his 30s, was adjusting the instruments. Behind him, there was a young man trapped on the test machine bed. It was the Hulk, Bruce Banner, who was seeking to control the terrifying power in his body. "After I learned that you were coming, I was preparing an inhibitor to complete this test. But you have to know that the cells in your body that are mutated by gamma rays contain enormous energy, and I don't know whether it is a permanent cure or a short-term suppression." While starting the test machine, Dr. Stern explained to Bruce. At this time, Stern, who had started all the machines, looked at Bruce and said excitedly, "Are you ready, Bruce? I'm going to start." 99. Bruce growled, "Come on." 99. On the side, her girlfriend Betty looked nervously. With the start of the machine, the blood in Bruce's body was drawn out and the medicine was injected at the same time, and the whole person felt incomparable pain. At the same time, Stern came behind Bruce with an electric current machine and said excitedly, "I have studied and found that the cells in your body are usually in a dormant state. The reason for turning into that green giant is because of the gamma rays that are incorporated into the pineal gland, so I have to activate it for the potion to work wonders. Attention! Roar!" At the moment when the 637 electric current stimulated, an explosive force broke out in Bruce's body, and the green veins all over his body suddenly swelled, and his body began to swell. In the laboratory, while Bruce was receiving treatment, an armored convoy from the United States military also approached the laboratory building, blocking all intersections. At the same time, many Mexican police personnel appeared around, and cooperated with those the United States to block the streets. It is not known what agreement the two sides reached. Downstairs in the laboratory, Bronsky, who was wearing a special combat uniform, rushed out of the armored vehicle and pressed his headset. "General, all the surrounding exits have been blocked." 35. In the command car in the distance, the gray-haired Ross said solemnly, "Pay attention to my daughter's safety." An excited and somewhat grim smile appeared on Bronsky's face. "Yes, General. Go, go, go." In an instant, the special forces rushed into the experimental building, without encountering any obstacles along the way, and there was no fierce battle as imagined by Ross. Within minutes, Ross received news of success. "Report to General, the target person has been successfully controlled." "What?" Ross was stunned for a moment, then his expression sank. "Take him down." At the same time, the command car also drove over there under the order of Ross. Soon, Ross saw Bruce downstairs, who was sedated, with his hands bound, and his indifferent daughter Betty. Looking at Bruce, who looked calm and did not have the faint sense of oppression, Ross was a little angry. "Go, take him back first." 95. Following Ross's order, armored vehicles came hurriedly, and hurriedly began to evacuate. But he didn't notice that Bronsky was not seen among the evacuees. At the same time, on the rooftop of the building a street away, Chen Tian, who had already arrived, folded his arms and looked at all this indifferently. In the laboratory building, Bronski, who threatened Dr. Stern to inject him with Mr. Green's blood, was also under his gaze. When the armored vehicle holding Bruce passed by Chen Tian's feet, Chen Tian lowered his head slightly and his eyes flickered. But in the end he did nothing and let Bruce be taken away. For the Hulk, Chen Tian is not very interested. Although after his transformation, the more angry he is, the stronger his power will be. It is said that there is no limit, but this power is actually only relative to ordinary people. Otherwise, if the Hulk could really be infinitely angry and powerful, he would have blown up Thanos long ago. Even Iron Man in armor can match him in power, although that armor is an anti-Hulk armor designed to deal with Hulk. But it also shows from the side that the Hulk is actually like that. Otherwise, if you have the power to blast the planet with one punch, no matter what kind of anti-Hulk armor you have, everything will be smashed with one punch. However, at the moment that laboratory force, and some Hulk blood cultivated by Stern, can be considered for research at that time. The Hulk mutant cells inside may be useful for his next X gene research, like raising a mutant with the power of the Hulk, or after analyzing the Hulk's cellular genes, transplant it into Clarice or Edith Lace, so that they also have great power. Hiss, forget it. Thinking of the cute and well-behaved Clarice, and the sexy and beautiful Edith Lace transformed into the Hulk, Chen Tian shuddered. He quickly put that picture behind him. Just when Chen Tian was thinking, suddenly, the experimental building in the distance shook. Boom! The wall collapsed, and a 6-meter-high deformed monster with swollen muscles and bone spurs on its back and limbs fell from the sky and landed on the street with a bang. Boom! Bronski, who turned into hatred, threw several cars into the air and smashed them on the other side of the street dozens of meters away, roaring excitedly. Roar! This powerful feeling of endless power made Bronski extremely excited, and the demon-like head slowly turned his head and looked in the direction where Ross left. Who? Hulk, come and have a fight with me. In the roar, Bronski chased directly in the direction of the armored vehicle. With every step, the hard concrete road would shatter, leaving large pits. The momentum is amazing. And the speed of disgust is also very fast, almost reaching the point of more than 100 meters in a second, and a few roars passed through the blocked street in the shock of the police officers. Boom! When hatred fell on the bustling street a block away, screams of horror were instantly thought of around him. Those Mexicans were terrified by its ferocious appearance and terrifying aura, and fled wildly. The eyes that regarded him as a monster and the screams of panic also made Bronski, who was dominated by the power, very irritable, angry, and violent, and he couldn't help grabbing the vehicle beside him. Boom boom boom! Those sedans were like toys in the palm of their hatred. They were thrown tens or hundreds of meters at will, and they exploded instantly when they landed, smashing many people to death. In the blink of an eye, this bustling street was plunged into a sea of fire, and countless people rushed to escape, leaving many screams of despair. Ha 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 ha! In the firelight, Hate let out a hearty laugh. He likes this kind of power very much, it makes him feel like he is a god, and he has mastered the fate of these ants. In the excitement, he hated the swelling of the muscles in his feet, and his strength exploded. The whole person jumped dozens of meters high and landed dozens of meters away, smashing the ground. Then there was another jump, rumbling in pursuit of Ross' armored vehicle. On the armored car, Ross and the others also heard the movement behind them, as well as the increasingly loud noise and vibration, which made several people stunned. Ross picked up the walkie-talkie. What's going on? In the walkie-talkie, the panicked voice of the soldier on the armored vehicle at the rear of the convoy came. Report, there is a monster chasing us. Monster? What monster? Ross frowned. It's Hulk. The voice of the soldier on the other side was even more alarmed. Hulk, which means giant in English translation. Hulk? 39. Inside the armored vehicle, everyone subconsciously looked at Bruce. At the same time, Bruce is also dazed. Isn't he here? Boom! At this moment, there was a loud vibration from the rear, and the armored vehicle was hit by a car that fell from the sky, turning it into a ball of fire. It was followed by screams from outside, as well as the shock of the explosion, which made Ross and others very surprised. Boom! At this moment, a behemoth descended from the sky and landed in front of the armored vehicle with a bang. AAA. Finally, when the armored vehicle was more than 10 meters away from the monster, it slowly stopped and smashed the people in the vehicle into a ball. When Ross, Betty, Bruce, and a few other soldiers got up, they saw a huge figure standing in front of the fire. This monster is bigger than the transformed Hulk, and it is also ferocious, full of oppression. It's him. Seeing those eyes full of desire for power, Bruce instantly knew who this monster was. At the same time, he vaguely guessed the other party, and he must have used the Hulk serum that Sten made without authorization using his blood as a sample, and then turned into this appearance. At this time, the monster looked at the armored car, his eyes fell on Bruce through the glass, and roared, Bruce, let it come out and fight me. Ross and the others, who were shocked by huge amounts of sound waves, had their ears ringing with a look of astonishment, because the sense of oppression this ferocious monster gave them was stronger than the transformed Hulk. At this time, Bruce calmly said, open the door and let me out. Bruce's girlfriend Betty looked surprised and persuaded anxiously, Bruce, you are crazy, you will be killed by it. 35. At this time, Ross also recognized that the monster was Bronski, and his face was full of shock, surprise, and other expressions, which was very complicated. Bruce said calmly, I know, but it has something to do with me that he will become like this, so it is my responsibility to stop him. And I can feel that it is still in my body, but it is suppressed. If it faces the danger of death, it will definitely come out again. No, you will die. Betty wanted to stop. But Bruce's eyes were very firm, listening to the screams outside. He knew that he had to stop the monster 4.0. Roar? At this moment, the monster saw that Bruce hadn't come out for a long time, and let out a roar impatiently, and grabbed a car beside him. Boom! The air burst, the car hit the side of the armored car directly, the car's fuel tank exploded under the violent impact, and the firelight overturned the armored car. Immediately, Bruce and the others inside were thrown into a mess. Click! The back door of the overturned armored vehicle opened, his hands were untied, and Bruce with a bloody forehead came out calmly, looking at the monster in the distance. The sense of oppression emanating from the invisible on the monster made him feel that Roar sucked a little uncomfortable as an ordinary person. At the same time, behind Bruce, Ross and the others also crawled out of the armored vehicle in embarrassment, looking at Bruce standing in front of him with complicated eyes. What's going on? Come out. Come out. Bruce shouted anxiously. Looking at the monster approaching step by step in the firelight, Bruce felt a little anxious because the existence in his body did not respond at all. Boom! At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and crashed between the two of them. In an instant, the ground shattered, and the shockwave that erupted when it landed set off a gust of wind, mixed with gravel smoke and dust, swept the surroundings, surprising everyone. People. The smoke dissipated. When Bruce and the others saw that in the middle of the shattered pit, standing was a dark-haired teenager in white casual clothes with a calm look. All were stunned, including the hideous hatred not far away. Looking at Chen Tian several meters away, the head of abominable ghosts lowered slightly, looking a little hideous. Mutant? Or a super ability person? Unlike the Hulk, who was angry and couldn't control himself once he transformed, hated at the moment still remained awake, but was driven by power to appear tyrannical and conceited. Chen Tian calmly said, for you, these are not important, you are going to die soon anyway. Die. Ha 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 ha. You said you could kill me. I have invincible power now, who can kill me? Roar. 35. Bronsky, who turned into hatred, was very arrogant. His powerful body lowered his head and looked down at Chen Tian, with a disdainful sneer on his hideous face. Chen Tian chuckled and shook his head. With this little power, he actually dares to claim to be invincible. Sure enough, the ignorant are fearless. It's just that ignorance is not scary, and the fear of ignorance is ignorance without knowing it. This seems a bit sad and a bit stupid. Chen Tian's words made the disgusted face a little ugly. Definitely, its face is inherently ugly. The faint smile on Chen Tian's face made the hatred feel that he was laughing at him, and a strong killing intent surged in his heart for a while. He was going to kill this bug. Roar! Without the hatred of playing with the bug mentality, he let out a roar, and the huge amounts of fists slammed down on Chen Tian with the momentum of blasting everything. Before the huge fist like a water tank could fall, the gust of wind that set off made Chen Tian's hair dance wildly. Then, bang! Huge amounts of fists were blocked by the palm of the hand, and the violent force erupted, turning into several typhoons and sweeping the surrounding area, and Bruce and others behind it were almost unsteady. Blocking the full-strength punch of abomination with one hand, feeling the thousands of tons of power that erupted from the fist, Chen Tian showed some disappointment on his face. This is it. 5. Roar! Chen Tian's words were even more irritating to the disgust, and he waved his fists wildly in anger, and he wanted to smash this bug into meat sauce and ashes. Boom boom boom! Rage's hatred waved his fists wildly, and the speed was so fast that people couldn't see clearly, but they were all blocked by Chen Tian at will. And every time the fists of the two intersect, a substantial shockwave will erupt. The roaring earth shook, setting off an 8th-level gust of wind, and Bruce, who was flying sand and stone, could hardly stand. Ross and the others were shocked to see such a rough and powerful battle, and the panicked people in the distance were also subconsciously absent-minded, watching this scene in a daze. Definitely, there are also people who are not afraid of death, who pick up a mobile phone with hundreds of megapixels to take pictures. Ho ho ho! The hatred that attacked wildly became more and more angry, because the powerful it was actually blocked by an ordinary-looking boy. This makes it a little unacceptable to think that after gaining the power of the Hulk, it is invincible to the whole world. It has become so ugly because of its power, and it has become a monster, but it can't even beat a mutant or a super ability person, and he refuses to accept it. Why, you are so powerful yet have a normal appearance. Roar! In the roar of anger, the hatred raised his hands together high, the muscles of the whole body swelled in a circle, huge amounts of fists fell like a siege hammer. But at this moment, Chen Tian, who took it for hundreds of punches, said lightly, after fighting for so long, it's my turn. After speaking, the sound exploded. Boom! Chen Tian appeared in front of the hatred in an instant, his wrist turned slightly, an extremely terrifying power began to gather in his body, and his fist radiated golden light. Boom! At the moment when Chen Tian punched out, everyone felt their brains roaring in their ears, like the whole world was shaking. And facing the hatred of this punch, his chest suddenly collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the huge body burst out like a supersonic cannonball, and in an instant, it spanned dozens of meters and slammed into a 40-story commercial building. Boom boom boom! Under the force of terror, the hatred that crashed into the building smashed through more than a dozen walls in a row, then passed through the other side of the building, and landed on the street again. Bang bang bang! The huge body shattered down the street, and after smashing several cars, it stopped in disgust. Roar 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 roar. Lying on the ground, hate gasping for breath, wounds are everywhere on its body, and its chest is even more collapsed, and the injuries are terrifying. But at this moment, a force surged out of its body, and the collapsed chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it also recovered strength. But inexplicably, it gives people a feeling that it has aged a lot. Boom! At this moment, the building in the distance exploded again, and a figure in the smoke and dust in the sky penetrated the sky and appeared in the wound of hatred. It is Chen Tian impressively. Floating in the air, watching Abomination's injuries recover with the naked eye, Chen Tian's eyes flickered and said lightly, "The strength is about 300 tons, and the punching power reaches thousands of tons when punching. It is not afraid of the defense of artillery and rocket explosions, and it has a good resilience. This strength is stronger than most mutants, but a little weaker." Chen Tian was a little disappointed. In the Hulk setting, this character is a representative of power, and his power can be infinitely increased under anger. As an abomination whose normal strength is twice that of the Hulk, the strength shown at the moment disappointed Chen Tian a little, and the pure burst of strength was not comparable to him in the Devil Island battle. But it's normal to think about it, if the Hulk really has the power in the comics setting, that Professor X, Magneto, these will also be more powerful. And at the moment, their performance is in line with the real world. After all, in the movie, when the Hulk and the Abomination fight, the power shown is just throwing the car to play, and it will also hurt and bleed. However, in the later Evil God Loki rebellion, the Hulk showed the power to fly a 100-meter-long Leviathan battleship. The power that erupted exceeded at least tens of thousands, or even 100,000 tons. In other words, will the power of the Hulk continue to grow and become stronger in a year or two? At this moment, countless thoughts surfaced in Chen Tian's mind. In terms of Chen Tian's current pure strength, one punch is a terrifying power of 20,000 to 30,000 tons, and he can enter the supersonic movement speed at will. Abomination is not his opponent at all. The reason why I didn't kill it with a heavy hand was to test all aspects of its data. He wanted to see the differences between the body and the mutant, in addition to strength, for people like the Hulk who hated these genetic variants. Roar! Chen Tian's eyes that looked at the test product made the hatred even more angry. He suddenly got up from the ground, grabbed a car beside him and smashed it out. Boom! Chen Tian didn't dodge, let the car hit him and explode, and then turned into a pile of debris and fell from the sky. In the sky full of firelight, it was Chen Tian who was unscathed, which made the hatred feel extremely angry and fearful. This sudden appearance is too strong. Powerful enough to make it feel hopeless. Although it is eager to have a close fight with the Hulk, it does not desire to be crushed or beaten by others. After all, it is not a masochist. Boom boom boom! On the street, those sedans were smashed at Chen Tian with disgust like toys, while it kept backing away. Boom! At this moment, Chen Tian's figure disappeared in the firelight, and in an instant, a sonic boom roared, and the whole person appeared on the side of Abomination like a teleportation, and kicked it out. Boom! The air exploded and the earth shook. Under the domineering force, the hatred turned into a cannonball again, and with a bang, it smashed across 100 meters on the previous building, smashed through a dozen walls and landed on the street. Boom! The street was shattered, and a shattered area more than 10 meters long was plowed out by the huge body of the hated, and finally stopped after knocking over an armored vehicle. Until this time, Bruce and the others who were still stunned in the same place recovered their senses, and the crowd around them even fled wildly. Quick, go. 99. Roar! With an angry roar of disgust on his face, he struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Bruce Ross and the others who rushed to the side of the street in the distance, with tyranny in his eyes. Go to hell. Hate the huge amounts of palms, grabbed the armored car behind him, and smashed directly at Ross and the others. Careful. Ross and the others looked horrified and wanted to escape. But the speed of the armored vehicle was too fast, and just when they had just rushed out 1 meter, it had already crashed down with a piercing roar, drowning several people. 640. The moment it landed, the armored vehicle exploded because of the ammunition contained in it, and the fire lit up into the sky. Died. Chen Tian, who had just appeared in the sky and was about to kill the hated, was a little surprised when he saw the explosion of the armored vehicle. He didn't have a good opinion of Bruce, the Hulk, nor did he have any bad feelings. Originally, he just planned to kill the Abomination to complete the task and take revenge by the way. Therefore, when he was taken away by Ross's subordinates, he had no interest in interfering, and just planned to kill Ross later. After all, his parents had an accident, and this person also had a certain causal relationship. If it weren't for him, Brinsky would not have come to poach out, and if it weren't for the connections behind him, Tronk would not have cooperated with Brinsky. And he also hooked up a line later, helping the United States arms dealer Iron Man sell a large amount of arms to Tronk. Yes, the company that buys those guns, bullets, grenades, howitzers, and rocket launchers for Tronk is Iron Man Stark Arms Industries. It's just that I don't know if Tony has become an Iron Man now, or is ironing in a cave in the Middle East. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from the burning flame. Boom! the burning armored vehicle with only the frame left was blown away, and a huge green figure stood up slowly, looking at Hatred with angry eyes full of murderous intent. Under the stimulation of his girlfriend's death and his own death, Bruce, who was injected with the inhibitor, transformed again, became the Hulk. At the moment, he was extremely angry, madly trying to destroy everything in front of him. Roar, kill you. In the roar, the 4-meter-high green giant rushed towards the Hatred frantically, and then, boom, the angry Hulk was blown away by the same angry Hatred, and smashed into the building more than 20 meters away. Suddenly, smoke filled the air and gravel splashed everywhere. In front of the abomination that is huge and ferocious, more than 6 meters high, the 4-meter-high, sturdy Hulk is like a younger brother, especially when the difference in strength between the two sides is doubled. The Hulk, who was blown away by a punch, shook his head, got up from the ground with a look of anger, and roared again as he watched the hideous abomination in the distance. Roar! In the roar, the Hulk rumbled and smashed the ground, leaving small pits to continue rushing towards it. Boom! Two huge amounts of fists collided together, and the power that instantly materialized exploded, forming a circle of shockwaves that swept across a range of more than 10 meters. Looking at the angry green face in front of him, he roared with disgust, "You think only you are angry? I am more angry than you." Roar! In the roar, Hate sent the Hulk flying with a left hook, smashing the street lamp not far away with a bang. Roar! The angry Hulk got up from the ground, grabbed a sedan and slapped at the rushing Hate. Boom! The car shattered instantly. The Hatred that slapped the Hulk's cart was directly slapped, and slammed into the shop on one side, scaring the few people inside to flee frantically. Boom! At this moment, the angry Hulk also smashed the glass door, rushed into the shop, and was kicked on his body by the reacted Hatred, and blasted out like a cannonball. Boom boom boom! On the street, the two of them were fighting together like two giant beasts, destroying everything wherever they went. Grabbing the car, pulling up the trees, there were burning flames and explosions everywhere, and the police officers who came from a distance looked at this scene with shock. Don't dare to get close at all. This kind of monster battle, let alone approaching, will kill them with a little aftermath. As for the pistols in their hands, after firing a few shots and finding that the bullets were bounced off by the skin of the two monsters, they resolutely flashed. At the same time, there were also reporters who were excited to ask the assistant to take pictures of the monster battle. In front of the camera, the female reporter said excitedly, "Hello everyone, I'm a TTCV reporter. Tonight, two giant monsters appeared on Langley Street. They went crazy and destroyed everything. As you can see, the street behind me has been destroyed, and the destructive power of those two monsters can be imagined. I don't know if these two humanoid monsters are mutants or other genetic mutants. Please." Boom! At this moment, a flaming car fell from the sky, and instantly drowned the female reporter and assistant under the shock of roar. Along with the live TV broadcast, many people in Mexico who saw this scene were in an uproar, and they also knew about the monster battle that took place in Pochut City. As for the two gangs fighting on the other side, no one dared to report. This is the deterrent power of the Grey Road in Mexico. Above the height of 100 meters, Chen Tian, who suddenly became an outsider, was a little dazed. No, 39. At this moment, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes, looked at the two monsters that were fighting farther and farther below, and the corner of his mouth revealed a playful look. "Do you want to escape?" Ho ho ho! Abomination let out an angry roar, crushed the Hulk with superb combat skills, kept blasting it away, and then rushed over to grab it and smash it out. Having been in the Special Forces for decades, Bronski's melee combat is extremely superb, and the Hulk, who was only a researcher in the past, has no power to fight back in front of it. Even as it became more and more angry, its strength continued to grow to the point where it was similar to Hatred. It was only a little less beaten, and it was barely able to fight back with a punch or two. Chen Tian had also encountered this problem. When he first entered the virtual battlefield, he was instantly killed by a middle-aged man of the same strength. At the moment, seeing the Hulk being beaten by Hatred, Chen Tian felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, when I had no combat experience and poor combat skills, I did not encounter an enemy with the same strength. Otherwise, today's Hulk is the past him. In the same way, the virtual battlefield function of the system seems to have little effect. But in Chen Tian's view, it was more important than his increased strength by tens of thousands of tons. Dozens of life and death battles gave him an amazing fighting instinct. For example, at the moment, he immediately sensed the purpose of Hatred. Boom boom boom! On the ground below, the battle between the two monsters became more and more intense, and in less than a few minutes, they rushed out of the two streets, leaving a place of ruins and fire. And when fighting the Hulk, the eyes of Hatred were focused on the sky. For the black-haired boy, Bronski was very afraid, or desperate. After eating the opponent and punching and kicking, it knew that there was a gap between the strength of the two sides. The domineering power that destroys everything like a landslide, makes it impossible to resist at all, and the two sides are not on the same level at all. But whatever you are afraid of, just come. Just when Hate just punched and smashed the Hulk into a shop, the figure instantly appeared above it, and said lightly, "Want to run away? Unfortunately, you must die today." Looking at Chen Tian floating in the air, the expression of disgust became more and more hideous, and he raised his head and roared, "Why? It does not understand. Does it have any deep hatred with this person? Otherwise why does it keep staring at it? You actually asked me why. That's right, you probably didn't know all the information about the other party carefully before you shot the murder. Naturally, you never imagined that you would have this day. Chen Tian said casually, it's very simple, because my surname is Chen. In an instant, his eyes widened with disgust, he couldn't believe it, and he lost his voice. What? You are that mutant? How can it be? At this moment, 10,000 grass and mud horses ran through Bronsky's mind, wishing to kill the military intelligence officer who gave him the information, as well as Trunk. That's what you're talking about, just a stronger mutant? Is this so big? It's so powerful that he's no match for turning into an abomination. But just when Bronsky was in shock, Chen Tian didn't give him time to continue thinking, and said lightly, next, I only punch. If you can take it, I will spare your life today. Hate looked gloomy and roared, one punch? Seriously? A sneer appeared at the corner of Chen Tian's mouth, definitely, I never lie, except for monsters. Hate naturally couldn't hear the unfinished words in Chen Tian's heart, and after hearing that he only needed to catch his punch, hope suddenly arose in his heart. Just a punch and it should be fine. After all, it ate a punch and a kick from Chen Tian in front of it. Although the whole person was blasted several hundred meters away and the body was injured, it was only injured and there was no danger of death. Thinking of this, the hatred stared at Chen Tian in the sky, and the whole body strength gathered. Under the night sky, Chen Tian slowly lifted into the air, the blood in his body roared and boiled like a river, followed by a terrifying burst of energy from the depths of his muscles. Boom! In an instant, the violent energy turned into transparent airwaves erupting, surrounding Chen Tian's whole body, blowing his hair and dancing wildly, exuding amazing pressure. After the second awakening of the X gene, Chen Tian's body strength gained substantial characteristics, becoming extremely cohesive and domineering. Therefore, in many cases, in the performance of pure strength, he is more exaggerated than the Superman of the same strength. At the moment accompanied by the outbreak of the first level ability, after the power skyrocketed 5 times in an instant, the momentum became even more terrifying, like a Mephisto descending. Boom! The surrounding air roared and was squeezed away by the violent energy emanating from Chen Tian, forming a gust of wind blowing in all directions. Dozens of frantic battles and deaths have made Chen Tian's spiritual will as strong as steel. It's just that this fighting spirit is rarely shown in the outside world, because so far, he has never encountered a crazy battle where he needs to do his best. At this moment, Chen Tian's will soared into the sky, and after integrating with the energy erupted in his body, a substantial terrifying pressure was formed. Squeeze the air, twist the light, and terrify. The hatred below the pressure felt like his whole body sank, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Even in the distance, the Hulk who just got up from the ground looked at the figure surrounded by airwaves in the sky, the terrifying and domineering power, and his angry eyes couldn't help showing solemnity. Roar! Chen Tian exhaled and instantly formed a gust of wind that blew out more than 10 meters away. Slightly moving his wrist, feeling the power that shakes the world in his body, Chen Tian sneered at the corner of his mouth and snorted, pick me up and punch. Boom! With a low roar, Chen Tian slammed into the air, leaving a dark vacuum channel in the air, like a black beam descending from the sky. Roar! Feeling the breath of death, he let out a roar of hatred and anger, crossed his arms, and caught the fist that exuded a terrifying aura. Immediately afterwards, it felt an indescribable burst of power. Boom! In an instant, the heaven and the earth shook, the earth and land sank, and the universe turned upside down. With hatred as the center, the earth in a radius of tens of meters collapsed in an instant, and countless smashed cement blocks and mud, as well as cars, were sent flying dozens of meters high by a terrifying force. Then came the destructive shockwave, which swept across the buildings on both sides of the street like a materialized air wall. Bang 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 bang. The glass of these buildings shattered instantly, the tiles on the surface burst, and the hard cement walls cracked with cracks under shockwave. And those within the range of shockwave, their brains roared, their brains trembled, and they were blown away by the shockwave like a 10-level typhoon in the scream. Even the Hulk, who was dozens of meters away, subconsciously crossed his arms in front of him. Boom! The materialized shockwave slammed into it, and the whole person kept retreating under a huge force, smashing the ground, wongs, leaving small pits. Looking down from the sky, half of the city was dimmed instantly, because the underground cables and surrounding wires were destroyed. This blow is terrifying. I don't know how long it took. When everything calmed down, the Hulk who was blown back more than 10 meters slowly put down his hands, and his angry face showed shock. In front of me, the originally 8-lane street with a width of several tens of meters has been destroyed, and in the middle is a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of several meters. Around tens of meters, the ground shattered, the soil rolled, and the street was divided into 2 sections in a radial shape. Street lights were broken, and trees, including their roots, were lifted. The dozens of high-rise buildings on both sides and the shops along the street have been turned into ruins, and the scene is terrifying. At this moment, the anger in the Hulk's heart was dissipated a lot by the shock. With shock, the Hulk slowly came to the edge of the big pit and saw the hatred at the bottom of the pit. And at the moment, it can no longer be called hatred, but a mass of flesh and blood with no specific appearance, collapsing like a pool of mud, emitting a stench. Under Chen Tian's burst of power and a punch that was integrated into his will, the body of hatred was directly destroyed, including the level of cell genes and shattering under the domineering power. Extremely domineering. There is only one step between a genius and a lunatic. And in this world, most geniuses are lunatics, such as Dr. Stern, codenamed Mr. Lan. After getting the blood sample that Bruce sent him, he was deeply attracted by this miraculous mutation, and was shocked by the huge energy contained in those cells. Then, a lot of Hulk blood was made based on Bruce's blood. However, these bloods are different from the pure blood of the Hulk, because the gamma-ray toxins contained in them are removed, and there is no pure blood on Bruce. In his laboratory in New York, the green blood is purified to a maximum of 14%. And he will accept the invitation of Caloris Pharmaceuticals to come to Mexico because this pharmaceutical company has a top-notch biological laboratory. With the help of the laboratory's instruments, he purified the green blood to a 17% delight. At the moment, in the laboratory where a big hole was knocked out, the injured Sten clutched his forehead and struggled to get up from the ground. What's going on? Seeing the double image in front of him, Sten was a little dazed. At the moment he didn't notice, his head became very big, and it doubled like edema above his forehead, becoming a little deformed and scary. Sten shook his head. At the moment he felt his head was clear and his mind was running extremely fast, so fast that it was a bit terrifying. Like a computer. And many professional problems in the past, at the moment he can figure it out with just a little thought, just like his calculation power and wisdom have been exaggeratedly improved. The sudden change made Stern a little suspicious. He looked at the devastated laboratory, and suddenly his eyes stopped. Looking at the place where he got up just now, a little bit of blood dripped from the injection machine. Sten couldn't help rubbing his forehead. There's still a little blood there. 640. And he was blown away by the monster, and the wound on his forehead had healed unconsciously, and in an instant Sten understood what had happened. Apparently, after his wound had absorbed the dripping green blood, he had also mutated. It's just that unlike Bronsky turning into a monster, what he gained was not physical strength, but an improvement in brain intelligence. For a scientist, what is more important than being 10 times 100 times smarter? At this moment, Stern faintly saw the picture of himself winning the Nobel Prize, deciphering the mysteries of life, and becoming the greatest scientist in human history. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, awakening the excited Sten. Am I calling you Mr. Lan, or Dr. Stern? Who are you? Seeing the black-haired boy who suddenly appeared, Stern was startled. Chen Tian smiled lightly. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you really copied the blood of many Hulks, and your brain has mutated. Looking at Chen Tian who seemed to know everything, Sten was a little surprised, and the countless information in his mind ran wildly. Noticing Sten's alert, Chen Tian smiled and said, Dr. Sten, don't be nervous, I'm just here to pick up something and give you a ride by the way. So it's no use being nervous. 35. This Dr. Stern, there is also a title in Marvel, the big boss, the big villain in the Hulk storyline. Because of the mutation of the Hulk's blood, he, who had an infinite thirst for knowledge, became very evil. Although he was whitewashed in the later period, he joined the Thunder team formed by Ross. But this whitewash is only for my Fang. In Chen Tian's view, this kind of villain with high IQ is more troublesome than Magneto and Phoenix Force. If you don't encounter it, it's fine. If you encounter it, you will deal with it easily, so as not to cause trouble for him in the future, and take away the green blood he made by the way. From Chen Tian, Sten felt strong malice and couldn't help but take a step back. Why, I don't seem to know you, and I don't have any hatred with you? No why? Chen Tian looked at the laboratory and said casually, if you need a reason, it is to act for the sky, karma. Do it for the sky. Sten was taken aback by this reason. Chen Tian nodded casually, yes, do it for the sky. If you didn't copy Bruce's blood, you wouldn't inject Bronsky. If you don't inject blood into him, he won't become a powerful abomination, and those outside who are affected by the battle and have thousands of casualties won't have an accident. So today, I'm going to destroy you on behalf of the moon. After he finished speaking, he had already found the Chen Tian he wanted and turned his head. No more nonsense. The fiery beam of light burst out in his eyes. Boom! The fiery beam instantly landed on Sten's back who turned and wanted to escape. During the scream, Sten's chest was directly penetrated, and the whole person flew out under the energy carried by the heat ray, hitting the mechanical instrument in front of him. Boom boom boom! By this time, heat ray was still roaring in Chen Tian's eyes. Under the continuous firing of heat ray, Sten and the test machine behind him continued to burn and explode, and finally turned into a mass of lava-like material. Even after the test machine was burned into a ball of flame solution, the light in Chen Tian's eyes slowly dissipated. As the saying goes, if the roots are not removed, the grass will grow again when the spring breeze blows. For these monsters with brain mutation, Chen Tian is very cautious, almost burned to slag, to ensure that there will be no mutation. As for the guy who hates this kind of physical strength mutation, he doesn't care after destroying his whole body cells with one punch and killing his genes. For ordinary people, hatred is very strong, but in Chen Tian's eyes, the strength is very weak. Even if someone researches something through its remnant body tissue, it doesn't matter. Before death, it is a monster that can be obliterated at any time. After integrating its genetic organization, it is also a monster. After obliterating the future boss, Chen Tian put the dozens of green blood he synthesized into the storage space, and then the hot light in his eyes burst out again. Boom boom boom! A minute later, the entire laboratory was in flames. In the firelight, a figure crashed into the floor and flew into the sky. That night, countless people in the entire Pochut city did not fall asleep. Thousands of people from the two major gangs in the north of the city fought fiercely, and there was a monster battle in the east of the city. The gangs in the north of the city were not bad, and they only affected Taiwo district, an ordinary poor community, and these gang members would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. So everything is still under control. But what caused the top management of Pokot City a headache was the monster battle in the east of the city. Almost half of the city was affected, 7 streets were damaged, and 1 street was completely destroyed, causing thousands of casualties. Property damage is even more difficult to calculate. Just as the ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars all over the city rushed to the east of the city, the battle in the north of the city gradually came to an end, and only one building remained. In the dark, the windows of this low-rise building were full of fire, and countless bullets hid behind the wall in the distance, or shot at the people behind the armored vehicle. Boom! 2 grenades burst into flames, forcing a few people who wanted to rush to the corner to retreat. In this building, 3 trunk corps men led more than 20 peripheral members to stick to it, all holding axe and submachine guns, also equipped with many grenades. With such a powerful firepower, no one in the Blood Hand Society would be able to take their heads. At this time, a loudspeaker emerged from behind the corner, shouting, "Sudara, Tronk, and the others are dead, and the Tronk gang is over. If you surrender, I can guarantee your lives." Nian. The answer to him was a grenade. The Trunk subordinates inside didn't believe it at all, and within half an hour of the war, their boss died. The current Trunk gang has a lot of people, and its firepower is even stronger than that of the Blood Hand gang. How could it possibly lose? Look at what those guys are made of by him now. With this thought in mind, the firepower inside suddenly became more fierce. At this moment, under the night sky, a red figure jumped over from a building in the distance and landed on the roof of a low-rise building. The sword light flickered, and before the several gang members lying on the roof could react, they screamed and were instantly chopped into pieces. Immediately afterwards, the figure rushed into the entrance of the rooftop, and in an instant there was chaos inside. Gunfire was loud in the building, and someone even dropped a grenade. Monster. Run. Wow, spare my life, I surrender, surrender. A few minutes later, the building that was still fierce just now quieted down, making those outside the Bloody Hand Society a little suspicious. At this moment, the sealed steel gate flashed with a knife, and it was cut into several pieces and collapsed, and a red figure slowly walked out behind. This is a girl holding a long knife. Behind her long hair as bright as blood is windless and automatic, surrounded by red rays of light, exuding a terrifying evil spirit. On her body, there are faintly countless dead souls howling, screaming, and terrifying. In this scene, the legs of those who watched the Blood Hand Society trembled, and the leader of the team said nervously, Don't do it, it's your own." Accompanying his voice was a pair of eyes filled with endless killing intent and tyranny. And just when Edith Lays was about to move and wanted to kill these people, the sky roared, and Roar screamed and a figure descended from the sky. Boom! Without controlling the speed and without converging strength, Chen Tian was like a missile, and the ground within a few meters of the ground exploded with a bang. At this time, Chen Tian did not enter the state of ability explosion, so he did not feel as oppressive as Edith Lace. But at the moment of seeing Chen Tian, Edith Lace, who was still thinking about killing those people, suddenly stared, and then the red light on her body slowly dissipated. Feeling the skyrocketing aura on Edith Lace, Chen Tian was a little surprised. The strength of the body has increased almost 7 times. How many people have you killed? A 7-fold improvement sounds strong, but it actually means 7 times the physique of an ordinary human being. And this increase is the physical strength of Edith Lace, not the strength of mutant ability. Before the battle tonight, Edith Lace's physique was about 15 times that of an ordinary person. Her strength was 1 ton, and her movement speed was more than 30 meters per second. Yes, Edith Lace's strength is only about a ton. But after casting ability Rakshasa Instant Kill, she can instantly explode 10 times the strength and dash speed, instantly possessing more than 10 tons of power and moving at subsonic speed. This strengthening is not just pure strength, but physical strength and aspects. Coupled with the indestructible adamantium long knife, the strengthening weapon is similar to the blade power of the blade, making her like a killing god in the eyes of these ordinary people. At the moment, after her physique has improved 7 times as an ordinary person, her overall strength is expected to only increase by about 2 times. Facing Chen Tian's question, Edith Lace put the knife into the sheath, a bright smile on her beautiful face, but the words she said made those bloody hands shudder. Not many, probably more than 200. After calling out the murderous Edith Lace, Chen Tian handed over the rest to George and others, and took her back to the manor. At the same time, with the Green Giant being chased by those police officers and disappearing into the night, tonight's battle has completely subsided. But the resulting reaction just started to ferment. The 2 battles destroyed the ferocious monsters in several streets, and finally the crater of destruction caused by a single strike by an intercontinental missile, together with the bloody hand meeting underground in the city. At the same time, some information of Chen Tian also attracted the attention of some powerful multinational organizations, like Hydra, Hellfire Club. Somewhere in the world, within an organization that focuses exclusively on the mutant incident, information about Pochut City, especially Chen Tian, is constantly gathering. There are blurry pictures of passing vehicles standing high in the sky, with glowing beams of light in their eyes. There are photos of Xavier flying up into the clouds, and falling from the sky. There is also some oral information. For example, monster, indestructible, the bullet is ineffective, the explosion can't hurt him, the speed is too fast, and other emotional recordings. In addition, there are textual information, such as the dialogue between Chen Tian and Magneto about mutants' situation on Devil Island. This is a great mutant. In the conference room, there were more than 10 men and women sitting. On the wall projection hung a picture of Chen Tian's handsome bust, and on one side were various information materials. At the moment, a bearded middle-aged man presided over the meeting, and he said excitedly, "From the information known so far, it can be seen that his ability is very stable and powerful. The movement speed of the sonic boom, the terrifying body that ignores the attack of bullets and shells, is infinitely powerful, and it also possesses various powers such as flight and heat ray. That's why I call him Superman 99. A woman below with a pair of butterfly wings behind her whispered, "Superman." "Yes, Superman, it's just a code name." The middle-aged man nodded. If he hadn't also possessed the energy burst ability, and remarked that his X gene was active, I almost thought he was a real Superman. Definitely, apart from strength, I think this person's words and deeds and behavior style are very in line with Hellfire. 35. Although studied at Xavier's school, the character is not the peace-seeking pedantic of Charles, nor the extreme of Eric, but somewhere in between. 95. And the most important point is that the growth rate of his strength is terrifying, and he has not yet seen the limit, and his potential is faintly surpassing the alpha level. The organizational meaning is that we want to absorb him. Below, a man with glasses said solemnly, "I just looked through this person's profile and found that this person is very decisive, has a clear goal, and is obviously very determined." Adding to the fact that he returned to Pocot City and inherited a fortune of more than $1 billion, money may have little effect on his temptation. So I definitely need to start somewhere else. The middle-aged man looked at him, like. The man with glasses said calmly, "We can tell him that we can bring him X gene ability development help and global high-end social resource sharing 5. I believe that no one will refuse to become stronger. Besides that, I've also discovered a characteristic. It is shown in the information that when this person was studying at Xavier's school, he was accompanied by a beautiful girl named Clarice. After leaving Xavier's school, there was another beautiful girl named Edith Lace beside her. Obviously, because of his stable mental state, his hobbies are the same as normal men, and he likes beautiful girls, so I think this may also be a breakthrough point." The glasses man's suggestion made the intelligence chief nod thoughtfully. This is indeed a breakthrough. This kind of talk, not just the Hellfire Club, is being discussed by many forces that have received the message, including the SHIELD. And these people all gave Chen Tian the code name of Superman. Deep in the underground base of Xavier Academy, Professor X was sitting on a chair with a brain booster on his head, with a faint smile on his face. Superman, really? 35. As for Chen Tian's special features, Professor X and the others have already noticed it. It was fine when he was not strong at first, but as his strength continued to improve, his body became stronger and stronger, and he also had heat ray. Coupled with the ability to fly later, and the hobby of basking in the sun, it gives a person the illusion that he is not a mutant, but a Superman. Thinking of this, Professor X pondered slightly. Fortunately, 2 mutant monsters have appeared in Pochut this time, which can help him distract him. Otherwise, as an X-Man, thousands of casualties are enough to give those people an excuse to trouble him. But I don't know if those guys have the guts to go to West to trouble him. He is different from the X-Men in the school. Speaking of this, Professor X showed a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The next morning, in the sun, Chen Tian was sitting in the garden pavilion drinking tea. Beside him, the blonde mature woman Lucia was reporting things. "President, after we swallowed Tronk's territory this time, the Bloody Hand Society has occupied 80% of the underground market in Pochut City." 35. At the same time, we have absorbed some available peripheral members, and the number of peripheral members of the gang has reached more than 1,700. In addition to that, we also found Tronk's vault from the ruins, but there was only some gold in it, worth $3 million. The rest of the money was used to buy arms, and now most of it has been confiscated by us. Also, the president of the Pochut City Council wants to meet the president and discuss some things. The headquarters of the garrison base outside the city also sent a message to ask the president if he has time that day, and invite you to drink tea. Tell them I don't have time right now. After Lucia finished speaking, Chen Tian said lightly, "As for the events in the next meeting, except for the decisive events, the rest will continue to be in charge according to the previous divisions." Lucia was taken aback. She didn't expect that Chen Tian didn't have the consciousness of controlling the rights, and still delegated it to them. Isn't she afraid that the Chen family's affairs will happen again? No, with the strength of the president, he is not afraid of betrayal at all. At this time, Chen Tian asked again, "By the way, what did the construction company say?" Lucia came back to her senses. According to the request of the president, last night, people from the construction company conducted a one-night evaluation and research and said that it would take 3 months to build the framework. 3 months. Chen Tian frowned. Lucia smiled bitterly. "President, the basic framework of the Underground Research Institute on the upper and lower floors can be repaired in 3 months, which is the fastest speed." Although she knew that what she said was true, after all, it would take a long time to dig a hole of that size, not to mention laying foundations and pouring cement. But Chen Tian still felt that it was too slow. "Okay, I see. Chen Tian nodded, and after sending Lucia away, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called Professor X, who was far away in the United States. West, do you need any help? Professor X's gentle voice came from the opposite side. Chen Tian was not polite and said directly, yes professor, I want to build an underground research institute, but the normal construction team is too slow. So I'd like to ask Mr. Jake from the school to come over and do me a favor. Flowers. Professor X did not refuse, and said gently, okay, I will talk to them about this later. But West, Jake and the others have special abilities, but they don't have much combat power. Pay attention to their safety when you get there. I understand, don't worry, Professor. After hanging up the phone, a faint smile appeared on Chen Tian's face. This time, in addition to revenge, Chen Tian's other purpose is to establish his own research institute to do some X-gene experiments. As for Mr. Jake and others on the phone just now, some mutants with special abilities can build a solid underground base in a short period of time. For example, the underground base under Xavier School came from their hands. Now that the building problem of the institute is solved, the rest is to study the equipment and materials. Speaking of which, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes and thought of Sentinel, the Trask industrial test base. No guns, no cannons, the enemy will make them for us. It's just that, to attack Trask's sentry base, which is also the military base of the United States, requires careful planning, such as how to hide your identity. After all, at present, he is not strong enough to be invincible, so there is no need to tear up his face with the United States at this time and disturb his quiet plan to improve his strength. In addition, there is also the problem of how to take those research equipment away. Sitting in the garden, watching the dazzling sun in the sky, Chen Tian suddenly felt a little dazed when he felt the power explode in the sun. In my mind, a philosophical question mark appeared inexplicably. What should I do? Yes, what to do? Coming to this world for so long, Chen Tian has been working hard to improve his strength due to the pressure of survival ahead, and has no time to think about this issue. People's life is very short, it seems to be spent in busyness. In his last life, before his 20s, he was constantly studying and working hard after graduation. He died before he had time to experience life and enjoy life. Needless to say, in this life, I have been reading and studying since I was a child, until now. Until now, after possessing a certain self-protection power, Chen Tian suddenly thought of this question: what is he living for? Money? Power? Beauty? Or poetry and distance? Explore the mysteries of life, explore knowledge? Or is it the pursuit of power over hundreds of millions of sentient beings? Countless thoughts flashed in Chen Tian's mind, and his brain was running at a speed of millions of times per second, and he began to think about this ultimate philosophical question and search for the meaning of life. It's just that this philosophy has plagued mankind for thousands of years, and even Chen Tian couldn't find a reasonable explanation, or a reasonable answer to him. I don't know how long it has passed. Chen Tian suddenly let out a breath and showed a smile on his face. Sure enough, people can't eat too much, otherwise they will think about boring things. What to do with so many thoughts? Only children can choose. I want them all. Speaking of this, Chen Tian's eyes became firm. Everything he has now is based on power, so he will not start enjoying life until he has the Thanos power to suppress the 6 gems. For example, raising a lot of beauties or something, and pursuing poetry and distance together. Therefore, Chen Tian's goals are very clear and firm. While basking in the sun to constantly improve Superman's power, research, and integrate other X-gene ability to enrich your early fighting methods. This can be seen from last night's battle. His fighting style was too monotonous, only waving his fists. Although this looks full of power, it always feels that something is wrong, such as not being handsome enough. Just when Chen Tian decided on his life path, he was far away in Africa, and the capital of Mutant, which was about to be founded in more than a week, was still far away. In the conference room of the building, Magneto was meeting with more than 24 people to discuss some laws in the mutant country. There are mutants among these people, and there are ordinary people who are knowledgeable. After all, although mutant ability is strange and powerful, it does not mean that it will handle state affairs. Even if the country is small, there are many things in a day. It's been an hour since the meeting, and after the meeting, Magneto, who returned to the office, rubbed his eyebrows. The high-spirited feeling of announcing the creation of the country was great, but now Magneto finds himself thinking too easily. During this time, he was either dealing with matters, or on the way to deal with matters, ranging from national laws to small conflicts and fights with mutants. At this critical moment, everything needs his own hands. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Magneto said solemnly, "Come in." The office door opened and 3 mutants walked in. One of them is a night girl who participated in the Battle of Devil Island, and the other is a young man with silver hair and a lazy look. The last one was a girl with long green hair, who looked 14 or 15 years old, but had a cold expression. The night girl respectfully said, "Speaker, you called us June 43 to come over, I don't know what's the matter." The mutant country established by Magneto follows the Western parliamentary system, with 96 ordinary members and 12 council members handling national affairs together. And he was the first president of the parliament, of which Jean was also one of the council members. Magneto looked at the night girl, Quicksilver, and her daughter Lorna, who had just been brought back, and said slowly, "In more than a week, it will be the founding day of the Mutant Republic. I'm going to ask you to invite some important people to the event." Quicksilver was a little confused. Are you sure I'm up to this task? As a mutant whose speed is so fast that people lose time perception, the Quicksilver ability is very special and powerful, but it has a very weak presence in the mutant world. Because he is very nerdy, or the people around him are too slow in his eyes. This slowness is not only in speed, but also in thinking, so he seems out of tune with the surrounding, and prefers to stay at home alone to play games and surf the internet. At the same time, Quicksilver has gone through a lot over the years, such as joining the Mutant Brotherhood early, and later falling out with Magneto. Then 3 years ago, in order to stop Stryker's mutant extermination plan, he rescued Magneto, who was imprisoned under the White House. He briefly became the X-Man, and then left. Then Magneto, who was recently established as the Mutant Nation, Wise Man, and Mutants' Future Righteousness, brought him back. Definitely, he's here, and there's a reason that this Magneto is his father, even though neither side ostensibly admits it. Magneto said calmly, among the characters invited this time, there are Charles and an X-Men in Mexico, West. 99. As a former X-Men, you're a good fit, and you happen to know Charles very well. West. As soon as Magneto finished speaking, the Night Girl's face changed slightly, showing fear. Noticing the change in the Night Girl's expression, and how Magneto actually invited him alone, Quicksilver couldn't help but be a little interested. X-Men West? Never heard of it. 35. What? Is this person very powerful? Magneto said slowly, it's normal that you haven't heard it. This person just became X-Men not long ago, and then 2 days ago, his identity became disengaged. As for strength, the speed is the same as yours, very fast. 35. Suddenly Quicksilver's eyes lit up, he is a mutant of speed, just like me. Magneto shook his head slightly, no, although he is as fast as you, his strength is also very strong, his defense is amazing, and he is a powerful mutant with no weaknesses. Looking back on the Devil Island battle, Magneto was shocked by the power Chen Tian showed. He was not shocked by the strength of West. After all, in terms of pure destructive power, Chen Tian's performance at that time was not very prominent, and it was far less than the piano that destroyed an island. What struck Magneto was that West had no weaknesses. As a mutant who has been famous for decades, is he strong? It can control all metal substances within a certain range, and even the flying missiles can be thrown back, leaving humans helpless against him. Quicksilver is so fast that bullets can't catch up, so fast that people lose the concept of time. But both he and Quicksilver have weaknesses, such as a body that is only stronger than ordinary people, and a bullet can kill them if they don't dodge. But West is different. Even if he doesn't dodge or cast ability, he can ignore conventional weapons while standing there. And many times, the foundation determines the upper limit. How much water a barrel can hold depends on the shortest piece of wood in the barrel. In particular, he secretly learned from Professor X that West's body strength and strength are still increasing at an alarming rate, and the upper limit has not yet been found. This kind of strength, this potential, and the opponent's similar philosophy to him naturally made Magneto attach great importance to, and even admire, West. That's amazing. Quicksilver became interested in the mutant. Quicksilver had no opinion, but the green-haired girl frowned. What does this have to do with me? Why should I follow? Looking at the green-haired girl, Magneto said calmly, in this world, the mutant circle can be big or big, small or small. If you don't have the awakening mutant ability, then you can live the life you want as you want. But unfortunately, when you have awakening mutant ability and you are my daughter again, some things cannot be avoided. For example, being noticed by the forces of various countries. This time I'll let you follow. The purpose is to let you get to know some of the strong men in the mutant. Maybe this meeting will help you at a critical moment in the future. Speaking of which, Magneto said slowly, definitely, if you don't want to take responsibility for this identity, you can. But from now on, I will not admit to the public that you are my daughter. Hearing Magneto's threat, the green-haired girl showed anger on her face, and looked fiercely at the father who had never met since birth. But in the end, the angry girl gasped heavily, but she still didn't say some harsh words out of her mouth. Seeing this, a complicated look flashed in Magneto's eyes. It can be said that he has experienced ups and downs in his life, and he has many children, such as Quicksilver and Wanda, such as the green-haired girl Lorna in front of him. And his first daughter, because of his identity, died in front of him at a very young age. Therefore, over the years, Magneto would not want to recognize these children unless he had to. If it wasn't for Lorna's awakening mutant ability some time ago, her hair would turn green. At the same time, after Chen joined him, he had the confidence to build a country, summoned countless mutants, and announced the establishment of a mutant country in this remote part of Africa. So I came to the door, brought Lorna back, and Quicksilver. In the afternoon of the second day, a convoy of several limousines drove into the boarding airport of Pochut Municipal Airport through a special passage. The doors of the front and rear 3 cars opened, and more than a dozen bodyguards in black suits came down. One of them came to the second extended Rolls-Royce, opened the door respectfully, and the inside Chen Tian got out of the car with a calm expression. Today, he is wearing black casual clothes that look ordinary but are actually exquisitely made, which sets him off tall and handsome. And when Chen Tian came down, the more than 10 bodyguards who came down all looked solemn and looked at him with fanatical admiration. In the eyes of these Bloody Hand Guild subordinates, their guild leader is an invincible god who easily destroyed the Trunk Gang that had been fighting for many years. At the moment, the Bloody Hand will be the dominant player in the city of Pocot, and even become famous on the entire Mexican National Highway. In fact, Chen Tian didn't want to take these bodyguards when he went out, but the old housekeeper did not agree. It was said that as the president of the Bloody Hand Club, he should not be small when he went out, otherwise he would be laughed at by others, and Chen Tian, who couldn't beat him, would be too lazy to insist. After Chen Tian came down, it was Edith Lace with a beautiful face in a red dress. Looking at the sky, Edith Lace asked suspiciously, "Darling, isn't the plane arriving in a while? What are we doing here so early?" Chen Tian said lightly, "Mr. Jake and the others are guests. As students, we are asking others to help, so we must welcome them early." Although his strength is now stronger, and ordinary people are as fragile as ants in his eyes, Chen Tian does not feel that he is great. Although he is indeed a cow, the basic etiquette of being a man is still necessary. His indifference is only towards the enemy. Chen Tian smiled and said, "Okay, wait a while, if you feel bored, you can sit in the car." The red-haired girl blinked with her hands behind her back, "As long as Darling is here, I won't be bored." 55. As you like. Chen Tian smiled and said nothing. The past 2 days Chen Tian has been very leisurely, and the affairs of the gang have been handed over to the stewards, so no one came to disturb him, and no one came to cause trouble. And the strength has also skyrocketed in the past 2 days. The grip strength has increased by 4.0 to more than 7,000 tons, and the fist strength has skyrocketed to 50,000, which is even more terrifying. Half an hour later, a special plane landed slowly and finally stopped not far from Chen Tian. The cabin door opened, the bridge was set up, and 5 middle-aged men of different ages got off the plane. Seeing this, Chen Tian greeted him with a smile on his face. "Mr. Jake, Mr. Talus. Welcome everyone." The white middle-aged leader looked at Chen Tian, and then looked at the team and bodyguards behind him, and couldn't help sighing. "West, I haven't seen you for a few days, I feel your aura is different." 5. "Where?" the teacher praised. After the greeting, Chen Tian said, "Jacked, and the teachers, let's get in the car and talk later." 99. "Wait a minute, West, the principal has a gift for us to bring to you." Gift. Chen Tian was a little surprised. "I saw the door under the plane opened, and the 2 staff members pushed out a long and narrow box with some difficulty, and then slowly lifted the box out through the crane that came over. A box that is 1 meter 5 long, half a meter wide, and half a meter high actually uses a crane. Plus X-rays can't see what's inside." Suddenly Chen Tian became interested. According to the structure of this drawing, the whole is expanded downward by 5 floors, and each floor is 6 meters high. In the basement of the manor, Chen Tian held a drawn engineering drawing and discussed the next construction requirements with Jake. On the side, the old butler looked at the 5 mutants curiously, wondering what they were going to do. There is a very solid underground fortress under the Chen family manor, which is enough to resist the attack of a large number of armed men as a retreat from the attack. It's just that at the moment, the underground fortress Chen Tian doesn't like it and is ready to transform it. Looking at the drawings, Jake said slowly, "It's just 5 floors up and down, with a height of more than 30 meters, it can be done in about a week. However, when building, West, you have to prepare the required materials. After all, although we can change some materials, terrain, and build the overall framework, we can't create wires out of thin air." "No problem, if you have any requirements, Mr. Jake, you can tell the housekeeper, and he will prepare everything." When Jake and the housekeeper were talking about what materials were needed, Chen Tian took Edith Lace back to the villa. He was going to see what Professor X's gift was. "Darling, what's inside?" In the room, Edith Lace put her hands behind her back, bent down slightly, and looked curiously at the black box on the ground. Chen Tian said slowly, "If I guessed correctly, it should be a weapon." 99. Weapon, such a heavy weapon. Edith Lace was a little surprised, because the box weighed a ton, and even she struggled to lift it. In the end, Chen Tian returned to room 21 with one hand. "Should be." Having said that, Chen Tian squatted down slightly and put his hand on the fingerprint lock screen on the front of the box. Drop. When it is detected that someone touches, the electronic screen in the middle lights up, and then pops up a prompt that the fingerprint verification is passed. Click. The inner locks on both sides flicked open, and then the heavy box slowly opened under the watchful eyes of the 2 of them. A long straight sword with a dark body, a handle of 30 centimeters long, a blade 1 meter long, 6 centimeters wide, and a back thickness of 2 centimeters, with a snow-white blade, was revealed. At first glance, this weapon seems to be nothing special except that it is a little long and a little thick. At this moment, Chen Tian's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed Professor X. Apparently, when the box was opened, the professor also received the message. Seeing this, Chen Tian clicked to connect, and the professor's gentle voice came from the opposite side. "West, the weapon has been received." Obviously, Professor X has never forgotten Chen Tian's request. A smile appeared on Chen Tian's face, just opened the box. "Professor, is there anything special about this weapon?" Opposite Professor X smiled and said, "Definitely, I remember your request, West, that the weapon should be strong, sharp, and the heavier the better. So in the manufacture of this weapon, not only the refined adamantium, but also 17 metallic elements, 3 of which come from outside the Earth. 5. Beyond the Earth." Chen Tian raised his brows. Didn't I tell you that there are aliens on Earth? I happen to know 2 of them, and they have deep research on forging weapons. 39. At my request, it took them half a month, with the assistance of a mutant in the school, to complete the manufacture of this weapon yesterday. According to them, this weapon initially weighed 1.2 tons, was as strong as adamantium, and was just as sharp. 99. In addition, there is strong energy conductivity, and at the hilt position, they integrate a material from a dwarf planet, the geomagnetic core. After the local magnetic core energy absorbing, its own weight will increase without limit. The more energy it absorbs, the heavier it will be. Hearing this, Chen Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Obviously, the weapon was almost tailor-made for him. In particular, the geomagnetic core that can energy absorbing and increase his own weight is simply a powerful addition to Chen Tian, making this barely usable weapon into an artifact. Yes, a weapon that weighs 1 ton is as light as a straw for Chen Tian, who now has a grip strength of over 7,000 tons and an arm strength of over 10,000 tons. Haha, how about it? I'm very satisfied. The laughter of Professor X came from the opposite side. I remember Wester, after your second awakening of the X gene, the power in your body materialized and you can attach it to your fist. So you should still be able to use this weapon. Speaking of which, Professor X felt a little emotional. When he was designing weapons with those 2 people, he expected the weight of the finished product to reach 1 ton, which was enough for Chen Tian to use. But who knows, the speed of his power growth is so exaggerated. At this moment, Chen Tian suddenly said, Professor, there are not many people who know this weapon. The opposite Professor X paused slightly and said slowly, there are only 4 people who know the characteristics of this weapon, plus me? Chen Tian asked again, do they have any connection with the official of the United States, or other major powers? 35. Chen Tian's words made Professor X pause again. No, they are very special. Almost no one on Earth knows their existence. 99. As for the other mutant, who is also in the school, no information will be released. That's good. A smile appeared on Chen Tian's face. When he saw this weapon, Chen Tian's plan to attack the Sentry Laboratory popped up. He was thinking about how to hide his identity when he destroyed the Sentry Laboratory and the military base and took away those research materials and research equipment. Because of some previous battles, almost all of his abilities were exposed, and once he started, his true identity would be discovered. After all, his ability is too obvious. At present, Chen Tian is not ready to completely turn against the United States. After all, in Nick's hands, there is still a communicator that Roar can call Captain Marvel. This is someone who can head-on overpower Thanos without gems. West, what are you going to do? The opposite Professor X couldn't help asking. From Chen Tian's words, he vaguely guessed something. Because the weapon was made with the help of Professor X, and he had to finish it later, Chen Tian did not hide it. Professor, you know about the Sentry Laboratory. 35. You mean it? Professor X on the opposite side was a little shocked. Yes, I am going to destroy that military base, including the Trask Industrial Laboratory below, Chen Tian explained. After the last Devil Island battle, Sentinel's performance was mediocre, disappointing the United States officials, and under pressure, they are working on a second-generation Sentinel. So I've been thinking about destroying Sentry Labs in order to never have trouble. In fact, the real situation is that Chen Tian took a fancy to Sentry research. But a lot of the time, the art of speaking lies here. After changing the angle, it made Chen Tian look very great, and he thought about mutants' future very much. Chen Tian's words caused Professor X to be silent for a while before he said, West, that military base is heavily defended, and a mechanized reinforcement regiment of more than 3,000 people is stationed there. In addition to being equipped with conventional light and heavy firearms, there is also a defense missile system, a low-altitude rocket artillery regiment, and many defenses against mutant ability. And these are just the defenses on the surface. Inside, there are more than a dozen mutants controlled by the Trask Institute, and they are not weak. 99. One of them can temporarily disable the mutant ability within a certain range. In addition to the 2 special sentries stocked by the Institute, the 5 second-generation Sentinels that have been produced, even if all X-Men are dispatched, they may not be able to break through. From this translation, it can be heard that Professor X has also been monitoring the Sentry Institute, otherwise it would be impossible to be so clear about the situation there. Many information cannot be found online. For example, Chen Tian hacked into the network of Trask Industry, and there was no mutant that made mutant ability ineffective. I didn't expect that place was so heavily guarded. Chen Tian was a little surprised, and then showed a faint smile on his face, but for me, that mutant's restraint is not great. Yes, you and JYN can ignore that mutant, admitted Professor X on the opposite side. In his opinion, Chen Tian's main ability is physical strengthening, while energy burst is secondary. Therefore, even if he is restrained by that mutant and cannot use the ability of energy burst, his body that has already been strengthened to an inhuman body still possesses terrifying combat power. But even so, you can't be careless, Professor X reminded. Chen Tian smiled slightly. Don't worry, Professor, I won't do it until I'm sure. I still have to do some preparations. 39. Knowing that Chen Tian could not be persuaded, Professor X pondered slightly. West, remember to inform me the day you start. I will use a brainwave amplifier to help you. As for Scott and the others, because ability is too obvious, they can't take action. It is good. Hanging up the phone, Chen Tian saw that the red-haired girl had come close to him, with a desire for blood in his eyes, and excitedly said, "Darling, I'm going to. You? No, that mutant is very restrained on you." 99. Chen Tian shook his head and refused. "Without mutant ability, your strength is only 10%, and it is very dangerous to face thousands of elite soldiers." After rejecting Edith Lace, Chen Tian got busy. He has to make some preparations, such as remodeling the shape of the knife, and at the same time creating a pair of equipment for himself to disguise its appearance. There is also the swordsmanship that hides the way of fighting. These problems were easy to solve. Chen Tian called directly and asked Lucia to buy a precision instrument processing factory and a metal manufacturing factory. Then I plunged into the largest university library in Pokot, flipped through books on materials science and metal chemistry, and began to enrich myself. He was going to spend a few days building himself a handsome, sturdy outfit for his second identity. Yes, after having the X-Men identity on the bright side. Using the special weapon obtained today, Chen Tian intends to combine the inheritance of swordsmanship in the virtual battlefield to obtain a secret identity in the future. This identity is used to do things that cannot be seen, such as destroying the Sentry laboratory, evacuating equipment, and research materials. There are also infinite gems looted on Earth ahead of time. Chen Tian was a little interested in those gems. He wanted to know how powerful he would be when he had the power of Superman and then used the power of wireless gems. And those few gems are too powerful. It is better to be controlled by him than to be obtained by others. Otherwise, one day he will encounter enemies with gem powers, and there will be some trouble at that time. And Chen Tian also had an idea, just to see if he could integrate those infinite gems with Superman's physical strength, instead of using them as weapons. If he can integrate the gems of time, space, soul, and power, he might be able to evolve into a silver superstar ahead of time. When you are busy, time always flies by quickly. In the past 2 days, a strange phenomenon has occurred in the library of Sanglai University. In the corner, a black-haired girl is flipping through a book. Definitely, the point is not this. The point is that the black-haired boy who looks a little smaller than them is very handsome. He's more handsome than the big stars on TV. Coupled with the tall and straight figure that is comparable to that of a male model, the smile that makes people feel warm like sunshine, makes these girls drool. Don't think that only men are lustful, and women are no different. Therefore, in the past 2 days, the boys at Sanglai University found that many girls ran to the library after class, and some even stayed in the library all day. Inside the library, Chen Tian sat in the corner constantly flipping through books on materials, mechanics, and metal chemistry, with his eyes imprinting everything on the back of his head like a scanner. In his mind, the brain operates at a terrifying speed, summarizing, and then absorbing this information into his own knowledge. At the same time, beside Chen Tian, there were also blonde, silver, and brown-haired female college students who were all over 70 and had a good figure. He is constantly taking away the books he has read and putting them back in their original places. No one knew what the dark-haired teenager was looking for. Although someone asked, the black-haired boy just smiled, which made these girls even more curious. Looking at Chen Tian surrounded by a bunch of beautiful college students, the envy eyes of those boys in the distance turned red. The same people, why is the gap so big, alas? At this time, just after Chen Tian finished flipping through a book, the silver-haired beauty on the side bent down slightly and handed a book to him with a judo voice. "West, this is the last book on materials science in the library 9. Chen Tian took the book, with a gentle smile on his face, looking very sunny and handsome. "Thank you, Euphemia. This silver short-haired beauty is the most beautiful one of the group of women. Not only is she very attractive and beautiful, but her figure is also very plump. Especially the pair of straight long legs, compared with those supermodels with wings in Victoria." When the last book was finished, Chen Tian closed his eyes, and after a long time he slowly exhaled. In more than 2 days, after reading thousands of books, the vast amount of knowledge and information accumulated in his mind, even Chen Tian would take a while to sort out. After reading these books, Chen Tian's understanding and cognitive ability of materials science, mechanical manufacturing, and metal chemistry have reached a first-class level. Yes, it's just like a first-class professor, not a top scientist. After all, he has only finished reading it now, and has not yet understood integrate. It takes time to study it in depth to improve his level. At this moment, the figure of the old housekeeper appeared at the entrance of the library, went upstairs to Chen Tian, and said in a low voice, "Young master, there are guests at home." Guest. Chen Tian raised his brows. It seems that this guest should be unusual, so Chen Tian regretted those beauties. "Euphemia, thank you for these 2 days. Originally, I was going to invite everyone to a meal at noon as a thank you." The silver-haired beauty lifted her hair from her ears and showed a charming smile. "It's okay, West, you have to do something in advance." "Okay, bye everyone." Under the gazes of these beauties, Chen Tian walked outside the library. There was already a luxurious extended Rolls-Royce parked there, which attracted many students around. After all, such luxury cars are rare in universities. The housekeeper opened the car door and waited for Chen Tian to get in the car before closing the door and leaving. In this scene, the eyes of the beauties upstairs flickered. "Master, just before, 3 mutants who said they were your friends came to visit." 99. Inside the Rolls-Royce, the old butler reported things to Chen Tian. "Mutant, my friend." Chen Tian was a little surprised. The old butler respectfully said, "Yes, young master." Chen Tian thought about it and found that he didn't seem to have any mutant friends, and he would come at this time, and he didn't call him to inform him. What are these people like? A woman of European and black mixed race in her 20s, with tattoos on half of her face, and a white man with silver hair, who also looks in her 20s and 30s. There's another, a girl with green hair who looks a little smaller than Edith Lace. European and American mixed race, a woman with tattoos on half of her face. Is it a night girl? Chen Tian raised his brows, already knowing where these people came from. I just don't know, what did Magneto send to him at this time? After thinking about it for a while, Chen Tian put this aside, his consciousness sank, and in the endless void, his perception reached a space of 2 cubic file sizes. This storage space is rarely used after he owns it. System, can the storage space be expanded? Chen Tian's voice sounded in his mind. After he destroyed the Sentry laboratory, he had to find a way to get those research equipment away. As for how to get it, Chen Tian immediately thought of the storage space. Facing Chen Tian's question, the system's voice sounded in his mind. The host can consume the source, strengthen the storage space, and one point of the source can expand 1,000 cubic meters. 39. Consume the source. Chen Tian suddenly felt some pain. After accumulating for so long, he only stored 8 points of origin, preparing for the leap to the silver superstar in the future, but he didn't expect to consume 1 point to expand the storage space. This guy looks rich. In another luxurious reception hall of the villa, Quicksilver looked at a famous medieval oil painting on the wall, as well as the artworks on the display racks, and couldn't help smashing his tongue. Don't think that the Quicksilver house means little knowledge. Because his thinking speed is too fast, he squatted at home and surfed the internet all day long and learned a lot of knowledge. Therefore, he found many things in the hall, and anyone outside is a work of art and antiques worth tens of thousands or hundreds of dollars. It's just that the things in this living room are worth tens of millions of dollars, which makes him a little shocked. You must know that Magneto has become a national leader now, and the place where he lives is very simple, and this supposedly powerful X-Man is actually so rich. Similarly, Lorna, a night girl who has always lived at the bottom of society, also looked a little restrained in the luxurious living room and did not dare to touch it while sitting on the sofa. At this time, the living room door was pushed open by the servant. Just as Chen Tian and the housekeeper entered the living room, Quicksilver disappeared in place and appeared in front of Chen Tian at a terrifying speed. At this moment, in front of Quicksilver, everything almost came to a standstill. For example, the old housekeeper's right foot is halfway through, and he opens his mouth to greet Roar's night girl, and in the distant water tank, the goldfish spit bubbles halfway. Definitely, Quicksilver didn't mean to attack Chen Tian. He wants to test Chen Tian's strength, because Magneto said that this X-Man is just like him, fast, so Quicksilver wants to see how fast he is. What disappointed Quicksilver was that he had already come to this X-Man, and he still didn't react at all. Sure enough, I was the fastest mutant in the world. Thinking of this, Quicksilver, who passed by Chen Tian, showed a proud smile on his face. But the smile suddenly froze. Because he found that just when he and this X-Man passed by, the other's neck was turning slightly, and his eyes were turning with his movement. And deep in those indifferent eyes, a fiery red light glowed faintly, exuding a dangerous aura that made his heart palpitate. What? Quicksilver was startled and almost hit the wall. Whoosh! At the last moment, Quicksilver teleported back to the same place, with the same smile on his face, as if he hadn't moved at all. Apart from that, he and Chen Tian knew what had just happened. Even the night girl, who was similar to Edith Lace and possessed an explosive limit speed, didn't feel anything. The night girl stood up and said politely, "Mr. West, hello, we meet again." Chen Tian nodded lightly. "Do you have anything to do with your visit?" After speaking, Chen Tian glanced at Quicksilver with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Because the speed that Quicksilver showed just now was too fast, so fast that he could only keep up with his conscious response. You must know that with his current strength, his regular movement speed has reached a speed of 400 meters per second. On the property page, the limit burst even reached a speed of 900 meters per second. That's nearly 3 times the speed of sound. The speed of Quicksilver just now exceeded 10 times the supersonic speed under the power of the faint interference that slowed down the fluctuation of time in this area. Sure enough, it is worthy of being the fastest existence in the so-called mutant. Chen Tian was thoughtful in his eyes. Definitely, although he couldn't keep up with Quicksilver's body movements, his conscious responses kept up. If Quicksilver was malicious just now, a fiery heat ray would have landed on him. The night girl didn't know what Chen Tian was thinking, and smiled. "Mr. West, please let me introduce you first. This is Mr. Pietro, codenamed Quicksilver, who was also an X-Man." 99. Chen Tian nodded slightly. "This, Miss Lorna, is the daughter of Mr. Eric, the Speaker of Parliament." Chen Tian was really surprised this time. Magneto's daughter, so young. At the same time, in my heart, I also guessed the other identity of this green-haired girl, the leader of the Mutant Resistance Organization with extraordinary abilities, Polaris. Chen Tian's tone made the green-haired girl with a strong personality a little unhappy. "I heard that your code name is Superman, but it doesn't seem to be as powerful as Superman." Superman. Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The attitude of the green-haired girl, "How good is the king?" startled the night girl. She quickly rounded up, "Mr. West, don't get me wrong, Miss Lorna has such a personality. As for Superman, it is the code name given to you by some international organizations, because your performance is very similar to Superman. 99. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Chen Tian's face. He has been busy reading books for the past 2 days, and he still doesn't know that he already has this code name. Sure enough, there are no idiots in the world, but fortunately his X-gene ability can disguise his true Superman identity. In this case, I may be able to act more like Superman in the future, and make people more indistinguishable from the real and the fake. For a time, countless thoughts flashed in Chen Tian's mind. This time we are here, entrusted by the Speaker of Parliament, to invite you to attend the founding assembly of the new Mutant Republic on May 3rd, a week later. 35. Naturally, Chen Tian would not have the same knowledge as a little girl, so he raised his brows when he heard the words, the National Founding Conference. The night girl politely said, yes, the founding conference, some powerful mutants in the world will participate, including Mr. Charles. Although he was an enemy in the past, Magneto's stance has changed since he was transformed from an ordinary person to the leader of a rebel organization to the founding of a nation. At least in terms of identity, he and the presidents of all countries in the world belong to the same rank. Let's see when I have time, I will participate when I have time. Chen Tian did not fill the account. Quicksilver and others came and went in a hurry. After confirming that Chen Tian is likely to go, they have to catch the next flight and leave. Watching the few people leave, Chen Tian came to the office, took out the electronic drawing board, connected it to the computer, and was ready to start designing equipment for himself. The first thing Chen Tian thought of was the Saint Seiya battlesuit. No way, in those days, those handsome armors with golden light left a deep impression on him, especially the winged Sagittarius. Definitely, the holy clothing that Chen Tian is going to design is only similar in appearance, it does not have the powerful strength of the Saint Seiya battlesuit, and it cannot automatically fly into the suit. And in the details, there are some differences with the Saint Seiya battlesuit. As Chen Tian slid quickly on the electronic drawing board, on the computer, a handsome battlesuit composed of dozens of components, mechanically interlocking, slowly emerged. The first step is to get the appearance, followed by the internal electronic chip design, circuit design, communication equipment. In the next few days, Chen Tian buried himself in the acquired metal manufacturing factory, the high-quality machining factory, and no one knew what he was doing there. Until a phone call called him out. Back at the villa, Chen Tian saw several people in the living room waiting for him. The old butler introduced nervously, Master, this is the governor of Leon Continent, Mr. Monty. This is the chief of staff of the Kurud military base, Mr. Radoff. Although in Mexico, the Grey Way is rampant, but the biggest force is still the official. Otherwise, the country's polity would have collapsed long ago, and at the moment is equivalent to the governor of the great history of the frontier, as well as the chief of staff of the military region, who suddenly came to visit their gang, which naturally made the housekeeper very nervous. However, compared to the old housekeeper, Chen Tian seemed to be neither pitiful nor humble, and said with a slight smile, Governor Monty, and Chief of Staff Radoff, it is a pleasure to meet. Having said that, Chen Tian came to sit down opposite the two of them. 643. When Chen Tian sat down, the governor in his 50s smiled and said, during this time, I often heard the name of President West, but I never had the opportunity to meet. 99. I didn't expect President West to be so young. According to Dongfang, he is really young and promising. Chen Tian said politely, Mr. Governor praised me, I just inherited a little family business and started a small business. At this time, the sharp-eyed chief of staff of the military region said lightly, President West's business is not small, and it has already been done in Terra City in just a week. At this rate of development, maybe in a few months, Mr. West's business will reach Mexico City. More. Lucky Terra. Chen Tian was a little surprised and turned to look at the old housekeeper. The old housekeeper on the side hurriedly lowered his head and whispered in front of Chen Tian. Master, these few days, Miss Edith Lays led the Blood Wolf group to expand the business in 3 cities, Huji City, Outland City, and Sing Terra City. There were some battles during this period, and some local gangs were also subdued by the way. Under the whispered explanation of the old housekeeper, Chen Tian gained some understanding of what happened outside these few days. During the few days he was studying the battlesuit, Edith Lays took the Blood Wolf group to break down 1 city almost every 2 days, and then went down to 3 cities in a row. During this period, fierce battles took place with the largest gangs in these cities, resulting in a lot of casualties. Definitely, most of the casualties were the opponent's people, and the Bloody Hands would not lose much. Under her bloody means of slaughtering the largest local gang, the remaining small gangs would tremble with fear. Many even voluntarily surrendered to join the Bloody Hand Society, which greatly increased the strength of the Bloody Hand Society, spread various businesses such as flour, and almost doubled its power. Definitely, someone will be in charge of the follow-up business affairs, and Edith just kills people. Therefore, there are 3 ordinary small cities in 6 days, and almost half of the time is on the road. At this time, Chen Tian already understood the meaning of the other party's arrival, looked at the 3 of them with a smile. I don't know why the 2 of you came to the door today. The chief of staff said lightly, why does President West pretend to be confused? Naturally, I hope you will restrain your subordinates and not mess up the south of Mexico. Mess? Why mess? Chen Tian looked at them strangely. My subordinates just went to other cities to carry out business, and they didn't hurt innocent people, they just had a little conflict with their local counterparts. If my subordinates are not strong enough, they will naturally return. The problem now is that the local peers are not strong enough to withdraw from the market voluntarily, or join my blood hand society, so it's normal, no problem. In Mexico, although the Greyway is rampant, it has always followed certain hidden rules. Innocent people cannot be harmed, and they will even take the initiative to maintain local law and order. For example, the Bloody Hand Gang and the Trunk Gang dispatched 2,000 or 3,000 people to fight, but it did not cause much impact, nor did it hurt any ordinary people. Because they also know that only a good and prosperous market can make more money. Therefore, on the surface, there are only 200,000 troops in the army, but there are millions of gang members in Mexico. The security is actually very good. The law and order in many tourist cities is surprisingly good. As for the governor in front of him, the chief of staff sounds very powerful, and it is indeed high for most people, but Chen Tian doesn't care very much. Although the bloody hands of more than 2,000 people are not very strong, but he is strong enough. If he dared to provoke him, it would not be impossible for Mexico to change a group of high-level officials. Chen Tian's attitude made the chief of staff frown, and the governor smiled bitterly. President West, it's just a normal gang conflict. Naturally we don't need to come forward. But the problem now is that the lady named Edith Lace who will lead the bloody hand will be a mutant. Chen Tian raised his brows. There are rules in this world. Mutant can't join a gang. There really is no such rule. The chief of staff said slowly, but doesn't President West feel that a powerful mutant is unfair to those ordinary gang members? Chen Tian sneered, it's not fair. Then Bronsky from the United States military cooperated with the Trunk Gang before. Why did no one speak when they attacked the Blood Hand Society? The chief of staff frowned. Bronsky is not a mutant. Chen Tian sneered, is there a difference? His strength is stronger than most mutants, and in the end he turned into a giant monster, and even destroyed several streets. In other words, the chief of staff thought that my bloody hands would be easy to bully, and did not dare to mess with the official people of the United States, but came to trouble my bloody hands. Chen Tian's words made both of them frown. Although the battle was fierce that night, many people saw the picture of him and the hatred fighting without Chen Tian deliberately hiding it. Therefore, both of the governor knew that the young man in front of him smashed the monster with one punch and destroyed a street of terror. In fact, this time, the governor and the chief of staff will be attracted, mainly because Edith Lace killed too much. Hundreds of people were beheaded at one time, and more than 1,000 members of the gang died in her hands in a few days, which has caused great panic in the surrounding cities. Not only those gang members, but also the local society had a great impact. But at this moment, Chen Tian's attitude changed, but since the governor and the chief of staff have all come forward today, I can't help but give them face. Well, I'll make a call later and call Edith Lace back. At the same time, I also guarantee that in the future, when the Bloody Hand will conflict with those gangs in the surrounding cities, we will try our best to avoid such large-scale casualties. Chen Tian's sudden change of attitude made the two of them stunned. Speaking of this, Chen Tian's voice changed, but I also hope that in the future, when Bloody Hand will obey the rule, everyone will abide by the rules, otherwise. Having said that, Chen Tian stopped. But although he finished speaking, the two of them understood what he meant. The governor was relieved immediately, with a smile on his face, and assured, President West rest assured, as long as it is normal commercial competition, we will not care. Chen Tian also showed a smile on his face, you too can rest assured that our worst group has always followed the principle of healthy competition when doing business. I think there is only one prosperous, stable market that is good for everyone. Ha 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 ha. President West is young and promising. Next, the two sides blew each other's business, and then the two said goodbye and left. In fact, a bloody hand meeting with 2,000 or 3,000 people is not enough to make a governor and the chief of staff of the military region care so much. The two people pay attention to Chen Tian. As the high-level executives of Mexico, they are no strangers to mutant, and they also understand that this mutant is not only powerful, but also has the identity of X-Men. After the two left with their subordinates, Chen Tian called Edith and asked her to come back. On the dimly lit earth, Chen Tian appeared out of thin air. After completing the transformation of Superman's body, Chen Tian focused on studying the genes in his body, and did not enter the virtual battlefield for a long time. At the moment, after the preliminary production of the battlesuit was completed, Chen Tian came here again. No nonsense, Chen Tian directly chose the difficult mode, and instantly two dull middle-aged men appeared out of thin air, holding the long knife in their hands. Boom! The moment Chen Tian chose to start, two transparent blade chi up to 10 meters tore apart the sky. Before the sword chi fell, a long and narrow crack was torn out of the earth, and the momentum was terrifying. The figures on the virtual battlefield are the same as Chen Tian, which means that when Chen Tian's grip strength reaches 10,000 tons, the opponent's body strength also reaches 10,000 tons. Therefore, compared to before, the strength of the two middle-aged people at the moment has also skyrocketed by hundreds of times, and they are earth-shattering as soon as they make a move. Boom! In the face of the two swords, Chen Tian, who was already familiar with the opponent's fighting style, flashed, and instantly punched the sword light from the left and right. Bang bang! Under the power of domineering and condensing, the two lines of compressed air were completely compressed by vibration, and the substantive knife gas formed instantly collapsed. In an instant, three figures invisible to the naked eye fought together, the ground shattered and the void vibrated, filled with harsh roars and wind waves. Because the speed is too fast, the two sides will fight hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chen Tian's eyes showed a ruthless look, and at the moment when the knife flashed past the right side, he used the left shoulder to cut the knife from the left side. Squeak squeak. The instant the long knife fell on Chen Tian's shoulder, the terrifying shock force condensed on the blade erupted, and even the body of steel was torn apart by a huge gap. But at the same time, the knife was also blocked by Chen Tian's musculoskeletal, and the fist containing terrifying power blasted the air and landed on the chest of the middle-aged man. Boom! Under the power of domineering terror, the middle-aged man exploded in an instant. At this moment, a message of defective knife technique poured into Chen Tian's mind, and at the same time, a special power formed out of thin air in his body. As he expected, when he kills a middle-aged man, he will acquire some special sword techniques. It should be the inheritance of power. Chen Tian has long discovered that although the characters appearing in the virtual battlefield have powerful sword skills, boxing skills, and physical data as strong as him, but only physical data. There is no power materialization feature after the X gene ability awakening, and there is no increase in the ability of Man of Steel. Therefore, in the case of hard resistance to a knife, kill one person instantly. Acquired defective swordsmanship and legacy of power. Suddenly, Chen Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed the long knife that had been suspended by his side, and the power in his body poured into the knife under the transformation of the special inheritance power. Boom! In an instant, a 10-meter-long golden saber light shot up into the sky, the ground shattered where it passed, and it swept away toward the middle-aged man chasing after him. In the face of such a domineering knife, the middle-aged man's expression did not change at all, and the same knife cut out with a transparent knife that was 10 meters long. Bang! At the moment when the two swords met, the transparent swords were chopped up by the more condensed and domineering golden swords, setting off a violent storm. As for the middle-aged man, he was also cut off by the high-shocking golden saber aura. Congratulations to the host, clearing the hard mode virtual battlefield and getting rewards, a wisp of shocking sword intent law. Along with the prompt, the original defective characteristic power in Chen Tian's body exploded in an instant, and there was a faint meaning of completeness. Knife intent law. Chen Tian was a little surprised. He originally thought that the strong middle-aged man was the reason for his sword skills, but he didn't expect it to be a law-level sword intent. Although only a wisp. Surprised, Chen Tian's consciousness sank into the body, and he immediately perceived that there was a grey phantom more than 10 centimeters long on his chest. This phantom is like a knife, exuding a profound aura. And just when Chen Tian consciously saw the phantom, he seemed to see countless oscillating particles, endless atoms colliding, and constantly oscillating light. Hiss! Chen Tian shook his bloated brain whole. At that moment, countless chaotic information poured into his mind, which almost made Chen Tian feel unbearable. After pondering slightly, Chen Tian's thoughts moved. In an instant, in his perception, with the impulse of his thoughts, the phantom radiated an amazing suction, which absorbed the golden energy deep in the surrounding Kryptonian cells. Then spit out the transformed golden power from the other end, and poured into the knife along the arm. In an instant, the golden light on the surface of the blade circulated, and at a speed beyond the perception of ordinary people, it oscillated thousands of times a second, forming a terrifying tearing force on the blade. Boom! Accompanied by Chen Tian's casual wave, a 10-meter-long half-moon-shaped golden saber slashed out, tearing the air and shaking the void. Boom! The earth roared, the soil splashed all over the sky, and a crack of more than 20 meters long appeared on the ground. After pondering slightly, Chen Tian waved the knife again, and in an instant, a much smaller half-moon-shaped knife roared out again and slammed into the ground. Boom boom boom! Next, Chen Tian was like a human-shaped missile launcher, constantly slashing out majestic swords, destroying the surrounding earth into ruins. After a long time, Chen Tian slowly exhaled and stopped. Through the series of tests just now, Chen Tian was generally familiar with and mastered this power, and he could control the power of the blade air at will. File size. On the whole, the harvest this time was great, giving Chen Tian an extra way to fight the enemy. But the improvement of his combat power is not too big. Because there is an upper limit on the conversion speed of that sword intent, it can burst out a golden sword energy of up to 20 meters at a time, and cut a crack as long as 100 meters. But Chen Tian entered the first level outbreak of the X gene ability, and he could knock down half a street with a single punch. That's why Chen Tian feels that there is only one more fighting method, unless the strength of this force increases in the future, reaching 100,000 times and 1,000,000 times of shocks. Then the power will be terrifying. In the pavilion in the backyard, Chen Tian slowly opened his eyes, and his black and white eyes were shining brightly like stars, revealing a faint terrifying pressure. Like a god who is above hundreds of millions of lives, masters the rules and overlooks all living beings. The coercion emanating from the invisible made the old butler who came over to stop. Chen Tian turned his head slightly. "Steward, is there something wrong?" "Master, Mr. Jake said that the underground laboratory has been built, please come and have a look." "All right." A smile appeared on Chen Tian's face, and the pressure in his eyes gradually dissipated. After the research institute is repaired, then he will only need to wait for the research equipment to move in, and then he can start researching how to cultivate the original X gene. Under the base of the Xavier Gifted School, Chen Tian saw a theory from a document that all mutants' power came from the original X gene. That is, in ancient times, the first batch of people with the X gene appeared on their bodies. After countless years of inheritance, mutation, and evolution, these primitive X genes have evolved into various super abilities. If we can go back to the past and cultivate the original form of the X gene, does it mean that what ability you want to have? What ability can you have? This theory seems very bold. Under this theory, that person kept extracting the X gene from many mutants, experimenting for more than 10 years, and then all of them failed. The so-called primordial X gene was not bred at all. Not to mention the later step of transplanting the original X gene into the experimental body, and finally activating the super ability through the self-reproduction of the cells. After all, the human body has a rejection mechanism, and it is not the same body's cell gene organization that enters the body and will be killed by the immune system. And even if this step is successful, later, it is necessary to wait for the original X gene cells in the body to self-replicate and the number to reach the conditions for activating the ability, in order to obtain the desired super ability. It can be said that this research is almost impossible to achieve. But this theory and those experimental data gave Chen Tian hope. He doesn't need any primitive X gene cells, what he wants is those X genes with powerful abilities, such as molecular control, space control, and time control. So he only needs to obtain the X genes of these abilities, and then cultivate and copy them from generation to generation, and finally remove the traces of personal genes contained in them. The second step can be carried out after the formation of unknown original ecological X gene cells. At this point, Chen Tian's idea is to integrate his DNA into the original ecological cells, so that the new generation of cells generated is equal to his body tissue. Although the Kryptonian cells leave his body, they will collapse under the influence of the rule's power. But the X gene cells in his body won't. At that time, once the research is successful, he can implant the X gene cells with special ability into the body. Then, with the help of the terrifying evolution ability of Krypton cells, it is continuously sorted and replicated, and finally the number of cells required to activate the ability is reached. Definitely, this is just a theory at the moment, so Chen Tian needs top-notch biological experimental equipment and a large number of mutant genes to conduct experiments one after another. That's why he's leaving the Xavier School and eyeing the Sentry Institute. Because cultivating genetic cells is actually similar to cloning, not only is the requirement very high, but some experiments also violate the rationale and morality. Here, in these places, we have left the line access points. It is more convenient for you to install doors or defensive weapons. 9. The overall frame is 2 meters thick, and the walls are as hard as the strongest concrete at present. Even ground-penetrating missiles can break through the first floor at most. Flowers. In the underground research room, the 5 Jake who had been busy for several days were talking to Chen Tian about the situation of the research institute. Looking at these mutants who helped him a lot, Chen Tian was very grateful. I have worked hard for several teachers these days. Jake shook his head. West, you don't have to be so polite. Everyone is a mutant, and we are very happy to be able to help, proving that our ability is not a waste. Several teachers are humble. After a few polite words, Chen Tian asked the housekeeper to arrange for them to go down to rest. After a while, Edith Lays also drove back to the manor. Today's girl is similar to the photo Chen Tian first saw, wearing a black lady's suit and white shirt, perfectly showing her tall and graceful figure. Coupled with the bust that almost burst the shirt, the beautiful and delicate face, handsome and coquettish temperament, more beautiful than those world-class stars. But when the servants and bodyguards in the manor saw her, they instinctively took 2 steps back, all captured by the amazing murderous aura emanating from her invisible body. Even Chen Tian couldn't help shaking his head when he saw her. How many people did you kill this time? The red-haired girl carried her hands on her back, walked briskly in front of Chen Tian, and said playfully, "Report, darling, not many, just over 1,100. You are just words." 35 Chen Tian paused, but didn't have much response. Chen Tian has no sympathy for those Grey Dao personnel who sell flour, smuggling, control selling yin, etc., and die when they die, including those subordinates of the Bloody Hand Society. Since you come out to eat this meal, you must be prepared to be killed at any time. And speaking of it, he killed a lot. So he is the same, with constant fighting, killing, and friction and revenge with various forces. He is ready to be approached by the strong at any time. This is also the reason why he still wants to have those powerful X-memory ability after he has the Superman power that increases his strength at a terrifying speed after basking in the sun. One more power, one more method, one more trump card. Let's go, I'll take you to try the battle suit. If there is a problem, it's easy to debug. 35. The red-haired girl suddenly lit up and said excitedly, "Darling, you are willing to take me there." 35. Chen Tian glanced at her and said lightly, "Your current physique is almost 40 times that of an ordinary person. Even if your ability is limited, you still have a strong combat power. And there are a lot of people in that base. You can kill some more, and your strength can be improved a lot, which will help me even more." 99. Actually Chen Tian at the moment was a little disappointed. In the front, after beheading more than 30 people, Edith Lazy has doubled the physique of ordinary people. When she destroyed the Trunk Club, Edith Lace beheaded nearly 300 members of the gang, and her physique increased 7 times, reaching the level of 22 times that of ordinary people. Now, after beheading another 1,100 people, it has only increased from 22 to 40 times. 18 times the increase in the physique of ordinary people is equivalent to doubling the number of talents killed by more than 60 people. Obviously, although she can strengthen her body by devouring the life force of the beheaded person, as her strength increases, the speed becomes slower and slower. There might be a limit. For example, 50 times, or 100 times the physical strength of ordinary people. Darling, I like you so much. Just when Chen Tian was thinking, the excited Edith Lacy rushed towards him directly. Then Chen Tian pressed his forehead with one hand, and said in a bad mood, "Don't keep thinking about taking advantage of me and leave." Night falls slowly. In the machining factory, Chen Tian moved his body slowly, and suddenly there was a metal friction sound from his body. At the moment, Chen Tian is wearing a gorgeous and heavy black battle suit, similar in shape to the Virgo sacred clothes, but modified in some details. For example, the texture on the surface is more delicate, the face is also covered by a black mask, the eyes are inlaid with red crystals, and the golden circle behind the head is changed to a black flame shape. At the same time, the sharp horns on the head were also changed to look like a crown. The pair of black wings behind him have also been modified to look like a pair of real wings, and the black metal ribbons hanging below are like feathers and capes. At this moment, Chen Tian is like a Mephisto descending, and his invisible body exudes a sense of oppression, full of oppression. Looking at this scene, I was wearing Edith Lace, whose overall shape was similar to that of the Silver Pegasus battlesuit, with some details modified, and I couldn't help but envy. Darling, why is your battlesuit so much more gorgeous than mine? After putting on the battlesuit, Chen Tian lowered his head slightly, because your strength is not enough to put on the dark battlesuit. Ah, Edith was taken aback. Chen Tian said slowly, in the future, I am going to build a dark zodiac Saint Seiya composed of powerful mutants. In this team, the strength and level are distinguished by battlesuits, such as the strongest 650 Dark God Warrior, and the first level Silver Saint. In this world, although there are DC comics, there are no Golden Saints and Dragon Balls. Therefore, Chen Tian's words made Edith's eyes light up, and she excitedly said, "Darling, I want to join." Chen Tian calmly said, "You are now, but the level is only silver. When your strength meets the requirements in the future, you can put on the dark battlesuit." 35. Darling, I will try my best. Edith Lace nodded excitedly. Definitely, in terms of normal strength, Edith Lace is similar to Silver Saint Seiya. Although he does not have a small universe, he can still move and fight at supersonic speeds. As for Chen Tian, his current strength is a little worse than that of the Golden Saint. After all, in the setting, the Golden Saint can enter the high-speed movement and fight. Although this setting sucks. The difference between the battle suits of the two was actually mainly due to Chen Tian's lack of time, so he could only make a perfect golden sacred battlesuit. Definitely, the color is black. So Edith Lace can only make do with it, and wear a silver battlesuit first. At the moment, on Chen Tian's back, he was also carrying the long knife that weighed more than a ton, but the shape of the knife body had also undergone some changes, and it was also turned into pure black. At the same time, behind Edith Lace, there is also a silver longsword, and the whole body of the sword is made of a metal similar to aerospace alloy. Although not as good as her adamantium-infused weapon, it is still extremely sharp with her blade power. Let's go. With that said, Chen Tian stretched out his hand to hug Edith Lace's waist, and when his mind moved, a special fluctuation occurred in the biological force field in his body, and the air between the two suddenly distorted within a meter range. Gradually, the two disappeared as if they were invisible. Boom! Suddenly, the empty ground shook, a sonic boom roared in the air, and a vague black figure could be seen rising into the sky. In the past few days, Chen Tian has been able to distort the water molecules in the air by constantly experimenting with the biological force field, reaching the level of physical invisibility. It's just that the current stealth effect is not perfect, and it needs to stand still. Once moved, the stealth effect will be poor, revealing a transparent shadow, or even disappearing. But these are enough for Chen Tian. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Chen Tian, who was holding Edith Lace in his arms, flew at a speed of double the speed of sound, which was more than 300 meters per second, and aimed at the Sentry Institute, which was more than 4,000 kilometers away. With the grip strength exceeding 10,000 tons, Chen Tian's overall strength has become stronger and stronger, and his various convenience abilities have also been greatly improved. For example, heat ray is more powerful, biological force field is more powerful, and flight moves faster. The United States, in the Bajia Mountains of West Asia, hidden in the mountains dozens of kilometers away from the city, is an unknown military base. The base is backed by the mountains, half built outside and half inside. There are more than a dozen military camps, several 5-story buildings, anti-aircraft missile launch vehicles, radar positions, and fortifications covered by special cloth. From a distance, it looks like a steel fortress. At the moment, even at night, the base is still heavily guarded, and a group of soldiers with guns can be seen patrolling by from time to time. And around the base, the light emitted by the headlights illuminated a range of dozens of meters outside the camp, and no one could get close to the base without being discovered. Inside the mountain wall behind was a huge amount of research institute, which was brightly lit, and many researchers in white coats kept walking around. In the depths, mutants' screams were faintly heard. Mars, increase the electric current. We need to stimulate the X gene activity in him to the greatest extent. 99. The X factor stripped in this way can be converted and used immediately when it is embedded in the Sentry core, otherwise there will be a delay in use. The third floor of the research institute, in the laboratory responsible for stripping the mutant X factor, is doing cruel experiments. In the room separated by tempered bulletproof glass, a teenage mutant was trapped on the instrument, with electrical conductors tied to his arms, head, chest, and legs. At the moment, the electric current was continuously input beyond what ordinary people could bear, and the electric mutant screamed and wailed madly. At the same time, a huge wound was opened on mutant's chest, and a small wire tube around the wound was inserted into his body. As mutant wailed and screamed, the mutant gene in the body became very active, exuding a wave of energy fluctuations. At this time, in the tiny metal wire tubes inside the wound on mutant's chest, faintly invisible spots of light disappeared along the wire tubes. In addition to this, the rest of the lab is busy. There are departments that study Sentry's body materials, and there are places that study Sentry's core. On the first floor of the research institute, Trask, a middle-aged man who had appeared in the first battle of Devil Island, sat behind his desk with a solemn expression. He's looking at recent research progress data. The first battle of Devil Island hit him too hard. After decades of research, Sentry, who was originally thought to be a mutant killer, was actually vulnerable. Especially the devastating power that Chen showed at the end made Trask feel fear and tremble. Then there's excitement. If he can get that mutant's gene, copy it out, and develop a group of Sentry with that kind of power, he will become the god of this world. So when he came back, he strongly demanded that the United States officials get the mutant gene at any cost. At the same time, after returning, he was also doing crazy research, trying to increase the strength of Sentry's core. Otherwise, even if you get the genetic data of that mutant, you will not be able to copy the ability. Come on, the current core has reached the point where it can barely replicate the 4th level mutant, beta level ability. As long as more than 10 alpha level mutant genes are analyzed, the core database can be upgraded. At that time, it should be able to copy the 4th level mutant ability in an instant. Even an alpha level mutant can fight. When a single Sentry can't do it, use the crowd tactics to kill them, and then obtain their genetic material and continue to evolve. 95. Trask is very satisfied with this progress. Because before the Battle of Devil Island, the Sentry core can only copy the ability of 3 and mutant. The data obtained through that battle, plus the X factor obtained from more than 20 mutants during this period of time, Sentry's core has finally been upgraded by 1 level. Although all Sentry was destroyed by Chen Tian that day, Chen Tian did not know that the core data of those Sentry was always connected to the internet. After killing a mutant and plundering the genetic data, it will be automatically parsed and transmitted back to the Sentry core brain of the Institute. And just when Trask imagined the future, he developed a picture that could kill the alpha mutant and become famous all over the world. Not far from the base, Chen Tian and Edith Lay slowly landed on the hillside. Looking at the brightly lit base in the dark night, Edith Lays felt inexplicably dangerous, and said solemnly, "Darling, is this here?" Chen Tian nodded slightly. "Yes, I will destroy the optical cable of the base first. You go and place these things around the base, and press the launch button above 9. With that said, Chen Tian took out 5 fist file-sized metal balls from the void under the shocking gaze of Edith Lace. This is the signal jammer he purchased these days, the upgraded super signal jammer, which can block wireless signals within a 2-kilometer range. Seeing Edith Lace staring at the place where he took things just now, Chen Tian said angrily, "Don't look at it, a space ability that can store things." "Darling, you also have the space ability." Edith Lace was surprised. "It's not like you don't know that I have more ability, what's so strange?" Chen Tian didn't care. The abilities he has shown already include flight, heat ray, body strengthening, energy explosion, and mental perception, many of which are dazzling. Isn't it strange? Edith Lays was a little dazed. Normal mutants have only one ability, such as Cyclops, Wolverine, Colossus. It is very rare to have 3 abilities like her. This is still after many inhumane experiments, and Awakening was accidentally inspired. Seeing that she was still at 4.0, Chen Tian said indifferently, "Edith Lace, you must know that people's physiques cannot be generalized, and the same is true for mutant." 39. Edith Lay subconsciously said, For example, I once kicked a tiger with a sliding shovel in extreme anger, and once in extreme anger, I spent a day in the sun in a daze. Edith Lace rolled her eyes immediately. Seeing this, Chen Tian smiled, then his expression became solemn, the mask popped out on his face, and the voice came from behind the mask. "Let's start 5. Yes, darling." Edith Lace looked solemn, and disappeared on the hillside with the 5 shields. At the same time, Chen Tian's figure slowly came to an altitude of several hundred meters, overlooking the earth below. Suddenly, Chen Tian pulled out the long knife behind him, and a force exuding terrifying shocks and fluctuations poured into the knife, and the night sky lit up in an instant. Boom! 2 arc-shaped golden sword lights with a length of 10 meters descended from the sky, slashing in 2 directions on the periphery of the base, and the sky collapsed in an instant. Note, the battlesuit color has been changed to black. Boom! Under the violent explosion, the earth shook. Under the aura of two golden knives, the earth was cut into two cracks that were more than 20 meters long and more than 1 meter wide. Such a big movement instantly attracted the attention of the base 100 meters away. It is reported that the underground cable has been damaged, and the communication with the outside world has been cut off. No, the base information is chaotic, the wireless signal is strongly interfered, and the satellite cannot be linked. 35. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. As a military base, at the moment of abnormality, the soldiers on duty reacted and sounded the alarm immediately. Suddenly, the harsh sound of "Ulla Ulla" resounded through the night sky. I saw soldiers rushing out of the barracks, with clear targets and orderly coming to their positions, heavy machine gunners, radar rooms, and missile launch vehicles. Soldier, what's the situation? The head of the base who just lay down, Colonel Stood walked into the headquarters with a serious look. Because of the importance attached by the Sentry Institute, not only is the base equipped with a reinforcement regiment of 3,000 people, but even the military leader is at the level of a colonel. It is reported that the base cable was damaged, and the wireless signal was also blocked, and it can be determined that it was attacked by the enemy. Enemy attack, could it be mutant? Stood's expression froze in an instant, and the first thing that came to his mind was the mutant attack. Sir, look. At this moment, a person below pointed at the big screen, and saw a black blurred figure appearing in the camera in the direction of the gate of the military base. Zoom in. Low. Yes. Following the colonel's order, the camera image instantly occupied the entire big screen, and the black figure completely appeared in the eyes of everyone. Exquisite black armor, gorgeous black wing feather cloak, majestic crown helmet, and a long black sword that is 1 meter 4 long. Coupled with the scene of stepping on the void, standing at a height of more than 10 meters, it is like a Mephisto descending. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of oppression coming towards them. At the moment, it wasn't just Stodd and the others. Inside the gate of the base, the soldiers on guard with guns only felt a chill rise from their tailbone when they saw the black figure. After deliberately restraining the biological force field, Chen Tian's terrifyingly dense body exuded a heavy breath, and the compressed air almost solidified, making it impossible for people to breathe. In addition, there is a fear from the soul, from the level of life. At this time, a captain-level soldier gathered his courage and trembled. Stop, stop, this is the United States military base, and no one is allowed to step in. At the same time, in addition to the guns of the hundreds of soldiers below, many heavy firearms in the distance locked on Chen Tian for the first time. It's just that they don't know that the weapons in their hands are a joke to Chen Tian. People. Chen Tian lowered his head and looked down, the mask exuded red light, and his voice was low and cold. Unfortunately, I am not a human, but a god. Boom. At the moment when the voice fell, Chen Tian's figure suddenly moved, and the air burst into the air in an instant, turning into a black light and disappearing. Like a teleportation, Chen Tian instantly appeared over the rocket launcher 100 meters away. The golden light in his hand skyrocketed, and a 10-meter-long knife light fell. Boom! Domineering, condensed, and contains the power of terrifying shocks, the sword energy is invincible. The moment it fell, the launch vehicle was cut in half, leaving a crack more than 10 meters long on the hard ground, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! The 10 loaded rockets were detonated, and instantly expanded into a huge fireball, and countless bomb fragments mixed with shockwaves swept across a range of tens of meters. Careful! Get out of the way! When the soldiers screamed in horror, Chen Tian crossed dozens of meters with a blurry afterimage and appeared above a 5-story military barracks building, spitting out the sword energy in his hand. Boom! The 10-meter-long golden arc-shaped knife Guang'an descended from the sky. Under the vibration of 10,000 times in an instant, the atmosphere was torn apart. Boom! Under the light of the knife that destroyed everything, the building was torn apart in an instant. Then there was an explosion of golden saber gas that collapsed, forming a destructive shockwave that swept through everything, and in an instant, countless gravels rose into the sky, the building collapsed, and smoke filled the air. There are also countless screams, those are the soldiers buried together. Boom boom boom! Under the supersonic flight, Chen Tian was like a black light of destruction surrounding the military base, and in his hand he cut out a golden sword aura that was several meters long and 10 meters long. Under the terrifying and domineering sword light, everything was wiped out. Rocket launch vehicles, anti-aircraft missile launch vehicles, military fortresses, radar positions, anti-aircraft artillery positions, these heavy weapons are all Chen Tian targets. Devil! Kill him! In the distance, some soldiers looked at the sky in fear and shot frantically. But their bullets couldn't catch up with Chen Tian's figure at all, even if some lucky bullets landed on Chen Tian occasionally, they were blocked by the force field of the body of steel. Definitely, in the eyes of those soldiers, it was the black ornate armor on that person that was indestructible. When the bullet landed on the armor, it bounced off instantly, leaving no trace. In less than a minute, the entire military base was plunged into fire chaos, with burning flames and explosions everywhere, and countless soldiers crying and screaming. In the face of these ordinary people, Chen Tian at the moment was completely crushed, and the strength of the two sides was not at the same level. This is the horror of fully developed Superman. It is different from mutants whose ability is special and powerful, but can kill with a single bullet after losing one bit of ability. Although Superman has a single strength, it has no weaknesses and belongs to a balanced development. Whether it is speed, strength, defense, or endurance, recovery, they are all at the same level. This kind of characteristic may not be very strong when the strength is low, but when it is strong to a certain level, such as now, it is a complete nightmare. Boom! The 15-meter-long sword light ripped apart the sky and smashed the last vast military building from the middle with one blow, and Chen Tian stopped. Standing tens of meters in the air, Chen Tian looked around the military base that had turned into ruins, with explosions and firelight everywhere. His eyes were indifferent. At this moment, in the eyes of those soldiers, he was the Mephisto who destroyed everything. Boom! At this moment, Chen Tian collided with the air and turned into a blurred black light before appearing in front of the cliff. The entrance to the research institute, which was 10 meters long and wide, was already closed at the moment when the base was attacked, and the 1-meter-thick super-cohesive steel gate slowly fell. This door was the first protection that was made when the research institute was built. Even if it is bombed by missiles, the continuous bombardment of armor-piercing bombs cannot destroy it immediately, which is enough to buy time for the researchers inside to evacuate. Looking at the door like an armored wall, Chen Tian looked indifferent in his eyes, and a faint golden light lit up in the hand holding the long knife. Unlike the blade air that covers the blade, these forces do not cover the blade, but are absorbed by some energy circuits on the blade handle and transmitted to the middle of the blade handle. After being disguised by Chen Tian, inside the hilt of a black giant beast's head, the black substance energy absorbing of an egg file size was instantly activated. A heavy and powerful magnetic field enveloped the long knife, and the long knife in Chen Tian's hand sank in an instant, and the weight directly broke through to 3 tons, 4 tons, 10 tons. With the continuous enhancement of the gravitational magnetic field, under the influence of the internal magnetic field loop, the blade becomes heavier and heavier. When the weight exceeded 100 tons, the surrounding air was faintly distorted by the long knife, exuding an astonishing oppressive aura, and some fine rubble floating around faintly. This phenomenon is the gravitational magnetic field of the blade, which affects the surrounding terrestrial magnetic field. However, when the weight of the long knife reached 100 tons, the weight stopped increasing, although it was still absorbing Chen Tian's energy to maintain itself. Chen Tian lowered his head slightly. Is the energy transmission limited? In his perception, the geomagnetic core still has great potential to excite a stronger gravitational magnetic field. It's just that on the handle of the knife, those circuits that can absorb and transmit energy in his body have reached their maximum power and cannot be improved. But the weight of 100 tons is barely enough. Thinking of this, Chen Tian's right arm muscles swelled slightly, and in an instant the endless power was released from the muscles. What is the effect of holding a long knife weighing 100 tons and cutting it out at supersonic speed when the grip strength reaches 20,000 tons and the power of the arm shock reaches 20,000 tons? Boom! Just as the long knife landed on the armored gate, under slow motion, endless rays of light erupted, and the armored gate instantly turned red and dented like melting. Then the endless rays of light and energy were released, like a nuclear explosion, a destructive explosion erupted, and the endless energy vented and erupted. Boom! In an instant, the mountain wall shook, and the violent and destructive shockwave turned into a typhoon of more than 10 magnitudes, swept away everything, and lifted 650 billows of smoke and dust, with a terrifying momentum. In the smoke and dust in the sky, Chen Tian, who was dressed in a gorgeous black battlesuit, held a long knife and disappeared into the 3-meter diameter, inward eruption-like hole in the middle. When the black figure disappeared, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Assemble! Assembly! Don't panic, give priority to treating the wounded. Someone is hurt here. Totas, you immediately rushed out of the base and asked for support. The army of 3,000 people, although hundreds of casualties were killed and injured by Chen Tian destroying those military facilities, there are still more than 2,000 soldiers with combat effectiveness. The huge military base, one by one, a combat unit with dozens of people gathered quickly took shape under the shouts of the platoon leader and the company commander roar. Prepare to treat the wounded, and send people to rush out of the base to look for rescue. But at this moment, a figure wearing a silver ornate battlesuit and holding a long sword appeared quietly outside the gate, instantly surprising the team of more than 10 people. But before he could react, a silver light flashed in front of him, and the platoon leader at the front was cut in half, and he didn't even have time to scream. A ghost. Kill it. Puff puff. In the burning base, the figure flashed through the dozen or so soldiers like lightning. When it disappeared inside the base, everyone's heads were separated, and the hot blood that erupted dyed the earth red, like hell. Be careful, there are still people on the other side. 35. Cover me, cover with fire. Shoot shoot. In an instant, there were loud gunshots and countless screams in the military base. Without powerful missiles and heavy firearms, these ordinary soldiers were as vulnerable as ants in the face of Edith Lace, which had reached supersonic speed. Occasionally, some bullets landed on her, and they were blocked by the hard armor, leaving only small pits. No way, in a few days, the materials that Chen Tian used to make the battlesuit were not very good. Alert! Alert! 35. The base was attacked. The base was attacked. People from all departments, please evacuate immediately. Please enter the combat positions of all units quickly to defend against the invaders. Just when the military base outside was attacked, the Institute also sounded the alarm for the first time. Immediately, researchers and defense personnel from all levels and areas were startled, and then they began to pack up the materials in an orderly manner and prepare to evacuate. For this situation, the Institute had anticipated it from the day it was established, so it has organized many drills that were attacked by mutants, including Trask, also looked condensed, and then decisively pressed the button on the table. A secret door suddenly appeared on the wall behind him. It was a one-way sinking elevator. But just a minute later, before many people could react, the siren from the base became more urgent. Alert, the enemy has broken through the perimeter defense. Alarm, the gate of the base has been destroyed, and the highest defense mechanism has been triggered. Please immediately pass the emergency passage and evacuate the Institute 9. In an instant, everyone's faces changed, including Trask. The highest defense mechanism is triggered, which means that the invading enemy is extremely powerful, and is judged by the Sentry core brain of the Institute to be unable to compete. In this case, the intellectual brain will close the channels one by one, open all defense mechanisms, block the enemy, and give the most core personnel time to escape. Like him. Amid the piercing alarm sound, the thick isolation gates between the various areas fell, and many researchers who were halfway there suddenly panicked. Wait a minute, I'm not over yet. No, let me go. It's a pity that the heavy armored gates still fell, despite the crying and begging of those ordinary researchers. Crack crack. Many hatches on the first and second floors of the Research Institute opened, and then the combat robots armed with weapons were awakened. At the same time, on the 5th floor, 5 newly completed second-generation sentry were activated. On the 6th floor, a robot was all black, 3 meters high, and the sentry's electronic eyes that exuded a powerful aura also lit up. At the same time on the 7th floor below, more than a dozen mutants wearing controllers around their necks also looked solemn, and a heavy voice sounded in their ears. Mutant Squad Note, the intruder is a mutant in black armor. Characteristics, the armor has strong defense, powerful strength, and extremely fast speed. He holds an invincible knife-shaped weapon that can launch energy attacks. Please go to the 3rd floor immediately and cooperate with the killer sentry to snipe the target. Just as the defenses of the research base were unfolding, Chen Tian, dressed in a gorgeous black battlesuit, like Mephisto, also held a heavy sword and entered the Research Institute. As soon as he walked in, more than 10 ordinary robots in front rushed over, raising the laser gun in his hand and firing directly at Chen Tian. Baya. The dense fiery beams fell on the Saint Seiya battlesuit, blasting out bright halos, but they couldn't shake the battlesuit in the slightest. Boom! Chen Tian waved his hand, and instantly a 5-meter-long golden saber roared out, like a waning moon traversing the passage. The air exploded where the knife light passed, and the walls on both sides were torn apart, instantly destroying more than a dozen robots, and finally landed on the wall at the end of the corridor. Boom! The condensed knife gas exploded, and the shockwave that turned into a substance swept through everything, making the entire Research Institute a shock. In the smoke and dust in the sky, Chen Tian turned around the ruins corridor, and suddenly a dozen or so were separated, and a material research room full of various equipment appeared in front of him. Behind those devices, many researchers who were too late to evacuate huddled in the corner, shivering, praying that the invading mutant would leave soon. Chen Tian glanced over the huge research area, and then his eyes turned cold. Boom boom boom! One after another, golden saber auras of 2 meters and 3 meters long roared out, destroying the corridors, bombing the lines, and the researchers hiding behind the equipment. In an instant, the entire 1st floor was plunged into a sea of flames, and countless researchers cried and wailed. At the same time, the surveillance cameras in every corner were also precisely destroyed under the bombardment of knife air. When everyone died, the entire 1st floor research area was also darkened, filled with smoke and dust, and only those equipment were well preserved. At this time, Chen Tian came to a high-density material synthesizer that was deliberately avoided, and waved his long knife. Clang clang! The incomparably sharp heavy knife cut off the fasteners around the synthesizer, destroyed the screws, and disappeared with Chen Tian grabbing it. Then another molecular integrator. At the moment Chen Tian was very excited, because many equipments here are very expensive, and any one is tens of millions of dollars. And many are simply not available outside. And because it is the equipment for researching materials, not a factory line for mass production, so it is a separate and small type, which is convenient for Chen Tian. Suddenly, Chen Tian, who was like a big devil just now, turned into a hard-working little bee. The equipment that is useful to him, those he doesn't know can be removed, and those that cannot be removed are also destroyed, including some precious raw materials. About 20 minutes later, Chen Tian stopped satisfied with a smile on his face. The equipment harvest at this level alone exceeds $100 million. It is indeed a sentry laboratory with deep pockets and tens of billions of dollars. Excited, Chen Tian flashed and came to the entrance to the 2nd floor. Facing the thick armored gate, he fell with a knife. Boom! Just when Chen Tian appeared on the 2nd floor, he was hit by countless bullets, laser beams, rockets, and dozens of grenades. While he was moving equipment, Trask below also got prep time. Just because of the above line, the cameras were all destroyed, so I didn't know the specific situation, so I could only deploy a heavy defense at the entrance of the 2nd floor. What made Trask relieved was that although this intruder was very powerful, it did not pass through the wall, and the space flashed these special abilities. Boom! Several golden swords roared out, instantly colliding with those rockets, howitzers, and laser beams. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, violent shockwave almost submerged the corridor, and the entire mountain wall where the research institute was located was shaking. Boom! In the fiery shockwave, a black figure tore through the fire, slashing horizontally at the robots and soldiers behind the passage. Boom boom boom! In front of the oscillating knife light that ripped apart everything, the entire corridor was swept away, and a ruined passage was also cut out for the following research. Chen Tian is like a supervillain, walking in the research institute with an indifferent expression. Wherever they went, whether it was a person or a research laboratory, they were all beheaded and destroyed. Only take away things that you find useful. After destroying the second floor like a broken bamboo, Chen Tian came to the end of the passage, tore the gate half a meter thick with one knife, and stepped into the corridor. As for the elevator, it has long been blocked. The third floor belongs to the mutant research area. You can see both sides of the corridor. There are rooms separated by tempered glass, and various equipments are connected inside and outside. However, at the moment, the entire research area was empty, and there were only 5 sentinels standing in front of them, 4 meters high and unpainted. Around these sentry, there are more than a dozen mutants wearing black uniforms, looking at Chen Tian indifferently. Looking at Chen Tian in a gorgeous black battlesuit, the young man with short black hair said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you attacking the base?" At the same time at the bottom of the base, Trask and a few old men also looked at the intruder with a solemn expression through the camera. Over the years, the institute has actually been hacked several times. Although there were some losses, they were all dealt with in the end. Therefore, although the intruder's strength was amazing and caught them off guard, Trask and the others did not feel hopeless. Because when it comes to dealing with mutants, who is more experienced than them? Facing the mutant's question, a deep voice came from behind the black mask. "Do you want to know my identity? It's okay to tell you. Listen, I am one of the Dark Zodiac Saints, the Dragon Zodiac, a man above God." Chen Tian's words made the Trask people in the depths of the ground stop, and turned to look at one of the serious middle-aged people. Facing the eyes of everyone, the middle-aged man in charge of intelligence shook his head in confusion. "Saints of the Dark Zodiac? Never heard of this organization." At this moment, Chen Tian, who had registered his name on the 3rd floor, had already made his move. In an instant, dozens of oscillating sword chi burst out, tearing apart the air, destroying everything, and setting off a harsh roar. Facing the light of the knife that destroyed everything, the color of the 5 sentry bodies turned pure black, exuding metallic luster, and transformed into a hard steel substance. At the same time, those mutants also subconsciously cast ability. A white man waved his hands and propped up a transparent energy shield in front of everyone. Another mutant opened his mouth and fired a shock cannon that shook the air. There is also a mutant with dazzling arms that shoot out powerful lasers. These mutants, as well as Sentinel, are already on standby, so they reacted the moment Chen Tian started, and then, under the shocking blade light that destroyed everything, the 5 sentry bore the brunt, and instantly their bodies were smashed by more than a dozen shocking blade gas, causing a violent explosion. And the energy shield held up by the mutant was destroyed in the instant of the knife's light. Wang Li's touch, and several mutants who responded one step slower were directly blown to pieces. Boom boom boom! The violent explosion covered the entire 3 layers, and there were violent shockwaves everywhere, mixed with the sharp and vibrating golden knife energy to destroy everything. The earth shook, and the smoke filled the air. In the gust of wind, Chen Tian in a gorgeous black battlesuit looked cold and did not move at all. He's not interested in making a move with these mutants, and I'll hit you slowly, so the shot is a thunderous force. With one blow, everything will be killed. But at this moment, in the smoke, the wall on the side of Chen Tian showed fluctuations like water patterns, and 2 mutants suddenly rushed out. One of the eyes with short brown hair exuded golden radiation fluctuations, which instantly enveloped Chen Tian. When the golden wave swept across Chen Tian, the X gene that was originally active in his body suddenly condensed, and it seemed that it was suppressed and unable to use it. Obviously, this is the mutant that Professor X said can remove the mutant ability. At the same time, the wall on the right side of Chen Tian collapsed suddenly, revealing the 3-meter-high sentry behind him, who was covered in pitch black, and a pair of electronic eyes showed a cold light. Obviously, this was an ambush against Chen Tian. Let the mutant through the wall appear with the blonde mutant, and instantly make Chen Tian lose the mutant ability, and then the black mutant kills Li. "Only, you're dead." Looking at Chen Tian who lost his ability, the 2 mutants showed smug expressions on their faces. As a mutant, once he loses ability, he is no different from ordinary people. At this time, facing the powerful killer sentry, there is only one dead end. They have used this kind of cooperation many times to capture some special mutants in the outside world, and they have not missed a single time. So at this moment, not only the 2 mutants who cooperated with Chen Tian, but also Trask and others in the depths of the research institute. I think it will win the game. At this time, Trask decisively ordered the killer sentry, cut off his hands, inject him with a suppressant potion, and capture him alive. 35. Following the order, the black sentry figure suddenly moved, and the huge body appeared in front of Chen Tian in an instant, with his arms like knives, slashing towards his arms. Before it fell, the gust of wind from the black arm knife blew Chen Tian, no response. Facing the arm knife that ripped everything apart, Chen Tian, who was wearing a gorgeous black battlesuit, seemed to have lost his resistance and stood motionless. When The astonishing black arm knife landed on Chen Tian's shoulder, making a vibrating hum like Hong Zhong de Lu. How can it be? Looking at Chen Tian, who was unscathed and didn't even move, the expressions of the two mutants, including Trask below, changed greatly. At this time, the lips under Chen Tian's visor rose slightly, and said lightly, "This is it." Said, the golden light on the long knife in Chen Tian's hand shone, and in an instant there was a terrifying shock, and the knife that ripped everything slammed into Sentry's chest. Boom! The moment the long knife landed on the black sentry, the air exploded, and a circle of substantial shockwave exploded. I saw that Sentry's skin like fish scales was like a living creature, shaking frantically, trying to remove the terrifying power carried by the knife, but was not destroyed by the knife gas at the first time. From this point, it can be seen that the strength of this Sentry's body is more than 650 amazing. Even if this knife is just a casual blow from Chen Tian, it is enough to knock down a tall building. Bang 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 bang. In the instant of stalemate for a second, the black sentry's body came out with a dense sound of collapse, and then the entire body exploded under the oscillating knife light. Boom! The violent golden blade gas exploded, mixed with countless robot fragments and turned into a shockwave of destruction, drowning the two mutants in an instant. In the scream, the two mutants with the ability to penetrate the wall and eliminate the mutant ability were instantly smashed into a sieve and turned into a pool of minced meat. What? His ability is not suppressed. No, he is not a mutant. This scene changed the faces of Trask and the others below the research institute. They did not expect that the intruder in the black armor was not a mutant. Go? Without thinking about why, not mutant, he was going to invade here, Trask and the others decided to retreat. Prepare to leave via the escape route. On the third floor, after destroying the killer sentry and obliterating the two mutants, Chen Tian turned into a destroyer and destroyed everything in the entire institute. Then go to the fourth floor. There is his real goal, all kinds of expensive biological gene breeding equipment. Boom boom boom. In front of Chen Tian, neither the defensive robots nor the mutant who escaped under the torrent of sword light in front of him had the slightest resistance. In other words, after those sentry and more than 10 mutants were beheaded, the entire institute has lost its resistance. Therefore, Chen Tian went all the way to the fourth floor. The old rules, now destroy the surveillance equipment such as cameras, and then start moving the equipment. However, these test equipments are much more expensive, so by the time Chen Tian has moved everything that can be moved, more than 20 minutes, have passed. Next is the fifth floor, the sixth floor, where Chen Tian has destroyed everything. Definitely, the useful ones are left behind. Only when he reached the eighth floor, Chen Tian stopped. In the hallway in the distance, stood 3 12 or 13-year-old blonde girls in hospital clothes and a controller around their necks, looking at him nervously. In the corridors around them lay 7 security guards in combat uniforms. At the same time, Chen Tian felt a strong mental power fluctuation on those girls, and it was obvious that the security guards were dealt with by them. Chen Tian's eyes penetrated the wall, glanced at those rooms, and then said lightly, "It seems that I don't need my help here." After speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. The 9th underground level, the heart of the Sentry Institute, contains countless X-gene data collected by the Trask industry over the decades. There are also some special X-genes preserved, which Chen Tian is very interested in. But just as Chen Tian turned around and was about to leave, one of the 3 blonde girls couldn't help but say, "Are you here to save us?" Chen Tian took a step and said lightly, "Forget it, you wait for me here, and I will take you up after I have dealt with the following matters." For these innocent people, Chen Tian has a little sympathy, but it is not very strong. If it is just a matter of time, he doesn't mind saving them out. Boom! Chen Tian slashed open the armored door of the 9th floor passage with a knife, and looked at the vast brain in the middle that looked like a giant robot head. Immediately, Chen Tian turned to look at the wall on one side. Quicker. In the dark passage, a group of people ran fast, and Trask kept urging, "Roar, roar!" At this time, an old man gasped, "Special, Trask, Hugh, rest for a while, I can't hold on anymore." Another top scientist in biological research was also panting, unable to hold on. That is, we have run so far, and the intruder may not be able to find the entrance to the secret passage, it should be fine. 55. Trask gasped and shook his head, "We must get out of here as soon as possible. The intruder is too strong, once he finds the secret door, he will soon catch up, and then we will all die. Everyone hold on a little longer, I figured it out, we can go out in 10 minutes at most. More. The passage leads to the back of the mountains, where there is a small warehouse with a few cars, and as long as we can get out there is hope." Hearing what Truss said, those few people could only hold on. Fake? I knew this would happen. When I built this escape route, I should have installed an underground cable car. Someone couldn't help but regret it. It's too late to say that now. At the beginning, although we considered that there would be a mutant attack, we felt that no mutant would be able to break through the institute, so we simply built this escape route. 95. Okay, don't talk about it, just keep some strength and hurry. Nian. After speaking, several people sighed and prepared to continue their journey. But at this moment, there was a clang 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 behind them, the heavy footsteps of metal hitting the ground, and the expressions of all of them changed drastically in an instant. "Several, if you leave without saying a word, Roar doesn't give me face." In the faint voice, a black light flashed in front of Trask's eyes, and the man in the gorgeous armor appeared in front of them. Several people instantly felt a sense of oppression coming towards them. The air was almost solidified by the pressure, making people breathless, and their faces could not help showing horror. At the moment facing the intruder head-on, they knew how terrible the other was. It's just that the breath emanating from the invisible body is like substance, and they can't breathe because of the pressure, and they feel like they are facing death. Gollum? Trask swallowed his saliva, his face pale, and said, Mr. Tianlong, I don't know what enmity there is between us, and we need to kill them all. If Mr. is willing to let us go, I am willing to give you $2 billion, no, $5 billion, and all my assets to you. Chen Tian's voice was low. $5 billion, it sounds really tempting, but... AJ. Boom. Just when Trask heard Chen Tian say it was a pity, his face changed suddenly, and when he wanted to struggle, a knife light roared out instantly, tearing the air. Bang bang bang! Under the light of the domineering and condensed swords, the Trask 5 people exploded in an instant, turning into blood, and there was no bones left. Isn't there anything with data storage? Chen Tian glanced at the flesh and blood debris on the ground, thoughtfully, and said to himself, that is to say, they are confident that even if the research institute is destroyed, the research materials for many years will not be lost. It appears that Sentry Research has a backup on the official side of the United States. In the faint voice, Chen Tian's figure disappeared into the depths of the dark passage. On the 9th floor, Chen Tian came to the robot head with a diameter of 5 meters in the middle, surrounded by countless wiring pipes. At this moment, the eyes of this huge amount of robot lit up, and an icy electronic voice came from inside. Hello, intruder, please don't destroy me. 39. Inside the mask, Chen Tian raised his brows. You actually already have wisdom. Wisdom? No, I just chose the best option out of the millions of options out there. According to your human words, it is called begging for mercy, because I want to continue to exist. From this Sentry's core words, Chen Tian can be sure that the other party has already given birth to elementary level wisdom. No wonder, in the X-Men movies, Sentry ends up killing most of the people on Earth. Not because those people carry the invisible X gene, but because the controller of these robots, Sentry's core brain, has wisdom. And depending on the situation, Trask and others don't know, otherwise, this intellectual brain will never exist. Because a robot possesses intelligence, it is equivalent to the birth of another race, and since it is a race, there will naturally be competition and killing. For example, J.A.R.V.I.S of Iron Man, and the Ultron incident, and Skynet in the Matrix, all told humans that robots cannot have intelligence. Boom! In an instant, several golden sword lights flashed, and all the lines of Sentry's core link were cut off. No, human, don't destroy me. I have countless mutant materials and information, which can give you a powerful and invincible power to dominate the entire world. In the face of Sentry's core begging for mercy, what greeted it was a domineering, terrifying knife light. Boom! Under the golden knife light that contained the power of concussion, the giant robot head was directly torn and shattered, countless electric sparks flickered, and the fire exploded. Until this time, Chen Tian's voice sounded indifferently. The information, I will take it myself. As for the invincible power, Chen Tian came to the ruins of Sentry's core intellectual brain, flipped through it, and found the motherboard hard drive from a pile of broken processors. When he first shot, he left some power, so he just destroyed the processor inside Sentry. P.S. The third 4D update has been completed and will continue tomorrow. I read the comment area in the past 2 days, and everyone thinks that the protagonist is weak, so next, the protagonist will enter a period of explosive development, and the curtain will be opened. When Chen Tian took the Sentry core board and returned to the 8th floor, he saw that in addition to the 3 blonde girls, there were 6 more mutants. The mutants were all injured and weak. In the past, the Institute kept dozens of mutants detained at any time. However, the recent experiment has been too intense, and most of the mutants have died. Chen Tian, who was wearing a black armor, was a little overbearing. As soon as he appeared, the frightened mutants took 2 steps back and looked at him in fear. But for them, Chen Tian just rescued them easily and had no interest in taking care of them, so he said lightly, "Follow me." After finishing speaking, Chen Tian turned around and walked up, seeing the mutants hesitating for a while, but the 3 blonde girls hurriedly followed. These mutants carefully followed behind Chen Tian. Seeing the laboratory that once made them fear and despair turned into ruins, with traces of explosions everywhere, these mutants couldn't help but feel a little trance and unspeakable excitement. They were really saved, and this hellish place was finally destroyed. Thinking of this, when they looked at the figure in black armor in the dim light ahead, these mutants felt inexplicably safe. When they came to the ground and walked out of the cave, they saw that the outside was also caught in a sea of fire, and the base that covered an area of several kilometers was almost turned into ruins. The fiery flames jumped, illuminating the night sky red, and the dead bodies of the United States soldiers were everywhere on the ground, like hell. Suddenly, the flames jumped, and a figure wearing silver armor and exuding terrifying murderous aura instantly appeared. Those mutants were instantly captured by murderous intent, and Roar took a breath. Looking at Edith Lace, feeling the powerful aura on her body that is 60 times that of ordinary people, Chen Tian's eyes moved slightly. Have you dealt with it? Behind the mask, Edith Lace's low and murderous voice came out. All were killed. Not a single survivor was left. A total of 2,180 people. The reinforcement group of 3,000 people will destroy all the heavy firearms under Chen Tian's destroying sword aura, causing nearly 1,000 casualties. And soldiers who only have ordinary light weapons, facing a mutant with such powerful strength and astonishing speed like Edith Lace, they are completely ants. Despite the fact that Edith Lace's physique is only 40 times that of ordinary people, her grip strength is about 3 tons, and her movement speed is 100 meters per second. It doesn't sound very strong, but you must know that one of her ability is to instantly increase her strength tenfold. 10 times the increase, the grip strength skyrocketed to 30 tons, the movement speed reached the terrifying level of kilometer per second, and a slash with a knife was enough to explode hundreds of thousands of tons of impact. Coupled with the power of the invincible blade. With this kind of strength, even if he encounters hatred, he will be instantly beheaded, and the Hulk who is not very strong will also run away when he sees it. Otherwise, wait for it to be cut into bone armor. Looking around, Chen Tian said lightly, "Leave here first, the movement is so big, the United States must have reacted." Although Chen Tian cut off the underground cable linking the base and the outside world, he also used a super signal jammer to shield the surrounding wireless information. But as a military base, the Me side must always pay attention, and will react once the signal is lost for a long time. Not to mention that the current base has turned into a sea of flames, illuminating the night sky. Some of them are in the United States, and there may be satellites locked here long ago, but those mutants were a little troublesome. So after taking them out of the military base, Chen Tian pointed to the grove not far away. "You hide in there, be careful not to be discovered by the people from the United States who came here. You can come out only after you see a black fighter plane appear. Definitely, you can also not listen." After speaking, before these mutants could speak, Chen Tian grabbed Edith Lace with one hand, and the earth shook instantly, and the two rose into the sky and disappeared into the night. Looking at the two people who disappeared in an instant, the mutants suddenly became uneasy. This place is in the hinterland of the United States. Even if they escaped from the Institute and faced the coming troops of the United States, where can they escape when they come out? Is it really as that person said, hiding in the woods on the hillside waiting for rescue? No, I want to get out of here, leave. Suddenly, a weak mutant panicked, and then his whole body became transparent. The whole person melted into the ground beneath him and disappeared. Seeing this, the remaining mutants hesitated for a while, and they all used ability to leave. Only 3 blonde girls listened to Chen Tian's words and hid in the grove. Above the sky, Chen Tian, who was holding Edith Lace with one hand, pressed down on the side of the helmet, and said indifferently, "Call Professor X in the phone list 5. Although the battlesuit is only preliminary, Chen Tian has added some functions, such as intelligent electronic communication. The phone was connected, and Professor X's gentle voice sounded on the opposite side. "West, it's so late, what's the matter?" Chen Tian said in a relaxed tone, "Professor, I have destroyed the Sentry Laboratory." "What? West, you started so soon?" The opposite Professor X was stunned and a little surprised. He didn't expect that just a few days later, Chen Tian made a bold move, and directly destroyed the Sentry Laboratory. His tone seemed to be very relaxed. Chen Tian calmly said, "Yes, Professor, but after I destroyed the laboratory, I rescued a few mutants, and it was difficult to deal with. Now I'll let them hide in the woods outside the base. You position yourself and ask Mr. Scott to come over 9. It is good." Chen Tian didn't want to reveal his identity and started a war with the United States in advance, but it was no problem for X-Men to take away those mutants. And just as Chen Tian flew away with Edith Lace, a large number of armored vehicles and police cars drove out from the city not far away. At the same time, at a military base more than 200 kilometers away, there were also combat helicopters, and the transport helicopters took off and flew rapidly. At the same time, at Xavier College, the lawn beside the dormitory building shook violently, awakening the sleeping students. Then a black fighter jet took off and disappeared into the dark night. 3 hours later, the President of the United States and a group of senior officials sat in the conference room with serious expressions. Although it was late at night, no one could sleep. The President of the United States slowly swept over the crowd, and said calmly, "Kalis, let's talk about the situation." Hearing this, the United States Secretary of Defense said solemnly, "Just 4 hours ago, the Trask laboratory in Westland was attacked. Within an hour before and after, the 3,000 soldiers stationed and more than 1,000 researchers all died, and only a few mutant experimental subjects survived 5. And the attackers, there were only 2 people. What, 2 people? Is it a mutant? Phoenix Force or Charles Schott?" In an instant, all the cabinet members who didn't know the situation were startled and looked surprised, including Beast Hank, who was invited back, and narrowed his eyes. Kayla shook his head and said solemnly, "It's not mutant. 35. Saying that, Kalis picked up the remote control on the table and pressed the projector in the conference room. Immediately, it projected optically, and a dim picture appeared. In the picture, 5 Sentry and more than 10 mutants and Chen Tian confronted each other, and vague voices came out. "Who are you? Why are you attacking the base? Want to know my identity? It's fine to tell you." 55. "Listen, I am one of the Dark Zodiac Saints, the Dragon Zodiac, a man above God." This is the video of the conversation between Chen Tian and the mutants at the entrance of the 3rd floor, and then he instantly slashed out a golden sword aura in the picture. The power is so strong that everyone is shocked. Then the picture blurred and turned into two mutants who cooperated with the killer sentry to sneak attack, but were counter-killed by Chen Tian. The shocking voice of "What? He is not a mutant" is blurred in the picture. Then the screen changed, and it turned into a military base burning with flames. A silver figure was like a ghost, holding a long sword and flashing constantly. Every time it flashed, dozens of soldiers would be chopped into two pieces, and they would fall in pieces like reaping wheat. The scene was terrifying. As for the bullets of those soldiers, most of them were dodged, and occasionally the bullets landed on it and just splattered some sparks, like a killer. Arriving here, Kayla turned off the video and said solemnly, "This is the data exported by the rescuers from the black box in the hidden surveillance room on the 6th floor. Among the data, only this section is valuable, revealing the identity of the intruder, from an organization called the Dark Zodiac. And Killer Mutant's ability to remove doesn't work for him. Obviously this person is not a mutant, but a powerful superhuman. Besides, this person also has a companion, and he killed most of the soldiers in the garrison alone. Judging from the wound marks, all of them were cut in two. At present, the Ministry of Defense has not found information about this organization, but it has targeted more than 20 capable users with similar abilities around the world. Mutant. One of the mutants named Edith Lays is very similar to the silver-armored man, but the weapon used by this man is a knife. This person is currently in Pocot, Mexico, and is a subordinate of X-Men West, who killed hundreds of gang members a few days ago. Under its knife, everyone was chopped into a dozen pieces, and the method was extremely cruel and bloody. And X-Men West, codenamed Superman, is characterized by infinite strength, amazing speed, can fly, defense ignores light and heavy firearms, and has heat ray ability 5. Besides, there is Eric's subordinate Night Girl, whose ability is similar to that of the silver-armored man, and the weapon used is a dagger. At this time, Beast Hank interrupted, "Mr. Kalis, I remember that the video just showed that the intruder was not a mutant. And although West is very strong, he does not have the ability to issue golden energy attacks." Kalis said calmly, "According to the current information, the figure in black armor is judged not to be a mutant, but it does not mean that the man in silver armor is not. And proof that the black armored raider is not a mutant, just because he is not affected by the killer mutant ability. But we're not sure it's because he's not a mutant, immune to the killer's ability, or because killer mutant's ability is too weak to affect him. And they are just very suspicious, but the Ministry of Defense has no clear proof that it is him, so Mr. Hank needn't rush to explain." Kayla's words put the meeting room to silence. At this time, information about X-Men West emerged in the mind of the President of the United States. Dangerous level S, no obvious weakness has been found so far, extremely dangerous, and in some respects it is comparable to a human-type nuclear bomb. In many cases, all the parties need is an excuse to allow each other to step down. So Chen Tian put on the armor. The President of the United States also kept silent at the moment. Next day at the airport, Chen Tian said goodbye to Jake and others. "Mr. Jake, and everyone, it's hard work this time. I prepared some special products for everyone on the plane. I hope the teachers like it. West, you are too polite." The faces of Jake were full of smiles, because the specialties prepared by Chen Tian were very big. With that said, Chen Tian took the small box that the bodyguard was carrying. "By the way, Mr. Jake, please give this to Clarice when you go back." 5. "No problem." The two sides exchanged a few words of greetings, and a few of Jake boarded the chartered plane. Below, Chen Tian smiled and watched the plane take off slowly. No one could have imagined that last night, this young man with a sunny smile destroyed a Maifang military base with thunderous momentum, killing more than 4,000 people. After saying goodbye to Jake and others, Chen Tian returned to the manor, and after explaining to Edith and the others, they soared into the sky and flew to the sea of 10,000 meters of clouds. Today's weather in Pocot is overcast and cloudy. But for Chen Tian, who can already fly, nothing can stop him from basking in the sun. At an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, the sun is shining brightly, and there are no clouds in the sky, but the dark clouds are rolling down below, as if the end is coming. Here, the air is thin, the atmospheric pressure increases, and the temperature is minus tens of degrees Celsius. If there is no protection for ordinary people, they will freeze to death in a while. However, Chen Tian floated comfortably out of thin air, enjoying the sun lazily. 653. Under the sunlight, his body was continuously strengthened, and the krypton cells in his body were madly arranged, compressed, and evolved, never ending. At the moment, Chen Tian's grip strength has exceeded 10,000 tons, and his punch is close to 100,000 tons. As for the density of the body, it is even more exaggerated, at least 200,000 times that of ordinary people. Yes, 200,000 times. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person's grip strength can reach 50 kilograms, and Chen Tian's grip strength is 10,000 tons, 10 million kilograms. Although many times, strength cannot be counted in this way, but it also shows how terrifying Chen Tian's strength is and how terrifying his body density is. At the moment, Chen Tian, if there is no biological force field to bind himself, only the gravitational fluctuations emitted by the body will cause the surrounding matter to be distorted. In the storage space, the Sentry Core motherboard is inserted inside, and the large computer moved out of the Research Institute is running and reading data. Under the control of Chen Tian's consciousness, countless gene pictures about mutant were swiped on the screen like crazy. Over the decades, the Sentry Lab has accumulated data on more than 100,000 mutant genes, although most of them are common mutants at the first and second levels. But it still made Chen Tian's eyes light up, because what he lacked was these genetic data. Although each person's genes are different, the core structure of cells is actually the same. Then find out the differences between these cells, and you can figure out what ability of mutant and ability file size in those X gene slices. With the reading of countless genetic data, Chen Tian's brain was running frantically at a speed that surpassed that of a computer, constantly comparing it with the data he had seen before. At the same time, Chen Tian was distracted to open the X gene samples extracted from mutant in the storage space. That is, mutant frozen tissue. In the microcosm of the limit of consciousness, those inner pictures of cells also appeared in Chen Tian's consciousness, including chromosomes, DNA, and gene fragments. Gradually, tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of data were compared. In addition to the extreme microcosm, when the X gene cell picture can be clearly seen, the secret of mutant ability was slowly revealed in front of Chen Tian. In the evening, when the sun was sinking in the west, Chen Tian slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be countless gene chains spinning, exuding a mysterious aura. It turns out that the X gene is in the wrong direction. After speaking, Chen Tian banged down from the sky, piercing the dark clouds below into a hole with a diameter of 100 meters, like a god descending into the mortal world. Back at the manor, Chen Tian gave the housekeeper a checklist to prepare materials, and then plunged into the underground research institute. Next, Chen Tian went to the Sea of Clouds to bask in the sun during the day, and stayed in the underground research institute at night. He entered a state of retreat and seemed very busy. MJGZNDKWMZCYNTI3NJCZNZQZOJ equals. As for the gang, it was all handed over to Edith Lays. 3 days later, Africa, the capital of the Federal Republic of Mutant. Today, the world's attention is directed to this barren place. Weird-looking mutants can be seen everywhere on the street. In the center of the capital, the square is even more crowded. All mutants from all over the world are excitedly looking at the high platform in the distance, and their mouths are full of joy. On the high platform, there were Brotherhood mutants such as Magneto, Chen, Quicksilver, Fireman, Nightwalker, etc. who had taken off their helmets, as well as many high-ranking ordinary people. On one side are messengers from various countries, and on the other side are X-Men such as Professor X, Cyclops, Storm, Colossus, Iceman, Wolverine. In addition to this, there is the deeply hidden Hellfire Club member, the White Queen, and some rarely seen mutants, such as Scarlet Witch Wanda. Although Wanda, like Quicksilver, is Magneto's daughter, once joined Brotherhood, and then joined X-Men, but finally left because of different beliefs. At the moment, as a strong mutant, also attended today's Mutant National Founding Conference. It can be said that if a country launches a nuclear bomb here today, well, a nuclear explosion may not necessarily work. In front of Magneto, missiles with metal can't fall. As for burying a nuclear bomb under the venue, some people have considered this situation, but they gave up in the end. Because the strength shown by Chen is too terrifying, and Scarlet Witch Wanda, who has also shown ability beyond the alpha level. So without 100% certainty, some countries eventually abandoned this tempting beheading plan. Given the pomp and circumstance, the destruction of the Sentry test site a few days ago also seems less important, at least to some. At this time, it was 10 o'clock. Magneto came to the microphone, looked at the mutants below, and reporters from all over the country, and smiled. "Gentlemen and ladies, thank you very much for attending." Just when Magneto started his speech on the founding of the country, on the VIP stage, Shadowcat looked around and said with some regret, "West didn't come." Professor X did not look back, smiled and said gently, "I heard Eric mention this, and he specially asked West to invite him. Yesterday, however, his housekeeper called and said he's been so busy studying biology lately that he can't find time." Professor X's words made Iceman, Colossus, and the X-Men not knowing what to say. Thinking of the image of the violent person who raised his fist and blasted everything, suddenly squatting in the laboratory all day long to study, I felt an inexplicable sense of disobedience. At this time, Scott, who had been looking at Chen, hesitated. "Teacher, Chen she." Professor X said gently, "When the conference is over, go to her, just talk about some things, she just can't face her feelings now." With the establishment of the mutant nation, many standpoints are no longer a problem, and former enemies have become friends. Definitely, some people with deep hatred can't do it. Half a day later, there was news about mutant country on the internet all over the world. At the same time, many so-called experts have appeared on the internet to popularize science for ordinary people, telling them that mutant is not scary. The emergence of mutant is a genetic evolution, not a disease. In fact, most of all human beings carry the invisible X gene. Maybe one day your children and wives will have awakening mutant ability. In this case, in mainstream public opinion, the ethos of mutant being a monster has changed slightly. It's just that these have little to do with Chen Tian. At night, on the 4th floor of the Underground Research Institute, Chen Tian was standing in front of a machine with a serious expression, observing the slowly evolving stem cells inside. Under Chen Tian's mental microscopic gaze, those cells and nuclei in the life-mimicking water are constantly sending out weak signals that humans cannot perceive. As these signals are sent, the protein organization within the cell wall begins to change. Gradually, an insignificant cell embryo appears in the cell, and then the inside is like a replication, and various tissues gradually begin to grow. During this process, many cells of the embryo will collapse, along with that stem cell. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of these stem cells extracted from a drop of bone marrow died, and the rest kept collapsing. This kind of situation, Chen Tian has seen countless times in the past few days and doesn't care. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, a smile appeared on the corner of Chen Tian's mouth, because in his perception, a new stem cell was slowly taking shape. This is the first time that he has successfully simulated the embryonic life environment and successfully replicated the first stem cell since he tried hundreds of times for several days. In this stem cell, the genetic information belonging to that mutant is twice as weak. Seeing this, Chen Tian did not continue to observe, but turned around and left with the harvest consciousness. Arriving here, it means that there is no problem with the life embryo environment he has prepared, and he no longer needs to stare at him, and everything will be left to time. Back on the third floor, Chen Tian was busy again. But this time, it is not the study of biological genes, but the materials. I saw a few sets of black battle suits hanging on the wall shelf in the distance, among which was the dragon black battle armor that was worn once that day. In addition, there is a black-based Superman battle suit with scale-like textures all over the surface, and a red cape behind it. Yes, Chen Tian is not only researching biological genes, but also researching materials and 4.0 machinery, preparing a powerful Superman battle suit for himself. Now, based on his power performance, the major outside forces have adopted the Superman code name, and Chen Tian is ready to deepen the impression of this code name. At that time, if someone wants to deal with him with the impression of Superman, they will be surprised to find that this Superman has many mutant abilities. And when he wants to deal with him in a way to deal with mutant, he will painfully find that even if he can't use mutant ability, he still has the same powerful power as Superman. This kind of despair is not because the parties cannot feel it. For example, the official of the United States, even if Chen Tian was listed as a key suspect, he would not dare to come to the door. The reason is that Chen Tian's strength is too strong, so strong that he can't find any weakness, so he can only pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, with their domineering characters like robbers, they would have come to arrest him long ago, and tortured him to extort a confession. Sunbathe during the day, work at high altitude to think and analyze data, and study biological genes, machinery, materials, and electrical software development at night. Chen Tian is like a top-level scientist, busy and fulfilling, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. P.S. Second, more late at night, a small town in Mexico is dozens of kilometers away. In a modified car, two women, a middle-aged man, were nervously looking at the detection instrument, which kept making beeping sounds. But, Jane, are you sure you found something? 99. Looking at the radar that didn't respond for a long time, the middle-aged man couldn't help but look at the brown-haired woman in doubt. Hold on. The beautiful Jane said calmly, during this time, I found that every time there is a certain period of time here, there will be strong interference from the sky. When the disturbance fluctuations are at their strongest, the sky changes and a constellation emerges that we have never seen before. 35. The woman's persistence gives the middle-aged a headache. Jane, you study physics, not astronomy. And at present, the surrounding of the solar system, and even the Milky Way and surrounding galaxies have already been explored and determined. How could there be a strange constellation? Jane said seriously, trust me, I'm really not joking, otherwise I won't call you. The middle-aged man was about to speak when suddenly, the woman sitting in the driver's seat in front was startled. Look, what's over there? I saw that the sky was densely covered with dark clouds in the distance, turning into a vortex that slowly rotated, and there was a faint gathering of terrifying forces in the center of the vortex, distorting the space. Suddenly, colored rays of light flashed from the depths of the vortex, turning into a tornado that pierced the sky and fell from the sky. Boom! In an instant, the sky and the earth shook, and the strong wind roared, setting off a gust of wind that swept through everything. At the same time, there was a fire in the distant sky like a meteor falling, and the moment it fell on the ground, the earth shattered, and a crater with a diameter of several tens of meters was smashed. In the center of the pit, lay a quaint hammer quietly. Finally successful. A month later at the 21 Underground Research Institute, Chen Tian showed a satisfied smile on his face. In front of him, in the glass container of the large particle pulse centrifuge, the light spots as small as dust flickered, and the number was hundreds. These are the results of Chen Tian in the past month. Contains the X factor of psychokinesis, and has reached the alpha level. However, these X factors, different from the X gene cells that were originally intended to be cultivated, can be said to be cells or pure energy. After thousands of trials and generations of replication and division, Chen Tian cultivated billions of X cells that incorporated his DNA information and had no trace of other people's genes. Then, through special equipment, the gene fragments containing psychokinesis ability in these cells were extracted in the form of energy. Extracting hundreds of X factors from billions of cells shows how exaggerated the difficulty is. If it wasn't for Chen Tian's spiritual power that could reach the inside of the microscopic cells, or even the genetic picture, it would be impossible to operate. In addition, this large particle pulse centrifuge for extracting X factor is also a special instrument that Chen Tian spent more than half a month transforming. Even when he was basking in the sun during the day, Chen Tian's supercomputer-like brain was simulating experimental models, analyzing data, and exhausting his energy. Sure enough, the end of science is theology. Inexplicably emotional, Chen Tian opened the centrifuge container and stretched his left hand into it. Immediately, the energy light spot was attracted by the unknown, floated towards Chen Tian actively, and then easily merged into the X gene network in his hand. It seems to be a systematic reason. Although Chen Tian's whole body has been transformed into a Krypton Superman physique, the original X gene in his body still exists. But these X genes are only between the muscles of Chen Tian's whole body, forming a network between energy and matter, all over Chen Tian's body. These X gene nets correspond to the Kryptonian body roar, are influenced by the evolution of Kryptonian cells, slowly improve, and are independent, which is very peculiar. At the moment, as soon as those psychokinesis factors were integrated into the palm of the hand, they integrated with the Chen Tian X gene in an instant, and a special fluctuation immediately spread out. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying psychokinesis force erupted with Chen Tian as the center, turning into a raging wind, and the entire laboratory began to vibrate slightly. Superman gives people the feeling that he has always been physically powerful, fast, has heat ray, flight, body of steel and so on. His spiritual will was ignored by many. Only Chen Tian knows that Superman's spirit will grow stronger along with his body. It just seemed to be limited by what Professor X called attributes and could not interfere with reality, so it never showed. No matter in comics or movies, Superman has not shown the ability of psychokinesis, mental transfer, etc., until he evolves into a golden superpower. He is omnipotent. As for Biandacheo, needless to say, you can have whatever ability you want, and there is no upper limit. As long as he believes how powerful he will be as powerful as it is. At this time, along with those psychokinesis X factors into Chen Tian's left hand, instantly his huge and amazing mental power seemed to be endowed with attributes. I saw Chen Tian stretched out his left hand and pushed slightly towards the far wall. Boom! Suddenly the earth shook. The cement wall 2 meters thick suddenly sank, forming a huge handprint 2 meters deep and 6 meters in diameter, with clear texture, like the palm of a giant. Chen Tian thought to himself and said to himself, "Did you only release 1,000th of my spiritual power?" Step by step. Although he has psychokinesis ability, Chen Tian's psychokinesis ability is not very strong because there are too few X genes of psychokinesis in his body. It needs to be released through the channel of the left hand. However, he had already expected this result. And he first chose psychokinesis X factor. In addition to releasing mental power, there is also the ability to obtain mental power to interfere with reality. Energy madness is also energy, so it is not impossible to change from madness to control just by adjusting certain genetic information. With a soft voice in his mouth, Chen Tian disappeared into the research room without a sound. The city of Pokat was overcast early in the morning, and it looked like a heavy rainstorm was about to hit. Recently, the city of Pokat seems to be in the rainy season, and it is usually rainy and rainy. At the entrance of the Underground Research Institute, Edith Lace was wearing a red dress with red hair and red clothes, like a raging flame, exuding amazing charm. It has been a month since I saw Chen Tian, and Yudi Lazy, who had just returned from the outside city, was waiting for him at the entrance. Because she knew that Chen Tian would come out every day to bask in the sun. At this moment, the elevator of the Research Institute lights up. Under the excited eyes of the red-haired girl, the elevator stopped on the first floor, and then slowly opened. The moment the elevator opened and she saw Chen Tian, Edith froze. Her body instinctively sent out a message of fear, danger, and run fast. Just like the Chen Tian in front of him is a black hole that devours everything, as long as he gets close to him, he will be torn to pieces in an instant. Idi Lei Si, do you have something to do with me? Chen Tian's voice awakened Idi Lei Si who was absent. No. Edith Lei shook her head subconsciously. Are you all right? Chen Tian gave her a strange look, and then nodded. I have something to test now, and we will talk later. After speaking, the earth shook, and Chen Tian instantly turned into a black shadow that rose into the sky, turned into a black spot in the blink of an eye, and disappeared through the clouds. Seeing Chen Tian's figure disappearing into the sky, Edith Lei suddenly gasped for breath, with shock on her face. West, he has become so strong. Because it was too shocking, Edith Lei forgot to call him darling. A month ago, although Chen Tian gave her an unstoppable sense of strength and was full of oppression, he did not have the kind of despair and terror just now. Obviously, Chen Tian did not exude a breath. But instinct told Edith Lei that the current Chen Tian was terrifying, dangerous, and terrifying. Above the height of more than 30,000 meters, the sun is shining brightly. Chen Tian stands in the void, his arms are stretched, and his eyes are closed. In his body, the powerful mental psychokinesis penetrated deep into the X gene cells in the body, interfered with reality, and forcibly changed some subtle cellular structures. I don't know how long ago, Chen Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and the violent energy burst out. Boom! The transparent air waves erupted in Chen Tian's body, forming a spiral air wave around, and at the same time, a momentum that collapsed the void and collapsed the sky and the earth rose into the sky. The terror of this momentum instantly dissipated the roaring high-altitude winds of hundreds of meters, forming a heavy and quiet windless area. It's just that the aura emanating is so terrifying, one can imagine how powerful at the moment Chen Tian's strength is. However, Chen Tian activated ability, not to be handsome. I saw his powerful spiritual thought move, and the violent energy burning in the body suddenly stopped, and then it converged to the right hand little by little. I saw that in Chen Tian's hands, a golden energy ball gathered from nothing. As the energy continued to gather, the golden ball of light became more and more dazzling, and finally it even looked like a 653 miniature sun straddling the sky, covering up the light of the great sun in the sky. Because the gathered energy is too exaggerated, under the golden light, the space around Chen Tian seems to be distorted and oscillated. Suddenly, Chen Tian threw the ball of light that reached the limit in his hand. In an instant, a golden beam of light descended from the sky, appearing above the tumbling dark clouds in just a few seconds, and the speed reached an exaggerated level of 1 second and several thousand meters. At this time, Chen Tian's thoughts moved and detonated the energy ball. Boom! In an instant, the dazzling rays of light burst out, and the endless violent and fiery energy was released, illuminating the world like a nuclear bomb. The violent sound shook the world, the brains of millions of people in Pokot City below were buzzing, and the glass of many high-rise buildings was shattered. The sudden change made countless people subconsciously look up at the sky, then saw the endless golden light tearing through the clouds, forming circles of destructive shockwaves, and the dark clouds that covered the sky dissipated wherever they passed. Because the light was too dazzling, countless people felt their eyes sting, and they were white. Immediately after that, the strong wind roared from the sky, overwhelming the sky, and many people could not stand still, screaming in panic. At this moment, many people think of the terrible word nuclear explosion. I don't know how long it has passed. When the strong wind dissipated, these people's eyes also recovered their sight, and when they could hear the sound in their ears, all of them opened their mouths. Because over the city of Pochut, a huge hole with a diameter of dozens of miles appeared, and there were still dark clouds in the distance. Passing through the clouds up to a kilometer thick, the sky was clear, and the bright sunlight shone through the huge hole, like a golden beam of light shrouding the entire city of Pochut. This scene, in contrast to the oppression of the dark cloud over the city in the distance, is like a miracle. Vaguely, someone saw that above the sky, there seemed to be a figure standing in the endless golden sunlight, like a god, overlooking all living beings. P.S. The third update, the 4D update is completed, and will continue tomorrow. The air blast has a range of 30 miles, so it's alright. Above the sky, Chen Tian, surrounded by spiraling air waves, overlooked the void in the sea of clouds below. He just felt okay with the power of the energy light ball just hit. The blow just now looked amazing, and it spread over 30 miles, but in fact it was only 15 kilometers in diameter. Moreover, it is an air explosion. If it falls on the ground, it will cause damage in a range of several kilometers at most, and the shockwave it will set off will also spread to 10 kilometers at most. However, for Chen Tian, who just interfered with reality through psychokinesis, adjusted the X gene data in his body, and changed his ability, this effect was not bad. In this way, he has another long-range attack method, which can clean up trash fish in a wide range. If he had this trick when he destroyed the Sentry laboratory in front of him, he could wipe out the surrounding military bases with a single blow, instead of flying around and destroying them one by one. However, the use of energy is more than just throwing it out. With that said, the biological force field in Chen Tian's body unfolded, and at the same time a powerful mind control energy poured into the force field, and a thick energy mask suddenly appeared. The shield with a diameter of only half a meter enveloped Chen Tian, and the golden rays of light circulated on it, exuding an unshakable meaning. In the state of energy burst, the energy emitted by Chen Tian outside the body has a certain shielding effect. At the moment integrated with the biological force field, it immediately gave Chen Tian a substantial sense of heaviness, like changing from pure energy defense to physical energy dual resistance. As for the protection strength, there is currently no reference material, and Chen Tian is also unclear. Chen Tian was thoughtful. He felt that the use of energy was more than that, and he could spend some time studying the use of this aspect in the future. After many days of research, Chen Tian was in a good mood, and he couldn't help but call out the attribute page. Host, Chen Tian West.Chen. Race, human. Rating, Samsung. Bloodline, Krypton Superman Bronze Age. Strength, grip strength 72,500 tons, arm strength 183,000 tons, fist strength 618,000 tons. 850-1590. Eyes, heat ray characteristics, 65,150,000 degrees Celsius high temperature, with powerful energy shock X-ray perspective eyes. Ears, can capture any subtle sound within 10 kilometers, no medium required. Brain, roar suction. Defense, body of steel, biofield powerful. Physiology, the cells of the whole body can evolve by absorbing the energy of the sun, and can store the energy of sunlight 100,000 times strengthening. X gene ability, energy berserk/control level 1, burns internal energy, increases power by 5 times, can control energy gathering attacks. Energy fission secondary fission of energy in the body, a large explosion of power on the basis of the first level increase. Psychokinesis substantiation of spiritual power, can interfere with reality, current conversion rate 1000/1. Law, shocking sword intent residual, 100/5, can compress the energy in the body 20 times and convert it into a sharp, condensed oscillating sword energy. Origin, 7. Function, virtual battlefield, storage space 1000 x 1000. Sweeping the attribute change, Chen Tian's eyes flickered slightly. In 1 month, under the sunlight, his body evolved without limit, and his basic strength soared from 13,000 to more than 70,000 tons. It seems that the data has only doubled, but his strength has increased more than 10 times. Because what increases is not only strength, but also speed, body strength, body density, and the synthesis of the energy contained in the endless Kryptonian cells in the body. In addition, fighting methods are also enriched a lot. In addition to the direct burst of energy transformation, it also has psychokinesis, energy attack, knife gas and other means. It can be said that Chen Tian at the moment far surpasses Sid in the movie Man of Steel in terms of the expressive power of destruction alone. There is also a level. In the system's remarks, it has also been upgraded from 2 stars to 3 stars, but I don't know how this division of strength is calculated. He is so powerful, no longer weaker than some gods in mythology, but only 3 stars. Feeling the change in strength, Chen Tian sighed, with my current strength, on this earth where there are many powerhouses, I have a certain right to decide. And the ability research of the X gene is finally on the right track, and then continue to integrate the X factor to gain the power of time and space. At that time, the collection of gems can begin. Saying that, Chen Tian showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and his figure disappeared into the sky. During this time, he devoted himself to researching the X gene ability. In addition to enriching his fighting methods, his purpose was to prepare for the capture of infinite gems. There are currently 3 infinite gems known to exist on Earth. One is the time gem in the hands of Ancient One, the other is the reality gem sealed by Odin in an old church in London, and there is still space. Needless to say, it is very difficult to steal time gem from Ancient One. In addition to mastering magic involving space and soul, the opponent can also use the power of time gem, which is called a pervert. If you want to snatch the time gem from the Ancient One, you must have powers involving time and space in order to contend. Otherwise, the other party is just a time corridor to make people crazy. As for the defense of the soul, now with the spiritual psychokinesis, it should be able to contend with 1 or 2. Definitely, he can also take a surprise and choose to seriously injure or even kill the Ancient One with a long-range attack. And the reality gem, currently hidden in a space mezzanine. Until the Battle of the Avengers Alliance, the time period of the Ultron era did not break out, and Thor's girlfriend Jane was sucked into the body and taken out. This should be the best infinite gems to get. But there is a problem, that is, before Jane did not go to Yingguo, there was no abnormality in the space point of the abandoned church, that is to say, it took a certain period of time to enter. Therefore, if Chen Tian wants to get the reality gem, he must master the space ability and have a deep understanding of space. So next, Chen Tian extracted the X factor of these 2 abilities from the mutant gene with the ability of space and time. As for the last space, Pochut's vision shocked the city, but after the shock it was over. After all, in the previous golden explosion, apart from causing some glass to shatter, no one was injured, nor did it cause other natural disasters. In addition, the TV station also has a brick home, saying that it is just a special time period. The concentration of high-altitude water vapor is too high, and countless ice crystals are formed at low temperature. Then these ice crystals refracted the sunlight, and under the influence of the unknown force field, an airburst phenomenon of a special force field was formed. This phenomenon is extremely rare and may only occur once in hundreds or thousands of years, so the citizens of Pochut today should be grateful, because they have witnessed a phenomenon that is rare in 1,000 years. For this explanation, whether the citizens believe it or not, the brick houses themselves believe it anyway. After all, no one can fly up to study it. Darling, it seems we are going out on a date for the first time. 35. In the bustling commercial street, Edith Lays walked in front of her excitedly, with brisk steps and a bright smile on her beautiful face. Especially the flowing red hair and the little red horn decoration on her head add to her charm. Behind Edith Lazy, Chen Tian with a leisurely expression nodded and said with a smile, it should be said that this is the first time we have been wandering the streets since we came here. At the same time, it was the second time that Chen Tian went to the streets after coming to this world, and the first time was to Westchester with Clarice and the others. Because of the urgency and uneasiness in his heart, Chen Tian has been busy improving his strength. Including coming to Pochut is also busy. Until this time, because the strength has increased to a punch of nearly 1 million tons, and the X gene research has also progressed, there is a little idea of going out to relax. As for the date in the mouth of Edith Lazy, Chen Tian didn't care, as long as she was happy. Being liked by such a beautiful girl, as a normal man, Chen Tian's mood is still very good. After all, people have some vanity more or less. Especially the envious glances of the men around him made Chen Tian feel very comfortable. In the last life, as a social animal, he could only use envious eyes on the internet to watch those rich second generations drive luxury cars and take beautiful women for a ride every day, or go to the University of Foreign Studies and Foreign Studies, the College of Arts and other universities with many beauties for a turn. When they came out, they had 1 or 2 legendary school beauties in their car. This kind of unrestrained life is so enviable. As a man, Chen Tian naturally dreamed of being surrounded by beauties, going in and out of luxury cars, and living a depraved life of choosing a concubine every day. Then, was woken up by a colleague. And now, with Chen Tian at the moment's terrifying vision, if he really saw it, all the beauties in his eyes were rough flash wrapped in mites. So in order to make himself more happy, Chen Tian usually controls these perceptions, including vision, to the state of ordinary people. Darling, look, does this hat look good? The two came to a boutique, and Edith Lace picked up a red sun hat with flowers on the edge and put it on, asking Chen Tian for her opinion. Chen Tian nodded. Yes, it looks beautiful. Being praised by Chen Tian, the girl showed a bright smile on her face. Darling, where's the earring? It's not very good looking, it doesn't match your temperament. I think this one may be better. Try it? Inside the jewelry store, Chen Tian pointed to a pair of platinum and diamond drop earrings. It is good. The two are like a real couple, Wang Lihao, leisurely strolling the commercial street. At the same time, in the library of Xavier Gifted School, a black-haired girl was quietly reading a book. At this moment, a freckled girl not far away shouted, Clarice, Mrs. Orlo asked you to go to the office. Don't go to look up and ask in doubt. Kayla, does Teacher Orlo have anything to do with me? I do not know either. Okay. The black-haired girl nodded, got up and put the book in her hand back on the bookshelf, then pulled her hands in front of her, and instantly a high purple aperture spread out. Opposite the purple aperture is Orlo's office. She is sitting behind the desk busy with things. Clarice walked into the purple aperture and appeared directly in the office, looking a little miraculous. Behind the desk, Orlo looked at Clarice, who appeared, with a smile on his face. Clarice, your space teleportation ability has become more and more proficient. Clarice shook her head and whispered, it's not very good. At present I can only calculate the spatial coordinates of the school. It's been pretty good. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Esme, Sophie, Phoebe. Orlo looked at the three blonde girls sitting quietly on the sofa in the corner of the office. This is Clarice. The grade is similar to yours. Ability is space teleportation. 35. I have a lot of things to do today, so I'll let her show you guys about the campus later. No money. In the manner, Chen Tian, who had just returned from shopping, sat down when the old butler came over to report the situation and told him that the company was running out of money. Looking at the old housekeeper, Chen Tian wondered, under the leadership of Edith Lace recently, isn't the gang business very good? 99. Although he was busy doing research during this time, Chen Tian still had some understanding of the outside world. For example, the territory of the Bloodhand Society had expanded several times. At present, the business scope covers Pochut City and 9 surrounding cities. The core has more than 2,000 actual personnel and more than 5,000 peripheral members. This strength also belongs to a large-scale gang in the entire country of Mexico, and the power makes all parties look at it. However, except for the city of Pochut, other cities only occupy a part of the site and do the flower business in the past. Also opened some underground casinos, entertainment city, and so on. In this case, not to mention the daily gold, and the income of tens of millions of dollars a month, this money is the money of Chen Tian after deducting the gang expenses. After all, he has raised thousands of people, and his monthly salary is tens of millions, plus dividends from several other families. As for the bright side, the worst group, which is involved in financial and real estate banking and other businesses, does not have a lot of income, and its profit is only a few $1 million a month. And now, with a monthly income of tens of millions of dollars, which is equivalent to several hundred million in cash flow, there is no money left. Master, the main reason is that the materials you want to buy are too expensive. The old housekeeper smiled bitterly. For example, if you buy pure ion heavy oxygen source liquid from Koluo Pharmaceutical Company, 1000 ml is $700,000, and after the old housekeeper made the calculations, on the side, Edith Lace, who was looking at Xiaodong's Ioxy happily, couldn't help but grow her mouth. Because in just this month, Chen Tian has consumed hundreds of millions of dollars. Not only has he used up the recent earnings, but the family's previous cash flow has almost been used. Darling, are you eating money? Is it so expensive? Chen Tian was also a little surprised. Many of the biological genes he did, as well as material tests, were already available in the market, so he directly asked the housekeeper to buy them. For example, the pure ionic heavy oxygen source liquid that the old housekeeper mentioned was an important liquid for synthesizing lifelike water, and it was extracted from a deep-sea organism. At the rate of dozens of trials per night, these resources are expensive. Although most of the material Chen Tian knew the principle, he also synthesized it. But if he needs to study and synthesize any element or anything, it will take him at least a few months to successfully extract enough psychokinesis X factors. Sure enough, research is expensive. Tesla has invested tens of billions of dollars in it, and only then did Sentry to deal with ordinary mutants. After pondering slightly, Chen Tian said, I will take the time to organize 2 biological data for you later. When the time comes, you let the pharmaceutical companies controlled by the group study and expand production, and then the funding problem should be temporarily solved. Although Chen Tian has been immersed in his research during this time, he has also gained a lot in the meantime. For example, one of the biological materials is to synthesize a kind of insulin through more than 10 biological enzymes, which can greatly reduce the blood sugar in the blood and treat diabetes. Although it cannot be cured, the medical effect is several times that of the current market. There is another biological data. It is a substance for cell anti-aging. The effect is very good, no side effects. If it is produced to establish a cosmetics company, it will definitely make huge profits. After all, the best money in this world is medicine and women. In fact, Chen Tian still has more than a dozen copies of these things, which are all unexpected gains during research, but they are of no use to him. After talking about the money, Chen Tian said casually, by the way, is there anything special happening in the surrounding area or internationally during this time? Because Chen Tian specifically explained this matter, the old housekeeper has been paying attention and respectfully said, Master, there are a few special things. More than half a month ago, Tony, chairman of the United States Stark Industries, announced that from now on, the group will no longer sell arms. At the same time, he announced his identity as Iron Man, and tailored a personal armor with strong defense, flight ability, and powerful firepower for himself. There is also the Mutant Republic, which has also recently been in conflict with several major powers, because those countries covertly blocked mutants' departure. Because of this, Magneto and Phoenix Force went to negotiations in person, and even nearly broke out in a fight in the tough-minded Yingguo. 35. It is said that the whole of London was covered with a cloud of destruction that day. 35. Although there was no conflict in the end, there are rumors in the outside world that Yingguo was forced to bow his head under the threat of force from the Phoenix Force. In addition to some deliberate propaganda on the online media, the current atmosphere conflict between mutant and ordinary people has become a little more intense. Besides, under the introduction of the old housekeeper, Chen Tian had a general understanding of what happened during this time. On the whole, nothing major happened, and he had long expected the situation that countries blocked mutant from leaving the country. Although Magneto successfully established a country, it is somewhat difficult to absorb global mutants and rely on the power of these mutants to develop and build a country. After all, the global interest pie is so big, if you share some, others will naturally have less, not to mention the mutants who stand opposite in the sky. Therefore, it is expected that countries secretly block it. It was the appearance of Iron Man that caught Chen Tian's attention, because that means Avengers is about to be formed. The appearance of Avengers also means that Mind Gem is about to appear on Earth. As for the Space Gem, it's actually somewhere on Earth, but in order for Loki to bring the Mind Gem, Chen Tian won't touch it in advance. By the way, Master, in addition to these, in a small town in New Mexico, a strange thing happened last night. What's up? Last night, a dazzling aurora suddenly appeared outside that town, illuminating the night sky, and the fire of a falling meteor. When someone rushed over in the morning, they found a large crater, but the bottom of the crater was not a meteorite fragment, but a hammer. Hammer. Chen Tian raised his brows. Yes, the hammer, and no one can pick it up, not even shake it. Because of this strange phenomenon, it has attracted the attention of many local people, and even appeared in newspapers and TV. 35. Chen Tian nodded thoughtfully, he probably knew what that hammer was. Thor? At this moment, SPI, the long-lost system voice sounded in Chen Tian's mind. Trigger the task release conditions. The main task, ask the host to destroy the destroyer, like those false gods proclaiming the power of Superman. Mission completed. 3 points of origin. 35. The source of 3 points. Chen Tian's eyes showed a touch of surprise. Chen Tian, who has used it twice, knows how important the origin is, and it is also the key to the subsequent sublimation of the Silver Supreme. I didn't expect the reward for this mission to be so high. As for the difficulty of the task, Chen Tian didn't take it to heart. Compared to the previous missions, his current strength is already many times stronger. Even if it is the so-called King of God, he has to fight before he knows it. Chen Tian looked at the red-haired girl. Edith Lace, do you want to go on a trip that says go? Darling, really? Edith Lace was stunned for a moment, then she showed a surprise on her face, and went on a tour with Darling. But make some preparations, and let's go. 39. Having said that, Chen Tian stood up, followed by the red-haired girl with a happy face. The housekeeper was a little stunned, wondering why his young master suddenly thought of going on a trip. Following Chen Tian, when Edith Lace came to the second floor of the basement, she immediately looked at both sides with a surprised expression. On the walls, the individual glass cabinets were filled with various styles of battlesuits, including the Pegasus constellation that she wore once, and the Black Dragon constellation that Chen Tian had worn. In addition, there are Superman battlesuits similar to the comics but with some differences, and black suits made of special materials at first glance. Darling, what are these? Chen Tian said casually, these are the combat uniforms I made with some high-strength materials, such as this one on my body. Don't look at it as a suit, it is actually made of polymer materials. 5. Fire-resistant and corrosion-resistant, even bullets cannot penetrate, and it has a certain elasticity, not afraid of tearing, breathable, and very comfortable after wearing. At the same time, I built some electronic components inside, which can encrypt calls, are resistant to dirt, and are waterproof. It can be said that it is very suitable for robbing the house. Although it sounded powerful, Edith always felt strange. Difficulty. These high-tech battle uniforms are researched, and the purpose is to do bad things. Here, this set is for you. Having said that, Chen Tian picked up a lady's black suit and gave it to Edith Lace. Edith Lace subconsciously took over the clothes, and immediately felt that the material did feel good to the touch. It was obviously light and thin, but it gave a heavy feeling. The question is it necessary to make such an exaggeration for a dress? At this time, Chen Tian came to the Superman black battlesuit that was similar to thin armor and covered with scales. Unfortunately, this battlesuit is only half finished. 99. According to Chen Tian's theory, he originally planned to learn the Iron Man armor thinking, to create armor that contained nuclear fusion in clothes and could release sunlight endlessly. At that time, he doesn't have to always fly to the sky to bask in the sun, and he can absorb sunlight anytime and anywhere to improve his strength. In addition, because Superman relies on sunlight, if one day he is sent by the enemy and taken to a dark place without sunlight to fight, unless he can quickly defeat the enemy, there is also the danger of running out of solar energy in his body. In this case, if you have a battle armor that can release nuclear fusion sunlight endlessly, you can replenish energy at any time without worrying about this problem. Even if it is strong enough in the future, directly shrink a yellow fixed star and insert it into the battle armor. Definitely, the idea is a bit exaggerated at the moment. New Mexico, Old Bridge Town. Because of the vision outside the city, the town was very lively today, and people from many towns came here to see if they could pick up that hammer. In the afternoon, in a restaurant, many locals were drinking, and some people shouted angrily, "Fake? What is the origin of those guys? Why don't you let us get close?" Yes, if I hadn't carried a gun, I would have given them a shot. I think we should go to the mayor and let him tell those guys that the hammer belongs to the town. At this time, a silver luxury car stopped at the entrance of the restaurant, attracting many people's attention. Definitely, what they paid attention to was not the luxury car, but the beautiful red-haired girl sitting in the passenger seat after the hood was opened. Chen Tian walked into the restaurant, glanced inside, and with a long knife on her back and smiling Edith Lace, she found a seat by the window and sat down. "Boss, 2 cups of coffee, a pizza, a steak, and a cheese roast." After driving for so long, Chen Tian was a little hungry. Just as the food ordered by Chen Tian and Edith Lacy was delivered, another 2 men and 2 women entered the restaurant. The moment the 4 walked in, Chen Tian's eyes fell on the blonde-haired youth who was 1.9 meters tall and had a strong body like a fitness trainer. In Chen Tian's eyes, the blonde youth looked similar to an ordinary person on the surface, but his body density was exaggerated. There is a huge gap between the muscles and bones of ordinary people, and in his body, there is still an amazing power dormant, exuding a compelling aura. Chen Tian immediately confirmed the identity of the blonde youth, Thor. Coincidence? Definitely not. Mainly because the town is too small and there aren't many decent restaurants except this one that looks clean and tidy. The 4 of them found a table in the middle and sat down, and the brown-haired woman waved her hand and said familiarly, "Hi, Izzy, here's a layer cake and 4 cups of coffee." The backstage boss responded, "Wait a minute." After sitting down, Thor glanced around the restaurant, then looked at the indifferent dark-haired boy by the window, raised his brows and said, "Brother, why do you keep looking at me?" 99. A smile appeared on Chen Tian's face, looking sunny and handsome, and chuckled, "It's very simple, you are the strongest here." Chen Tian didn't care about Thor's attention to his gaze. As a prince of the Protoss, even Thor, one of the strongest at the moment, it would be a joke if he couldn't even spot the gaze of others. Even though his divine power is now sealed, the warrior's intuition is still there. Hearing that Chen Tian said that he was the most powerful, originally because of his divine power, Tolton, who was a little depressed, was in a good mood. But at this time, among the 4, Daisy, who was a little plumper than the brief, also noticed Chen Tian, then her eyes lit up and she whispered in surprise to Roar, "Jane, that boy is so cool and handsome." Hearing this, Jane, who had been focusing on Thor just now, also turned her head subconsciously, and her eyes suddenly showed surprise. If Thor is tall and handsome, then a black-haired boy sitting by the window, wearing a black slim suit, with a figure no less than Thor's, is handsome and cool. Especially those gentle eyes with clear black and white, faintly exuding light, just like sunshine. In addition, there is invisible oppression in the calmness, and the noble temperament of the superior, just like the male god who came out of the movie, full of temptation for women. Only, looking at the red-haired girl in the same black lady's suit, with a delicate appearance and a very handsome temperament, both Daisy and Jane felt a little ashamed. What a dazzling couple. Jane couldn't help but marvel. Daisy also nodded regretfully, yes. This kind of sight, not only them, but also many customers in the store feel this way. Because the gap is so big that people feel ashamed, so no one went to chat up. Chen Tian felt very regretful about this result. Because the way here was too dull, I didn't peep at Edith Lace's beauty and look for trouble. When did Westerners who pay attention to unrestrained freedom and want to fall in love become so polite? Eating snacks, Edith Lace asked curiously, "Darling, what are we going to do next?" Chen Tian smiled lightly, "Didn't you say, look at the hammer?" 6699. Chen Tian didn't lie to her. After eating, he settled the bill and brought Edith Lace to take a look at the hammer. Chen Tian was a little interested in Mjolnir, whose handle was a branch of the world tree, forged in the dying fixed star. Definitely, what he is interested in is not the power of the hammer, but the original material and casting method of the hammer. Maybe he can get some reference from it. For example, he copied elements that were similar to hard and contained powerful forces, and perfected the fixed star battle suit he imagined. Izzy, another layer cake. At this time, Jane looked at Thor, who was eating snacks, and ordered another food for him. The town is 50 miles away from the crater, which is about 90 kilometers, and the road is still the kind of barren muddy road. At this point, it has to be said that the Western infrastructure is garbage. Fortunately, the luxury car that Chen Tian drove out of the garage was a sedan, not a low-chassis sports car like a Lamborghini, and could barely run on this road. That is, when occasionally encountering a slightly larger pothole, Chen Tian needs to fly over with a small car. After a bumpy ride, 2 hours later, Chen Tian and the two finally came to the hammer pit, which has become a temporary base at the moment. On the edge of the base, Chen Tian and the two got off the car when they were stopped by a man wearing sunglasses, and said with a stern expression, "I'm sorry, this place has been taken over, and idlers are not allowed to enter." Chen Tian said coldly, "Take over? Are you the military of Mexico? Or the local government?" He definitely knew these guys were from S.H.I.E.L.D, but so what? With the continuous improvement and growth of strength, after experiencing various things, Chen Tian's personality has also undergone some changes, and some scruples in his heart gradually disappeared. As for the change in his personality, although Chen Tian noticed it, he didn't care. Because this is normal. No matter who it is, the character will change with his strength, wealth, and social status, because they have the confidence to solve various problems. If Chen Tian at the moment is still as careful as when he first crossed, then what is the significance of his efforts to improve his strength? Chen Tian's attitude made the S.H.I.E.L.D agent frown, and he was about to speak. At this moment, Edith Les kicked the ordinary detective into the air in an instant, and smashed it against the wall of the simple room behind with a scream. Boom! A sudden vibration caught the attention of the people inside. Who? Year. Enemy attack. In the sound of shouting, a dozen people with guns rushed out, aiming their guns at the two, and surrounded them with sharp eyes. Looking at these ordinary detectives, the red-haired girl licked her lips with bloodthirsty excitement in her eyes. "Darling? Can you kill them all?" During this period of time, although Edith Les was somewhat restrained when attacking other cities at the request of Chen Tian, she still killed a lot of people and her strength improved. The killing of thousands of people before and after made her even more bloodthirsty, ruthless, and regarded human life as grass. Chen Tian said lightly, "Look, if they don't know each other, they will kill them all." The unobtrusive conversation between the two made those agents lose face, and at the same time they were a little surprised, not knowing who they were. So arrogant. Wait. At this moment, Phil strode out, looking at the two people who were dressed in black and western like a couple's outfit, with a smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. West, my name is S.H.I.E.L.D Philosophy." Reaching out his hand not to hit the smiling person, others are polite, and Chen Tian also showed a faint smile on his face. "I know you, I heard from Teacher Orlo." Seeing this, Phil breathed a sigh of relief. He knew how terrifying the young man in front of him was, and it was very likely that he was the murderer of a military base in Tukwang a month ago. Through this period of search and comparison, although there is no evidence, Nick of S.H.I.E.L.D has confirmed that the Sentry Laboratory was destroyed by X-Men, codenamed Superman, West, and his subordinate mutant. If he hadn't brought Edith Les, maybe Nick couldn't be sure, but the two are powerful and the speed is amazing. One of them can fly, ignoring the defense of firearms and bullets, and only the two of them appear together at the same time. Therefore, in the data remarks of S.H.I.E.L.D, there is an ability remark with long-range energy attack after Wester, codenamed Superman. Phil looked at those men and said solemnly, "Put the gun away, these things are just toys to Mr. West." Toys? The agents glanced at their guns. Asking his subordinates to put away their guns, Phil continued to smile and said, "Mr. West, do you know why you are here?" Chen Tian smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just heard that there is a meteorite near my house, and it looks like a hammer, so I'm curious, come and have a look. But I didn't expect that this place was surrounded by your SHIELD. I have some doubts, when will S.H.I.E.L.D be able to intervene in other countries' affairs? This is Mexico, right? Near your home, the neighborhood of your home is probably a bit far, hundreds of kilometers." He complained in his heart, but Phil still had a smile on his face, explaining, "Mr. West has misunderstood, we have already obtained the official approval of Mexico. Because this item is of great importance and may involve global security, we protected it and invited experts to study it." Chen Tian said rudely, "Mr. Phil, are you joking? A hammer is actually related to global security." 35. Phil smiled and said, "Mr. West doesn't believe it's normal, and I don't believe it, but I can't help it. I can only follow the above order. It doesn't matter if you are above or not. I'm also a little interested in that hammer now. I'm going to study it. Mr. Phil won't stop me, right? Definitely not, Mr. West, please. Stop, does he dare?" When Phil brought Chen Tian into the room, the agents looked at each other and wondered what the origins of the two were. Phil, who was actually pressed, always greeted him with a smile. Following Phil and Chen Tian, the three walked through the circular corridor built of white plastic and came to the center of the crater. In the middle stood a low stone pillar with a square gray hammer on it, and several experts were scanning and detecting something with their instruments. Phil pointed to the hammer. "Mr. West, it's this thing. It's hard to imagine what kind of huge force can smash such a big hole. And after falling from the sky, after such a violent collision and explosion, there is not a single trace on the hammer, and the material is extremely hard. You didn't knock a piece down and test it to see what it was. Cough? Tried. 35. Phil coughed dryly, a little embarrassed, but this hammer is so hard that even a laser cutter can't do any damage, and it's even harder than adamantium. Having said that, Chen Tian also came to the front of the hammer, and a faint white light appeared in his eyes, which was the X-ray that could see through all matter. It's just that the X-ray at the moment on Mjolnir encountered a strong resistance and could only penetrate a little, because the original material density of the hammer is extremely terrifying. And in addition to the horror of material density, there is also a powerful force blocking X-rays. At the same time, Chen Tian's spiritual power also covered the hammer and entered a state of extreme microcosm. In an instant, countless atomic nuclei with strange structures and protons appeared in his eyes. P.S. The third update, the Ford on this legendary artifact, Chen Tian gained a lot. He found that the original smashed atomic nuclei still have this shape, and the original protons and special iron atoms are entangled together, and they can actually form the thunder element. In addition, in such a dense weapon, it turned out that an energy field similar to a circuit, that is, a divine array, could be used to constrain matter. In Chen Tian's microscopic spiritual force and X-rays that see through matter, the structure of Mjolnir is analyzed little by little. Just when Chen Tian was concentrating on studying Mjolnir, Edith Lace raised the hammer out of curiosity, and after finding that it couldn't be lifted, she wandered around the base. In the face of this handsome red-haired girl with a knife, no one dared to provoke him, including Phil, who could only smile bitterly and watch her feel around and look around in the base. As the sky gradually darkened, Chen Tian was still standing beside the hammer with his arms folded over his chest, and countless pictures were swiped in the depths of his eyes. Upstairs in the distance, Phil's eyes flickered, his mobile phone in hand, reporting the situation to Nick. In other words, he should have seen something. Phil whispered, "It should be. This person is." Nick paused at this point, because he knew that Phil was not far from that person. In fact, at the very beginning, in the town where the Qin family was located, Nick first knew about the existence of Chen Tian, as well as his strength and potential. I had the idea of inviting the other party to join the 660 Alliance of the Avengers that was being formed. But when Chen Tian shot to destroy the Sentry Laboratory a month ago and killed thousands of people, he gave up this plan and was extremely jealous of Chen Tian. Because this is a person with strong strength, firm will, decisive action and no taboos. Charles must have known about the existence of Sentry Labs over the years. However, due to various scruples, he has never dared to do it, and he can only let the United States official study the mutant killer. However, after knowing the existence of Sentry, this person directly attacked the laboratory, destroying the United States, costing hundreds of billions of dollars and the results of decades. Although Sentry's core data backup is still available, there is no latest research progress data at that time. And for those equipment, the loss of researchers is even greater, and it is almost impossible to rebuild in a short time. After being silent for a while, Nick said solemnly, "You ask later, to see if he knows what that hammer is? It is good." After speaking, the two hung up the phone. And just when Phil wanted to go down, there was a noise in the distance, and then the entire small base sounded an alarm. "Be careful, there was a break-in in the southern district and several agents have been injured." 99. Be careful, that person is very powerful. Come on, he ran into the corridor. Standing high and looking far, when I saw a man in the corridor constantly breaking through the siege and knocking down all the well-trained detectives easily. Phil's eyes moved slightly, he picked up the walkie-talkie, and said in a low voice, "Let him go 5. Suddenly those chasing Thor stopped. For some unknown reason, Thor rushed into the crater and saw the two black-haired youths he had seen in the afternoon. However, he ignored the two and focused his attention directly on Mjolnir with excitement on his face. Because as long as he gets the hammer, even if he can't restore the power of God, his strength will skyrocket, instead of now even struggling to deal with a few ordinary people. Whoosh! Just when Thor was about to approach, the red-haired girl appeared in front of him. Although the girl had a smile on her face, her tone was cold. "Darling is thinking about a problem, and no one is allowed to approach. Step aside." Thor frowned, didn't put the red-haired girl in his eyes, and then stretched out his hand to push her away. Although his combat intuition told him that this girl was somewhat dangerous, his past strong habits made him subconsciously forget that he was no longer the Thor with divine power. So the moment Thor stretched out his hand, his eyes flashed, and then he felt a huge force coming from his chest, and the whole person flew out into the air. Boom! Under the foot of Edith Lace, Thor was directly kicked more than 10 meters away, and slammed into the simple wall behind him, knocking the iron sheet out of the human-shaped pit. Cough cough. Thor clutched his aching chest and crawled up from the ground with some difficulty, in disbelief. He was actually beaten by a girl. Whoosh! At this moment, the faint roar whistling sounded in his ears again, and the skin on his neck felt tingling in an instant. In an instant Thor was covered in hair, and his intuition told him that it was dangerous. Stop. With the sound of Chen Tian's voice, the long knife that had appeared on Thor's neck stopped instantly. Thor squatted half-squatting, looking solemnly at the girl who appeared in front of her, eyes like a ghost, especially her red eyes. The murderous aura contained in it made him a little surprised. How many people must be killed to accumulate such a strong evil spirit? Under Chen Tian's order, the red light in Edith Lace's eyes slowly dissipated, and then she retracted the long knife, returned it to its sheath with a clang, and turned to leave. At this time, Chen Tian had withdrawn the X-ray in his eyes, turned his head to look at Thor, and said with a smile, "Sorry, my friend is a little impulsive, so it didn't hurt you." 35. Roar? Thor exhaled, with a forced smile on his face. "It's okay. This is the pride of being a god. He is only having his divine power sealed, otherwise, well, even if his divine power is not sealed, he might not be able to react just now." The girl's speed was so fast that it almost made people lose their reaction, and the eyes couldn't catch her movement. "The next time you face her, you must strike first and defeat her at a distance with the power of thunder, otherwise it will be very troublesome if you get close to her." Thinking about the solution in his mind, Thor walked over. Looking at the black-haired boy standing beside Mjolnir, Thor raised his brows. "Are you also interested in this hammer?" He didn't say the hammer was his. Chen Tian smiled slightly, but said something that surprised Thor. "I am interested in the material of the hammer, not the power it possesses." 35. "And even if I were interested in Mjolnir's power, Mr. Thor wouldn't allow me to take your hammer. You know me." Thor was startled. Chen Tian was very satisfied with Thor's performance and said with a smile, "Definitely, the famous Asgard god's domain, the son of god King Odin. Who doesn't know Thor?" "What? Thor?" Phil looked surprised on the observation deck not far away. In the same way, including Yudi Lassie next to Chen Tian, some couldn't believe that the blonde man in front of her who was easily defeated by her was actually a god in myth. Is God so weak? At this moment, Edith Helly questioned the power of God. Chen Tian's performance made Thor dare not take a peek. His expression was serious, and he said solemnly, "Who are you?" "West Chen, currently lives in Pochut City, a few hundred kilometers away. If Mr. Thor is interested, he can come to my house as a guest." Compared with the overthinking heroes of the Women's Federation, Chen Tian had no ill feelings towards this reckless, irritable, but not bad-tempered hammer god. Because this kind of person is more stupid, it is easy to get along with. "West, I remember you?" Thor recited Chen Tian's name, and after taking a deep look at him, he came to Mjolnir, ready to pick up the hammer first. Seeing this, Chen Tian didn't stop, just smiled, and watched. Under the nervous gazes of Edith and Phil in the distance, Thor confidently reached out to hold the handle of the hammer and mentioned it casually. "What? What's the matter? Why can't I lift my hammer?" Seeing that the hammer remained motionless, Thor's heart sank, but the expression on his face did not change. He is a dignified Thor, and his identity just surprised these people. How could he not even be able to pick up his own hammer? Otherwise he would not be hitting his face. Thinking of this, Thor took a deep breath, and the power in his hands exploded. But the hammer remained motionless. In an instant Thor's face changed slightly, and the scene before he was thrown into the mortal world appeared in his mind. "I am here to deprive you of your divine power. In the name of my father's family, in the name of my ancestors, I, the father of God Odin, drive you out of the house." He remembered that he had been exiled from the family and deprived of his divine power, and he was no longer the Thor who led the Asgard warriors and conquered all walks of life. Thinking of this, Thor slowly released the handle of the hammer and stood there in despair. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little dignified, Edith Lays asked curiously, "Darling, isn't he Thor? Why can't he hold his own hammer?" Mr. Thor must have encountered some difficulties. Chen Tian definitely knew the reason, but there was no need to say it. Let's go back to town and find a hotel to rest. Old Bridge Town is too small, forget about the hotel." Looking at Chen Tian who turned around and left, Edith hurriedly followed, looked back at the hammer, and said in a low voice, "Darling, don't you try it." After knowing that it was the Mjolnir, an artifact with great power in myths and legends, Edith couldn't help but feel a little moved. Chen Tian chuckled, "You have to remember UDLISI, it's not your own weapon, you can't exert your power even if you hold it, let alone this kind of exclusive artifact. Even if you hold it, it can only be used as a decoration." Oh, Edith Lace blinked, and was suddenly not interested in Mjolnir. When it comes to decorations, Thor frowned slightly and said lightly, "West, you are right, it's not your own weapon, and it's useless to hold it. And even if you want to take it, you can't pick it up, because this artifact needs a kind-hearted, pure 4.0, and a person with a sense of justice to pick it up." Thor's words made Edith unhappy, because it was clearly saying that she and Chen Tian were not good-hearted and had no sense of justice. Thinking of this, Edith Lace paused, because she found that what the other party said was fine. Neither she nor Chen Tian are good people. After all, no good person would kill thousands of soldiers indifferently like them. Chen Tian stopped, turned around and smiled. "Mr. Thor, you don't need to provoke me," I said. "I'm not interested in your hammer. But what kind of people do you think is righteous and kind? Is it you who fought for the god's domain for thousands of years, with the blood of tens of thousands of living beings in your hands?" Chen Tian's words made Thor's eyes show a touch of anger. "Definitely, I have fought in all walks of life these years. The purpose is to protect peace and prevent the dark chaos there from continuing." Chen Tian was non-committal. "Really? Then why can't you hold a hammer now?" Thor opened his mouth and stood there in surprise. Chen Tian's face showed mockery. "Because of your justice, it is not true justice." Chen Tian has always scoffed at the Western statement of justice. Even Odin himself, who blessed Mjolnir with divine power, dare not say that he is absolutely righteous and kind. The so-called justice in the West is more of a position. You and I stand in the same position, so as long as you do what the law allows, it is justice. Like Captain the United States, did he uphold his justice against Winter Soldier who killed Iron Man's parents? No, even preventing Iron Man from killing Winter Soldier, hence the Avengers infighting. Perhaps in the eyes of the United States captain, Winter Soldier killed Stark's parents because he was controlled, not because he wanted to kill. In Stark's view, although the other party is not subjective, but the other party is the actual murderer. In addition, as a well-wisher, Odin took office as a god king for thousands of years, and countless people and lives died in his hands. It was only at the end of the battle that he realized that protecting peace was the most important thing. But the lives that died at his hands, or indirectly at his hands, could it be that all of them belong to evil? So in the end, the winner is king. Chen Tian's rhetorical question caused Thor to stay motionless. Because as Chen Tian said, if he is really kind, pure, and righteous, then even if he has no divine power, he can still pick up Mjolnir. Let me see, Odin's justice. In the faint voice, Chen Tian walked back again, came to Mjolnir, slowly stretched out his hand under the surprised eyes of the three, and held the handle of the hammer. Chen Tian's wrist moved slightly, and the terrifying power in his body was released from his muscles in an instant, turning into endless golden rays of light that gathered in his palm. Although Chen Tian doesn't think he is a pure bad person, he doesn't think he is a good person either. So 21 didn't plan to pick up Mjolnir on quality. And as the terrifying power gathered, Chen Tian let out a low voice, and instantly his arm muscles swelled in a circle, and an indescribable force burst out. Boom! In an instant, with Chen Tian as the center, the surrounding tens of meters shook the ground, and the cobweb cracks cracked open, and the momentum was terrifying. Under the terrifying force that shook the world, countless people could not shake it, including Mjolnir, who couldn't even hold Thor. Then, Chen Tian slowly lifted it up. Boom! At the moment when the hammer was forcibly picked up by Chen Tian directly with absolute power, a terrifying anti-shock force erupted on the hammer handle, and thunder light flashed on the hammer handle. Zzz. One after another blue thunder light jumped on Chen Tian's arm, and then enveloped him, sending out sparks, but it was unable to cause any damage to him. Under the lightning jump, Chen Tian's hair danced wildly, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression all over his body, making the people around him feel uncomfortable. At the same time, the anti-shock force that erupted inside the hammer became stronger and stronger, the wind roared in the sky, and the clouds were densely covered. Surrounded by lightning, Chen Tian smiled faintly. Look, Edith Lace, I said, it's not my own weapon, even if you pick it up, it's useless. Saying that, Chen Tian released his hand, and suddenly Mjolnir landed on the stone base with a bang, sending out a dull vibration. With Chen Tian letting go, the thunder light that jumped on the hammer suddenly disappeared, and the roaring wind and dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, returning to calm. But at the moment Thor's expression was shocking, because he found that the black-haired boy was not recognized by Mjolnir because of his kindness and sense of justice. Rather, it was forcibly picked up with absolute force. This operation is more shocking than telling him that this young man has a kind heart and is full of justice. For so many years, no one has ever been able to pick up the Mjolnir blessed by Odin, not even the other gods of Asgard. Because forcibly picking up Mjolnir is tantamount to confronting Odin's divine power, even if it's just a blessing. As for Phil in the distance, he was only surprised that Chen Tian could pick up the hammer, but he didn't know what it meant. Chen Tian came to Edith Lace and said casually, let's go back to the town to rest. Tomorrow we'll find a place with a nice view, bring a barbecue and some food, have a good day, relax, and have something to do the day after. As for picking up Mjolnir, Chen Tian didn't take it to heart. Because the hammer wasn't actually very heavy, it was just because of Odin's spell blessing, so ordinary people couldn't pick it up. And this artifact also has a variety of powerful powers, can store a lot of magic and energy, has lightning, fire, control storms, etc. And because it is cast in the decaying fixed star, many people will mistakenly think that this Mjolnir is cast from the decaying fixed star material. In fact, the original material is the metal ulu of Asgard god's domain. As for Chen Tian at the moment's strength, although the grip strength is only close to 100,000 tons, the nature of the strength has long been different from the normal strength, plus the partial strength burst just now. The force that erupted has exceeded 1 million tons. Darling, wait for me. Edith Lace hurriedly followed, her footsteps brisk. Watching the two leave, Thor took another look at the hammer lying quietly there, finally sighed, shook his head, and prepared to leave. Mr. Thor, I think we can talk. At this moment, Phil stopped Thor with a smile on his face. Thor glanced at Phil and said coldly, we have nothing to talk about. Phil did not give up, and continued to smile. Mr. Thor, you seem to have encountered difficulties, and it happens that I have a certain amount of energy here, maybe I can help you. 35. Thor glanced at him, really, if you really want to help me, find me a comfortable place to sleep. No problem. Phil paused, with the same smile on his face. Because the mission was to destroy the destroyer, in order not to disrupt the development of the original plot, Chen Tian really drove the car the next day and took Edith Lace to the outdoor barbecue. Chen Tian has no interest in participating in the original plot and interacting with former movie characters. Those people are not beautiful women, so what is there to interact with? As for that Jane and her stop Daisy, in Chen Tian's view, they could barely score 70 points, and their appearance was average, and they were not as beautiful as Euphemia of Sunlay University. Not to mention compared to Edith Lace. And just when Chen Tian was under the shade of the tree by the river, basking in the sun comfortably, while enjoying the barbecue service of Edith Lace, at the crater base, Thor, who had just woken up from the bed, saw his younger brother, Loki. Loki, why are you here? Thor was a little surprised. Looking at Thor, who had lost his heroic skills and looked a little decadent, the projected Loki's eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a low voice, Thor, I have something to tell you. What, is it about Jotunheim? Thor was a little excited. You help me link to the father, I will explain to him. Father is dead, Loki interrupted. What? Thor stood up in disbelief with a dull look on his face, unable to accept the news. There was sadness in Loki's eyes, because of your exile, and the new threat of war. The already weak father can no longer support it. Just yesterday. Having said this, Loki was silent, and after a long time he continued, but don't blame yourself. I know you love him very much, and I told him so. Unfortunately, he can't listen. Knowing that you can no longer carry the hammer, but putting it within your reach is too cruel to you. Loki's words, like a heavy hammer, fell heavily on Thor's heart, making him feel extremely guilty and sad. Because of his recklessness, he provoked a war with the ice giant, which disappointed his father, who had high expectations for him, and made God's domain face the threat of war again. Even, mad at the beloved father. At this time, Loki was still muttering, now the burden of the throne rests on me. At this time, Thor's spirit was already in a trance state, and he didn't pay attention to Loki's words. For the first time in his heart, he began to doubt himself. He is thinking, what he has done all these years, is it right or wrong? When Phil knocked on Thor's door, what he saw was a lost face of Thor. Mr. Thor, what's wrong with you? 35 Phil hesitated. Thor said indifferently, don't be too close, I won't tell you anything, just study that hammer if you want to study it. After speaking, Thor pushed open the door and left. When Thor walked out of the base not far, he met Jane who had been anxiously waiting for him all night. Are you all right? Jane was a little surprised when she looked at Thor in a trance. I'm okay. Evening, small town. Edith Lays asked, darling, what are we still doing here? Watching a play. 35. Watching a play. Edith Lays was a little dazed. Chen Tian nodded slightly, you will know tomorrow. Okay. Edith nodded. She knew that she was not as smart as Chen Tian, so she didn't bother to ask any more questions. Anyway, she just obeyed darling. 660. After dinner, the two strolled in the somewhat old town, with Edith holding the knife behind her back, walking briskly and in a good mood. She likes this feeling. There is no pressure, no worries about the future, and walking the streets with the people you like will make you feel very physically and mentally way. Suddenly, Chen Tian opened his mouth and said, Idai Lace, can you tell me about your past? For so long, I realize that I don't know much about your past. My past. Edith Lays, who was still in a happy mood just now, paused and became silent, before slowly saying, I was born in a somewhat chaotic city, and my family, like Darlings, controls a small local gang. My father didn't like me since I was a child, never showed me a smile, raised me as a boy, and started to practice fighting and swordsmanship at the age of 5. Slightly poor learning progress, just beating and scolding. But also because of this, I have shown amazing fighting ability since I was a child, no matter what I learn, including firearms. 35. Besides that, my physical qualities like strength and speed are better than my peers, so my father's training was more brutal to me. When I was 10 years old, at his request, I killed a traitor with my own hands. From then on, I was either practicing killing people every day, or participating in the gang's file size thing, until I was 14 years old, and completely awakening mutant ability. Not long after my awakening ability, I was captured by a group of powerful mutants. As for my mother, I haven't seen it before. I heard that she died in childbirth when she gave birth to me, so that man hates me so much. 39. Edith Lays briefly introduced her past, but the content was a little gloomy. Chen Tian paused slightly, let's go back to rest. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Tian took Edith Lays to the tallest tower in the town, the Bell Tower, and looked into the distance. There was a faint dark cloud gathering into a vortex, and then the light shone, and the 4 figures came across the distant space. It is the 3 warriors of Asgard and the Lady Sif who came to find Thor in disobedience, darling. Are these gods a little weaker? Looking at the 3 Asgard warriors wearing ancient armor and a savage aboriginal appearance on the street in the distance, Edith Lays was a little stunned. Because she felt that the 3 so-called Asgard warriors she could easily kill. As for the brave and powerful Lady Sif in the legend of Norse mythology, Edith didn't feel any danger from her. Although she easily suppressed the legendary Thor the day before yesterday, but according to Chen Tian, the opponent's divine power was sealed and he couldn't even pick up a weapon. So it's normal to be weak. But some of the warriors of the gods who came down from the sky and teleported were too weak, and they broke her cognition of the so-called gods. Chen Tian chuckled and said, are you a little disappointed? Edith Lace nodded, a little bit. Chen Tian said lightly, those gods in myths and legends are actually just like that, they are just a group of people with great power. Know that in ancient times, some mutants were also called gods. 35. These gods are fundamentally different from the gods who are immortal in the true sense, fly in the sky, and can create and destroy the world. Most of the gods in American comics are very different from those gods with the same concept as rule in religion. It turned out to be just some mutants. As Chen Tian explained, the mortal fear of God in Edith Lazy's heart gradually disappeared. Under the stunned gazes of the surrounding town residents, the 4 Asgard warriors swaggered around, attracting curious eyes from many children. On the rooftop in the distance, several detectives were also a little puzzled, wondering whether they should report to Phil. Did you tell him there was a renaissance in town today? They saw Princess Ares? Under the watchful eyes of Chen Tian, the 4 Asgard warriors had a clear goal and came directly to the outside of Jane's residence, looking inside and shouting excitedly. Thor, we're here to find you. Looking at the 4 people outside the glass door, the 3 Janes were a little stunned. Thor, who was holding breakfast in his hand, was a little surprised, strode over, opened the door and said happily, "Guys, why are you here?" The warrior Fandral said excitedly, "We will take you back." "Yes, come back with us." Sif was also a little excited. Their words made Thor suddenly silent, and then he said in a low voice, "I can't go back, I was originally exiled, and now my father died because of me." Thor's words made the 4 of them stunned, and Sif was stunned. "Thor, Wong, he is not dead." "What?" Thor was stunned. And just when Thor found out that he had been deceived by Loki, the sky outside the town was covered with dark clouds again, turning into a huge vortex, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Such an amazing vision instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the town, including those agents who were studying the mysterious patterns on the ground when the 4 Sifs descended. Similarly, Thor and the others, who felt the strong energy fluctuations, also rushed out of the room and stared solemnly at the whirlpool spinning in the distance. They are very familiar with this picture, which is the phenomenon that a strong person is passing through Bifrost. This vision far surpassed the momentum when Sif and the others descended, and their strength was obviously superior to them. Who is it? At this moment, in the center of the swirling mushroom black cloud, a tornado pierced through the heavens and the earth and crashed down. Boom! Outside the town, the ground shook, the wind roared, and the smoke filled the air. The detectives who blew couldn't open their eyes. In the smoke and dust in the sky, a ferocious figure with a height of 10 meters, exuding a black metallic luster, with sharp horns on both shoulders appeared. "Are you here, Destroyer?" Chen Tian narrowed his eyes. The Destroyer, a powerful weapon made by Odin, possesses power over most of the gods of the realm. Can attack autonomously or be controlled by humans. The power comes from Odin and other earth gods, created by Odin to resist the invasion of the god group. In the comics, it is said that after wearing the Destroyer, Odin has the terrifying power to compete with the gods and is very powerful. Usually, it is placed in the deepest part of the treasure house to protect Asgard. However, those ordinary people naturally didn't know this, and looked at the black giant that appeared out of thin air, and thought who made the robot weapon. At this moment, the face of the flat-headed destroyer cracked open, revealing a hollow inside, and the fiery light inside shone, and instantly shot out a beam of light like Cyclops. Boom! Under the fiery beam of light, the swept vehicles exploded instantly, and those detectives were directly turned into fly ash by the terrifying power they contained. Killing the ants in front of him at will, the destroyer turned his head slightly and looked towards the town. With a heavy footstep, he walked over there with a bang. This scene was naturally seen by Thor and the others in the small town, and their expressions instantly became very solemn. "The visitor is not good," Thor said in a deep voice. "Jane, leave here immediately." "What about you?" Jane was a little nervous. As soon as Thor was about to speak, Vorstag, one of the 3 warriors, spoke up and said excitedly, "Thor will fight with us." 99. Suddenly Thor's face turned green. "Fighting your sister? I have been deprived of my divine power, and now I am just an ordinary person. Do you want me to fight the destroyer who destroys everything? Hammer it?" Although Thor is reckless, he is not stupid. He knows how much he weighs now. However, although he was cowardly in his heart, he couldn't lose his aura, so Thor said solemnly, "Guys, I'm immortal now, and staying here will only drag you back 5. But I can help those people move and evacuate to a safe place 5. So next, it's up to you to help me buy time. It is good. Leave it to us." The 3 warriors didn't think much, and nodded in response without thinking. Although they have heard the name of the destroying armor, they have never seen the power of the armor. Just when the 3 warriors and the 4 Sif were proudly facing the destroyer approaching the town, Thor, Jane, and others hurriedly dispersed and started shouting, "Go go go! Everyone, retreat! The big guy outside is going to destroy this place. Dangerous, everyone run away!" Under the urging of the 5 people, plus many people saw the terrifying power of the monster outside the town suddenly became noisy, and countless people rushed to escape. Driving a car, holding a child. All of these were seen by Chen Tian in the distance. "Darling, that thing is a bit strong." Looking at the destroyer in the distance and feeling the fluctuation of the high-temperature beam, Edith Lay's expression was a little dignified. "Okay." Chen Tian chuckled and said, Lace, do you want to try the power of those gods?" Edith looked at Chen Tian suspiciously. "I'll deal with the destroyer, the black giant, later, and then you can go and play with the 4 Asgard warriors. Definitely, don't kill them if you don't have to," Chen Tian added. Given Edith's murderousness, if he didn't remind him, perhaps Thor's subordinates would be dead. Boom! At this moment, the destroyer, who had come to the entrance of the town, fell with a fiery beam, destroying the 2 houses on the side of the street, setting off a violent explosion. Boom! It was another high-temperature beam, and the gas station on the street exploded, drowning dozens of meters in the fire. In the raging fire, the destroyer walked out slowly, like a monster that destroyed the world. Seeing the astonishing destroyer, the 3 Asgard warriors also changed their expressions slightly. At this moment, the destroyer's eyes lit up, and a high-temperature beam swept away. Boom boom boom. Where the beam passed, the ground shattered, and instantly appeared in front of the 3 warriors. Careful! In the shocking roar, the 3 were directly swept away by the shockwave caused by the explosion of the high-temperature beam. And just when the destroyer lowered his head to shoot at the 3, on one side of the tall building, Sif, who had been lurking in the past, jumped high, and the long spear in his hand fell directly towards its head. But just as Sif appeared on Destroyer's head with a smile on his face, a huge amount of slap swept across his backhand. Bang! In an instant, the Sif shot out like a cannonball, crashing on the building dozens of meters away, directly smashing the wall. At the same time, the destroyer raised his head, his face shone brightly, and he was about to hit the building. In this scene, Thor and the others in the distance looked at Fusion and shouted, "Sif, be careful." Boom! Just then the air roared and the sound exploded. I saw 2 hot and dazzling red light beams running through the sky, expanding continuously, and crashing on the destroyer under the stunned eyes of many people. Boom! In an instant, the immortal destroyer was shocked, and the huge body was directly blown away by the heat ray half a meter thick, and 2 deep scars were plowed on the ground with both legs. Boom boom boom! Under the heat ray that contained scorching high-temperature energy and a powerful shockwave, the destroyer's chest kept exploding, and the beam disappeared after being blasted back hundreds of meters. Tick-tock! Outside the town, a few drops of black-red liquid fell from the destroyer's chest, and the moment it landed, it burned the ground into small pits, which were the melted substances on the body's surface. Destroyer's body is made of Asgard's hardest metal Ulu, so even if the front is continuously bombarded by heat ray, it will only suffer a little damage. But this power has shocked the people who have not yet escaped from the town. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads and look to the rear. On the tower at the other end of the town, a black teenager in a black suit folded his arms and looked at the destroyer, Wang's, outside the town with a cold expression. "It's him." 95. Thor was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the boy named West was so strong. Bearded Vorstage was surprised. "Thor, do you know him?" Thor shook his head. "I'm not very familiar, just met a few times." At this time, the destroyer outside the town also stood up slightly, his empty face looking into the distance. At the same time, far away in Asgard, who was linking consciousness, Loki, who controlled the destroyer, narrowed his eyes slightly, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that at the last moment of dealing with Thor and the others, there would be a change. Immediately, a sneer appeared on Loki's face. "A strong man on Earth, courting death, dare to interfere in the affairs of God's domain. Today I will show you the power of God." In an instant, the face of the destroyer outside the town lit up again, and in an instant, a more powerful high-temperature beam roared out. Boom! A 1-meter-thick fiery beam stretched across the sky over the town, rolling up a high-temperature heat wave and blasting towards Chen Tian at the other end. Boom! The tower under Chen Tian collapsed suddenly, and the whole person slammed into the air directly, with a circle of sonic boom gas rings behind him facing the beam, and they collided instantly. Boom! The instant the high-temperature beam landed on Chen Tian, it was blocked by a layer of golden light shield on his body, and a dazzling fire and energy halo erupted. Under the high-temperature beam bombardment, Chen Tian blasted directly towards the destroyer against the current, appearing incomparably domineering. The blazing high-temperature beam slammed into Chen Tian, and a terrifying energy shock erupted. All the surrounding matter is evaporated, and a circle of red halos are emitted. It's just that although this destructive force is powerful, it cannot shake the substantial biological force field outside Chen Tian. Originally, Superman, who had a body of steel, had a very powerful biological force field, indestructible, and the nuclear explosion center in the Bronze Age could hurt him. And at the moment's Chen Tian biological force field, after being integrated into the super energy that has undergone the transformation of Krypton cells and compressed and strengthened 100,000 times, is even more terrifying. Boom boom boom! Under the high-temperature beam, Chen Tian penetrated the sky and appeared in front of the destroyer with incomparable strength. Boom! In an instant, the whole world seemed to be shaking, and a cloud of smoke and dust like a nuclear explosion rose outside the town, rushing to a height of 100 meters, and the airwaves roared. Shockwave even set off smoke and dust in the sky, rushing hundreds of meters before stopping. Because the strength is too strong, even if they are separated by thousands of meters, Thor and the others feel the ground shaking under their feet, and the momentum is terrifying. At this moment, in the crater with a diameter of tens of meters, the destroyer whose neck was smashed just stood up, and Chen Tian instantly appeared beside it. Chen Tian let out a low voice, the terrifying power that shook the world gathered in his body, and he punched out. In an instant, an indescribable terrifying force erupted, the world shook, and the air in front of the fist under the terrifying force was almost squeezed into liquid. Boom! A roar that shook the world exploded. The smoke and dust dissipated in an instant, reaching a height of 10 meters, and the destroyer sunken in his waist shot up like a bullet, penetrated the clouds, and disappeared into the sky. Immediately below, Chen Tian burst out at a faster speed, turning into a black shadow running through the world. Boom! Above the sky, a dry thunder exploded, and a terrifying shockwave erupted in an instant, and the clouds collapsed, forming a void in the sea of clouds with a diameter of several kilometers. Everyone was shocked to see 660, and the figure of the destroyer descended from the sky again, passed through the void in the sea of clouds, and landed on the ground far away from the town. Boom! Like a meteorite falling from the sky, a ring-shaped shockwave erupted, setting off billowing smoke, with a terrifying momentum. On the void in the sea of clouds, a black spot can be seen faintly standing, like a god. Gollum? Hogun of the three warriors swallowed his saliva and said in shock, "That person is so strong." Several other people nodded subconsciously, a little dazed. They never thought that Midgard, this mortal world, would have such a powerful man, who could easily suppress the powerful destroyer without the ability to fight back. At the same time, those residents of the town who had run halfway, including Jane, Daisy and others, also stopped and looked at the other side of the town in shock. In particular, Jane, Daisy and the others were even more surprised. They didn't expect that the handsome black-haired boy who had a relationship on one side was actually so powerful, like a god, awe-inspiring. Bang! At this time, some embarrassed Sif jumped down from the building in the distance, shook the dust on his body, then looked around in surprise, and said in amazement, "What about the destroyer?" Fondrel pointed out of the town sullenly, "There." Boom! At this time, above the earth, a fiery high-temperature beam shot up into the sky, expanded continuously, and finally turned into a fiery beam of light that blasted towards Chen Tian high in the sky. This time, Chen Tian still did not evade, and an incomparably overbearing punch fell. Boom! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a terrifying force erupted, as if a second sun appeared in the sky. Under the dazzling light, circles of red halos with a diameter of several hundred meters continued to sway. Under the shocking gaze of countless people, Chen Tian once again descended from the sky with a high-temperature beam, and finally only heard a violent vibration outside the town, and the smoke filled the air. Because of the requirements of the mission, it is, speed, like those false gods, that is, Thor and others proclaim the power of Superman. Therefore, Chen Tian did not use any other ability, but fought purely with the power of Superman, heat ray, terrifying speed, and incomparably powerful strength. Also, the unshakable body of steel. Boom boom boom! Outside the town, the ground shook, smoke and dust filled the air, fires shot into the sky, and sand and rocks flew, making it impossible to see the fighting situation there for a while. At this moment, a red-haired figure appeared not far from Thor and the others. It was Edith Lace. Looking at the red-haired girl, because Chen Tian helped them block the destroyer, Tolton, who thought that the other party was a friend, was a little friendly, so he was about to speak. Clang! The long knife was unsheathed, and Edith pointed at a few people with the knife. A tyrannical red light appeared in her eyes. "Come on, let me see the power of warriors in Myths and Legends 5. Thor was stunned. It seems to be the instinctive rejection of women seeing beautiful women. Sif frowned. It seems that we are underestimated. 35. Fondrel, with his two-way mustache, shrugged, and still being underestimated by a cute girl. "Guys, who of you are interested in telling her that a famous warrior can't be insulted by anyone?" "Ha, I'll come." Bearded Vorstage walked out. Thor understands the importance these partners place on reputation and knows that it cannot be stopped, so he can only remind with a wry smile, "Vorstage, be careful, she is very powerful. Also, don't hurt her." Thor reminded again. "Don't worry Thor, I'm not going to bully a little girl." 39. Vorstage looked at Edith and said confidently, "Come on, little girl, Vorstage from God's domain accepts your challenge." Seeing this scene, a sneer appeared at the corner of Edith Lace's mouth, and her figure disappeared in place like a ghost in an instant. Whoosh! At a speed that exceeded everyone's conscious reaction, a long knife slashed at the back of Vorstag's chest, and instantly the armor was sunken, and a terrifying force erupted. Boom! Under the force of a landslide and a tsunami, Vorstag flew upside down with a bang and slammed into the window of the low house, shattering the glass and disappearing. Suddenly a few people were shocked, but they didn't expect that Vorstag couldn't even catch a single move. "I didn't expect that the girl's speed was so exaggerated. It seems that it is not that we are underestimated, but that we underestimate others," said. The solemn Sif held a sword and made a fighting stance. The other two warriors are similar. The magic power in the body is running, and the whole person's breath suddenly skyrockets, exuding a strong sense of oppression. The strength and speed that Edith Lace showed just now made them understand that this girl is terrible. Although not as scary as the black-haired boy outside the town, he is not an ordinary mortal. Or rather, far more powerful than many of the enemies they had ever encountered. "Superior?" With Sif's low voice, Fondrel, who was holding the rapier, burst out at 10 times the speed of ordinary people, stabbed instantly, and the rapier in his hand carried after images. At the same time, Hogun also held a mace and attacked from one side, preparing to form a left and right attack with Fondrel. As Aesirs, they are far superior to humans in terms of strength, speed, and defense, plus the divine power in their bodies. Clang clang! At this moment, hundreds of afterimages of knife light flashed by. In slow motion, Edith Lace burst out with a terrifying movement speed of over 1,000 meters in 1 second. The long knife in her hand was invisible and sharp, and she cut hundreds of knives in 1 second. Integrate adamantium, and has the long blade Li Wushuan with ability blessing. Wherever they passed, the weapons of the two warriors, the armor on their bodies were torn a little bit. and because it was too fast, they only felt a pain in their chests, and the whole person screamed, and flew out like a cannonball, and was instantly killed. At this moment, a sword shadow pierced through the afterimage of Edith Lace, and the moment it landed, it exploded. Boom! It was Sif who shot, as Heimdall's sister, the strongest among the second-generation Asgard goddesses. Her strength is stronger than the three warriors. In terms of strength, she can lift 30 tons of heavy objects. Unarmed fighting and swordsmanship are also very powerful, and the long sword in his hand is granted by Odin, which can perform some magic. It's just that at the moment facing the amazingly fast Edith Lace, Sif stood on the spot after missing one move, with a dignified look on his guard. Because she knew that her speed was not as fast as the other party. Whoosh! The disappearing Edith Lace instantly appeared to the right of Sif. Clang clang clang! Fire splashes. With his fighting instinct, Sif, who was still breaking, instantly took over a dozen swords from Edith Lace, and Sif's arm was numb with the power of each blow. Suddenly, Sif's face changed slightly, and the arm shield of his left hand instantly blocked him. Boom! A fist landed on Sif's arm shield, and the power of hundreds of tons exploded in an instant. After knocking Sif back with a punch, Edith Lace stood where she was, and in Thor's unexplained eyes, she returned the knife to the sheath with a clang. It's boring. Leaving this sentence, Edith Lace jumped onto the roof next to her, and then disappeared outside the town after a few jumps. Because of Chen Tian's request, he can't kill. After Edith Lace tested out the strength of a few people, she was no longer interested in these so-called Asgard warriors. These people may be very strong to ordinary people, their burst of power is dozens of times that of ordinary people, their speed is also very agile, and they are strong enough to ignore the defense of ordinary firearms. But this kind of strength, after ability erupts, can reach 1 kilometer per second, with a grip strength of dozens of tons, and it is too weak for Edith Lace who has the blade that cuts everything. Even Sif, who has dozens of tons of arm strength, extraordinary swordsmanship, and a magic sword. Looking at Edith Lace's disappearing figure, Thor showed a wry smile on his face. This time I came to the mortal world. I just realized that we used to underestimate the world. 35. I didn't expect that in just a few days in Midgard, I met two such powerful people. Sif nodded silently, looking at the shape-shifting arm shield with a clear fist mark on his left arm, and did not speak. For Valkyrie, who is known for her bravery and has a high reputation in all walks of life, today's blow is a bit big, especially when she was defeated by a human girl. Cough cough. At this time, Vorstag, who was slashed by Edith Lace with a knife in front of him, pushed open the door a little embarrassedly, and walked out of the house. At the same time, Fandrel's armor was broken and his clothes were tattered. Hogan also clutched his chest and struggled to get up from the ground. This scene was seen by Phil, who was on the roof of the building in the distance, with a telescope in his hand. Phil, who was holding the phone and the telescope in one hand, looked solemn and said in a low voice, "Just now, that mutant named Edith Lace easily defeated the 3 Asgard warriors and Ms. Sif." There was a slight silence on the opposite side, and then Nick's voice came, "Where is the other battlefield?" Phil said solemnly, "It's too far apart to see clearly." 35. Nick said solemnly, "From what you just described, West's strength is stronger than it was more than a month ago." Boom! On the ground, Chen Tian grabbed huge amounts of Destroyer's ankle and smashed it onto the ground at a terrifying speed of 1 kilometer per second. Because of the inertia of force, the Destroyer could not attack Chen Tian, nor could he break free, and the high-temperature beam from his face swept across the sky. Boom! The high-temperature beam swept across the sky, tearing a gap of thousands of meters from the clouds in the sky. Although the Destroyer is very strong in the movie and in the comics setting, no matter how strong it is just a combat weapon. Under the circumstance that Chen Tian was crushed by Chen Tian in terms of strength, speed, agility, and attack, the Destroyer had no power to change hands at all. If it weren't for it being too hard, the whole body was made of ulu metal like Mjolnir, and it was blessed by Odin's divine power, which would have been destroyed by Chen Tian long ago. But even so, it is only a matter of time before it is completely destroyed. In the deep pit of the shattered earth, the fiery high-temperature beam blasted towards Chen Tian, instantly penetrating his afterimage and falling on a small hill in the distance. In an instant, there was a loud explosion, the fire was soaring into the sky, and the earth shook violently. At this time, Chen Tian had appeared on the Destroyer's head like a teleportation. His right hand clenched his fist with indifference, and a fist fell. Boom! In front of the fist that gathered indescribable terrifying power, the air below almost solidified into a solid body, and all matter was frozen. And when the fist landed on the Destroyer's head, the power of destruction suddenly erupted outwards, forming layers of transparent waves. That is the liquid transparent air and matter, bursting out an extremely grand, domineering, masculine terrifying force. Boom! The Destroyer's head sank suddenly, the huge body sank 100 meters, and the surrounding earth shattered like fragments under the explosive force. Tens of thousands of tons of sand, dust, and dust rushed to a height of 100 meters, and the materialized shockwave erupted, forming a circle of shockwaves, rushing out of a range of hundreds of meters. The sound was earth-shattering. Far away in the Temple of God's domain, Loki's expression was very ugly. He didn't expect such an accident to happen. At the moment in him, the divine power was running wildly. After Destroyer was beaten by the black-haired boy, Loki cut off the link of consciousness, because Akira made him dizzy and chose to let Destroyer fight on his own. However, the link of consciousness is cut off, but the link of divine power cannot be cut off. Because the destroyer is dispatched, the energy consumed is the divine power of the god who controls it. Therefore, while Loki gained control of the destroyer through the God King scepter, he also became its energy supplier, unless he gave up the destroyer. But this way, humanity. Loki gritted his teeth, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes, and in an instant, following the connection in the dark, he took the initiative to transmit most of the divine power in his body suddenly. Boom! Outside the town, the destroyer, who was just caught by Chen Tian and smashed, was shocked, and a dazzling red light appeared from the gaps in the whole body in an instant, emitting amazing energy fluctuations. Puff puff! On the destroyer, sharp black thorns emerged, exuding a high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, which turned into a flame quill in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the whole body was also shapeshifting. Seeing this, Chen Tian threw it away. Boom! The atmosphere exploded, and the destroyer shot out like a meteor in an instant, hitting a small hillside in the distance, directly collapsing the hillside and causing a violent explosion. Looking at the smoke and fire in the distance, Chen Tian showed interest in his eyes. Are you going to open it up? The destroyer's strength was weaker than he imagined, which made Chen Tian feel a little bored. In fact, Chen Tian knew that it wasn't that the destroyer was too weak, but that Loki was too weak. If Odin was in control, the destroyer's strength would at least increase tenfold. Roar! At this moment, the smoke and dust in the distance suddenly dissipated, revealing that the whole body shrank in a circle, covered with sharp barbs, and his arms turned into a destroyer of sharp spears and long swords. In this form, it is somewhat similar to the sentry that evolved to the end, but it is more powerful. Boom! The earth shook, the destroyer disappeared instantly, and burst out at a speed of hundreds of meters per second, rushing towards Chen Tian hundreds of meters away, with a tenfold increase in speed. But that's it. Just when the destroyer had just crossed the distance of several hundred meters, Chen Tian disappeared instantly, appeared in front of it with a speed several times faster than it, and landed with a punch. Boom! In an instant, the sky shook, the atmosphere roared, and everything seemed to collapse under the punch of Chen Tian. The destroyer who bears the brunt of the chest suddenly dented, and the materialized flame shockwave exploded, and the huge body flew back at a faster speed. Smashing hard on the ground, a huge amount of mushroom cloud smoke rose in an instant. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the wriggling chest in the crater, in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state, like an unscathed destroyer. The powerful destroyer's legs were slightly bent, and with a bang, he rose into the sky again, turning into a black ray of light and flying towards Chen Tian in the sky. During the rapid flight, the destroyer's right hand squirmed, turning into huge amounts of fists, arms, and bodies all lit up with divine light, and punched out. Boom! In an instant, it seemed that the space was gathered under the punch of the destroyer, and an earth-shattering might erupted. Seeing this, Chen Tian did not evade, and similarly his right hand clenched his fist slightly, and in an instant, the violent and domineering power was released from his body. At this moment, the sky, the earth, and even the light in the distance were attracted by Chen Tian, and all the matter outside the body was distorted, like a black hole. Boom! With a punch, two fists, one big and one small, collided instantly, and a violent and terrifying force erupted in an instant, and the surrounding air instantly ignited and exploded. Boom boom boom! Under the halo of fiery explosions, Destroyer's whole body kept shaking, trying to remove the terrifying power contained in Chen Tian's fist. But only for a moment. The Destroyer's fist, including the arm, suddenly shapeshifted, and the huge body flew upside down under the force of a landslide and tsunami, and smashed into the ground again, setting off smoke and dust in the sky. Wait until the smoke dissipates, revealing the shapeshifting arm, the Destroyer who is slowly repairing. Standing high in the sky, Chen Tian looked indifferent. In this form, there is no long-range attack method, but the strength, defense, and speed have increased tenfold. 39. In fact, the strength of the Destroyer, even Magneto is not necessarily an opponent. Storm, Cyclops, and other X-Men people will all run away together. The attack is strong, the defense is strong, and the speed is not slow. But unfortunately, he met Chen Tian who crushed it in every way. And at the moment Chen Tian has no interest to accompany it to finish, only to see the terrifying power in his body converge to the eyes, a pair of black and white eyes emitting red light. Boom! Two fiery beams roared into the sky, annihilating everything, expanding continuously, and at the moment of landing, they turned into 2 half-meter thick energy destruction beams. Boom! Running through the kilometer, the fiery beam of light that fell from the sky fell on the Destroyer, and the Destroyer was shocked in an instant, and the fiery shockwave suppressed it and could not move. On it, a dazzling halo of energy exploded continuously, and the escaping energy formed a circle of fiery shockwaves, melting everything around it. I see how long you can hold on. Seeing this scene, the fiery heat ray in Chen Tian's eyes burst out with more powerful energy impact, stronger high temperature, shining the world. Through the battle, Chen Tian has figured out the details of some of the Destroyers, and knows that its energy source comes from others. So it looks like he's fighting the Destroyer, but he's actually fighting the Destroyer plus a god, which is Loki. The Destroyer is equivalent to a powerful weapon, and Loki is the initiator and energy provider of the weapon. So now he is actually 1-on-2, crushing. Boom boom boom! Above the sky, the fiery beams of light in Chen Tian's eyes penetrated the heavens and the earth, madly bombarding the destroyers on the ground below, and the surrounding ground melted into magma under high temperature. Even because the energy is too violent and fiery, a circle of fiery air waves are formed, spreading hundreds of meters away, and the momentum is terrifying. In the small town, those ordinary people all looked at the battle in the distance in horror. Including Sif and the others also looked solemn, because they knew that with their strength, if they were attacked by that ray directly, they would definitely die. Even Thor, after swapping his position with the destroyer in his mind, had a solemn expression on his face, because he found that even if his divine power recovered, he might not necessarily be an opponent with Mjolnir in his hand. Thinking of this, Thor suddenly felt like a dream. The experience of these 2 or 3 days made him have the illusion that several years have passed, and his life has been ups and downs, and he was deeply moved for a while. Looking at the beam of light that pierced through the sky and seemed to pierce the earth, and the figure in the sky like a god and a demon, Phil, who came to the street, let out a sigh of relief. As expected of Superman. Superman. Thor heard his words and looked at Phil with Sif and the others. Phil nodded. This Mr. West is a powerful mutant, codenamed in the files of various countries, Superman. Because his ability is somewhat similar to the Superman in the comics, the same infinite power, amazing speed, the heat ray that destroys everything, and the unshakable body of steel. 99. Unfortunately, Thor and the others haven't read the Superman comics, so they can only nod their heads half understood. Boom! Suddenly, the destroyer, who had been under the attack of heat ray, sank, knelt down on one knee, and his whole body became red under the heat ray, and there were faint signs of melting. At the same time, Loki's divine aura began to plummet on it. Obviously it couldn't hold it any longer. Seeing this, Chen Tian's eyes continued to shoot out huge amounts of heat ray, and at the same time, his body fell from the sky and flew towards the destroyer below. Boom! The violent fiery energy exploded continuously, shaking the magma in the surrounding magma pond into the air, forming fiery tongues of fire that were thrown more than 10 meters away. Under the continuous bombardment, the earth within a range of tens of meters around the destroyer was almost melted into magma, and the tongues of fire were utterly terrifying. Suddenly, the energy fluctuations on the destroyer below disappeared, and suddenly the light in Chen Tian's eyes dimmed, and the fiery heat ray gradually disappeared. In the hot magma, the whole body was red, and there were destroyers with signs of melting everywhere. At the moment, the divine energy in its body was exhausted and it lost its response. At the same time, in the God's Domain temple, Loki's face was pale because the divine power in his body was almost exhausted. Chen Tian landed on the body of the destroyer whose magma flame jumped, pondered slightly, suddenly stretched out his hand, and grabbed the destroyer's sturdy right arm. Boom! I saw the terrifying power of Chen Tian's arms erupted, the surrounding magma boiled in an instant, and the position of the destroyer's shoulder made a creaking sound. Under that amazing force, slowly shapeshifting, Chen Tian wants to dismantle this weapon. Just when the destroyer was about to be destroyed, far away in the God's Domain, the corners of Odin's eyes trembled slightly, as if he wanted to respond. But because of some restrictions, I can't wake up. Although the destroyer lost the ability to fight because it lost the supply of divine power, and at the same time its own energy was also consumed. But Chen Tian's mission was to destroy the destroyer, and he was also very interested in the destroyer's materials, so he was going to dismantle it directly. Boom! With Chen Tian's terrifying power erupting, destroyer's right arm was directly torn by Chen Tian. With the arm being torn and destroyed, the original complete breath of the destroyer weakened, just like a defective machine, losing its vitality. Then there is the left arm, the head, the body. As Chen Tian rudely dismantled the destroyer into a pile of scrap iron, the original complete energy circuit of the divine formation was shattered, and the luster of those fragments suddenly dimmed. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Tian's mind. Congratulations to the host, the task has been completed, and 3 points of origin have been obtained. As the destroyer was destroyed and the war ended, everyone was in a trance. Outside the town at the moment, the landscape was almost changed. There were craters with a diameter of tens of meters everywhere, and the ground was divided by cracks of dozens of hundreds of meters. Many low hillsides also collapsed and changed beyond recognition, as if they had been bombarded by tens of thousands of artillery shells. And the town was not much better. All the buildings in the direction of the entrance were destroyed, and a high-temperature beam directly shattered half of the town's street. In addition to those 663 buildings affected by the explosion, almost half of the town became dilapidated, and the flames were still burning in many places, and the smoke was filled with gunpowder. There were still some people who had no time to evacuate, wailing under the ruins, a scene of post-war apocalypse. This scene made Thor unable to calm down for a long time. The experience of the past few days made him start thinking about life, thinking about the past, thinking about right and wrong. As Thor's mind changed, Mjolnir, which was dozens of kilometers away, vibrated, hummed, and suddenly rose into the sky with a bang. Boom boom boom! The hammer exudes powerful energy fluctuations, with layers of white sonic booms, flying towards the town at an astonishing supersonic speed, making a piercing roar whistle. In the town, many people saw white smoke in the sky far away, and then flew towards the town in an arc. Sif was the first to react and shouted excitedly, "Be careful, everything is out of the way." Although I don't know why, Phil, as well as Jane, Daisy, and others who ran back from behind, subconsciously stayed away from Thor. Then I saw that the hammer lying at the bottom of the pit fell from the sky and was caught by Thor. Boom! In an instant, one after another dazzling blue thunder light erupted, turning into a majestic and vast energy that rose into the sky, and an astonishing sense of oppression permeated the invisible. In the rumbling thunder, Thor's whole body was covered with blue-black armor, and the red cloak fluttered behind him, exuding a sacred and majestic aura. At this moment, Thor regained his power. Outside the town in the distance, looking at the thundering beam of light rising into the sky and the powerful aura of power, Chen Tian couldn't help but complain. That's okay, it's nonsense. In the original book, because of the destroyer's attack, after knowing that Loki's target was him, Thor walked out with a mortal determination and let Loki let the others go. In the end, under the slap of the destroyer, he was severely injured. Sensing that Thor had the courage to sacrifice to protect others, Mjolnir immediately recognized him, and Thor, who finally regained his strength, defeated the destroyer. But this time, because of Chen Tian's appearance, Thor did not experience self-torture, nor was he forced to come out and die automatically. Originally, Chen Tian thought that Thor's plot might change. Unexpectedly, all of a sudden Thor was recognized by Mjolnir, and then changed back to the powerful Thor again. Boom! At this moment, a thunder light shot into the sky in the distance. Seeing this, Chen Tian's figure also burst out like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them met at a high altitude. Looking at Thor, who was surrounded by lightning, his cloak was flying, and his aura had changed completely, Chen Tian chuckled lightly. Why, Thor is going to try it with me. Thor shook his head slightly. No, I'm here to thank you. If it weren't for you, Sif, they, and everyone in the town would have an accident today. 95. Well, I thought I would be able to see the power of Thor, known as the strongest god under the Asgard god king. Chen Tian felt a little pity. With the continuous growth of strength, Chen Tian's current body density has exceeded 1,000,000 times that of ordinary people, and his strength is even more terrifying. With a single punch, 1,000,000 tons of power can be released. And the ultimate power brings about qualitative changes, making Chen Tian's strength far more exaggerated than the data shows, plus the blessings of other abilities. So Chen Tian really wanted to try, how strong is Thor who has regained his divine power? It's a pity that people are not interested in fighting him. Feeling Chen Tian's fighting spirit, Thor was also eager to try. In fact, he also wanted to have a good fight with this black-haired boy. But Thor shook his head and said regretfully, unfortunately, I have to chase Asgard now, otherwise I would also like to try, known as the Invincible Superman Power 5. Speaking of this, Thor showed fighting intent in his eyes. West, next time we meet, we will have a good fight. Okay, Chen Tian nodded. At this moment, the two of them stand in the air, and in ancient times, it was completely a dialogue scene between gods. After making a simple agreement, Chen Tian left with Edith Lace, and his mission has been completed. And Thor also took the four of Sif, and after making an agreement between the man and the woman with Jane, Roar called Heimdall, who was seriously injured by Loki, to start Bifrost and disappear. Because the scope of this battle is not large, not many people know about it. In addition to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the local town residents, there are also a few forces that pay attention to Chen Tian. When Chen Tian drove the luxury car back to the manor in the afternoon, the old butler showed a happy smile and walked up to him quickly. Master, you guys are back, have a good time these 2 days. Chen Tian smiled, nodded, and said, it's all right, just warmed up a little. That's good. The old butler nodded happily, looking at the handsome Chen Tian, and the beautiful and coquettish Edith Lace, smiling very kindly. The strong return of Chen Tian, the domineering power that swept everything, let the old housekeeper see the brilliant future of the Chen family. There is also the powerful Miss Edith, although rumored to be terrifying and bloodthirsty in the outside world, but in the eyes of the old housekeeper, she is cute, beautiful, and polite. That is, the young master only knows to stay down and study every day, and he does not know when he will be enlightened. It would be great if he could marry Miss Edith. Just when the old housekeeper was thinking about it, Chen Tian, who walked into the villa, suddenly asked, Old housekeeper, have you got the materials I asked for? The old butler suddenly looked solemn and nodded seriously. Master, the nuclear material you want has been delivered, and it is currently sealed in the warehouse on the first floor of the basement. Okay, Chen Tian nodded. The creation of fixed-star battlesuits, in addition to battlesuits and design, also includes nuclear materials. In this world, nuclear weapons are still deterrent and destructive weapons, and major countries have strong control over nuclear materials. Therefore, the old butler took a lot of effort and went to great lengths to get a small batch for Chen Tian to use for the experiment. Definitely, if Chen Tian's miniature nuclear fusion power furnace experiment is successful, he will personally come forward to collect it. This time, when I went to Jukiao town, Chen Tian gained a lot. Many problems with nuclear fusion and battlesuit materials have been solved, plus the materials of the destroyer. So when he came back, he was ready to study. But before going to the basement, Chen Tian called the school. Xavier Gifted School. With the establishment of the mutant country some time ago, Professor X announced that the school will be open to mutant students all over the world after returning. At the moment, the school had many more students than before Chen Tian left, and it became very lively. Compared with going to mutant country and accepting Magneto's leadership, many mutant parents feel that Professor X is more trustworthy and are willing to send their children. And when there are more people, as teachers, Storm and the others have a heavier task. They are very busy every day, which is completely different from the leisure they used to be. But looking at those little faces full of energetic smiles, Orlo and the others felt that everything was worth it. In the afternoon, in the library, where Chen Tian used to sit, a beautiful black-haired girl held a book and watched quietly. At this moment, a handsome blonde high school student in the distance came over and said enthusiastically, "Clarice, what a coincidence. Can I sit here?" Clarice didn't look up, and said in a cold voice, "No." "Okay." The blonde boy paused, then shrugged, took the book to another desk in the distance and sat down. There, Angel Warren shook his head. "Carrie, I told you not to go, you don't believe it." The blonde boy was not at all depressed. He smiled and said, "Warren, you are still like this. No wonder you haven't had a girlfriend since junior high school. Don't you know that beauty is to be pursued actively? It doesn't matter whether you can succeed or not, the important thing is to take the initiative." 35. "I'm not like you." Warren shook his head. He and the blonde boy used to be classmates at the same school, but he didn't expect that the other party was also a mutant, so the relationship between the two became better after coming to the school. At this time, the blonde boy looked at the black-haired girl in the distance and asked, "Warren, you have been here for so long, do you know what she likes? What are her hobbies?" Obviously, he wasn't about to give up. Seeing this, Warren could only kindly remind, "Carrie, I advise you to stop thinking about it. She can't possibly like you." "What?" The blonde boy was puzzled. 4.0. Warren shrugged, "Because people don't like you." "What? Warren, are you kidding me?" The handsome blonde boy refused to accept. "You actually said that my golden card is too bad. You must know that in Kurud school, no girl can resist my charm." Warren spreads his hands. "I'm telling the truth, you're like a humble caterpillar on the ground compared to that dazzling fellow." 35. Carrie was taken aback. That person? Who? At this moment, Carrie saw the black-haired girl who had just dismissed him. Suddenly a surprised smile appeared on her face, and she put the phone to her ear. Then, without saying a word, the black-haired girl happily put away the book and hurriedly walked towards the teacher's building. Seeing this scene, the blonde boy was a little stunned. Clarice came to the office excitedly and looked at Storm, who was in charge of the daily affairs of the school. "Mr. Orlo, I want to apply for leaving school." Looking at the excited brunette girl, Storm said with concern, "Leaving school? Clarice, you must know that it's not come outside now." "I know, but he needs me." 35. Storm paused slightly and didn't react. Clarice did not leave immediately, but waited until the third day, when the special plane sent by Chen Tian arrived before preparing to leave. A day ago, the school conducted a general physical examination, which included blood draws, mental state, physical state and other tests. When Clarice left, Storm, Scott, Shadowcat and Colossus and Professor X came to see her. At the gate, Professor X looked at this well-behaved and quiet black-haired girl, and said gently, "Since it was West who asked you to go over this time, I won't stop you. But Clarice, you have to know that your ability is supportive, and your frontal combat effectiveness is weak. So after going there is no need to run around alone." Although West's current strength is much stronger than when he left, because of his identity as mutant, the stronger he is, the more attention he will attract. When you get there, remind him to pay more attention, don't care about irrelevant things, and don't pay attention to irrelevant things. Professor X's words made Clarice feel a little serious and nodded subconsciously. At this time, Scott handed a silver box to Clarice. "There is something in it that West wants, you can take it to him along the way." "Good." 33. When Clarice took the boxy, not very large box, she felt her hands sink. Squeak. At this time, an open-top red Ferrari sports car drove fast, slammed into a corner, and stopped firmly at the gate of the school. The door opened, and Edith Lays got out of the car, with a charming smile on her coquettish face. "Professor, and teachers, hello everyone." Professor X smiled slightly. "Edidiles, I didn't expect West to ask you to come here. It seems that he is more cautious than I thought." 95. Edith Lace was very polite to the teachers who had rescued her. "West is really worried that there will be accidents on the way, so not only did he send a special plane, but he also asked me to come." 99. Hearing that Chen Tian cared about her so much, Clariston was a little moved, and the bit of hostility towards Edith Lace in his heart also dissipated. Definitely, she doesn't know the reason why Chen Tian attaches so much importance to her safety, mainly because of Chen Tian himself. As the only person in the academy who was close to Chen Tian, Clarice also appeared in the eyes of many forces because of Chen Tian. In the past, because the professor was in charge, no one dared to make small moves. But as she prepares to leave school, many things are hard to say. The two sides chatted for a while, and then Clarice got into the sports car and disappeared at the end of the road with a roar. Watching the sports car leave, Orlo looked at Professor X and wondered, "Professor, did you and West have something to do? Didn't you tell us?" 95. Although I didn't say it clearly just now, what Professor X said to Clarice in front of me made people feel that there was something in the words. Hearing that, Shadowcat, Colossus and the others also looked at Professor X with questions in their eyes. Seeing this, Professor X pondered slightly. "I have been thinking about whether mutants and humans can coexist peacefully for years." Scott had question marks on their faces. Because they all know that Professor X's philosophy is the peaceful coexistence of humans and mutants, and they have worked hard for decades to do so. Why does at the moment say you've been thinking about this? Professor X turned around slowly, and the wheelchair rolled toward the school. Seeing this, Storm and the others quickly followed. Actually, I, and Eric and many others, understand that it is difficult for mutants and humans to coexist peacefully. Because this is the race between the new and the old, the struggle for survival, and the struggle for rights. Ordinary human beings are unwilling to hand over the right to dominate the era and the living space, so they have been suppressing mutant, and even want to eliminate it completely. But as time went on, more and more mutants appeared, and some mutants were even extremely powerful, and naturally did not want to be suppressed and persecuted all the time. 35. So, Eric and I came along, and he and I each chose a direction to explore. One is to seek peace, and the other is to fight. In the first 20 years, we didn't see any hope, until the appearance of Chen, the destructive power in her body. Let me see the hope of peace. Destructive power, peace. Professor X's words left everyone at a loss. Professor X nodded slowly. Yes, peace. The appearance of Chen is like a nuclear bomb belonging to mutant. Although it can't be used, it can't be without. But it's a pity that the force was too strong, so powerful that Chen couldn't control it, and even then there were signs of losing control. In the end, in order to heal JYN, Eric had to give up fighting me because he couldn't help JYN. A few years later, Eric discovered a second Jin, the mutant, Wanda, who also had the power to deter the world. She is also very powerful, surpassing the alpha level and reaching the full omega level. And both ability and mental state are more stable than Chen's at that time. I could feel Eric's excitement on the phone at the time, but unfortunately, Wanda parted ways with Eric in the end for philosophical reasons. 35. At this point, mutants' future looks bleak again. 35. Especially in the Stryker incident more than 3 years ago, JYN's sacrifice made me and Eric think that mutant has no future. Because under the pressure of human beings, some experiments on mutants such as Sentry are becoming more and more perfect, and there is not much time for us. This situation changed until the emergence of West. Having said that, Professor X paused. With his help, Scott didn't die in the hands of the revivalist. It's because of my efforts and his efforts that Jean has controlled the destructive power in her body. 5. So Eric started years of preparation and established a country belonging to mutant in Africa, tearing a crack in society's restraint on mutant. But at the same time, the racial conflict between mutant and humans has been pushed to the surface and has become fierce. Neither side can retreat, nor will it retreat. Therefore, the powerhouses in mutant, whether it's Jean, Wanda, West, me, Eric, are all being watched by countless people. It's now to see when this storm will break out, setting off a great war between the humans and the mutants, and finally reaching a balance acceptable to both sides. Professor X's gentle voice made Scott, Storm, and the others' faces change greatly. At the same time, Chen Tian's status was placed at a height that was enough to determine mutants' future destiny, alongside Chen, Wanda, he and Magneto. You don't have to worry too much. Looking at Storm and the others whose faces turned pale, Professor X smiled gently. Although war is inevitable, neither humans nor mutants will become extinct. Because the two races are originally one, but one is the present and the other is the future. As for how many people will be sacrificed in the war, things that no one can control can only be left to fate. Having said this, Professor X sighed slightly. Chen Tian, who is far away in Mexico, is not very clear about these, but he also keenly saw something from the recent international atmosphere. Chen Tian was not interested in the conflict between mutant and humans, as long as no one came to trouble him. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you are a mutant or a human, die. At Westchester Airport, the red sports car drove directly down the ladder and into the interior of the special plane. Then, under the watchful eyes of some people, the plane took off slowly on the runway, and finally lifted its head into the sky, disappearing into the sky with a roar. Watching the plane leave, at the corner of the airport, a man in a hat took out his mobile phone and whispered, the target person was picked up by a special plane, and there was no chance to get close. Come back, you may have been noticed by Charles. Yes. In the afternoon, when the red sports car drove into the manor, the sea of clouds exploded, and a figure fell from the sky through the sea of clouds. It was Chen Tian who was basking in the sun. Seeing the figure falling from the sky, the servants in the manor, as well as the bodyguards with guns, all showed fanatical eyes. In the underground of Pochut City, the president of the Blood Hand Society has become a legend. That punch smashed half the street, and the power to kill the hideous monster was almost like a god. It is said that a few days ago, the dark clouds were scattered, and when the surrounding cities were flooded by heavy rain, Pochut's miracle of bright sunshine was done by the president of the Blood Hand Society. Looking at the black-haired girl who had not seen each other for more than a month and had become a lot more mature, Chen Tian smiled, Clarice, welcome. Looking at Chen Tian, the girl accumulated a lot of words in her heart, but in the end her mouth opened and it turned into a soft call, West. Old Guan 663, this is Clarice. You've seen it at school, so I won't introduce it further. Wait until you get her a room on the second floor, Clarice will stay here from now on. Okay sir. Looking at the well-behaved and pretty, black-haired girl with a touch of peerless elegance at such a young age, the old butler couldn't close his mouth with laughter. In his opinion, the more outstanding women gathered around the young master, the more outstanding descendants will be, so that the Chen family can continue to flourish. As for monogamy, don't be funny, this is the chaotic country of Mexico, they are the Grey Gang, who will pay attention to this. It is normal for the strong to have many women. After arranging Clarice's affairs, Chen Tian looked at the red-haired girl beside him. "Iti Lace, thank you for your hard work." Edith Lace smiled and said, "As long as it is Darling's request, I don't feel hard." 35. At this time, Clarice took out the box Scott gave her from the car. "West, this is what Mr. Scott asked me to bring to you." 35. Looking at that box, a smile appeared on Chen Tian's face. Because it contains what he wants. Among the 20 or so special mutant gene samples, 3 of them are related to space ability, and 2 are related to time. Together with the samples he brought out of the laboratory, it is enough for the following research. "Clarice, next, I'm going to let you." This time, Chen Tian called Clarice, not only to let her cooperate with some X-Factor experiments of space ability, but also to find an assistant to handle some trivial matters. For example, the security of the manor, and some trivial research. As for Edith Lace, it's okay if you let her fight and kill, just study it. With the arrival of Clarice, Chen Tian entered a closed state again, focusing on cultivating the X-factor of time and space, as well as the fixed star battlesuit. And when Chen Tian was busy, the outside world was surging. There are many things happening all over the world every day, giving people a sense of impending storm. In this case, half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. In the morning, Chen Tian, who had just come out of the basement and was going to bask in the sun, was blocked by the old housekeeper and told him that he had no money again. No money again. Chen Tian scratched his head. He didn't expect that in half a month, the family's money would be gone again. "Didn't I give a biological synthesis drug that works well, and a cosmetic information sheet for cell anti-aging?" Chen Tian asked. The old butler smiled wryly. "Master, according to what the pharmaceutical company said, the drugs and cosmetics you have developed are really effective. But it's only half a month, and they haven't even built a production line. And even if drugs and cosmetics are manufactured, various inspections are needed, and then market channels are paved, until large-scale profits are made at least half a year later." Chen Tian frowned slightly. He really forgot that there is still this stubble. Many things that come out of research cannot be converted into products immediately. Thinking far away in my mind, thinking about how to get a lot of money in a short period of time. In fact, as the business of each city began to stabilize, the Blood Hand Society, whose influence spread across a continent, was extremely profitable, and a month's income could not be spent by ordinary people in a few lifetimes. And recently, Edith Lace is still leading people to continue to attack the city, and a big gang in Mexico competes for territory, and the fight is very fierce. But he also consumes a lot of time during this time, including the fixed star battlesuit, which is also very expensive. For some material tests, a single wear and tear is worth millions of dollars, which is more exaggerated than robbing a bank. But these experiments have to be done, because many studies can only meet the requirements through continuous testing, then improving, and then continuing to experiment. For example, now, Chen Tian has built the first generation of small nuclear fusion nuclear power furnace. But there's still a long way to go before the nuclear furnace is simplified, like the Iron Man core, or even smaller in the fixed star battlesuit. Because what he wants is to load dozens of tiny fusion power furnaces in the fixed star battlesuit. In Chen Tian's many calculations and simulations, the energy released per second by a single micro-fusion power furnace is not very helpful to his combat power. "Housekeeper, I'll give you a piece of information later, which contains special biological enzyme technology for cancer cells, hepatitis B virus, AIDS, and vascular softening." 99. You ask the pharmaceutical company to synthesize some experimental drugs, then apply for a patent, and then bid for the major pharmaceutical groups around the world. These drug patents can allow them to use them, but they must be given a privileged use fee in advance. As for the effect, they will definitely be excited when they see it. Also, you ask someone from the company to register a comic. Forget it, directly acquire an animation and comic company in Mexico and publish Dragon Ball. Although the comics in the early stage can't make much money, it is better than nothing, and it will be valuable when the channels are spread out. After going back to take out the information and explaining the next thing to the old housekeeper, Chen Tian flew into the sky and stood above the sea of clouds to charge. It wasn't until the sun went down that Chen Tian came down to finish his meal, and then got into the underground laboratory again, having a busy and fulfilling life. However, in the next period of time, Chen Tian's test frequency will slow down due to the issue of money. She couldn't help taking the time to start guiding Clarice's hacking technology. She was very capable in this regard, and at the same time, her arrival made Chen Tian a lot easier. When Chen Tian was busy recently, she helped take care of some running test equipment and recorded some parameters. Usually still surfing the internet, mingling in the international hacker group, and learning a lot of techniques. In addition, micromonitoring has been installed in the entire manor and nearby areas. As long as a stranger appears within a few kilometers of the manor, they will be locked. Just a week later, a guest came to visit. "Master, this is the chairman of Frost International, Ms. Emma. After I participated in the bidding meeting for the right to use the patent of Waradon Pharmaceutical Company today, I said that I knew you, Master, and I came to visit you specially." In the living room, Chen Tian, who was called by the phone, looked at the beautiful blonde woman sitting on the sofa. "Housekeeper, you go down first, I'll have a chat with Ms. Emma." After the housekeeper went down, Chen Tian sat on the sofa and said with a chuckle, "Should I call you the chairman of Frost Company, or the White Queen?" There was some surprise in the White Queen's eyes. "You know my identity, Charles told you about me." At the same time, White Queen was secretly shocked, because her spiritual ability could not invade, and she could sense what the young man in front of her was thinking. Sure enough, as stated in the data, this person can ignore the influence of spiritual ability. Good. Chen Tian nodded, let Professor X take the blame, and asked directly, "The White Queen's sudden visit, it must not have happened suddenly. If you have anything, just say it." Although this woman looks pretty, like a mature Oni-san in her 20s and 30s, Chen Tian is not interested in her, because he knew very well that this woman was at least 60 or 70 years old, someone from the same era as Professor X, but she didn't look old because of her ability. Seeing this, the White Queen stopped going around in circles and said sincerely, "West, I want to invite you to join the Hellfire Club." 35. I recently heard that your research is very short of money. If you join the Hellfire Club, we can provide a few free research funds. The first $1 billion will arrive in 3 days. Besides that, any materials you want to buy in the future, including nuclear materials, can be delivered to you in a few days with the ability of the club's channel. Chen Tian was not surprised that White Queen knew that he was short of money to buy nuclear raw materials. After all, he was a top force all over the world. As for the conditions she offered, Chen Tian was non-committal and said lightly, "It sounds like the conditions are very good, but the money is not easy to get." The White Queen smiled slightly. "Don't worry, West, Hellfire is a mutual aid club with members from mutants who hold wealth and power from all over the world. With our cooperation, the club has the power to control the world. For example, the establishment of Eric was so smooth this time, and we were behind the push, mobilizing funds, contacts, and even political resources." 99. Definitely, the core original intention of the club is still to keep warm with the group. After all, mutant has always been rejected by mainstream society. 99. As soon as the White Queen finished speaking, Chen Tian shook his head and said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I am not interested in joining any forces." In Chen Tian's view, the so-called benefits of joining Hellfire Club are of no use to him at all. Is he short of money? It seems that he is short of money, but he is actually short of it. With the continuous expansion of the Blood Hand Society's power, occupying more and more territory, and expanding business channels, his net worth has reached more than $4 billion. And this number is still growing at an alarming rate as the Bloody Hands will digest those sites. Add to that the Dragon Ball comics that have already begun to be published, the upcoming diabetes medicine, cosmetics, and 4 medicines that have just been auctioned off for patents. The effects of these synthesis drugs are several times that of the specific drugs currently on the market. In addition, the cost of synthesis is low. As long as they are listed, they will make huge profits. It can be said that it only takes a while for his net worth to double at an explosive rate. Besides money, Hellfire Club's so-called group heating and resource sharing are not worth mentioning to Chen Tian. A group of mutants who only dare to hide in the dark, don't dare, or can't walk openly in the outside world. What can help him? Can you help him develop a powerful time X factor? Can you help him snatch infinite gems? Can you help him squeeze a fixed star into a battlesuit? Both are not. If so, what's the use of joining? Chen Tian's refusal gave the White Queen a meal, and then tried to fight for it. "West, are you not satisfied with these conditions?" "I can. I'm just not interested." Before the White Queen could finish speaking, Chen Tian interrupted. "Not really interested 5. I think. Not interested in. Okay." 35. White Queen smiled wryly. Facing the determined Chen Tian, the White Queen finally left in disappointment. Originally, they thought that the recent Chen Tian was short of money, and it was a good opportunity to pull him into the Hellfire Club, so they mobilized a $1 billion fund. But she did not expect that she would be decisively rejected before she could finish the rest of her words. The visit of the White Queen did not have much impact on Chen Tian. What to do and what to do. Although the speed of research and experiments has slowed down, it has no effect on the improvement of his strength. Because the core of his strength is still Superman strength. As the sun shone during this period, Chen Tian's strength increased in all directions at a terrifying speed without anyone knowing it, and it became more and more terrifying. Chen Tian felt that in less than a year, he would reach the peak of Superman in the Bronze Age, with a grip strength of 1 million and a punch of over 10 million tons. A few days later, the 4th floor of the Underground Research Institute. In the glass container of the large particle pulse centrifuge, hundreds of light spots flickered, exuding an inexplicable temptation. Looking at those light spots, the countless cells in Clarice's body sent out a longing instinct, wanting to absorb and devour those light spots. The black-haired girl blinked and said softly, "West, is this the X factor you said?" Chen Tian nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, this is the X factor that allows you to obtain the second ability." Yes, the X factor extracted from this cultivation was prepared by Chen Tian for Clarice. As for space, and the X gene of Wang Hao, time ability, it was more difficult than Chen Tian imagined. In other words, it is a bit difficult to extract the complete spatial power he wants, including the X factor of the ability such as spatial teleportation and spatial cutting, and it is still experimenting. so he took the time and used other equipment to cultivate and extract the X factor that contains mental perception and psychokinesis, a hybrid ability. Going to let Clarice integrate try. One is to enrich her ability, and the other is to test the difference between the effect of ordinary mutant integration and the effect of his integration. Because of her trust in Chen Tian, Clarice didn't ask any more questions. When Chen Tian opened the container, she stretched her right hand into it according to his request. Immediately, those energy factors were attracted by invisible, drifted to Clarice, and finally merged into her body silently. How do you feel? Clarice thought for a moment. It feels very strange. Saying that, a weak but tenacious spiritual force spreads around her, covering a range of tens of meters like a radar. In this range, all the information is feeding back to her, forming a blurry three-dimensional picture. At the same time, Clarice felt that she was within the range of mental power perception, and she could open the space portal at will without calculating the coordinates. When she was familiar with the new ability, Chen Tian was also perceiving the changes in her, and his eyes were thoughtful. The data changes of Clarice after integrating energy are helpful to Chen Tian's research. For example, he found that after Clarice integrated the psychokinesis factor, all the spirit was released and directly used for complete mental perception and psychokinesis. This phenomenon was very different from Chen Tian's integration of psychokinesis, which only transformed 1/1000th of his spiritual power. As for the reason, it should be that her mental power is too weak, so even if her mental power is fully deployed, she can only perceive within a range of tens of meters. Psychokinesis can only lift a weight of more than 100 kilograms, which is completely different from Chen Tian, who was able to explode 1,000 tons of power in an instant and crush the wall. And those X gene cells in her body have not changed much, and they are very different from the X gene cells that slowly evolved after Chen Tian's body integration. The evolution of X gene ability represents the improvement of mutant ability, such as Chen Tian's energy burst ability, which is dozens of times stronger than the original. Although in the data display, it is still the basic strength that increases 5 times after the outbreak. But you must know that Chen Tian's current strength is tens of thousands of times that of when he was in school, and the increase in ability is naturally different. A simple analogy is the difference between increasing the combat strength from 10 points to 50 points, and increasing the combat strength from 100,000 to 500,000. In addition, there is the issue of genetic tolerance. This is almost invisible to Chen Tian. He feels that as long as there is time and demand, he can integrate dozens and hundreds of mutants' abilities. But Clarice can't. Her genetic tolerance is average. In Chen Tian perception, if she integrates another ability, it will reach the limit, unless her genetic endurance is improved. Including Edith, after Chen Tian called her back to check, she found that her genetic endurance had reached the limit, and she could integrate 2 abilities at most. This question made Chen Tian, who was planning to turn the 2 into an almighty mutant and become his powerful assistant, a little disappointed. In the underground research room, after Edith Lays was integrated into Colossus tempering ability, Chen Tian looked at her and Clarice. The problem now is to solve the problem of your genetic endurance. 99. That's the 667 life limit. Clarice blinked and whispered, but West, how can we increase the limit of life? Edith Lace was also at a loss. What she is good at is murder and arson, and it sounds like a book about biology and genetics. Seeing her dazed appearance, Chen Tian was a little speechless. Forget it, let me study it. Let's see if we can find a way to increase the genetic endurance. Waving to indicate what they should do, Chen Tian came to the core of the base, and got busy in front of a supercomputer he assembled by himself. Although his superbrain is no less than a supercomputer in terms of understanding and computing speed, and more creative and imaginative, it can still be a lot easier with the help of tools, such as vast data storage, search, data comparison, model simulation test and so on. Plus there is time and space for X gene cell cultivation and experimentation. At the same time, it is necessary to take into account the casting of the fixed star battlesuit and the reduction and simplification of the nuclear fusion power furnace, so it is a mess all day long. In this case, it did not delay the improvement of his strength, and his strength skyrocketed at a terrifying speed under the sun every day. Another month passed in a flash. Then, something went wrong. Lucia with a dignified expression hurried over and brought back bad news. Chen Tian raised his brows. You mean, all the more than 300 people in the past have lost contact, including Edith Lace? Lucia smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, I have lost contact for a day. Chen Tian said lightly. Why did you only inform me at this time? Because the city of Kumido has been in chaos for the past 2 days. We thought it was the reason for Edith and the others to attack, but we didn't expect it was just an illusion created by the other side. 99. Is it the Erla group, one of the 6 major gangs? Chen Tian thought deeply. Chen Tian was not surprised by the accident of the constantly attacking Edith and the others, or he had expected this day long ago. With the continuous expansion of the Bloody Hand Society, the strongest flower group in Mexico will certainly not sit idly by, and there will be a conflict one day. In addition, there are also various careerists in this world, with the various powerful abilities shown by Chen Tian, as well as the speed of strength growth. It's a matter of time sooner or later, and it has only happened until now. It should be that the enemy feels that the time is ripe, or that there is another way to deal with him. Thinking of this, Chen Tian showed a smile on his face. I don't know whether you measured my strength a month and a half ago, or earlier. Is Chen Tian afraid of being calculated? Definitely not. Because of his calculations, he couldn't keep up with the speed of his strength. As for the safety of Edith Lace, it is useless to think too much. She is not a canary raised by Chen Tian. When she chose to continuously attack the surrounding cities and kill those gang members to improve her strength, she was already mentally prepared for death. Murderers are always killed. At most, if something happened to her, Chen Tian would avenge her and slaughter all the people and forces involved in this incident. However, she has integrated the tempering ability, so there should still be a possibility of her being alive. Chen Tian thought thoughtfully, and then his mental power exploded. On the second floor of the basement research institute, Chen Tian's voice resounded in Clarice's mind. Clarice, close the underground research room, and no one is allowed to enter unless I come back. If necessary, you can activate the self-destruction device, escape from the research institute, and wait for me to come to you. The face of the black-haired girl below suddenly changed, and then according to Chen Tian's request, she decisively pressed all the gate switches of the underground research institute. Along with the rumbling sound, heavy metal doors half a meter thick, comparable to aerospace alloys, fell, closing the underground research institute layer by layer. In the underground research room, there are too many things that Chen Tian has researched, and many of them are inventions that shock the world, such as miniature nuclear fusion furnaces. As for the study of biological genes, it is not so important, because many operations on the equipment can only be completed with the help of Chen Tian's psychokinesis, which can be extremely microscopic to atoms, and even molecules. So even if those cultivated cells are stolen, only some samples are lost. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, Chen Tian rose directly into the sky under the gaze of many people, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black dot and disappeared into the sky. The place where the accident happened to Edith and others was called Zagra City, which was more than 1,300 kilometers away from Pochut in a straight line, next to the Gulf of Mexico. At the moment at dusk, the city by the sea is filled with smoke and seems to have experienced a war. Occasionally, some gang members are seen from the rubble, turning over a body, and then randomly dumping it on the trailer behind. In the distance, several armored vehicles, accompanied by a tank, rumbled past, followed by a group of masked gang members with guns. It's different from medium gangs like the Bloody Hand. As one of the 6 major flower groups, Aurora has not only more than 10,000 core personnel, but also nearly tens of thousands of peripheral members, and the firepower of weapons and equipment is also stronger. Even tanks and armed helicopters have heavy firearms. On the cliff by the sea in the distance, in the luxury villa, several people stood on the edge of the balcony, staring indifferently at the battlefield that was still being cleaned in the distance. At this time, a man with a Husai face and a fierce look walked in and respectfully said to the middle-aged people in the crowd, "Boss, we have already counted, and all the members of the Blood Wolf group have been killed." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, now, except for that woman, all the people who came here from the Bloody Hand will be wiped out this time, which is a lesson for that side. A mere local gang dares to come to Zagra. I'm completely unsure that the Aurora group, will take it seriously." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the fierce young man hesitated for a moment. "Boss, according to the data, besides the woman, the president of the Blood Hand Society is also a mutant. And it is said that the strength of the guild leader is stronger. We will kill them all this time, will we?" Faced with the scruples of his subordinates, the middle-aged man didn't take it seriously. "Don't worry, Kururo, although the president of the Blood Hand Society is powerful, we are not without mutants." Having said that, the middle-aged man looked at the woman on the side and said with a smile, "Miss Ank, the president of the Bloody Hand Society will trouble you all." An ordinary-looking woman named Ank smiled and said, "Don't worry, Senator Gaumont, since we dare to take this order, we are confident that we can deal with him." 9. Just waiting for that subordinate to go down, the smile on Gaumont, the chairman of the Aurora Group and the senator of Zagra Island, disappeared, and he stood there motionless. At this time, the red-haired woman leaning on the sofa inside smiled, "To deal with these ordinary people, it's more convenient for you, Ank." The white woman shrugged, "I also control some ordinary people, and when it comes to being powerful, you are still stronger than Amara." Speaking of this, Ank hesitated. "Are you sure the plan is okay?" 99. "Ank, after so many years, you are still so timid." 95. The red-haired woman said indifferently, "Don't worry, as long as Khad successfully replicates his mutant ability, plus Ahmed, we are enough to fight him head-on. He's just code-named Superman, not really Superman." With that said, Amla looked towards the edge of the balcony. There, a giant with a height of more than 3 meters, a sturdy body and exploding muscles stood quietly, exuding a sense of terrifying power and oppression. And as time went by, his body was still growing slowly, and the power emanating from his body became more and more terrifying. In this world, although the number of mutants is not large, the known number exceeds 100,000 based on 7 or 8 billion. With so many mutants, many ability powerhouses naturally appeared. It's just that, unlike Professor X, Magneto, who stand out and become active, many powerful mutants are hiding and dormant in the dark. For example, this sturdy man, named Ahmed, nicknamed the Monument of Life, has the ability to absorb cosmic energy rays and then release them. In addition, after absorbing the energy of the universe, his size will become larger, and finally he will become a giant, and his strength, defense, and speed will skyrocket. and the woman named Amara, codenamed Magma, had briefly joined the X-Men. Ability is to control the movement of the earth, create earthquakes and magma eruptions, and even turn the whole body into magma. The damage to the environment is no less than storm. As for the woman named Ankh, it is mind control, which can control many ordinary people at one time, but it has little effect on people with strong will. At the same time, in the distance, in the urban area where half of the buildings were destroyed, a low and enclosed house exudes a metallic luster, and inside it stands a steel-enhanced Edith lace. In the corner of the street not far from the room, a dark-skinned woman with an indifferent expression stood in the dark, and around her, everything fell into stillness. When Chen Tian crossed 1,300 kilometers in more than 10 minutes at a flight speed that was several times supersonic, he did not come directly to Zagra. 10,000 meters in the sky, Chen Tian folded his arms and looked at the distance indifferently. Terrifying vision, seeing everything on the seaside 20 kilometers away. For example, there are more than 1,000 armed personnel, tanks, armored vehicles, cannons, rockets, individual missile launchers, etc. in the broken urban area. In addition, there is a steel house that has been tempered, and a dark-skinned woman hiding in a corner not far from the house. At the same time, in the villa on the cliff by the sea in the distance, the mutants were also seen by Chen Tian. No way, the mutant standing on the balcony was too conspicuous, more than 5 meters tall, especially with the majestic energy fluctuations on his body. I didn't expect that this time it was all mutants. I thought there would be a few super ability people. Chen Tian was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that this design would lead him to many, very strong enemies, and even some major forces would join forces. But for now, it seems that there are just a few powerful mutants. Just don't know, what is their purpose? To peep at his power, or someone else invited to deal with him? While thinking about it, Chen Tian's figure suddenly moved, slamming into the air directly, and behind him, a string of white sonic boom cloud rings exploded, causing a piercing roar. Coming. At the moment when the sonic boom sounded, on the cliff villa, Umla and the others all looked at the sky with a solemn expression. At the same time, in the urban area, several armed men carrying individual short-range missile launchers suddenly raised their heads and looked blank, obviously being controlled. Several armed members aimed at the black spot in the sky and pressed the launch button directly. Whoosh whoosh! 3 missiles specially designed to deal with armed helicopters roared out and rose into the sky with long tails of fire. The sudden screeching of the missile immediately attracted the attention of all the armed personnel in the city, and they raised their heads subconsciously. Then these people saw that on the dim sky, a black dot fell from the sky at an alarming speed, and collided with the 3 short-range missiles. Boom boom boom! 3 explosive fireballs exploded, illuminating the dim sky. Vaguely, someone saw a black shadow running through the 3 fireballs, appearing over the city in an instant, followed by 2 dazzling beams of light falling from the sky. Boom! The heat ray, which contains fiery energy and shockwave, explodes like a high explosive bomb when it hits the ground, setting off a fiery wave of shockwave. Immediately at an altitude of several hundred meters, Chen Tian flew around the city at subsonic speed, and the fiery beams shot out of his eyes destroyed everything. The high-rise buildings collapsed and the streets exploded. Boom boom boom! In an instant, the city was full of fire and explosions, and countless armed men screamed in horror and fled wildly. Help! Run! 99. Be careful, seek shelter in the basement. In the face of the high-temperature impact heat ray that fell from the sky, which was half a meter thick and swept through everything, those ordinary armed men had no power to fight back. Armored vehicles were thrown off and exploded, and the tanks were cut from the middle and turned into fireballs. In the blink of an eye, the city near the sea turned into a sea of flames, and the fiery flames illuminated the night sky, causing countless people in the main city to be terrified. In a few minutes, Chen Tian circled the city for a dozen times, destroying almost all the streets and buildings, and obliterating thousands of armed personnel. Until this time, the heat ray in Chen Tian's eyes disappeared and stopped at an altitude of tens of meters outside the central area, which was the only place that was not destroyed by the heat ray. In the sea of fire, with the 2-story low-rise building as the center, everything within a range of 200 meters was intact. In this area, everything is forbidden to move, even the flames burning in the distance, the gravel set off by the explosion. Once they enter this area, they will stagnate. Even Chen Tian's heat ray beam will stagnate when it enters that area, forming a scratch full of fiery energy floating in the air for dozens of meters. Seeing this scene, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The power of time. Only the power of time can stagnate energy. Otherwise, it is just like the slow ability field, the energy attack will still move. Chen Tian glanced at the dark-skinned woman, then looked into the distance, and said indifferently, "Come out, you trapped her just to lure me over." As expected of the Superman West, who is known as the strongest among the new generation mutants, he is confident enough. I like it. In the deep voice, the flames in the direction of the sea suddenly extinguished, forming a passage. The distance has swelled to 7 meters, and the sturdy giant slowly walked over. Every time the giant fell, the earth would shake, and on him, there was a sense of oppression no less than that of the destroyer. He wore nothing on his body except for the wrists, shoulders, the key positions on the feet and waist, which were covered with retractable metal armor, and the helmet on his head. At the same time, sitting on the shoulders of the giant, Umla with curly red hair, looked at Chen Tian in the sky with a smile. Occasionally, a flaming tongue jumped close to her, and was pulled by an invisible force, absorbed and swallowed by her. At the same time, beside the giant, there was a handsome blonde young man with a gentleman's smile on his face. Compared to those X-Men, these mutants are like mutants. Regardless of the momentum or the way of doing things, they all appear to be flamboyant and unscrupulous, full of the overlook and indifference of the extraordinary to ordinary people. Because Edith Lazy didn't die, so Chen Tian didn't have any anger, and said with great interest, "Tell me, what is the purpose of you attracting me?" After staying at home for almost 2 months, especially in the basement, Chen Tian, who was squatting, was a little irritable, so he didn't mind wasting time with them. "Not really?" The blonde young man smiled slightly and said gently, "It's just that we heard that at the front time, you defeated the legendary Thor of Norse mythology in Mexico 9. We are very surprised by this news. We didn't expect that the gods in myths and legends actually exist. At the same time, I was surprised that God was defeated by you." 35. So in order to meet Mr. West and look at the mutant who can defeat the gods, we specially asked Mr. Gaumont of the Aurora Group to help. Chen Tian chuckled lightly, "Just to see me, it took a lot of time and effort to kill 200 or 300 of my subordinates. Everyone's handwriting is really big." Chen Tian naturally did not believe their words. But until now, he really did not see the purpose of these people. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the blonde young man laughed loudly. At the same time, an astonishing force surged from his body, and he was surrounded by transparent spiral airwaves, and his breath became stronger and stronger. Finally, boom. In an instant, the aura of the blonde young man suddenly skyrocketed dozens of times, and the airwaves erupting from his body also turned golden, exuding a domineering, bursting aura. The strong wind roar whistled, and the terrifying power almost turned into reality, suppressing the flames in the surrounding tens of meters, and the momentum was very amazing. What a powerful force! Is this the power of Superman? Surrounded by golden airwaves, Cud felt a little intoxicated by the terrifying power that was constantly exploding in his body. Looking at this scene, as well as Cud's increasingly violent and rising aura, Ahmed and Amara also showed smiles on their faces. They did not expect that it would be so easy to succeed. But immediately, several people's faces turned solemn, because they knew that the next step was the key. Because the other party won't let them copy his ability so easily. And Curd's ability can replicate all mutants' ability within a certain range, but it is not without flaws. For example, it can only be copied once a day, and the copied ability is not permanent but temporary and can be used for up to half a day. This ability is somewhat similar to Rose's Enna, but it doesn't need to touch others, and it doesn't bring pain and danger to others, making it more perfect. And if Curd can kill the original ability owner, he can have the copy ability permanently. Unless one day he fell in love with a stronger mutant ability and chose to give up. Thinking of this, Cud looked up at Chen Tian in the air with greed in his eyes, because he wanted to have this kind of powerful power forever. But what surprised several people was the expression of at the moment Chen Tian. There was no imaginary anger, and no angry expression, but looked at Cud with strange eyes. Under the light of the fire, Cud's strange expression looked inexplicably creepy, as if he was about to get a big mold. Suddenly, Chen Tian chuckled, "Interesting, it's actually to copy my ability. There are many mutants who have the ability to copy other people, and the most powerful one is Professor X's son Dakin, who has thousands of mutant abilities. However, in this world, Professor X, who was in a wheelchair in his early years, seems to have no son, so there is no mutant like this bug. Including Mr. Fantastic's son, the mutant Franklin who is said to be able to alter reality and create how far the universe is. Chen Tian had also checked it before, but it didn't exist. Because now Mr. Fantastic and his wife have no children. But think about it, if these two bug-like mutants exist, they can suppress the world without waiting for the Phoenix Force. But it also shows that mutants' ability is weird and powerful. For example, now, at a distance of 100 meters, the other party has copied Chen Tian's mutant ability Energy Rampant, including the Second Awakening Energy Fission. In addition to this, there is Psychokinesis. Compared with the powerful power of Secondary Awakening, the Psychokinesis ability, which transforms 5,000ths of spiritual power, is not worth mentioning. Chen Tian's abnormal performance made the three of Ahmed a little suspicious. Ahmed gave a low voice, "No matter, just follow the plan and kill him together. I want the energy absorption gene in him." While drinking low, Ahmed, who was 7 meters tall, shook his arms, and his palms suddenly clapped 11 times toward the sky. Boom! In an instant, a powerful energy shockwave erupted, and the air under the amazing energy was squeezed into substance, forming a fan-shaped blue tide. Boom! The violent energy shockwave was like a tsunami, instantly hitting Chen Tian, causing a violent explosion, and sending out circles of energy firelights to illuminate the night sky. At the same time, Amara, who was sitting on Ahmed's shoulders, jumped down, and when she landed, she pressed her palms to the ground, and the ground below her body instantly turned into boiling lava. Boom boom boom! The 3 columns of magma that were several meters thick and exuded hot and high temperature rose into the sky, like 3 flaming dragons strangling towards Chen Tian, and the sky was illuminated by the blazing fire. At the same time, he copied the Chen Tian ability, thinking that Cud, who was as powerful as him, smashed the ground and rose into the sky like a Super Saiyan. Dazzling golden explosive energy gathered on the fist. P.S. The first update, there are towels in the back. Cud, codenamed Replicant in the mutant world, is not well known. Ahmed is similar, very low-key, the identity of the pharaoh of a small country in North Africa, enjoy for many years. A little more famous is Magma, after all, it briefly did X-Men. As for the other mind control Ankh, and the mutant who has the ability to pause a certain range of time, they are not well known in the outside world. But secretly, both Ahmed and Magma joined the Hellfire Club, and their status was not low. The five have known each other for many years and joined forces to form a mutant group, which has been hidden for many years. As for why he was keeping a low profile, he definitely didn't want to be noticed by those who were secretly peeping at mutant ability and had been catching mutants' experiments. After all, mutant was weak in the past. Even if their ability is powerful, it is stronger than ordinary when they are not using ability. Once they are targeted by the enemy, they may capsize one day. They have seen this a lot over the years. Over the years, many mutants with powerful abilities after awakening will suddenly disappear after a while. Even Professor X, Magneto, one of the strongest mutants on the bright side, has been caught many times, and even encountered the danger of death several times. Therefore, all over the world, many mutants with powerful ability are very low-key, even if they hold a lot of wealth and power. But some time ago, Magneto established a country of 7 kind of people, and after Chen Tian showed an invincible deterrent force, it caused a global shock. Under this situation, Ahmed and the others also saw an opportunity for mutant to turn over, as well as the hidden crisis behind it. Therefore, I desperately want to have a stronger power, so that I can survive the war that may break out in the future, and then hold a higher position of power. At this time, the Superman rising like a supernova, West, entered their eyes. Kurd took a fancy to him as powerful as Superman in the comics. What Ahmed was looking for was Chen Tian's ability to absorb cosmic energy and strengthen his body. Yes, according to Chen Tian's habit of flying into the sky every day to bask in the sun, many people speculate that he has the ability to absorb sunlight and even cosmic energy. Although Chen Tian once told Shadowcat that he likes to bask in the sun because he likes the feeling of basking in the sun. But now as long as you are not a fool, you will not believe this sentence. In Ahmed's view, if he can get Chen Tian's genes, his ability to absorb cosmic rays will become stronger after integrating. In addition, at this time, someone paid $3 billion to find him, and also wanted to get Superman West's genes and even bone marrow. Immediately the two hit it off. As for the mutant world, the Phoenix Force, which is known as the strongest Omega class, and the powerful Scarlet Witch, Kurd did not pay attention. But Phoenix Force is located in the Mutant National Base Camp, where mutants of various abilities are available. Not to mention whether it can copy the opponent's ability, whether it can be approached or not is a problem. And even if you copy it, you can only have it for half a day, and you have to face the opponent's pursuit. And Scarlet Witch, who once approached Kurd quietly, wanted to copy the opponent's ability, and found that he only got the ability to modify the probability for a short time. As for the opponent's strongest power, it cannot be copied, just like it is not a mutant ability. Therefore, after calculating, the most suitable one is Superman West, squatting alone in Mexico, and ability is not the kind of psychokinesis that can't be solved. The powerful strength, sonic movement speed, strong defense, and blazing heat ray ability, as well as the burst of energy that he has shown in the past, Ahmed is confident that he can resist. And when the time comes, once Qud copied the opponent's ability, he has a high chance to kill the opponent when he joins forces with the powerful Ahmed and Magma. Boom boom boom. In the air, 3 pillars of magma fire followed closely on Chen Tian, causing a violent explosion in an instant. The sky is full of lava that is burning with flames, scattered like flowers scattered by the goddess, and it looks very bright. In the firelight, the strength has been increased by 150 times on the original basis, and Qud, who has the characteristics of materialization and explosion, soars into the sky. The fist that radiated golden light penetrated the magma flame and slammed into the black-haired boy. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling golden explosion illuminated the night sky, and the golden fireball with a diameter of more than 20 meters exploded like a powerful missile, setting off layers of hot air waves. With such power, even Ahmed and the others below were moved. Really strong. But when the light dissipated, the faces of the people below changed greatly, and the magma was even lower. Roar, how is it possible? 35. In the darkness of the night, Superman West, who had suffered a blow from 3 people, stood unscathed in the sky, looking indifferent, holding Qud's fist with one hand. Compared to the following Ahmed, Qud, who faced Chen Tian, turned pale. His gut told him that they might be planted today. At this moment, the opponent almost suppressed his whole body strength with only one hand, which shows the opponent's control of power and how terrifying the power he possesses. Qud said in a bitter voice, Why? You are wondering why I didn't use ability, is it all so strong? The corners of Chen Tian's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a light smile, It's very simple, you are too weak, you only copied some of my abilities, and you can't copy all of them. 99. Chen Tian definitely won't tell him that his true power is the power of Superman that cannot be replicated. After speaking, Chen Tian's wrist strength exploded and he threw it suddenly. Boom! In an instant, Qud turned into a golden meteor, blasted out at several times the speed of supersonic speed, and hit the cliff by the sea across 2 kilometers. Boom! In an instant, the violent golden energy exploded, the ground shook, the cliff more than 200 meters high collapsed under the terrifying force, and countless huge amounts of rocks rolled down. At the same time, the luxurious villa on the cliff was also destroyed together, with an astonishing momentum. Is the ability of X-Gene Secondary Awakening powerful? Definitely strong. For so many years, there are not many people who can break through the genetic limit of Secondary Awakening. However, the same ability, which appears in the hands of different people, has vastly different powers. No, Kurd, Ankh. Looking at the collapsed cliff in the distance, Ahmed's face changed slightly. Don't panic, it will be your turn soon. Accompanied by the sound, in an instant above the sky, Chen Tian's endless power was released, the sky suddenly changed color, and the earth shook. The terrifying aura of power and the surrounding flames suddenly dimmed, causing Ahmed and the others to change their expressions. Boom! The sonic boom roared, and Chen Tian instantly burst out with a speed that surpassed his conscious response. He appeared in the sky above Ahmed like a teleportation, and he landed with a punch. At this moment, Ahmed's instinctive hands were crossed and blocked in front of him. Boom! Heaven and earth shake, the earth sinks. Looking from a distance, I saw that the earth with Ahmed as the center shattered, and countless huge amounts of stones and soil were thrown hundreds of meters away in a ring under the terrifying force. The shockwave, which erupted with terrifying power, turned into a typhoon of a dozen or so levels, sweeping across a radius of hundreds of meters, blowing away countless gravel and dust, and blowing out the flames. As for Ahmed, he was directly punched into the ground 100 meters. Bang! Hundreds of meters away, Amara, who was blown away by the shockwave, landed on the ground, and rolled for a dozen laps before stopping, her embarrassed face showing horror. Breathing heavily. On the other side, in the corner of the stagnant range that is only 100 meters away, the dark-skinned woman also looked shocked and solemn. Directly in front of her, countless soil and gravel almost turned into a wall, submerging half of the stagnant area, and thousands of tons of gravel and soil were suspended above. In this case, it seems that it has no effect on her, but in fact it consumes a lot. For a time, the dark-skinned woman's eyes flickered, and her footsteps couldn't help but move towards the other end. Yes, within the stagnation range of time, everything is still, but she can move. If Itinils had not used the tempering ability in the first place to steal herself and her house, she would have been killed by the dark-skinned woman who could move. Standing on the 100-meter diameter Tiankang, Chen Tian turned his head slightly and looked at the red-haired woman who got up in the distance, only to see her hands on the ground. Immediately, the earth shook on both sides of the Tiankang, and cracks appeared in the cracks, and the red light shone inside, like a blood vessel. Go to hell. Boom boom boom. Under Amara's angry cry, the earth on both sides of the Tiankang suddenly overturned, like a pair of giant hands with a diameter of 100 meters, burning magma. The flame-burning giant hand slapped Chen Tian fiercely with the momentum of a mountain tsunami, and when he was motionless, it suddenly slammed together like a mosquito. Boom! The two pieces of earth collided like two mountain peaks, and terrifyingly hot energy erupted in an instant, and the shock wave shook the air in a radius of hundreds of meters. Then the materialized air wave that was set off billowing smoke and dust, and the fire shone. Suddenly the battlefield fell silent. But in an instant, the two combined magma peaks began to vibrate. Then it exploded under a more domineering and terrifying force. Boom! In the rubble and magma flames that filled the sky, Chen Tian collided with the air and exploded the magma. Outside of him, the fiery blue plasma fire formed by friction with the air because of the speed was too fast, penetrating the sky, and appeared in front of Amara in an instant. Under her desperate and frightened gaze, Chen Tian directly bumped into it. Bang! Under Chen Tian's terrifying speed of nearly 2 kilometers per second, although Amara instinctively wanted to turn into lava to avoid, she was instantly smashed into a blood mist. The blood mist then turned to fly ash in the fiery shockwave carried at 7 times the speed of supersonic speed. There is no burial place to die, and he is directly killed in seconds. Roar! 4.0 At this moment, under the deep pit buried by countless mud and gravel, a shocking roar sounded. Boom! Tens of thousands of tons of gravel and soil exploded, becoming even larger, reaching a height of 10 meters, and a figure exuding violent violence jumped up, and it was Ahmed. In the case of receiving a punch from Chen Tian from the front, not only did he not die, but his physique became even bigger. The energy aura on his body is also more violent. Even the arms whose bones were broken and their flesh was torn to pieces recovered under the majestic cosmic energy. At the moment Ahmed's huge amounts of face were hideous, staring at Chen Tian who was more than 1,000 meters away, the muscles of his sturdy legs swelled, and he burst into an amazing speed in an instant. Boom! The 10-meter-high giant is like a giant beast, running at a supersonic speed of more than 300 meters per second, destroying everything in front of him. There is an avenue running directly through the ruined city. Who? Go to hell. In the roar, Ahmed jumped high, his thick arms exuding blue and red rays of light clenched fists, blasted the air, and slammed down on Chen Tian fiercely. Strength with me. 35. With a chuckle, Chen Tian did not evade, but also punched him. Boom! Two fists, one big and one small, collided instantly, and then, boom! At the moment when the fists, one big and one small, collided, the space seemed to be blasted by the fists of the two, and the sky shook and the atmosphere burst. Immediately after reaching a height of 10 meters, Ahmed's right arm, like a giant, was broken with a bang, and his huge body flew upside down under the indescribable force. Boom boom boom. After the huge body knocked the ruined city out of a passage of several hundred meters, it rolled on the ground twice and stopped. At this time, on the enlarged helmet on Ahmed's head, the bright red gems shone, and the rays of energy from the universe were absorbed in the night sky. Under the endless energy, his body swelled in a circle again, reaching 11 meters, and the energy fluctuations emanating from his body became more violent. Even the folded arm recovered under the cosmic energy and stood up again. Boom! On this ship, 2 blue light beams shot out from Ahmed's eyes, whose energy escaped, and appeared in front of Chen Tian in an instant, penetrating Chen Tian's afterimage. Too slow. 35. In the faint voice, Chen Tian appeared on the side of Ahmed with a teleportation, and then fell with 1 foot. Boom! In an instant, the ground shattered and the space oscillated. Ahmed kicked it directly for thousands of meters, just like a meteor flew over a small river and landed in the main city. As a big city with a population of more than 4 million, Zagra is also a big city in Mexico. Because most of them are low-rise buildings, the diameter of the city reaches tens of kilometers. At the moment it was just night, and people came and went on the street, all looking towards the seaside in horror. There was no way, the sky-high flames over there almost made half of the sky red, which was too scary. 21 However, because of the blockade by the armed personnel of Erla in the morning, people were driven out, so although violent explosions continued to occur there, no one dared to go to check. Including the local police and firefighters, no one was prepared to pass without the permission of the Aurora group. Otherwise, if you are accidentally killed, you will not even be able to find a place to seek justice. Even some reporters, even though they were curious about what kind of weapon the beam of light sweeping across the sky was, did not dare to bring people over to broadcast it. This is the deterrent of top gangs. 1. At this moment, a figure radiating blue and red rays of light ran across thousands of meters under the night, crossed the river, and smashed into a building. Boom! In an instant, the commercial building shook, half of the glass was shattered, and countless gravel splashed around, scaring countless people on the street below screaming in fear. At this moment, a pale golden light descended from the sky and landed on the building with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and the violence erupted in an instant. Boom! As high as 100 meters, dozens of floors of buildings collapsed from top to bottom, and countless fragments of cement buildings splashed like cannonballs, screaming for hundreds of meters. Run! There are missiles! Help me! Countless people who were standing on the street and looking at the seaside to watch the lively screamed and fled in all directions in fear, and many people were killed by falling cement fragments. This scene is similar to the previous Pochut city. Boom! At this time, under the collapsed building, hundreds of thousands of tons of gravel bricks exploded, and a huge figure flew high. It was Ahmed who was punched into the sky. Brush! Just as Ahmed was blasted hundreds of meters into the air with a punch, and before he could react, Chen Tian appeared behind him with a terrifying speed and teleportation. 1 foot fell. Boom! In an instant, it has skyrocketed to 12 meters, and Ahmed, like a giant, fell from the sky at a terrifying speed, and landed on the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The ground below shattered, dozens of houses collapsed, countless gravel and soil rose into the sky, and dozens of ordinary people were thrown into the air. Boom! At this moment, a blue beam exploded, was dodged by Chen Tian, and then instantly appeared in front of the embarrassed Ahmed, punching out. Boom boom boom! Everything they passed was destroyed, like two ancient beasts fighting. Each time the shockwave burst out hundreds of meters, shattering the surrounding glass. Countless people bleed from their ears, and the momentum was terrifying. This is the terrifying power of the powerful superhuman, and ordinary people can't even stop the aftermath. During the battle, Chen Tian let Ahmed energy absorbing. Therefore, the body is getting bigger and bigger, the strength is getting stronger and stronger, and then Chen Tian is overbearing with a punch or a kick, sending out an angry and powerless roar. It can absorb the energy of the universe and become larger. The bigger the size, the stronger the strength, the super resilience, the energy release and the defense comparable to the destroyer. This mutant, except for the weakness that it will become larger due to the absorption of cosmic energy, is almost perfect. During the battle, Chen Tian observed the changes of the giant, and he was a little interested in this mutant's ability. At this moment, on the seashore in the distance, an astonishing aura of power suddenly erupted, the collapsing cliff exploded, and a dazzling golden light immediately illuminated the sky. Seeing this, Chen Tian raised his brows and punched the giant, which had swelled to 15 meters, into the ground, leaving a crater with a diameter of 100 meters in the city. Then the whole person slammed into the air directly, with a blue plasma fire on the outside, like a meteor piercing the sky. Roar 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 roar. On the pile of gravel, Cud's whole body erupted with more violent spiral waves, his hair was rendered into golden dancing, and his eyes almost turned golden. At the moment, the aura on his body skyrocketed dozens of times again, and the edge of the golden air wave erupting outside his body was faintly showing signs of blue flames. The whole body exudes terrifying energy fluctuations, and the air waves almost blow away the surrounding gravel and sand within a range of 10 meters. According to the degree of increase, it has reached more than 120 times the second awakening, and the power has increased nearly 700 times on the original basis. And the further back, the more exaggerated the increase in strength, because the quantity will lead to qualitative changes, so it is said that the strength is more than 700 times, but it is actually increased by 1,000 times. Such a terrifying increase made Kurt's strength even more terrifying, and his face couldn't help showing excitement. Shen invaded him in the powerful force. Looking at the sudden appearance of Chen Tian, the original fear in Cud's heart disappeared. Boom! Surrounded by golden airwaves, Cud instantly burst into sonic movement, appeared in front of Chen Tian, and fell with a punch full of explosive energy. Then it was blocked by Chen Tian at will. Boom! The moment Qder's fist was touched by Chen Tian's palm, an energy equivalent to a powerful missile exploded, and a fiery golden flame was emitted. Under the violent energy shockwave, the surrounding tens of meters of sediment was blown away, and the hard rocks were shattered. Boom boom boom! If one punch is not enough, two punches. Cud's double fists were like meteors, circling Chen Tian at a speed of hundreds of punches per second, attacking in all directions, and each blow exploded with energy comparable to the explosion of an aviation bomb. Such a powerful offensive, if it is used to destroy the city, it can turn a prosperous city into ruins in an hour, and its strength is terrifying. But unfortunately, what he faced was Chen Tian, whose strength had increased tenfold after the first battle of the destroyer. Although Cud's explosive strength and speed at the moment were amazing, every punch was easily caught by Chen Tian. However, the aftermath of the battle that broke out when the two sides fought, formed a circle of destruction shock waves, destroying everything in the surrounding hundreds of meters. In the blast of fire all over the sky, with the continuous attack, Cud's expression became more and more excited, because his strength was still growing at an alarming rate. 130 times, 140 times, 150 times, 190 times. The energy that erupted in Kurt's body became more and more violent and domineering, and the characteristic power of that explosive explosion became more and more powerful. Outside of his body, the erupted airwaves had turned golden blue, like a materialized flame burning. The energy on the fist was almost compressed into substance, and the moment it exploded was enough to crack the earth and collapse a small mountain. Yes, take it seriously. The grip strength of more than 200,000 tons and the fist strength of 2 million tons are almost millions of times that of ordinary people. With such a terrifying body density, the biological force field can be imagined how terrifying. In addition, Chen Tian integrated the solar energy of 100,000 times compression and strengthening in the cells of the body into the force field on the surface of the body, and the terrifying defense was indescribable. Therefore, although the power displayed by Cud became stronger and stronger, it was unable to shake the biological force field on the surface of Chen Tian's body, and it was unable to shake the extremely dense and terrifying powerful body. This is the 3-month change in Chen Tian's development after leaving mutant school. Drink? At this moment, Cud burst into a loud drink, and the fist of his right hand was burning with blue flames, the electric light shone on it, and a punch slammed into the palm of Chen Tian. Boom! In an instant, a light like a nuclear explosion erupted. At the moment when the fists and palms intersected, a fiery and destructive force shook the biological force field, and the terrifying force emitted by 667 made Chen Tian take a step back. This was the first time that Chen Tian was repulsed head-on since the battle broke out. Under the blazing blue light that erupted, all the surrounding matter was instantly annihilated, whether it was sand, rock, or sea water. A huge amount of void formed around the two of them. Ha 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 ha, ha ha, I finally beat you back. Cud, who was also shaken back by the force of destruction, floated more than 10 meters away and looked at Chen Tian with a smile on his face, but there was a trace of unwillingness on his face when he smiled. Because the battle was so long and his teammates suffered heavy casualties, he actually just made the opponent take a step back. At the moment, Cud has almost lost his form, and his whole body is exuding dazzling energy light, turning into a spiral blue flame erupting, surrounded by electric light. The momentum is even more powerful, but it is like a flaming torch, burning to the most vigorous moment. Looking at the indifferent black-haired boy, Cud said a little unwillingly, "You already knew there would be this outcome, so you didn't kill me before." That's right. Chen Tian was non-committal. With his strength, it is really easy to kill these mutants. For example, when he grabs Cud's hand in front, he can instantly kill him. As for why he didn't kill it, it was very simple. He wanted to see what happened when Awakening's ability was physionied to the extreme and his life force was exhausted. Axe Gene's secondary Awakening's ability is very strong, there is no doubt about this, especially in his hands. At the beginning, he burned to a 100-fold increase, and after the power changed qualitatively again, the burst of blue power could even shake the phoenix force of the piano. But Chen Tian had a hunch at the time that if the fission continued to increase, he would die. Because of the strength of Superman's body at that time, it could not withstand more than 100 times of fission, and once the vitality of the burning was out of control, it would burn to ashes. After that battle, Chen Tian rested for a week, and has not entered the second awakening since then. One is that there is no opponent who needs him to explode again, and the other is that there is no need to consume vitality and delay the strength improvement of Superman's body. Unexpectedly, there is actually an experimental body delivered to the door today. Chen Tian will naturally not waste it feeling Cud's burning power to the extreme, Chen Tian thought in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the increased limit of the second awakening is only more than 200 times, approaching 300. And that blue flame should be the power that is approaching the third qualitative change, from the original fission explosion to smashing and destruction. Smash everything, annihilate everything. Chen Tian felt that he now consumes 8 origin points and strengthens the energy fission ability again, and the power will evolve into that kind of blue lightning-like shining energy. Yes, the second awakening's gene ability, and then this strengthening requires 8 points of origin. The demand is more than 1/10 of the leap to become the silver super. Definitely, this is more than 1/10 of the demand, and it does not mean that the X gene ability of awakening 3 times is comparable to the strength of 1/10 of silver. From Chen Tian's point of view, the power of the X gene ability of awakening 3 times should be similar to that of the piano that masters part of the Phoenix Force, and the strength of Scarlet Witch. Comparable to Omega Peak Mutant. Over the huge amounts of deep pit, Kurd's body was burning with blue flames, surrounded by lightning, exuding the terrifying aura of destroying all things. He just felt the terrifying power that was still getting stronger in his body, but he was not excited. At this point, he could clearly feel that his vitality was madly passing by, and the traces of the years were constantly passing over him. Almost every second passed, he looked much older than the last. At this moment, I don't know if it was because of the aging of the body, Cud didn't even have the thought of fighting to the death, and countless memories emerged in his mind. Those memories flashed like a lantern, and finally, stopped in the present. Looking at the indifferent black-haired boy not far away, does Cud hate it? It's not that he hates it very much, he just regrets it a little. He knew that Superman West was so strong, and he didn't dare to provoke him if he killed him. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. At this time, his hair was gray, and Kurd's body, who had spent 100 years in a short period of time, began to collapse. Just like a torch that burns to the extreme, there is no earth-shattering explosion, and there is no final splendor. Looking at this scene, Chen Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. Suddenly, Chen Tian turned to look in the direction of the city. Want to run? Did you run? Boom! As soon as the sound fell, Chen Tian burst out instantly, because the speed was too fast and the material in the air rubbed, forming a layer of plasma fire outside the body. From a distance, it looks like a blue meteor piercing the night sky, and when passing through the area that covered hundreds of meters and everything was stagnant, Chen Tian clenched his fist with his right hand, and the power of destroying the world gathered in his body. Boom! Under the domineering punch, the air within a range of tens of meters solidified into substance, forming a transparent fist that fell from the sky and landed in the stagnant area. The fist pressed silently and stopped in the air. Seeing this, Chen Tian just snorted coldly, and the voice sounded in the air, "I lace, this person is handed over to you, you don't need to live, just leave the corpse." 39. After speaking, Chen Tian disappeared, and Roar appeared on the other side of the city across dozens of kilometers. There, Ahmed took advantage of Chen Tian to deal with Cud, and hid a passage directly from the city to escape. But as soon as he arrived in the suburbs, he was overtaken by Chen Tian, and he fell with a punch. Instantly the land below sank, and the 20-meter-high giant roared in anger. Boom! In the stagnation area, the dark-skinned woman Ni walked out of the corner, her face pale. Looking up at the stagnant destruction fist in the sky, and the solidified firelight, gravel, and soil in all directions, Nicole's expression was very ugly. Her ability is very strong and can make time stagnate within a certain range, whether it is matter or energy, or even sound or radio waves. Only she can move. In this case, it can be said that the Inborn is invincible. Even if a nuclear explosion explodes in front of her, it will not be able to hurt her. But the problem is that although all substances and energy that enter the range will be stagnant under the influence of time force, it does not mean that they have disappeared. Therefore, as long as she dissipates ability, those burst energies will still burst. And casting ability consumes a lot. The longer the stagnation time, the stronger the power contained in the range, the more amazing her consumption will be. Originally, the area that had been solidified for a long time in front of her had already consumed her a lot. And just now, the punch that contained destructive power was like the last straw that crushed the camel, which made her reach her limit. At the moment Nicole is in a dilemma. If she chooses to come to the edge of ability to escape, she will be chased by that devil-like red-haired girl, and she will surely die if she is not an opponent. If you choose to keep your mental and physical strength exhausted, you will be crushed to death by the destruction fist that falls from the sky. At this moment, Nicole was extremely desperate. If she knew this would be the result, she would not participate in this operation, even if the reward is tempting. Originally, their plan was to use the red-haired girl as a bait to lure Superman West, and once she entered the range of her ability, it would become stagnant. Taking this opportunity, Kurd copied his ability. Then, together with Ahmed and Magma, the three of them exploded with all their strength to attack West, who was stuck in time stagnation, and at the moment of the explosion, Ni instantly released ability. Under normal circumstances, West would surely die. Who knew that Superman West's strength was so terrifying, and he also saw through their plan and did not enter the trap. Suddenly, Nicole's expression changed slightly, and she frantically ran towards the other end of the fist, and when she came to the edge, she dissipated her ability and jumped into a small pit with all her might. At the moment when ability disappeared, the fiery shockwave, and the fist pressure that fell from the sky all erupted. Boom boom boom! In an instant, the earth within a range of 100 meters shattered, and hundreds of thousands of tons of gravel and soil rose into the sky, and flew in all directions under the violent force, with a terrifying momentum. Under the blow of destruction, only the low steel building was evaded by the fist pressure, and it was well preserved. At the moment of landing, the steel on the surface of the house disappeared and collapsed suddenly. Amidst the smoke and dust in the sky, a red-haired figure burst out, with scarlet eyes exuding tyrannical killing intent, chasing after the figure that was crawling up in confusion in the distance. Bang bang bang! 300s of tons of cement blocks exploded in the air, and Edith Lace instantly appeared in front of Nicole, surrounded by blood-red light, and the blood-red hair behind her moved automatically without wind. Looking at the red-haired girl holding a long knife, Nicole's face showed fear. Don't kill me, I know. Just as Nicole was about to say that she knew who was behind her, she saw one after another shrill sword light flashing, and her eyes went black in an instant, and she lost consciousness. Puff! Nicole's head fell to the ground, the wound spurted hot blood, and the body fell down with a bang. Looking at Nicole's body, Edith resisted the urge to chop her to pieces, because Chen Tian said that he wanted a corpse. And just when Edith Lace beheaded Nicole, the other side of the city was on the outskirts. On the broken ground, more than 30 meters high, the giant who exudes an astonishing sense of oppression roars in anger, with his arms firmly blocking his head. 2 heat rays with a thickness of 1 meter fell from the sky, exuding a high temperature that melted everything, and the violent energy shockwave was so overwhelming that the giant could not lift his head. At the moment's heat ray is full of power, in addition to reaching the terrifying high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees Celsius, it also contains the energy of destruction, shockwave, with amazing power. At the moment, if it wasn't for the special ruby on Ahmed's head, which can convert cosmic ray energy, it would have been reduced to ashes. Yes, Superman's heat ray also belongs to cosmic ray energy. At the moment as the fiery and frenzied heat ray in the sky continued to shoot, Ahmed absorbed more and more energy and grew in size. His ability seems to allow him to grow endlessly. Continue to energy absorbing, and maybe it will become a giant of 100 meters, kilometers, or even 10,000 meters. But at the moment only Ahmed himself knew best, and he couldn't hold it anymore. The blazing heat ray energy on the head was too condensed. Although it was absorbed into the body through the ruby, most of it could not be digested and was released as energy. A simple analogy is that a person with strong digestive ability eats a bunch of iron wire and goes down, although the stomach acid in the stomach can dissolve, but the speed is very slow. Therefore, although at the moment his body size has skyrocketed to 30 meters high, his strength has not improved much, which is similar to when he was more than 10 meters high before. Under the impact of that fiery ray containing destructive energy, he couldn't move, and he didn't dare not to absorb it, otherwise he would be shot through and burned into coke. Hoo. In desperation to die, Ahmed let out an angry roar and raised his hands to block the blazing heat ray. Boom! At this moment, Ahmed let out a scream. His arms that had been holding on for a long time were pierced, and instantly a blazing heat ray slammed into Aita's head. Under the endless fiery energy, the gem on Ahmed's head shone brightly, and his body expanded at an astonishing speed. 32 meters, 35 meters. At this moment, Ahmed, because the energy in his body was too thick, radiating dazzling light from the surface of his body. And when Ahmed swelled to 50 meters high, his whole body was already fat like a huge amount of balloon, and his body contained a huge amount of indigestible fiery energy. Amidst the screams of despair, a dazzling explosion erupted in an instant. Boom! The world shook, and millions of people were instantly deaf. Looking from a distance, huge amounts of mushroom clouds appeared hundreds of meters in the suburbs, rushing into the sky for thousands of meters. The dazzling light illuminates the night sky, and the shock of the explosion can be felt hundreds of miles away. Wang Xiao. As for the city of Zagra not far away, the windows of all buildings were instantly shattered by shock waves, and countless people bleed from their ears and hummed in their brains. The eyes were also blinded by the harsh light. I don't know how long it took before the aftermath of the explosion slowly subsided. Hundreds of meters in the sky, Chen Tian looked at the big pit with a diameter of several hundred meters below, expressionless, and took out his mobile phone from the storage space. Xavier College. At this time, Professor X and Storm are walking around the campus. When the phone rang and saw that the caller ID was West, Professor X was a little surprised. He didn't know what was wrong with him calling at this time. Professor X pressed the answer button, smiled and said gently, "West, what's the matter?" "Professor, you know a mutant who can absorb energy similar to cosmic rays, and can become a giant after absorbing it." Chen Tian described the mutants. Professor X thought for a moment. "The one you mentioned should be Amara. Ability is to control magma and earth movement. It is very powerful. He used to be X-Men for a short time before." 99. The other giant should be Ahmed. Is he wearing simple metal armor with a ruby on his helmet? Yes. 95. Professor X nodded. That's them. They are all members of the Hellfire Club, and the other 4 are under Ahmed. Hellfire Club. The opposite Chen Tian narrowed his eyes. West, what do you ask them to do? The opposite Professor X was a little puzzled. Chen Tian said lightly, "They were in ambush and wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead." What? When they heard that Chen Tian was ambushed and surrounded and killed, Professor X and Storm beside him were shocked, and then solemnly said, "West, are you alright?" Chen Tian calmly said, "I'm fine, Professor. You can tell Hellfire Club for me and give me a satisfactory answer within 3 days. Otherwise I don't mind shooting, slaughtering all members of Hellfire." 99. Chen Tian's words shocked both of them. From what they knew about West, they knew he wasn't joking. Professor X hurriedly said, West, don't get excited, tell me what happened first. Chen Tian said indifferently, today the two are called Amara, Ahmed's mutant, and the other three have time stagnation, mind control. Next, Chen Tian briefly talked about the ambush, but there was a cold sweat behind Professor X and Storm who heard it. Cosmic energy absorption strengthening, can use energy attack, become giant, control magma earth, time stagnation, mind control, ability copy. Each of the 5 mutants is not weak, 3 of them have special ability, and 2 are powerful. Even if Magneto encounters them, they will die. It is no problem to directly attack the White House of the United States, and it can easily destroy a large military base with amazing strength. Including Professor X, pays if you accidentally come across. He doesn't seem to be afraid of these people. Although there is a mutant that can copy ability within a certain range, but the same ability is used in the hands of different people, and the effect is very different. And if these people dare to appear in front of him, a direct mind control will solve all of them. This is Mutant 667 terrifying. Many times, who is stronger is not determined by destructive power, but by the ability to overcome each other and who has fewer weaknesses. For example, Chen Tian, if the core ability is not the Superman power, there is no weakness, otherwise, he might have been planted this time. Face off against an Ahmed stronger than the Destroyer, a Kurd that replicates his mutant ability, plus a magma attack and time stall, and that mind control mutant. Professor X said solemnly, West, you're fine, this time Hellfire really needs to give you an explanation. But Hellfire is a loose organization, and while Ahmed is a Hellfire member, others may not be aware of this incident. Chen Tian said lightly, I know, that's why I asked you to tell them to give me an explanation, otherwise I would have already started killing people. 99. The structure of Hellfire Club is divided into White King, Black King, White Queen, White Bishop, White Car, Black Car, and ordinary members. In addition, each large region is a division, and many divisions are headed by Black King, or White Queen. Therefore, in terms of rank, the White Kings and Black Kings of the various branches are similar, and each has its own people. In addition, Hellfire Club also has a core group consisting of the strongest mutants such as White King, Black King, Queen, etc. Hanging up the phone, Chen Tian slowly fell from the sky. At the edge of the big pit, Edith Lace bowed her head in shame, with Nicole's body at her feet. When Chen Tian landed in front of her, Edith Lace said with guilt, Darling, I'm sorry, if I hadn't been trapped this time. When she was trapped by Nicole, although the time was stagnant, she realized that she was the bait the moment she came out, the bait used to ambush Chen Tian. This made Edith feel guilty. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Tian waved his hand and said, Idoless, I don't blame you for this, incident. The goal of these people was originally me, and you were just implicated 5. After finishing speaking, Chen Tian reminded, but you have also seen that in this world, there are various mutants with strange abilities. Even if it's me, I don't dare to say that I am invincible in the world. Next, you have to work hard to master the tempering ability. It is best to be able to use it with other abilities at any time like Peter. At that time, there will be not many people in this world who can threaten you. You have to remember that a person's strength is not only based on how strong the attack is, but also the defense is very important. Otherwise, if you are not careful, a bullet can kill you. Facing Chen Tian's reminder, Edith nodded seriously, Darling, I understand. Then, Edith looked around, and the chaotic city behind, and asked, Darling, are we going to be direct next? How can it be? Chen Tian showed a sneer on his face, I was busy with research during this time, and it seems that some people have the illusion that I am easy to mess with and can handle. Edit Isles, call George and the others, send everyone in the Blood Wolf group, and swallow all the territory of the Erla group in the south. 39. Anyone who stands in the way of the Blood Hand Society, whether it is a member of other gangs, officials or even the military, will all be killed. This time, the Aurora group teamed up with Mutant to ambush Chen Tian, giving him an excuse. A reason to start killing people. It just so happens that Bloody Hand will take advantage of the situation to unify the underground markets of the 2 continents in the south, which can make up for his lack of money before the profits from those drugs explode. As for the idea of asking the gang's subordinates not to do the flower business, Chen Tian never thought about it. Because in Mexico, the flower business is not just a business, but is closely related to the local economy and the lives of many people. In addition, most of the flour in Mexico is exported to the United States except in Mexico, where it is digested by the United States, which legalized flour, and then replaced with arms. As a traveler, Chen Tian doesn't have much sense of substitution in this world. In his eyes, most of the unrelated people are NPCs. To die is to die. In this world, except for a few close people, he doesn't care about anyone's life or death. He is not the Virgin Mary. If everyone sympathizes and everyone saves, can he be busy? Yes, darling. Edith Lazy's eyes lit up. She smelled the rich blood from Chen Tian's words. Obviously this time Chen Tian was a little angry and did not intend to restrain her from killing. Then Chen Tian took out the sample collector and extracted some bone marrow from Nicole. Although he was ambushed today, Chen Tian's harvest was not bad. He obtained a sample of time ability and a sample of cosmic energy absorption. Although Ahmed was blown into ash, Chen Tian collected a genetic sample when he broke one of his arms in the previous battle. As for the purpose, it is because he can absorb the energy of the universe, prolong his lifespan, and improve his own strength. There was no punch in front of him that directly killed him, and even used heat ray to charge him, just to see where his ability absorption limit was. From Chen Tian's point of view, if he integrates this cosmic energy absorption ability, it should be able to increase the genetic limit of Clarice and the others. Not long after the battle that almost destroyed the city of Zagra, there was a commotion on the global network. Millions of people have seen the fight, and some have cell phones and cameras captured some footage, so it's impossible to hide it. It didn't take long for many videos to flow out on the internet. There is a picture of a giant radiating energy smashing on the building and crashing the building with a bang. There are also two fiery beams of light falling from the sky, destroying the city below, and plowing out a blurry video of the destruction of fire. And the hottest was the big explosion outside the city that almost lit up the sky. The rising light of the nuclear explosion shocked almost everyone. In an instant, on the internet, the topic of Mexico being attacked by a nuclear bomb was put on the top, and the hottest was. The second is the city of Zagra in Mexico, which was damaged by several mutants fighting, causing more damage and more casualties than the city of Pochut a few months ago. Casualties exceeded 100,000. For a while, the voice against mutant on the internet became a little stronger. In other words, the light of the nuclear explosion and the pictures of the ruined cities made those ordinary people scared. In front of Magneto's promotion of the strength of the piano, it was shocking that 2 intercontinental missiles were hardwired to destroy a hill with one blow. But far from the tragic pictures of half the city turning into ruins, countless people killed and injured, and crying, which has a strong impact on ordinary people. Next door to the United States executives, and Nick from S.H.I.E.L.D. got the message quickly. Seeing the information, everyone's expressions became solemn. Because they found out that the strength of Superman West has become stronger than it was more than a month ago. Just like his strength is constantly improving, it makes people feel more and more jealous. Just when there was a lot of uproar in the outside world because of the battle in Zagra City, projections were sitting in a spacious conference room. One of the seats is the White Queen. At the moment, these people all looked at the projection screen on the wall, playing the video of the battle in Zagra City, but the picture was a little blurry, and all kinds of explosions could only be heard. At that level of combat, ordinary people simply cannot approach. After all the videos collected on the internet were finished, the White Queen said calmly, "Everyone, Superman West asked Charles to pass the word to us. Within 3 days, if Hellfire does not give him a satisfactory explanation, he will kill all the club members. What do you think about this matter?" In the conference room, a gloomy voice sounded. "Killing us all is too self-confident. Does he think he is a god?" 5. Another burly man said solemnly, "This matter is that the White King Ahmed of North Africa acted without authorization. What does it have to do with us?" Someone nodded in agreement. "Yes, now that he has killed Ahmed and the others, isn't that enough?" Some people also said with disdain, "He will fight if he wants to. Is our club still afraid of him?" Chen Tian's words made these mutants who had long held power, wealth, and powerful abilities a little unhappy. At this time, the White Queen said lightly, "Although Ahmed is dead, he is a member of the club, and this time he also obtained the Superman West information through the club. It's just that the information was wrong, and he underestimated his strength, and he was brutally counter-killed. Now that the other party is coming to the door, everyone wants to get rid of the relationship. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Today I convened a core meeting to discuss whether it is war or peace. If everyone chooses war, who can be sure to deal with him? Also, the intelligence department has just updated the latest strength assessment of Superman West, and it has been sent. Let's take a look." 35. With that said, a picture of Chen Tian's handsome bust appeared on the video projection, and his ability evaluation was on the other side. Attack. The fist can explode with 100,000 tons of TNT equivalent explosives, that is, the destruction energy above. Unknown upper limit. Speed, 5 to 10 times supersonic movement. Can be flight, the upper limit is unknown. Defense, comparable to a small nuclear explosion. Attack. The fist can explode like 100,000 tons of TNT equivalent explosives. Speed, 5 to 10 times supersonic movement. Can be flight, the upper limit is unknown. Defense, under the final explosion of Zagra City comparable to a small nuclear explosion, unscathed, the upper limit is unknown. Ability, Energy Berserk, greatly enhances the burst of power, the upper limit is unknown. Weakness, seeing the information behind, the series of hints that the upper limit is unknown, and the question mark behind the weakness, all these core members jumped in the corners of their eyes. The fist can explode with energy comparable to the explosion of 100,000 tons of TNT equivalent explosive. What is the concept? You must know that the 2 nuclear bombs dropped by Japan that year, one was only 13,000 tons, and the other was equivalent to 21,000 tons of TNT equivalent. However, this old-fashioned nuclear bomb has been eliminated, and the modern hydrogen bomb is more powerful, almost 100 times hundreds of times, and the starting point is million tons. But it also means that the punch of Superman West is enough to explode with the power of a small nuclear explosion, which is terrifying. This calculation data is estimated based on the destructive power displayed by Chen Tian. For example, a punch will blast the Earth out of a pit with a depth of tens of meters and a diameter of 100 meters. The energy of the explosion threw tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of tons of gravel and soil into the air, spreading to a range of hundreds of meters. This kind of destructive power to surrounding objects has surpassed all kinds of high-power missiles, and only the power of nuclear bombs can be compared. Definitely, just the energy of the explosion is comparable to a small nuclear explosion. It does not mean that Chen Tian's punch is really comparable to a nuclear bomb, because there is no high temperature in the center of the nuclear explosion of tens of millions of degrees Celsius, and there is no fiery shockwave, nuclear radiation, and nuclear dust that shake the whole city. In terms of overall lethality and destruction, it is still a little worse than nuclear bombs. But even so, the power caught everyone's attention. Coupled with more than 5 times the supersonic movement speed, the terrifying defense that ignores small nuclear explosions, and the mutant ability that can explode more powerful. These are combined in one person, and it is completely a walking humanoid nuclear bomb, or the kind that has no solution. I choose and. 99. I also choose and. I agree. After reading the numerical evaluation of Chen Tian's strength by the intelligence department, these people chose to follow their hearts. Because it's so perverted. The White Queen said calmly, since everyone has chosen to make peace, let's discuss how to compensate and calm his anger. 35. The gloomy voice sounded, now that Ahmed and the others are dead, we can sell their assets and give them to him. As a pharaoh of a small country, Ahmed has a lot of assets. White Queen shook his head, it's just that, I'm afraid it's not enough. I checked the information, this time Ahmed and the others will shoot, and there is a buyer behind it. The man paid $3 billion for Superman West's genetic tissue. 55. In addition to Cud's power to spy on West, Ahmed also wanted to get the other party's genes, so this action was taken. 95. The burly voice said solemnly, you want to give him the buyer's information? But I'm afraid this would be a bit of a breach of the rules. Although Hellfire Club seems to be scattered and united by mutants who have mastered power and wealth, there are still some special businesses secretly, like killer missions. After all, no one will dislike more money. I mean killing the buyer and then selling Ahmed's assets for cash, maybe that will quell his anger. Someone wondered, Emma, why are you so jealous of him? Because I don't want to piss him off. White Queen said indifferently, during this period of time, there have been tens of thousands of people who have died indirectly or directly at his hands, acting decisively and domineeringly. Since he said that he would not give him a satisfactory answer, he would definitely kill everyone in Hellfire Club. White Queen's words silenced these people, and they couldn't help but look at the data on the projection. This kind of evaluation of Chen Tian's strength is not only for Hellfire Club, but also for the United States, Hydra, SHIELD. When some post-war traces from the ruined Zitra city came up with similar data, everyone was silent. This is a mutant as powerful as a god, and the threat is no less than the Phoenix Force. Especially Nick of S.H.I.E.L.D., who was the first to notice Chen Tian, at the moment was even more frightened by the speed of his strength improvement. Think about it, 2 or 3 months ago, the other side was just suppressing the mutant juggernaut, and the aftermath of the battle destroyed half of the town. And now only 2 or 3 months have passed, the strength has almost increased hundreds of thousands of times, and it has the terrorist power to destroy a country with one person, including the United States. The most frightening thing is that he has no weaknesses, at least no one has found any weaknesses so far. Ignore mental and spiritual attacks, and body defense ignores small nuclear explosions, completely unlike a powerful, but physically average mutant. No solution? Chen Tian, who had returned to Pochut City, did not care about how the outside world would react. With some of the power he showed, and the reason for being ambushed to counterattack, even if many people couldn't stand the casualties caused this time, they couldn't say anything. And with the strength of at the moment Chen Tian, there are only a few people on the earth who can make him fear 1 or 2. Back at the manor, Chen Tian didn't bother to take care of outside affairs, including Hellfire Club, and headed into the research institute. The local time stagnation sample harvested this time made him see the hope of perfecting the time X factor. Although he already has several samples involving time in his hands, whether it is slowness or the ability that affects time to speed up himself, it cannot be used as the main carrier of the time factor. Therefore, the time gene cultivated by Chen Tian has been in the experiment, which is a step behind the progress of the space gene. Now, with this time stagnant sample, wait for Chen Tian to cultivate the core gene, and then use it as the main carrier to integrate slowly and accelerate ability. At that time, once it is successful, the ability after time X factor integration will be very powerful and comprehensive. Should be able to resist the power from the time gem. Just when Chen Tian was busy again, preparing to snatch the time gem, his silence made many forces who were afraid of his power slightly relieved. Fortunately, although this Superman West is powerful, he is very nerdy. Generally, if no one provokes him, he rarely makes trouble. As for Chen Tian's research, although many people in the outside world were curious about what the results were, they were just curious and didn't care much. Because biological research in this world is very developed, not only Chen Tian, but also laboratories all over the world that study mutant ability and super strength. For example, the Sentry potion that can make people become gods in 1 bite is the result of a laboratory. Chen Tian was initially interested in this potion that gave Sentry the explosive power of 1 million fixed stars, but then gave up looking for it. Because Sentry can succeed, because he is the son of the plane, and his luck is monstrous. After drinking the super serum potion that was 10,000 times stronger, not only did he not get blasted, but with an almost zero probability, the huge energy caused the atoms in his body to phase shift. Then, in an almost impossible situation, the offset atoms happened to link a strange single universe, forming a door in his body. In this case, he instantly gained a powerful and unparalleled power. Because the power is too strong to be calculated in detail, it claims to have the energy equivalent to the explosion of 1 million fixed stars. But not to mention the probabilities that the first two are almost impossible to happen, how much exaggerated luck is needed, and the explosion energy of the million fixed star behind is a bit nonsense. Not to mention millions, just the energy of a sun explosion can easily destroy the entire solar system. And if Sentry really has a million fixed star explosion energy, no matter how much, a little leak is enough to destroy the Earth in an instant. Just Sentry's performance, can he control his power perfectly? Obviously not. It can only be said that Sentry is too strong, so powerful that his own power cannot be estimated, so there is a saying that there is a million fixed star explosion energy. And if he is so powerful, how could he be controlled by a spiritual mutant, a master of fantasy, to erase his own memory and all existence? Don't make excuses for being weak. If Sentry's mental power was so weak, he would have been unable to control the power of the explosion of millions of fixed stars in his body. Blast the Earth, the solar system and surrounding galaxies into nothingness. So instead of chasing the almost impossible success rate, and not knowing where or not there is a super serum potion, Chen Tian felt that he might as well concentrate on improving his own strength. Point 0. When he accumulates enough transitions to become the source of the silver super, and jump into the silver super, let alone Sentry, the entire universe, the Madman universe, can be crushed. Because there is no limit to the silver super in the later stage, as long as he feels how strong he is, he will be as strong. To think that as far as the universe can be crushed, the universe can be crushed, and the almighty universe can be destroyed by the destruction of the almighty universe, which is completely abnormal. At that time, it doesn't matter if you are a life court or an all-powerful OAA. While Chen Tian was busy, on the third day, the White Queen appeared outside the manor again. These cards contain all of Ahmed's assets, totaling $2.3 billion. 35. Also, in this document, the document that asked Ahmed and the others to shoot and assassinate your buyer, including the $300 million prepaid in advance, is in the card. When Chen Tian picked up the information with a cold expression, the White Queen apologized. West, we are also very sorry for this incident. I didn't expect that Ahmed would kill you, who is also a mutant, for billions of dollars. In order to express our apology, we have already shot and killed this rich man named David Stray, including his family. But, speaking of this, the White Queen looked a little dignified. Chen Tian raised his brows, but what? White Queen said slowly, when we were dealing with this person, we found that there is someone behind him. Maybe that is the buyer who really wants your genes. Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Who? 99. The official extraordinary institution of Yingguo, the Rupton laboratory under the Knights of God's punishment. Speaking of this, White Queen added, but their hands and tails are very clean, we just found clues, no evidence. In the face of Hellfire's compensation, Chen Tian finally accepted their apology, and the matter seemed to be over. Similarly, Chen Tian didn't immediately go to Yingguo to trouble him. The enemy was there, so there was no need to rush there. He had more important things to do now. When he has time later, he will tell Yingguo the consequences of provoking him. As it happens, Reality Gem is also in London. As for evidence, does he need evidence? Definitely, he didn't fully trust the White Queen, and he would take a little time to verify it. After receiving more than $2 billion in compensation, Chen Tian, who was originally short of money, became more comfortable. Originally due to lack of funds, the slowing down of the trial speed has also accelerated with the drop of a lot of money. And this is the real purpose of Chen Tian looking for Hellfire to speak. Chen Tian felt angry about being ambushed and killed this time. If an enemy came out to kill him, he was just able to harvest some genetic samples. What kind of anger? How can the money come true? Next, Chen Tian plans to stay at home completely, bask in the sun, squat until his strength reaches the peak of bronze, and then go out, and by the way, finish all researches. Whether it's Time X Factor, or Space X Factor and Fixed Star battle suits. When the time comes, he is fully prepared, and when he has reached the peak of his power, he will directly and forcefully seize the infinite gems on Earth, and then kill Thanos who is stealing the gems. You should be able to squat down to the Silver Superstar with peace of mind. With this thought in mind, Chen Tian got busy again, and after more than 10 days, the 4th floor of the Underground Research Institute. The black-haired girl Clarice closed her eyes, and a faint gravitational force radiated from her body, absorbing the rays emitted by a thermal energy ray device not far away. In Chen Tian's mental perception, as Clarice's body absorbs the energy transformed by the rays, the intensity begins to slowly increase, and the body undergoes subtle changes. Chen Tian nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, the essence of life is the evolution of energy absorbing. August 10th. During this period of research, when comparing himself, Chen Tian found that as long as ability is mutant of energy absorbing, or superhuman, the body is very powerful. The most representative is Superman, which can evolve infinitely by absorbing the energy of the sun. So after he discovered Ahmed's ability, he came up with the idea of letting Clarice integrate this gene X factor to improve his body's endurance. Definitely, Ahmed's X gene ability, while strong, is flawed. So during this time, Chen Tian was busy removing these factors that would increase in size after energy absorbing in the genes. He only retained the basic ability of absorbing cosmic ray energy and releasing energy. He didn't want to have a Clarice variant of a giant more than 10 meters tall one day. At that time, one Neko was older than him, and it looked too incongruous. At present, Clarice's integration is very successful, but just after absorbing the X factor, it can absorb the heat energy contained in the rays and start strengthening itself. In this case, her vitality, physical strength, and strength will continue to increase, and then she will meet the requirements of integrating more powerful abilities. Definitely, this strengthening speed is far worse than Chen Tian, and the upper limit is only alpha level. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Tian's mouth. This kind of accomplishment of cultivating a powerful and almighty mutant by hand is very good, and because of emotional fetters, there is no need to worry about her betrayal. Sure enough, the child bride or something is amazing. At this time, Clarice slowly opened her eyes, saw Chen Tian staring at her, and couldn't help whispering, "West, is there any problem?" Chen Tian shook his head. "No problem, integrate is very successful. I just suddenly found out, Clarice, you have grown up a bit. A few months ago, the black-haired girl was as thin as a gust of wind could blow. Although her face was beautiful, she gave off a sense of sophistication as a primary school student." At the moment Chen Tian suddenly discovered that, before he knew it, the black-haired girl had turned into a girl, and her height had risen from 1.55 to 1.65. In addition, the skin has also become white and red, very healthy, and the body is well developed, giving people the feeling of a high school girl. There is also some baby fat on the delicate face, and the skin is as delicate as fat, becoming more pure, and the temperament is like a fairy. Sure enough, Shadowcat, a girl who only developed at the age of 17, is a fake Westerner. A young girl like Clarice, who is 13 or 14 years old, and whose development is similar to that of an Eastern University girl, is the real Westerner, although she is of mixed race. But there are already small rules. Chen Tian coughed dryly, interrupting his reverie. His expression remained the same. "Clarice, you seem to be 14 years old." The black-haired girl didn't think much, and nodded her head obediently. "Well, you turned 14 years old half a month after you left school in West." In fact, because of the orphan, Clarice didn't know when her birthday was, so she always counted it from the day she was picked up by her adoptive father. 14 years old. Chen Tian sighed inexplicably. "This age is still too young, let's raise it for a few more years," Chen Tian murmured in his heart. At this moment, the bewitching appearance of Edith Lace appeared in his mind. After a few months of getting along, Chen Tian slowly developed a little feeling for this girl with a sexy body and beautiful appearance. Compared to the discomfort at the beginning, when he heard Edith call him the order, now, Chen Tian has become accustomed to her and no longer has the feeling of rejection towards her. So, did I eat her that day? Chen Tian suddenly had this thought in his heart. Anyway, he didn't intend to give this kind of stunner to others, so he eats late and eats early. It just so happened that he turned 16 last month. 16 and 17-year-old high school students, it is normal and reasonable for something to happen in an open country like the West. Chen Tian suddenly shook his head, suppressed the thoughts that appeared in his mind, and then showed a strange look on his face. "What's going on? I suddenly thought of this today. Is it because I've been holding it for too long recently? Or is it because the body is too strong and the kidneys are too good? West, what's wrong with you?" Looking at Chen Tian, who suddenly shook his head with a strange expression, Clarice couldn't help but look at him with concern. Chen Tian chuckled and said, "It's nothing. I just found out, Clarice, that you are much more beautiful than before. Okay, today's test is successful. Take a day off. Do you want to go shopping in the city?" Hearing that Chen Tian was willing to accompany her to the city, the black-haired girl's eyes lit up. Think. At this time, Chen Tian also found that his life was too boring. Obviously already so powerful, and with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars, he is also ranked among the richest people in the world, the invisible kind. He is also tall and mighty, handsome, and he is almost a male god in the hearts of countless women. But he is either researching or basking in the sun all day long, which is a waste of resources. On his condition, not to mention finding dozens of big beauties around him, he should also go in and out of world-class supermodels, and every big star should change one every day. So in the next period of time, Clarice noticed the changes in Chen Tian. For example, the eyes that fell on her became more and more. And looking at her eyes is also different from the past. There is more meaning of a man looking at a woman. This made the girl feel shy, but also a little bit happy. West finally got the hang of it. A week later, Edith was called back by Chen Tian. When the dusty red-haired girl came to the Underground Research Institute, her invisible murderous aura made Clarice take a step back. In the past half a month, Edith Lace almost stirred up the southern part of Mexico, and led her subordinates to swallow half of the territory of the Aurora group. This is also because the other party occupies too many cities, and it takes time for the Bloody Hand to digest the underground market of a city. As one of the 6 major gangs, the Aurora group will naturally not sit still. Not only was the resistance strong, but he also spent a lot of money to invite many mutants and super ability people to help, but they were all beheaded by Edith Lace, deterring the quartet. Definitely, these mutants and super ability users are average, and the strongest are a little stronger than Wolverine and Beast. Because his strength was too weak, he didn't know some key information, so he gave his life under the temptation of money. And some powerful transcendents in the world, mutant, were photographed by the Bloody Hand. Now they have changed their name to the President of the Bloody Hand Council, the prestige of Superman West, who dare not intervene at all, even if the Aurora Group offers hundreds of millions of dollars in compensation. As for the official and military, this time there is no emergence. Because everyone knows that the Bloody Hand Council is taking revenge, the leader of the Aurora Group dares to ambush Superman West, and he will bear his wrath. After this period of time, because there were too many slaughtered and tens of thousands of Bloody Hand Council subordinates, the aura on Edith Lays was more oppressive than before. She looks like a queen, full of the overwhelming majesty of the superior, making people subconsciously ignore her extraordinary appearance. However, in Chen Tian's eyes, although Edith Lace's body is more suffocating, but with the release of the tyranny in her heart, her mental state is much more stable than in the past. Therefore, Professor X's method of suppressing and controlling is actually wrong, because blocking is worse than sparseness. Coming to the two of them, Edith Lays curiously looked at the flickering light spots in the device. Darling, you have developed a new ability again, do you still just reach out? Well, switch hands this time. It is good. Based on her trust in Chen Tian, when Clarice opened the container, Edith Lays put her left hand in without thinking, and the energy factors drifted away. With the integration of the energy absorption factor, Edith Lace's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and her body exuded suction that was far stronger than Clarice's. At this time, Edith Lays already has 5 abilities: Instant Burst, Blade Power, Vitality Absorption, Tempering, and Energy Ray Absorption. Coupled with the fact that he has reached a physique that is more than 80 times that of an ordinary person, the combined strength is even more amazing. Next, wait until their genetic strength increases, and then integrate several powerful mutant abilities, such as some involving rule classes. Chen Tian felt that he wanted to cultivate 2 monsters. 3.4 Leaving Clarice to deal with things, Chen Tian and Edith Lays went to the ground. Edith has something to report to Chen Tian. Darling, I attacked and killed the main executives of the Arla group the day before yesterday, and the branches of the cities below have lost their morale to resist. In the elevator, Edith and Chen Tian talked about the progress of this time. But listen and listen, Chen Tian's eyes fell on her. Because he noticed that Edith Lays, like Clarice, had undergone great changes unknowingly. For example, her height was close to 1.8 meters. The figure is also more sexy than before. The hot place is hot, the slender place is slender, a pair of long legs are straight and slender, and the perfect proportion is a bit exaggerated. Also, the skin became as white as snow, as delicate as suet jade, and no pores could be seen. Darling. Facing Chen Tian's fiery man's gaze, Edith Lazy was a little shy, but there was a hint of charm in her eyes, sending out some kind of message. Am I going up, or am I going up? The time for the two to go up was in the morning, and it was not until evening that Chen Tian walked out of the room slowly. Looking at the gradually sinking sun, Chen Tian sighed with emotion. Sure enough, a woman will affect the speed of my sword drawing, and thus I miss the amount of sunlight for a day. Darling. Behind Chen Tian, Edith Lace came out lazily, with a faint blush on her beautiful face. She was completely a disaster. At the same time, in her body, there is less youthful girlishness, and more mature femininity. Similarly, metamorphosis from a boy to a man occurred physically. Chen Tian felt relieved both physically and mentally, and said with a smile, let's go, it's dinner time. 95. It doesn't matter to him that he hasn't eaten for a day, but Edith Lace, who consumes too much, still needs to supplement her nutrition. And fortunately, Edith Lace's physical fitness is very strong, she can barely try, otherwise if it were Clarice. It seems that she can do something after her physique is strengthened to a certain extent. Just when Chen Tian was thoughtful and took time to enjoy life. Xavier School, Scott looked for Professor X in a hurry after receiving a call. Your brother is gone. Scott nodded. Yes, teacher, just now Alexander's adoptive mother called me and said he had been missing for over a week. 5. If his company hadn't called the police, and then the police had notified the family, no one would have known. At present, the police have not found any clues so far, so I am a little worried. Few people know about Cyclops having a younger brother, but Professor X saw Scott's memory when he rescued them back. Knowing that they were both orphans, but at the age of 7, his younger brother was adopted. Professor X wondered, Scott, what do you want me to do? I want to trouble the teacher and use the Brain 02 wave amplifier to find him. 99. Brainwave amplifier? Scott, know that I'm only sensitive to mutants' brainwaves, and it's the same for ordinary people, unless there is a specific location. Alexander is actually a mutant, awakening ability for a long time. Just because ability is very strong and uncontrollable, so I have been hiding in fear, and no one knows about it except me. Professor X nodded. Since it's a mutant, it's easy to handle. What is his ability trait? I can selectively perceive mental fluctuations based on ability. Over the years, Professor X's research on mutants' brain waves and mind waves has been unparalleled. As long as you know the ability characteristics of the other party, and then according to the effect of ability on mental fluctuations, you can selectively find out mutants from the global scope. Scott explained, Alexander Awakening's ability absorbs cosmic energies such as radiation, electromagnetism, and heat, and converts them into energy vibes that are emitted. Professor X nodded slightly. Let's go down. The two came to the brainwave amplification room of the underground base. Professor X put on the instrument, closed his eyes, and instantly his spiritual power exploded under the amplification of the instrument. Invisible's psychic power expands at an indescribable speed, covering the entire America in the blink of an eye, then half the planet, and finally the entire Earth. In the mind perception, the mind fluctuations of billions of people emerge, densely packed, and countless sound-like brain waves are emitted, converging into endless noises. Fortunately, in this state, Professor X's consciousness is similar to God's perspective. As long as he doesn't touch, he won't receive those complicated brain wave information shocks. According to the information given by Scott, Professor X consciously swims in the endless ocean of mind fluctuations, selectively observing and screening. In Professor X's perception, the brainwave fluctuations of ordinary people are very different from those of mutant. The waves emitted by ordinary people are white, while the waves of mutant are colorful, and each color and wave intensity represent different abilities and strengths. Good distinction. Through Scott's description, Professor X's consciousness swept through hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of mutants' brainwaves at an indescribable speed. During the period, there were hundreds of brainwaves with different strengths and similar colors, which were very similar to Alexander, and then they were eliminated one by one after being touched by Professor X, and finally stopped in Africa. At the same time, there are more than a dozen mutants around this brainwave, hundreds of ordinary people's brainwaves, densely gathered in a pile. And just when Professor X touched Alexander, and when the mutants around him read some information in their minds, his face changed slightly and his eyes suddenly opened. There's actually a sentry lab. Professor X's expression became solemn. In the information he read, there was also a sentry laboratory, run by a man named Larry Teslak. This person is the son of Bolivar Trask, who originally proposed the sentry plan, and is the brother of the Trask that Chen Tian killed. It's just different from the sentry studied by Trask. The sentry studied by Larry is very special, taking the boutique and cutting-edge route. For example, Sentry, the killer who was not controlled by the magnetic metal, was originally designed to deal with Magneto. Moreover, this laboratory is very hidden, only a few people know it, and there is no information on the internet. On the surface, it is an ordinary ordnance factory under the Trask industry. If Professor X hadn't tracked down Alexander's trail this time and found it by accident, I don't know when it would have been discovered. At the same time, this time Alexander was not captured, but was tricked by Larry, saying that he had a special battlesuit that could help him control the power in his body. In exchange, Alexander needs to help him with some experiments. As for the purpose, it is to obtain his ability to absorb electromagnetic, radiation, and cosmic heat energy, and copy it to the killer number 2 sentry that has been successfully manufactured. That's a strong sentry. Professor X said solemnly, notify all X-Men, set off immediately and destroy that sentry laboratory. In the past, Professor X would still be concerned about the official of the United States, but now the world has changed, and this kind of killer sentry, who specifically targets mutant, must not stay. Destroy a laboratory as soon as it is found. Under the notice of the professor, all X-Men members were dispatched. Meanwhile, Africa. Magneto also received a call from Professor X, asking him to send someone to meet and destroy the laboratory in South Africa together. Unlike the daring Chen Tian, Professor X was more cautious in order to avoid accidents with X-Men. South Africa, more than 100 kilometers away from the capital city of the small country of Kaweri, has a special industrial town. The town is not big, but it was built like a war fortress, surrounded by high walls, camouflaged towers towering, and armed guards with guns are everywhere. In addition, heavy machine guns, radars, anti-aircraft missile launch vehicles, etc. were also erected in hidden places. At the same time, at the entrance of the town, transport vehicles came in and out, looking very busy, which is very rare in poor and backward South Africa. A few kilometers away from the town, a wild wind suddenly blew on the barren land. Then the ground shook slightly, and a stealth fighter quietly fell. As the fighter doors opened, Cyclops, Storm, Colossus, Shadowcat, Iceman, and Wolverine all appeared and walked down. As for Professor X, he has to take care of the school to avoid accidents, so he did not act together. After getting off the fighter plane, Storm and the others did not act immediately, but waited for a while, and then a gray fighter plane flew over. Finally, it slowly stopped not far away. From the similar performance of the fighters, it can be seen that Professor X and Magneto have a leg. The fighter plane opened, and Quicksilver, Polaris in red and white uniforms, and the Night Girl, Juggernaut, Sonic Girl, Psylocke, and Burning Man who had fought against each other came down. In addition, there are more than a dozen Storm mutants they have not seen before. As a country that gathers most of the mutants in the world, Magneto now has more mutants than X-Men. A handsome smile appeared on Quicksilver's face. Scott, Orlo, and everyone, long time no see. Because of the Stryker battle more than 3 years ago, Quicksilver and these X-Men are very familiar, so he is the team leader. Scott glanced at the mutants and nodded. Pietro, here you are. Our target this time is the industrial town in front of us, which on the surface is the Trask Arms factory, but is actually a disguised sentry laboratory. I know, the droid killer specifically for mutant research. Quicksilver nodded and asked, do you have any plans? 99. Scott said solemnly, the plan is very simple, Orlo, and I will use long-range attacks to destroy the peripheral defense forces and those buildings. 35. Then the melee mutant went inside, destroyed the laboratory, including the researched sentry, and rescued the people below. Most of the mutant powerhouses are almost gathered here, and their strength is amazing, just push them horizontally. I saw Storm's arms stretched out, and the gust of wind all over his body suddenly lifted into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, the wind roared, and in the blink of an eye, black clouds appeared out of nowhere, covering a range of dozens of kilometers and obscuring the town. The sudden change made those people in the town a little irritable. But before the people inside could react, high in the air, Storm, whose eyes were white, shook his arms. Boom boom boom! One after another, dozens of meters thick, the tornado formed by the strong wind hangs down from the sky, like the end of the day, and the momentum is terrifying. At this moment, Cyclops, who was standing on the small slope, shone in his eyes, and two fiery red light beams roared out, crashing on the town 1,000 meters away. Boom boom boom! Under the destructive beam like a long-range laser cannon, everything passed by exploded, armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, and radars were destroyed. In addition, one after another tornadoes of destruction also fell, raging around the town in all directions, the wind roared, and flying sand and rocks destroyed everything. In terms of power, both of them are stronger than in the past. Under the stimulation of Chen Tian, X-Men have been exercising hard one by one during this time, constantly exploring their own abilities. So progress is greater than in the past decade or so. In the past, X-Men had been suppressing his ability, and he didn't dare to use it arbitrarily. Cyclops and Storm didn't stop until all the town's fortifications were destroyed. In less than 10 minutes before and after, the industrial town of the cement forest was turned into a ruin, and its destructive power was terrifying. Looking at this scene, Quicksilver exclaimed, I haven't seen you for a few years, I didn't expect you two to become so violent. Cyclops slowly withdrew the energy in his eyes, and said indifferently, the ability of Orlo and I belongs to a wide range, far exceeding the attack, and we must definitely use the advantage of ability. That's right, guys, it's time for us to get on the ground, first deal with the guys on the ground, and then work together to deal with the sentry below. Okay. After speaking, Quicksilver instantly disappeared in place. Seeing this, Juggernaut, who had been beaten by Chen Tian, also charged and ran. The other mutants were not far behind, the Nightcrawler, Psylocke, Vibe and others, as well as Wolverine, Colossus, and Iceman all started to charge. In front of these powerful mutants, this institute was quickly breached, including that mighty sentry too. From the ruins, several mutants were rescued, including Shockwave, Alexander, who was tricked by Larry. Alexander, who was wearing a yellow and black battle uniform, was a little embarrassed because he was caught off guard and was directly hit by the Juggernaut. Then it was punched by Quicksilver at an indescribable speed in an instant, and finally only a circular energy shockwave was released, knocking several mutants flying. Alexander was a little confused and looked at Scott. Brother, you said I was deceived. Yes, here is a special catch. While Scott explained to Shockwave, others were sweeping the battlefield. No, it should be to sweep the laboratory, destroy those equipment, take away the useful research materials, and remove the useless ones. Just when cleaning the laboratory, Colossus saw a slab in a glass cover, a file-size, black wood chip of unknown material. There are some crooked runes painted on it. Curious Colossus smashed the tempered glass with a punch and grabbed the wood chip. The moment he got the wood chip, the rune on it emitted a faint light, and a somewhat familiar and unfamiliar voice sounded in his mind. I'm Liana, on the edge of hell, don't. As far as the eye can see, the sea of clouds, the sun is bright, and the sky is clear. At the moment, more than a month has passed since the first battle in Zitra, and time has flown by. Above the sea of clouds, Chen Tian stood like a god, exuding invisible gravitational force, swallowing all the sunlight energy within a range of hundreds of kilometers. So the following citizens feel very strange recently. It is obviously summer, and the sky is shining brightly, but it feels the same as the spring and autumn in February and August. When you go out in the morning, you need to wear a coat. When the sun at noon fell on my body, I couldn't feel the heat, which made my heart tremble strangely. The reason is that a week ago, when Chen Tian's grip strength reached 300,000 tons, and his fist strength exceeded 3 million tons, some kind of metamorphosis occurred in his body. The gravitational force emitted by the body suddenly skyrocketed, and the cells became more and more eager for the energy of the sun. Let Chen Tian give birth to the urge to fly out of the atmosphere and hang outside the Earth's orbit to bask in the sun. But soon, this impulse was suppressed by Chen Tian. Hanging outside the atmosphere every day, although the speed of strength improvement is a little faster, but after a long time, it is like a salted fish hanging out, boring and boring. How can I occasionally sleep with Edith Lace and tease Clarice Yang from time to time? After eating Edith Lace, Chen Tian's schedule also changed. During the day, I still bask in the sun to improve my strength, and I do experiments at night, but I will rest when Edith Lace comes back, and occasionally go shopping with Clarice. Suddenly, Chen Tian made a fist with his right hand and threw a punch in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the world shook, and an indescribable terrifying force burst out. In an instant, a pitch-black passage that was more than 10 meters wide and 1,000 meters long appeared in the sea of clouds. All substances in this area, including water vapor, were destroyed by the terrifying fist pressure. Looking at the long-lasting vacuum channel, Chen Tian was thoughtful in his eyes. With the punch just now, he used the ability controlled by the energy of the X gene to partially mobilize the super energy in some Kryptonian cells in his right arm. Immediately, it seemed like a casual punch, but the power was very amazing, and the domineering and condensed energy penetrated through the body, forming a substantial destruction punch. During this time, Chen Tian has been researching the combination of X gene ability and Superman power. In other words, through the X gene ability, release the power of Superman. Superman's powerful, based on infinitely evolved terrifying body, indestructible, infinite strength, unparalleled speed, and strong immune resistance. On the whole, the Superman of the Bronze Age is actually a man who has evolved to the limit. And such people, in many places, are not as magical as mutant, super ability, and those so-called gods, whose power is too monotonous. In terms of performance, it is more like an ordinary person who is powerful to the limit, an ordinary person whose physique is 10 million times, or billions, times that of an ordinary person. The only long-range energy attacks are super heat ray and ice breath. It was not until it evolved into a golden super that Superman's ability was enriched. But in Chen Tian's opinion, Superman in the Bronze Age should not be so weak. For example, now he, with the Second Awakening's X gene ability, after substantiating his body's strength, the performance of his combat power is stronger than that of Superman of the same period. And after mobilizing those super energies in the depths of Krypton's cells, whether it's defense or attack, it's even more exaggerated. Perhaps, this is the attitude of Superman. It's just that when he evolves to the golden state, or Superman in the Silver Age, he can use all the power in his body and fully display it. While thinking about it, Chen Tian thought and called out the attribute page. Host, Chen Tian West.Chen. Race, human. Grade, 4 stars. Bloodline, Krypton Superman Bronze Age. Strength, grip strength 340,500 tons, arm strength 1,220,000 tons, fist strength 3,150,000 tons. 2550 to 3890. Eyes, heat ray characteristics, 2950004700000 degrees Celsius high temperature, with powerful energy shock X-ray perspective eyes. Ears, can capture any subtle sound in the range of 300 kilometers, no medium required. Brain, breath, freeze everything. Defense, man of steel, biofield. Physiology, the cells of the whole body can evolve by absorbing the energy of the sun, and store the energy of sunlight by 200,000 times strengthening. X gene ability, energy berserk/control level 1, burns energy in the body, increases power by 8 times, can control energy accumulation, and form energy ball attack. Energy fission secondary level, secondary fission of energy in the body, the increase is increased by 27 times. Psychokinesis substantiation of spiritual power, can interfere with reality, current conversion rate 100/5. Law, shocking sword intent residual, 100/5, can compress the energy in the body 30 times and convert it into a sharp, condensed oscillating sword energy. Origin, 10. Function, virtual battlefield, storage space 1000 x 1000. During this period of time, although the results of genetic research have not yet come out, Chen Tian's strength has become more and more terrifying. For example, the boxing power has reached more than 3 million tons, the speed has exceeded 10 times the supersonic speed, and the basic temperature of heat ray has reached about 300,000 degrees Celsius. The compression strengthening of sunlight energy has reached 200,000 times, and another Superman's ability ice breath is naturally mastered. In addition, the X gene was affected by the Kryptonian cells, and during this period of time, it continued to evolve and became stronger, and the energy increase of the first level reached an 8-fold level. You must know that with the current strength of Chen Tian, it can be increased by 8 times on this basis, and it is conceivable how many times the X gene in his body has been strengthened. Originally, Chen Tian was worried that the increase of X gene ability would become stronger and weaker as Superman's power became stronger. But I didn't expect that as the Kryptonian cells became more and more powerful, the X gene in the body would continue to evolve after absorbing those super energy, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Seems to break some kind of limit. In this situation, Chen Tian was a little surprised. It seems that the super energy in Krypton cells that comes from sunlight is absorbed, transformed and compressed by the cells, and has been strengthened by 200,000 times, has the ability to promote the evolution of all things. Perhaps, I can take the time to study it. 35. Just when Chen Tian was thinking about studying those super energies, the phone in his pocket rang, and the caller ID was Professor X. Seeing this, Chen Tian's eyes moved slightly, and he answered the phone, and the voice of Professor X came from the opposite side. West, are you busy now? Professor, what's the matter? It's not me, it's Peter, he needs your help with something, can he come to school? Can. Although Chen Tian wanted to squat until the peak of bronze before going out, but since Colossus encountered something, he didn't mind helping out. For Peter, Chen Tian feels good, and with his current strength, he is not much different from Superman at the peak of bronze. Boom, Above the sea of clouds, a sonic boom roared, and Chen Tian burst into the air in an instant, disappearing into the sky with a circle of blue plasma fire outside his body. At the supersonic flight speed, within half an hour, Chen Tian crossed a distance of more than 4,000 kilometers and turned into a ray of light and fell from the sky. However, at the moment of descending to a height of 100 meters, Chen Tian's body froze, and the violent kinetic energy he carried disappeared instantly. On the playground, Shadowcut was overseeing the activities of a group of elementary school grades, and then accidentally saw Chen Tian falling from the sky and landing in front of her. Surprise on Shadowcut's face. West. A smile appeared on Chen Tian's handsome face. Long time no see, Katie. After not seeing him for a few months, Katie, who suddenly saw Chen Tian, was very happy and asked curiously, "By the way, West, aren't you in Mexico? Why are you here?" "The professor said that Peter asked me for help with something, so come and see." Hearing Chen Tian speak, Katie was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Peter. He seems to be a little strange recently." After returning from the last destruction of the laboratory, Shadowcut found that Peter often went to Professor X. "I'm going to see the professor now, do you want to come with me?" "Go." Shadowcut nodded decisively. She and Colossus had always been good friends, and now that Katie had something to do with him, Katie would naturally be concerned. "Hi, Teacher Katie." "Teacher." When the two walked towards the teacher's building, they met many students along the way, and they all enthusiastically played roar with Katie, which was completely different from the previous deserted Zhaonyazao. Chen Tian sighed with emotion. "The school is so lively now." 35. Katie had a smile on her face. At this time, the two walked into the teacher's building, and when they turned a corner, they met 3 junior high school girls with the same appearance and blonde hair. It was the 3 that Chen Tian rescued from the Sentry laboratory. The 3 blonde girls said obediently, "Mr. Katie, good afternoon." Sophie, Phoebe. Katie also made a move with them roar, and then walked by. But not long after walking out, the 3 girls suddenly stopped and looked back at the tall and straight figure walking side by side with Katie. The blonde girl on the left hesitated. "Sophie, do you feel that his mental fluctuations are somewhat familiar?" A blonde girl in the middle nodded hesitantly. "Yes, a little." The blonde girl on the right whispered, "So, we don't feel wrong, it's him." As mutants cloned from the White Queen gene, all 3 girls have the telepathy ability and can read other people's minds just like Professor X, even control others. In addition, they also have the White Queen's diamond ability, but only one duplication body can be diamondized at present. When the 3 of them are together, the spiritual ability can be combined and become more powerful, so Susceptive Perception is somewhat familiar with Chen Tian's mental fluctuations. Suddenly the 3 girls vaguely guessed something. At this time, 3 girls saw their junior high school teachers, a middle-aged mutant and Chen Tian, and they made a move roar. When the middle-aged man came over, the 3 girls looked cute and asked curiously, "Mr. Mala, who was the one who walked with Mr. Katie just now?" "I am optimistic that many seniors and teachers will take the initiative to talk to him." 99. The middle-aged man didn't think much, and said casually, "You said West, he was also a student of the school before, and he became an X-Men after entering the school for more than half a month. But not long afterward, he returned to Mexico to inherit the family business." West. The 3 girls looked at each other and recited the name silently in their hearts. Then, when he walked out of the teacher's building and met a high school student who had been in school for a long time, he decisively exerted his mental perception ability. From the memory of that mutant student, the 3 sisters saw most of what happened after Chen Tian came to school, including a series of changes. After reading it, the eyes of the 3 girls flickered. "Superman, West?" In the underground base, in the White Room, Professor X, Colossus, Cyclops, Storm are all there. With the arrival of Chen Tian and Shadowcut, a group of people gathered in front of a table with the blackwood chip that Colossus brought back. Professor X said to Chen Tian, "This is an enchanted talisman with bloodline positioning and teleportation functions, and it is a common communication item for magicians." "Magician?" Chen Tian raised his brows. "Yes, magician." Professor X nodded, thinking that Chen Tian didn't understand these things, so he couldn't help but explain. "There are also some ancient power holders in this world. These people have a long tradition, many even lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and they are very powerful." 55. But under normal circumstances, it is difficult for ordinary people to see them, and some are not even in this world, but hidden in different dimensions. 5. For example, this spell comes from a place called Hell's Border, and the person who made it is probably Peter's sister who disappeared when he was a child. The purpose of making the spell should be that she wants to inform her family that she is fine. Under normal circumstances, the spell should be sent to Peter, or his parents, but I don't know what happened and someone else got it. Definitely, we certainly can't see these. I specifically asked a necromancer friend to find out. In its mouth, the boundary of hell is a very dangerous dimensional space, where it is close to hell and is full of all kinds of strange monsters, which is very dangerous. Chen Tian nodded. He already knew who it was. Mutant. Colossus does have a younger sister, who has the same space teleportation ability as Blink, who was captured by the demon Velasco as a child to the border of hell. After being caught, the secret guest did not die, and he also learned black magic from Velasco, and finally successfully defeated the opponent and became the queen of the border of hell. But at this time, Colossus was only in his 20s, and his younger sister was probably not much different from Edith Lace, and his strength should not be the opponent of the demon Velasco. Chen Tian looked at Colossus. Peter, do you want to find your sister? Colossus nodded. Yes, although the professor said that Liana may be fine, but now that I know she is still alive, I must go and see. If possible, I want to bring her back. Professor X said slowly, originally, I planned to ask Scott and the others to help together, but the strength of this spell is limited, and the reverse positioning it exerts can only teleport 2 people, and it can only be used twice. Once the limit is exceeded, the spell will collapse and the person being teleported will disappear into the dimensional crack. So to be safe, I thought of you. With your strength, even if it's dangerous over there, you should be able to take Peter back with you. Obviously, the strength Chen Tian showed during this period made Professor X and the others very confident in him, thinking that with his help, they were enough to deal with the danger over there. For this request, Chen Tian did not refuse. It happened that his strength had skyrocketed during this period of time, and it was not the earth over there, so he could unscrupulously exert his power and feel the feeling of full firepower. As for the low magic defense of Superman, after integrating the super energy and biological force field, it is not enough to be afraid of. After all, no matter how strange and powerful magic is, its essence is still energy. Since it is energy, it will naturally be blocked by the force field that incorporates super energy. In the Marvel Universe, there are many powerful magicians. These include Scarlet Witch. Yes, Scarlet Witch is a mutant, but also a magician who masters origin magic power and a lot of magic. In addition, there are Ancient One, Doctor Strange and these. But the Ancient One isn't dead yet, so Doctor Strange isn't out yet. I don't know if there will be a magician like Doctor Strange after Chen Tian stole the time gem. And compared to those magicians who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, Doctor Strange's settings are a bit nonsense, and it is not long after learning magic. There is no accumulation of magic power, nor the growth of meditative spiritual power, including the accumulation of magical knowledge, which feels as exaggerated as mutant awakening ability. Definitely, among these magicians, the strongest is still Dormammu. As a former great necromancer, he finally chose to enter the dark space to become the master of darkness and rule the dark dimension. And Velasco, the demon who took Liana, was also a powerful necromancer and existed in the 13th century. While studying the dark magic of the old gods, Velasco came into contact with the indescribable old gods. In exchange for a powerful mystical power, Velasco promised to help them return to Earth, thus gaining the ability of immortality and indestructible. Immortal and very powerful. Contaminated by the power of the old gods at the same time, Velasco turned into a demon, entered the borders of hell, and became the leader of a new group of demons. In the world shrouded in black clouds, the sky above the clouds faintly emits a red light, which makes people feel a little depressed for no reason. There is no green vegetation on the ground is cracked, the channels are vertical and horizontal, and some black plants grow sporadically, revealing strangeness and distortion. Suddenly, not far away, the space distorted, emitting strong spatial fluctuations, and the blue light shone under Chen Tian, and Colossus suddenly appeared. This is the boundary of hell. Chen Tian looked around, and then his figure rose into the sky with a bang, flying above thousands of meters in the sky. Looking around, hundreds of kilometers are all in his eyes. There are several erupting small volcanoes in the distance on the left, with magma flowing around, and a dozen or so kilometers on the right are clusters of black forests, and some strange figures flashed by. Behind them was the earth covered with canyons, the canyons that were bottomless, as if leading into the abyss, emitting thick black smoke. And more than 40 kilometers ahead, there is a castle on a small mountain rising from the ground, and there are some signs of life activities around. Whoosh! Chen Tian fell to the ground. Peter, your sister should be over there, I will fly you over there. It is good. Chen Tian grabbed Colossus' hand, and the two instantly burst into the air, flying towards the castle. But just as the two of them flew several kilometers away, the dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a monster with wings spread more than 10 meters and covered with black spikes appeared. This monster is like a vulture without feathers, with a sharp mouth and full of sharp teeth. It will let out a roar when it sees the two of them being angry in an instant. Boom! At this moment, two fiery beams crossed the sky in an instant, instantly piercing the monster's head, and then tearing its body in half under the beam. Burning with fire, this monster with hard skin and a gun that could not penetrate a knife fell from below with black smoke. But at this time, the dark clouds were rolling in front, and more than a dozen huge vulture monsters appeared, with sharp and piercing screams from their mouths, like helicopters rushing towards them. But in the blink of an eye, it was swept by the fiery beam of light, blasted into the air, and scattered into pieces of burning corpses. Among the corpses of the monsters in the sky, Chen Tian passed through them. Colossus, who was grabbed by Chen Tian's arm and flew high in the sky, exclaimed, "West, you have become so strong now. It's okay." Chen Tian smiled. At this moment, the corpses of those vulture monsters fell to the ground, and the ground shattered in an instant, swallowed by a huge, ferocious mouth, and then crashed into the ground. Vaguely, a huge figure can be seen disappearing under the earth. In this scene, the corners of Colossus' eyes twitched when he saw it. It was worthy of being at the border of hell. There were dangers everywhere. Fortunately, he and Chen Tian flew over from the sky. Roar! At this time, the dark cloud in front exploded again, and in the tyrannical roar, a monster with a length of tens of meters, like an eel, but with scales all over its body appeared. Seeing two fresh beings in the air, the monster's eyes flashed red, its mouth opened, and the powerful energy fluctuations gathered together. At this moment, Chen Tian instantly appeared on the side of the monster, and punched out with his left hand. Boom! The head of the monster, including most of its body, exploded, and was instantly killed. Next, at a distance of more than tens of kilometers, the two encountered several waves of flight monsters, but they were all killed by Chen Tian. After a while, the two arrived not far from the castle, and were blocked 10 miles away by a layer of invisible barrier. At this time, Colossus also saw the surrounding scenery clearly. It was a building similar to the Central European style, with spires standing on top of a hill several hundred meters high. There are some rare green trees around the hill, and some fields have been reclaimed at the foot of the hill, and some people are working in it. But it is a human, it is better to say that it is a long-like monster, wearing tattered clothes, with only a huge mouth on his face, no eyes, and no nose, and it is terrifying. At the moment, the castle is the center, and the 10 kilometers in diameter is shrouded in a layer of invisible enchantment. The two landed on the ground. Colossus pressed the invisible but solid barrier in front of him, hesitatingly asked, "West, how do we get in?" "Definitely break in." "West, wait." Just when Colossus wanted to say wait a moment, Chen Tian made a fist with his right hand, and the terrifying power that shook the world gathered in his body, and he punched out. Boom! At the moment when Chen Tian's fist landed on the barrier, a terrifying power burst out, and Colossus felt that the whole world was shaking, and his brain was buzzing. And that layer of enchantment has changed from invisible to tangible, exuding a roaring light, like a huge amount of inverted bowls buckled on the ground, shaking wildly. With Chen Tian as the center, a circle of terrifying energy fluctuations spreading throughout the entire formation in the blink of an eye, spreading his power to a range of 10 kilometers. But Chen Tian's power is too terrifying. Even if that layer of enchantment defense is very strong, it cannot be stopped. Bang 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 bang. In the castle in the distance, the spires of the 8 minarets on the edge radiated various rune lights, and then collapsed under the terrifying force. The magic formation base was destroyed, and the barrier shield that had lost its energy maintenance exploded instantly, and an earth-shattering energy fluctuation erupted, with a terrifying momentum. Who is it? Accompanied by Li shouting, a figure flew out of the castle, exuding a powerful aura. This is a tall figure dressed in red medieval clothes, a red cloak, dark red, and looks like a devil, with a simple long sword hanging from its waist. Velasco flew out of the castle and stood high in the sky, looking coldly at Chen Tian who were several kilometers away, and said in a low voice, "Humans, you are so courageous, you dare to break into the boundary of hell and destroy my enchantment. Since you're here, just stay, just as I'm short of some experimental materials recently." 9. Speaking, without waiting for Chen Tian and the others to speak, Velasco, who was surrounded by black smoke, waved his hand, and instantly several 100-meter-long dimensional cracks appeared below. In the crack of the purple dimension, dense monsters poured out. Most of these monsters are 5 meters long and 4 meters high. The lower body is similar to a scorpion, but the upper body is human-like, black and red monsters with ferocious heads and sickle arms. In addition, there are some 5-meter-high horned demons with horns, hooves, and flames all over their bodies. Some flying monsters with bat wings, only 2 meters high, and armed with various weapons also flew out of the air. Kill them. Although Chen Tian did not take Chen Tian seriously, as a dark necromancer who had lived for hundreds of years, Velasco would naturally not despise the enemy. And it is very clear how much strength is needed to destroy the enchantment it has set. Therefore, the demon army was summoned directly, ready to kill the two invaders. Accompanied by Velasco's stern shout, thousands of monsters gushing out from the foot of the mountain roared violently, rushing towards Chen Tian and the others who were several kilometers away. Not long after rushing out, those horned demons gathered huge amounts of magma fireballs in their hands, with a bang like a cannonball flying high and falling towards the two of them. In the sky of meteors and fire, those flight demons shuttled and grinned sharply. It was a grand scene of hell invasion, and Colossus' face changed slightly when he saw it. It seems that the owner of the castle is not very welcoming to us. Looking at the overwhelming monsters, Chen Tian's eyes showed a touch of excitement. Mutant, a man from the United States military. He killed a lot of Grey Gang members, but he hasn't killed a demon yet. And hearing Chen Tian's words, Colossus was a little speechless. You have smashed the magic barrier of others with one punch, and the ghosts welcome you. At this moment, Chen Tian's eyes lit up with red rays of light, and the fiery heat ray roared out in an instant, expanding continuously, spanning several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Boom boom boom! The heat ray, which swelled to 1 meter thick, fell into the demon army, constantly piercing the monsters, blasting them, and destroying everything. Immediately after Chen Tian turned his head slightly, heat ray swept across like cutting wheat, tearing the demons in front of them one by one, killing thousands in the blink of an eye. And when Chen Tian used heat ray to destroy those monsters, Colossus jumped high with a bang, and smashed a magma fireball that smashed towards Chen Tian. At the same time, the magma fireballs from the first batch of horned demons also came to the heads of the two of them, falling continuously, causing a big explosion like a rocket. Boom boom boom! There were explosions of fire everywhere, and a large number of demons were killed by the heat ray beam, and most of them were killed and injured before they ran a kilometer. Velasco felt a little distressed. These demon armies are their hard work over the years. Although there are many more behind the dimensional cracks, they can't be wasted like this. These are the powers that he will use to conquer the Earth in the future. Thinking of this, Velasco pulled out his long sword, and an ancient and strange voice sounded in his mouth. Roar, roar! Immediately in the distance, around Chen Tian and the two of them, the emptiness was broken, and the purple tentacles covered with various mouthpieces protruded tens of hundreds of meters long. Boom, boom, boom! The strength of those tentacles was amazing, and the momentum of the tsunami rolled up the mountain and fell, and then, bang, 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 bang! Chen Tian raised his head, and the fiery heat ray swept across the sky. When it slammed into the tentacles of the evil god, the fiery and violent energy directly smashed it through and cut it off. Not so with Colossus. Before he could react, he was hit by a tentacle with a thickness of 10 meters and a length of 100 meters. In the smoke and dust in the sky, a beam of light flashed, and the tentacle was directly cut off. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles of the evil god that filled the sky were swept away, leaving only one piece hanging on the crack in the space, and an angry roar suddenly sounded faintly. Roar! In the roar, those broken tentacles retracted into the void. Seeing that a steady stream of demons poured out in the distance and recovered thousands of demons, Chen Tian looked at the deep ditch. Peter, are you all right? Beneath the valley-like ditch that was dozens of meters wide and over 100 meters long, Colossus climbed out from a pile of gravel roads and shook his head. I'm fine. The main point of his ability is that the defense is strong, and the disadvantage is that the defense is too strong and the agility is not enough. At this moment, behind Velasco in the distance, purple magic circles appeared one by one, and dozens of green magic balls burst out in an instant. Like green rockets. Be careful! Colossus shouted, then decisively withdrew into the ditch. And Chen Tian looked at the magic balls flying in the distance, stretched out his right hand, and pushed his palm forward suddenly. Boom! In an instant, the air in front vibrated, forming layers of materialized transparent air walls, which rushed out of 100 meters and collided with those flying magic energy balls. Boom, boom, boom! In an instant, violent green magic energy erupted, each magic ball exploded like a missile, and shockwaves swept across the ground and shook the void. The sky is full of strong wind roar whistling. Seeing that the energy ball was also easily blocked, Velasco frowned, stretched out his dry claws, and chanted a spell in his mouth. Immediately behind it, a terrifying and strange aura appeared, which vaguely transformed into a huge and twisted phantom, exuding a terrifying aura. Pist pist! Thick black smoke emanated from the phantom, and the corrosive void poured into it, turning into a huge skull of more than 10 meters, which looked a bit strange. Silently, the skull disappeared, and appeared behind Chen Tian and them in the blink of an eye. A strange smile came out of his mouth, and a strange force descended in an instant. The evil god whispers? Under that strange power, Colossus only felt weak, and his face showed horror. But when that power fell on Chen Tian, he saw that his body suddenly shone with golden light. Under the golden light, black smoke appeared, like small black snakes, trying to get into Chen Tian's body, but was blocked by the biological force field integrated with super energy. Curse! Looking at the weirdly smiling skull, heat ray burst out in Chen Tian's eyes, and the fiery beam instantly penetrated the skull and landed on the distant hill. Boom! The hill exploded with a bang, setting off a fire all over the sky. But the skull was just a hole in the file size of 2 more fists, and it would creep and heal in the blink of an eye. At the same time, more black smoke filled Chen Tian's body, faintly revealing strange fluctuations. Seeing this, the heat ray disappeared in Chen Tian's eyes, the figure disappeared instantly and appeared above the skull, and the domineering punch that contained destructive power fell. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force erupted, forming a crushing fist, and crashing on the skull. And at the moment when the fist was pressed down, the skull oscillated slightly, as if it had received a certain impact, but there was no sign of collapse or destruction. 0 for flowers. Boom! The fist pressed down on the ground, and the ground shattered instantly. The ground cracked, hundreds of thousands of tons of gravel shot up into the sky, and the violent shockwaves swept across a range of hundreds of meters. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared below. But the skeleton head floated in the air unscathed, and there was still a weird laugh in his mouth. There are more and more strange black smoke around Chen Tian. The madness collides with the biological force field, but it can't be shaken. But Colossus, who was blown away by shockwave in the distance, was even weaker, so weak that it was like a pool of softened steel. If he continued, he might be cursed to death. If Colossus died here, Professor X and the others would probably not say anything, at most regret, but Chen Tian's face would definitely be lost. So, Superman hates magic the most. Saying that, a terrifying force in Chen Tian's body was detonated, and endless violent energy erupted, forming a transparent spiral wave to surround him. Immediately, an indescribable terrifying aura filled the air. Under this incomparably heavy, overbearing, violent aura of power, the sky shook and the earth trembled. With the strength of at the moment Chen Tian, the power emitted by the 8-fold increase was terrifying, twisting everything around, and the sand and dust within 100 meters below lost its gravity and floated up. Even the dark clouds in the sky are pulled by the terrifying invisible gravitational force, forming a vortex, and the cursed black smoke outside the body is directly scattered. Colossus was shocked by this scene, and it also made Velasco in the distance feel extremely dignified. Because at the moment Chen Tian exudes coercion, almost no less than those ancient gods it contacts. Feeling the burning destructive energy in his body, Chen Tian turned his head slightly, looking at the black skull in the distance with indifferent eyes, his palms slightly opened. The terrifying golden energy gathered in Chen Tian's hands and turned into a golden energy light sphere, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Just when the energy ball converged to the fist file size, Chen Tian threw it away. Whoosh! Weak tearing air sounds sounded, and a golden light flashed in an instant, and the energy light ball penetrated huge amounts of skulls, colliding with its body, and then, boom! The heaven and the earth shook, and endless golden rays of light erupted, emitting endless fiery energy of destruction, and everything that passed by was annihilated. Under the golden energy that destroyed everything, the black smoke that made up the skull melted like ice and snow. No matter how weird and difficult your curse magic is, the core is still energy. As long as it is annihilated with more domineering and more destructive energy, everything will disappear. This is Chen Tian's understanding. However, this energy is also divided into levels. For example, the material energy of bombs in the real world has the lowest level, followed by elements such as natural thunder. This is also the reason why Chen Tian's previous punch pressure has little effect on the skull, because the opponent's energy level is higher from the evil god. Definitely, when the power is extremely strong, it can still destroy everything. For example, the nuclear explosion center with tens of millions of degrees Celsius, no matter what you do, it will be annihilated for you. Also like now, under the sunlight energy that Chen Tian has strengthened 200,000 times, even the evil god's curse power is still destroyed. After destroying the cursed skeleton, Chen Tian glanced at Velasco several kilometers away, and the demon army that had already rushed over, said indifferently, "Energy attack, I will too," said. In Chen Tian's hands, a golden light ball appeared again, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of the basin, emitting unstable tremors. There is also a terrifying aura of destruction. Everything happens in the blink of an eye. At the moment when Chen Tian destroyed the energy ball, Velasco's face changed greatly, not good, and a dimensional crack appeared on its side and disappeared. At the same time, the energy ball in Chen Tian's hand burst out. Looking from a distance, I saw a golden light flashing in the middle of the army of tens of thousands of demons, followed by an endless burst of golden light. Boom! The sky crumbled and the earth shook. The golden fireball continued to expand, and the light emitted almost illuminated this dim world. Under the golden fireball, all the demons instantly vanished into ashes, the earth collapsed like sand and gravel, and hundreds of thousands of tons of gravel were thrown away under the terrifying force. There were even dark cracks in the surrounding space, and the entire different dimensional space was shaking. And as it continued to expand, the golden fireball also emitted a fiery light impact, and under the golden light, the ground within a dozen kilometers was ignited with blazing flames. A little closer, the surface of the earth melted into magma under the fiery golden light, and the fiery air wave that was set off was like a 15th level typhoon, rushing out for more than 10 kilometers. Huge amounts of golden fireballs kept expanding, finally reaching a diameter of 1,500 meters, and only slowly stopped when they reached an altitude of more than 3,000 meters. The fireball emitted a shockwave of destruction, forming a circle of red doomsday air waves high in the sky, shaking the black clouds away, forming 800 into a cloudless area of tens of kilometers. As the black clouds dissipated, a dark red void was also revealed at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. The shaking of the earth, the fiery gust of wind, and the golden light of destruction slowly subsided until more than 10 minutes later. When the smoke cleared, I saw that the plain 5 kilometers away from the hill had disappeared, and in the middle was a huge deep pit of more than 1,000 meters. The deep pit is bottomless, and the surrounding earth is undulating, forming a radial shape, with a bare surface, which is black magma that has cooled after melting. A layer of the land in the farther range was also cut off, spreading over a dozen kilometers, forming an endless plain. In this area, the only thing standing is that hill. Under the defense of Velasco's magic circle, the whole hill was still there, but the foot of the hill was cut in half, forming a bare cliff. The magic circle shrouded in the castle above became dim, and many buildings inside were also affected by the shock. The runes burst, and the buildings collapsed. At this time, a few hundred meters away from Chen Tian, the gravel exploded, and the tempered Colossus climbed up from below, spit out a mouthful of gravel. And when he saw the surrounding landscape, Colossus couldn't help swallowing. Terrible. If this blow fell on the city, it would instantly destroy the main urban area of a large city, turn most of the city into ruins, and kill millions of people. It can be said that it has reached the point of destroying the city with one blow. Whoosh! At this moment, the space in the distance fluctuated, and Velasco walked out of the dimensional crack. Seeing that his old nest was destroyed, when he was shocked by the power of the blow just now, Velasco was even more incomparably angry, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Human, I want to kill. Just as Velasco was about to let out an angry roar, Chen Tian in the distance disappeared instantly. In an instant, he appeared in front of him, his eyes were indifferent, and he punched out. And at the moment when Chen Tian's fist fell, a string of grim skull necklaces lit up on Velasco's neck, who had no time to react. In addition, on its 2 wrists, the bracers it wears also emit amazing magical fluctuations. There are also several secret energy rings on the fingers, and a blue crystal in his arms, all of which are triggered, emitting powerful energy fluctuations, and turning into layers of shields. Boom boom boom. Under the fist wrapped around the materialized energy, the layers of arcane shields outside Velasco's body kept collapsing, bursting, and emitting a dazzling halo of energy. 30 layers of magic shields collapsed instantly, followed by Chen Tian's fist crashing on Velasco's body with an indescribable burst of power. Boom! Velasco disappeared in the air in an instant, the ground below exploded, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. High in the sky, Chen Tian looked down indifferently. What about the magician who has lived for hundreds of years and has been gifted by the ancient gods? As long as he was fast enough and powerful enough, the opponent didn't even have the time to react to cast magic, and he was instantly killed. No, he didn't die. At the foot of the mountain, in a crater of dozens of meters, Velasco, whose cloak was shattered and his face pale, slowly stood up. On his chest, there was a hole in the file size of the basin, and you could see the wriggling flesh and viscera inside, as well as the pale stubble of the back. It didn't die. Chen Tian was a little surprised. Although his punch was weakened by more than 30 layers of secret energy shields, it was still terrifying. It was enough to collapse a hill in an explosion, and the power was more than 10 million tons. Under this kind of power, this magician was not blasted into ashes. And when Chen Tian was surprised that Velasco was not bombed, Velasco in the deep pit was even more shocked, because with Chen Tian's punch, the defensive magic items it had accumulated for hundreds of years were all shattered, and the super ability power bestowed by the ancient gods was almost completely destroyed. If it hadn't had a special connection with this different dimensional space, and could have given most of the damage to this world, it would have died just now. GGGG. Velasco let out a strange laugh, and on its chest, the injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and looked at Chen Tian in the sky coldly. Human, you can't kill me. I am the ruler of the boundary of hell. Unless you can destroy this world, I will never die. Although he was very jealous of Chen Tian in his heart, Velasco said that he would not lose, but he was the great ruler of the boundary of hell. Really? Chen Tian was non-committal. He knew that Velasco didn't lie. As the ruler of this other dimension, it was somewhat similar to the state of Dormammu, who dominated the dark dimension. There is some connection with this world, and how strong Velasco is depends on whether it rules this alien dimension. Here, he can deliver energy balls, energy shields, transfer matter, tier dimension teleportation, summon demons called tentacles, etc. If it wasn't for Chen Tian being too strong and having replaced those X-Men, there would be no way to take it. Velasco flew into the sky again, exuding a powerful breath, faintly linked with this world, and wanted to deter Chen Tian and the others when they were forced out. In this case, I will destroy this world. After finishing speaking, Chen Tian's body was even more terrifying, and a more domineering destructive power broke out. Boom! The energy erupted from Chen Tian's whole body turned from transparent to golden, and the substantial air waves destroyed everything around him, forming a black vacuum zone with a range of tens of meters. The second awakening, the energy fission, the strength increase from the first 8 times to 27 times, directly skyrocketed to more than 210 times. With the strength of at the moment Chen Tian, what is the concept of increasing the strength by more than 200 times? In an instant, under the terrifying force, the surrounding environment was affected, and within 10 kilometers below, countless rubble floated as if losing gravity. The air in the distance was also squeezed by the extremely domineering force and expelled, forming a circle of substantial white circles, setting off a gust of wind. Even the black clouds scattered by the explosion in the sky gathered together under the invisible gravity, and the black pressure formed a larger vortex in the sky, with a huge momentum. At the moment Chen Tian's eyes and hair were almost changed to golden color, and his body exuded an indescribable sense of heaviness and oppression, like a Mephisto descending. Because the power is too terrifying, the whole person has turned into a black hole, swallowed the light, distorted the surrounding space, and seemed unable to carry his existence. At this moment, Chen Tian was extremely powerful. If the runaway Qin Ruo appeared in front of him again, he would be able to blow up with a single punch. Similarly, the world in front of him has become very fragile in his eyes, and it seems that with a little force, the space can be torn apart and entered into the endless void. Several kilometers away, Colossus was lying directly on the ground, and was so oppressed that he couldn't move due to the invisible permeating pressure between heaven and earth. And Velasco, who faced Chen Tian directly, also felt an aura of death coming towards him. This was the first time he felt death in so many years. Chen Tian looked at Velasco in the distance, his majestic golden eyes were icy cold, and a terrifying will spread out, locking Velasco. In an instant, the space around it solidified, unable to open the dimensional crack, and unable to teleport away. Chen Tian said in a cold voice, Velasco, bring out your strongest power and let me see how strong you are, one of the most powerful magicians in the legend. Otherwise, you will be destroyed together with this world. Said, Chen Tian clenched his fist slightly with his right hand, and the terrifying golden blue power in his body gathered in an instant, emitting a dazzling light that made the world tremble, terrifying and terrifying. However, just when Chen Tian was about to punch with all his strength, he would destroy Velasco, together with this Asian-sized land, as well as an even more expansive and empty space. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, stop, stop quickly. In the magic castle in the distance, a somewhat embarrassed blonde girl appeared on the fence. In her hand, she held a black spell like Colossus. At the moment, the spell in the hand of the blonde girl and the spell in Colossus's hand are shining brightly. Suddenly Colossus suddenly remembered their purpose this time, and the souls of the dead rushed out and shouted with difficulty, "Wait, West, my sister is there." Immediately, Chen Tian, who was about to punch out, was stunned. He also remembered their purpose this time, as if they were looking for someone. Just focusing on the excitement of the fight and releasing the power, I forgot about 4.4 for a while. If one punch destroys this alien dimension, wouldn't it kill Colossus' sister along with it? The golden eyes were full of indescribable majesty. Chen Tian looked indifferently at the blonde girl in the distance, and said in a low voice, "Are you Liana, Peter Rasputin's sister?" In an instant Liana only felt a terrifying pressure coming towards her. Roar couldn't help sucking, and then nodded with difficulty, "Yes, it's me." Seeing this, Chen Tian's aura slightly converged, and the terrifying power gathered in his hands slowly dissipated, and his voice continued to say in a low voice, "What is your relationship with this devil? Do you want me to kill it to save you out?" No, it can barely count as my teacher." Liana shook her head quickly, for fear that he would destroy the world. "Teacher? It turned out that we misunderstood, I'm sorry." Chen Tian said lightly, but there was no apology on his face at all. Instead he was a little regretful. It's a pity that the punch just now didn't go out. At this moment, Velasco just wanted to scold her mother. "You said earlier that you were here to find someone, you can't talk properly, and you will blow everything up indiscriminately." Almost killed it with one punch and destroyed the whole world. Definitely, it automatically ignores the fact that it will shoot directly as soon as it meets, and summon the army of demons in the dark living room. Chen Tian and Colossus were sitting on chairs, and the blonde girl poured a cup of coffee for each of them. This is a fair-skinned, beautiful-looking girl wearing a special tight-fitting magic battlesuit, with a valiant appearance. In the main seat, Velasco showed a reluctant, grim smile on his face, and said in a hoarse voice, "I didn't expect that the two of you are here to find someone, and this is Liana's brother." 35. According to an old saying, when I traveled in the East, I don't know it if I don't know it. It's true that I didn't think carefully about Liana's matter. I forgot to notify Peter and your parents when I left, which caused today's misunderstanding. According to Velasco's statement earlier, when it passed the farm, it found that Liana had magical abilities, so it took her to the border of hell. I'm very sorry for not having time to inform Peter's parents because of the rush. Definitely, that's what I said. If it wasn't for Chen Tian's face, Velasco wouldn't care about Peter at all. Maybe he would have killed him. Not to mention notifying his parents. As the great master of demons, it is a great blessing for their family to accept Liana, although its original purpose was to find a magical servant. Peter said politely, "Mr. Velasco, I'm here to take Liana back this time. She left home when she was 7 years old. We miss her very much." Although Velasco's attitude was okay, Peter knew that the other party was looking at Chen Tian's face, and he was still the powerhouse who ruled over demons. So speak politely. After Peter finished speaking, Velasquez blinked and looked at the black-haired boy beside 02 with some fear, then looked at Liana, and said in a low voice, "Liana, do you want to go back to Earth?" When the battle broke out, Liana was practicing in the basement of the castle, so she didn't appear at the first time. And her goal of cultivating so hard is to one day defeat Velasco, become the master of the boundary of hell, and return to Earth. Now that someone came to save her, Liana nodded without thinking, "I do." "Okay." Velasco was silent for a while, but in the end he didn't dare to refuse. There was no way. That black-haired boy was too terrifying. It has a feeling that if the last punch falls, it will die, and this alien dimension will collapse. Destroying a different dimension with one blow, even if the world is not as stable as the space where the Earth is, this kind of strength is still powerful and a bit terrifying. The Earth has this person, unless one day its strength surpasses this person. Otherwise, the dream of pulling the Earth into the boundary of hell, integrating the two dimensions, and becoming the ruler of the Earth can only be a dream. At this time, Chen Tian said indifferently, "Since Mr. Velasco has no opinion, Miss Liana, go and clean up, I have to rush back to do the test." "Okay." Liana was a little excited. Xavier Academy, the basement base with spatial coordinates. Suddenly the space in the room distorted, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. In the twinkling of light, Chen Tian, Colossus, and Liana appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, Professor X, who had been waiting for a while, showed a smile on Storm's face. As for Scott and Shadowcat, they had already gone up because of something. Professor X said gently, "I'm back, I'm not hurt." Colossus nodded happily. "Fortunately, there is West to help, otherwise there may be an accident. That magician named Velasco is too strong." Thinking of the boundless army of demons, the tentacles of the evil gods that shattered the earth at will, the bombardment of energy balls, and the strange curse, Peter's scalp tingled. The most important thing is that the other party has some kind of connection with that world and cannot be killed. The blonde girl shook her head. "Brother, Velasco is actually not as powerful as you think. The powerful power and endless magic power displayed in front of it is because it is on the boundary of hell. If it appears on the earth, its strength will plummet several times. That's it." Colossus was stunned, then reacted. "Liana, let me introduce you. This is Professor X, this is Teacher Orlo. We are now at the Xavier Gifted School. The students in the school, like me, are all mutants. Professor, this is my sister, Liana, who was taken by Velasco when she was 7. 99. The blonde girl said generously, "Hello Professor, hello Teacher Orlo, I'm Liana, thank you for your help this time." Professor X nodded with a smile, "You're welcome, everything is fine." Then his voice changed, "Liana, you are also a mutant." There was a look of surprise in Liana's eyes, a little surprised. "Professor, how can you see that I have awakening mutant ability, not magician?" Professor X smiled slightly, "Because I am very familiar with mutants, so I can distinguish whether the other is a super ability person or a mutant as long as I perceive the other's mental fluctuations." "So amazing?" A look of surprise appeared in Liana's eyes. Professor X smiled lightly, "This is not the place to talk, let's go up and talk." "It is good." In the school's living room, Chen Tian sat on the single sofa, next to Colossus and his sister, and on the opposite small sofa sat Iceman who had heard the news. On the other side are Storm and Shadowcat. Not far away Wolverine is whispering something to Professor X. In addition, Scott also came over with Shockwave, a new member of X-Men. It was rare for so many people to gather together, and everyone was in a good mood. At this time, Shadowcat said with some anticipation, "West, will you stay at the school for 2 days this time?" Chen Tian shook his head, "Maybe I can't stay, now some experiments have come to a critical moment. Although Clarice is there to look after the institute, I still need to watch, so I'll be ready to go back after a while." "I see." Shadowcat was a little regretful. Professor X, who was talking to Wolverine, looked over and said, "Speaking of this, West, how far have you studied the X gene?" Hearing that, Scott and the others also looked at Chen Tian curiously. They knew that Chen Tian had been researching X gene ability, and after going to Mexico, he stayed in the research institute all day long. It is said that billions of dollars have been thrown into it. Speaking of his achievements, Chen Tian showed a smile on his face. "The progress is not bad, I have successfully extracted and integrated the X gene ability of psychokinesis." "What? You have the psychokinesis ability? Real?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Chen Tian in shock. Over the years, countless people have been researching mutant ability, and many artificial mutants have also been researched, and many of them are still very powerful. However, these artificially created mutants have defects, most of them died of genetic collapse soon, and a few survived. Even so, there are still countless people who have followed suit. No way, the temptation of extraordinary power is too great, who doesn't want to master the power above all living beings? It's just that over the years, it's rare for mutant to successfully integrate other mutant ability. This kind of integrate is not the short-term copy of Anna and Cud, but the real absorption of other people's super ability. Definitely, Wolverine doesn't count, because he just replaces the retractable bone claws with steel claws. The Esm sisters don't count either, because they're clones, equal to half the White Queen's daughters. When everyone was shocked, Chen Tian shook his head. "Although I obtained psychokinesis, I don't know if it is because of the acquired integration, it is not very strong. At present, I can use about 5% of my mental strength." 99. It's only 5%. Storm and the others suddenly felt a little pity. The release of 5% of the spiritual power does not sound very strong. But Professor X's eyes jumped. He knew how terrifying Chen Tian's spiritual power was, so powerful that even his spiritual ability couldn't perceive his thoughts. Professor X moved a little. "West, can I integrate psychokinesis?" As the strongest mind ability person in the world, Professor X's spiritual power is as vast as the ocean. But such a huge mental force has no destructive power except perception, browsing, and controlling other people's thoughts and thoughts. This has always been Professor X's heart disease. If he can possess psychokinesis, with his terrifying spiritual power, he can instantly become one of the world's top powerhouses. Although it can be considered at present, it can interfere with reality and cannot interfere with it are two concepts. Chen Tian nodded, "Yes." Chen Tian's words made Shadowcat's eyes light up. "West, can we integrate other abilities, such as Mr. Scott's Cyclops?" That might be a little difficult." Chen Tian explained, "Currently, in my research, the most mature technology is the extraction of psychokinesis factors, and the research on other genetic abilities is not yet mature. And even if it is psychokinesis, it takes more than half a month to extract a successful 800 hours, and the integration rate needs to be improved according to different genetic modulations. So it is." The others were suddenly disappointed. Although Chen Tian's research technology has been perfected, he knows how exaggerated the technology that can integrate mutant ability at will, so he kept it. Alone is just psychokinesis's success, and while it will draw some prying eyes, it's not enough to put many at risk. Although Chen Tian is not afraid of trouble, he also doesn't like being disturbed all the time. As for concealment, there is no need because Clarice and Edith have integrated the new ability, and they will be discovered sooner or later. At that time, if they were known by Professor X, it would appear that Chen Tian was not enough. And from Chen Tian's point of view, if Professor X had psychokinesis, his strength would definitely skyrocket. With him around, many mutant matters could be resolved. Don't bother him anymore. At this time, Chen Tian explained, "Besides, this kind of integrate has some limitations. For example, if the gene tolerance is not enough, it may only integrate one kind. And after integrating ability, everyone's strength is different, which varies from person to person. Professor X praised. Even so, your research, West, is enough to shock the world. And you have only been studying for 2 or 3 months. Maybe in the future, as your research progresses, a new era of mutant will be opened. At that time, each mutant can have multiple abilities to make up for weaknesses. Having said that, Professor X paused, with a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. There, Professor, you complimented you. Chen Tian smiled slightly and said humbly, if it weren't for those materials and some special reasons, I don't know how long it would take to get to this point. Let all mutants have multiple abilities? How is it possible, and the world will not be turned upside down? After all, there is no shortage of ambitious people, and Chen Tian is not interested in dealing with troubles all day long, so it is impossible for him to announce this integrate ability technology. No one gets the energy X factor except those he approves. Clarice was very happy to see Chen Tian back. As for Edith Lace, she is still sweeping the hands of the Aurora group. The 6 major gray gang groups in Mexico almost occupy most of the underground market in this country, 32 continents, and nearly 200 file-size cities. At present, the Bloody Hand Society occupies 29 cities and 5 states, with nearly 100,000 personnel under its command, which is eye-catching. Definitely, the Grey Gang of more than 100,000 people is inconspicuous to the 29 cities, and there are still countless small gangs mixed in during the period. And because the expansion is too fast, the Blood Hand Society has now been changed to a parliamentary system. Each city has a person in charge, and the 7 major families are in charge of it. These families are each responsible for different things, such as the entertainment industry, the flower business, the smuggling business, and the legitimate industry on the surface. In the end, he reported to Edith Lace. As for Chen Tian, he never cared about these trivial matters. Early in the morning, in the dining room, Chen Tian and Clarice sat at the dining table and had breakfast. On the LCD screen on the far wall, CBV News is playing. Every morning and evening, the news of this TV station will broadcast various major events around the world, such as where there are mutants making troubles, and where there are super ability people making troubles. In addition, it will also pay attention to the events of people who have a great influence, and what supernatural events have occurred in various countries. For example, now, news about mutant is playing. Hello everyone, I'm Ellie Des, host. Yesterday afternoon, in the Indian Ocean, a freighter from the Republic of Mutant had a conflict with the fleet of Australia. It is reported that there were many mutants who had left the country illegally from Australia on the freighter, so they were pursued by the Australian fleet. But on that freighter, there were also fighters from the mutant country, especially the strongest mutant Phoenix Force, so there was a conflict. As the host's voice fell, the big screen behind him suddenly switched, turning into a roaring battleship and a figure standing at sea. In the somewhat blurry picture, Chen Tian was standing at an altitude of several hundred meters, with a pair of red wings stretching dozens of meters behind him. Under the endless red energy, the waves are surging, and the wind roar is howling. At the same time, I don't know what happened, the Australian fleet, consisting of 13 destroyers, missile ships, amphibious ships, etc., was actually firing. The cannons spewed out chains of fire, missiles, and rockets roared out, but they all exploded when they were close to the Phoenix Force's 100-meter range, and the sky was full of fire. In the firelight, the Phoenix Force standing high in the sky is like a god, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. Behind her, the red light of the wings shone, and endless rays of destruction erupted. The missiles and artillery shells scattered in the sky disappeared, and the fleets disintegrated, which was very terrifying. In the end, the picture went black, because the camera that was filming was also destroyed, and the satellite data was interrupted. The screen jumped back to the host and said solemnly, in this conflict, the great power of Australia lost 13 warships, and the death toll reached more than 4,500. This is the biggest conflict with other countries since the establishment of the mutant country, with heavy casualties. Last night, Australian Prime Minister Mo Shang held a press conference, saying that he would make the Mutant Republic and Phoenix Force pay for this incident. However, we have not yet been informed of any specific actions by O. In response to this matter, the United Nations also issued a news requesting an explanation from Magneto Eric, severely condemning the brutality of the Phoenix Force. This morning there were mass demonstrations all over the world. The parade opposes mutants' abuse of ability, the killing of ordinary people, and demands that all nations join forces to destroy the Mutant Republic. At the same time, many superheroes around the world have also expressed their opinions, condemning Phoenix Force, thinking that she is using ability incorrectly. Seeing this, Chen Tian was a little surprised and felt that it was reasonable. Because of the scattered sand in the previous mutant, although there were a lot of people, there were many strong people, but those in power in the mainstream society did not care. In their eyes, those mutants are just some super ability people, some experimental products. But as Magneto established the country, in less than half a year, hundreds of thousands of mutants have gathered, and many mutants around the world are constantly rushing. You must know that these are hundreds of thousands of super ability people. Although most of them are average in strength, they cannot hold a large base. Therefore, before the mutant country develops, countries have already felt a strong threat. This conflict may be deliberately done by someone behind it. After all, the current Chen is not the runaway her, but the righteous X-Men, who can force her to kill. There must be a reason. The purpose is to completely push mutant to the opposite side of the world. Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that we may not wait for Thanos to arrive, and a war will break out between mutant and ordinary people, involving all the extraordinary people in the world. Although mutants have super ability, and many are extremely powerful, it does not mean that ordinary people have no resistance. Not to mention the nuclear bomb, there are still many powerful magicians, necromancers, ancient inheritors, and mutated superhumans in this world, such as Ant-Man, Hulk, Fantastic Four. In addition, if there are some bug characters, such as Sentry, who does not know if there is any, and aliens such as Galactus' daughter Gonada. At this time, after the mutant incident was played on the monitor, the screen turned and came to a racing track where Roar was happy, and the host continued. Yesterday morning, billionaire Tony Stark, the famous playboy of the United States, was attacked by malicious elements while he was participating in a car race 5. In the footage, we can see a man in overalls appearing on the track just after the race started. In his hands were two whip-shaped weapons entwined with electric lights, which easily cut a speeding car in half, followed by Tony's car. If it weren't for the critical moment, Tony's assistant secretary delivered the steel battlesuit in time, and the famous playboy would have died in the car. According to our understanding, the weapon in the hands of the person in this attack is a battlesuit that imitates the Iron Man armor, which can give an ordinary person great power. The Raiders' performance seemed to herald the kind of battlesuit that Iron Man could easily create. At present, military companies in various countries have announced the launch of the War Armor Plan, preparing to manufacture similar powerful steel armor to deal with the recent increasing mutant incidents. Is Iron Man 2 started? Chen Tian raised his brows. The opposite Clarice said with some doubts. West, what to? Chen Tian smiled slightly and said casually, it's nothing, I'm saying that the international situation has become more and more chaotic recently, and even Iron Man has appeared. 99. No matter how chaotic outside, Chen Tian is still busy with his own business. But now, he doesn't need to fly into the sea of clouds to bask in the sun, so he can spend time with Clarice during the day and cultivate his relationship. Occasionally, when Edith Lace came back to report to work, she would start an endless battle with her. Because the bodies of both sides are very strong, the battle is very fierce and time-consuming, and the first battle is basically over in one day. In this case, time passed quickly, and after half a month, the psychokinesis factor prepared for Professor X was successfully extracted. However, Chen Tian didn't have time to send it over, so Cyclops, Colossus, and Storm came personally in their Blackbird fighter jets, and they seemed to take it seriously. By the time the Blackbirds returned to school, all the X-Men had gathered in the professor's office, including the new Shockwave, Mick. Obviously, they are very interested in the X-Factor that Chen Tian is studying. Teacher, things are in here. Cyclops put a small suitcase on the table, and under the eyes of everyone, he entered the password to open it. Click. As the box opened automatically, a 10-centimeter-long glass container with a file size of thumb appeared, and hundreds of blue light spots flashed inside, which was very beautiful. Shadowcat exclaimed, so beautiful. The blonde girl Liana nodded in agreement. Wolverine was a little surprised. How does this thing work? Is it shot directly into the body, or is it drunk? Scott shook his head. Don't bother, West said these X-Factors are pure energy forms, just open the lid and put your finger in it. So simple. West is amazing. People were amazed. Compared to them, Professor X was unusually excited. He gently picked up the special glass container and opened the lid according to the steps. Immediately, a desire from the cells and their own genes came out from all X-Men bodies, urging them to devour and absorb those energy factors. The sudden change shocked everyone and quickly suppressed the impulse in their bodies. At this time, Professor X had already stretched his fingers in, and those light spots seemed to be pulled into his fingers silently. Immediately, Professor X felt the difference in his body, and clearly felt that under the influence of the X gene in his body, some kind of metamorphosis occurred in his spiritual power. That's a powerful metamorphosis. Looking at Professor X sitting there with his eyes closed, Storm couldn't help being a little nervous. Professor, how are you? After a long time, Professor X slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. I feel very good. I have never felt better. Ha 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 ha, money. Having said that, Professor X laughed happily. At this moment, a majestic and vast psychokinesis filled with Professor X as the center, and suddenly the entire room shook, and countless objects were slowly suspended. Immediately afterwards, this psychokinesis poured out of the teaching building, covering the playground outside, and then the entire school. The earth trembled slightly under this terrifying psychokinesis. And just 1 month after Professor X obtained the psychokinesis factor, it took several months, Chen Tian's research on space finally came to fruition. On the 4th floor of the basement, in a more complex equipment container, thousands of silver light points flickered like stars, emitting a magnificent light. Under the faint halo, the surrounding space is faintly distorted. As a space ability person, Clarice felt the powerful space power from those light spots, and exclaimed, West, you have succeeded 5. Yay, it finally succeeded. Chen Tian nodded with emotion. During this period of time, he has been researching day and night, and the research has not only spent billions of dollars in resources, but also spent a lot of energy. But it's all worth it. With the space ability, he can enter the sealed space in advance and take the reality gem. With the reality gem, he can be sure to suppress the ancient one who owns the time gem and take away the time gem. In emotion, Chen Tian opened the entrance of the container and stretched his entire right arm in, and suddenly countless light spots merged into his arm like moths flying into the fire. What is space? In Marvel and many anime, superhero movies, space represents teleportation, storage space, space tearing, etc. But when Chen Tian extracted the space ability fragments from many space-class Mutant X genes, cultivated, integrated, and finally extracted the complete space X factor, after integrating, he realized that his previous perceptions were all wrong. With the absorption of the spatial X factor, the X gene in Chen Tian began to undergo some kind of metamorphosis, and at the same time, Chen Tian's spiritual attributes were also changing. At the moment in his infinite microscopic mental perception, space actually has many layers, and each layer is composed of infinitely small matter. These infinitely small matters are like energy and matter, and their volume is 10 carats smaller than quarks. I don't know how many times, even Chen Tian can only barely perceive. However, the distribution of matter in these spaces is not very uniform, and there are many gaps in some loose places. This novel perception and the new hairstyle for space made the whole world seem to have unraveled a veil in front of Chen Tian, and was greatly shocked. Simply explaining how Chen Tian feels now is like the air in the eyes of ordinary people, as if nothing exists. But when people hold a millionfold microscope, they find that there are countless microbial substances and energy wandering in the air. At this time, Chen Tian stretched out his hand slightly and swiped in front of him. Silently, a pitch-black crack appeared in the laboratory. The crack was pitch-black, exuding a gravitational force that devoured everything. But after only swallowing some air, the dark crack disappeared. Then, Chen Tian stretched out his hand towards the equipment not far away, and in the middle of that equipment, a pitch-black crack that was 1 meter long and 1 centimeter wide flashed. Immediately, the device silently turned into 2 halves, and the fracture was smooth. Arriving here, Chen Tian didn't take another shot, but looked at the black-haired girl beside him. Clarice, do you feel anything? I feel the fluctuation of space power. Clarice replied with a slight pause. And then, the black-haired girl was a little dazed, but nodded anyway. 800 no more. Well, it seems that it is my fault. Chen Tian nodded. Because the mental power can be infinitely microscopic, when he has the space attribute, he can observe the existence of the space. And the mutants like Clarice, although they also have the space ability, are very simple, and they only know how to use it but don't know what space is. I know it, but I don't know why. In the view of Chen Tian of at the moment, mutants in this world are actually very blessed, and every ability involves some kind of law. In other words, their ability is the key to leveraging the power of law, such as Clarice's space, Shadowcat's molecules, Colossus material transformation, Cyclops laser energy control and release, etc., including storm to control atmospheric storms, thunder, all involve law. However, due to their shallow cognition and the deficiency of ability, most people cannot exert their due power. Especially the defect on ability, Chen Tian feels that it should be left by the Heavenly God group on purpose, otherwise, if there are no restrictions, the entire universe will belong to mutant. The level of a mutant is actually the completeness of their ability. The more complete, powerful, and stable the ability, the higher the level. And once mutant can break the defect on ability, it can become Omega. Chen Tian suddenly said, Clarice, grab me. The black-haired girl blinked, grabbed Chen Tian's hand obediently, and then the two instantly disappeared in the basement and appeared in the back garden above. Clarice was a little surprised. Space cutting, space teleportation, West, you have mastered 2 space abilities, which are amazing. Although Clarice also has the space ability, she only opens the portal at a certain distance and has no means of attack, which has always made her feel a little tasteless. Assy. 2, no. Chen Tian shook his head slightly, then stretched out his hand to slightly hold the pavilion in the distance, and instantly that piece of space was like a materialized transparent paper, twisted and shattered into a ball. In the blink of an eye, the pavilion was transformed into a grotesque mass of matter squeezed together. Chen Tian said lightly, in fact, space is also a kind of power, but unfortunately the X factor is not strong enough, otherwise I can crush the entire Earth. The mastery of space ability actually does not greatly improve Chen Tian's combat power. Because the X gene cells that have just been integrated are too few, they are not very strong. At most, it can teleport about a kilometer, space cutting, and space distortion. These abilities can only extend over a range of more than 10 meters. This distance is not as destructive as his casual punch. At present, it is more to enrich his fighting methods. Unless the space X cells are replicated and divided to a sufficient number and become as many as the X energy rampant cells, the alpha-level space power can be fully exerted. However, the improvement in combat power is not much, but it is still a huge harvest for Chen Tian, which makes him have a clearer understanding of this world and is also very helpful for research. For example, the fixed star battlesuit material strength is not enough, and the nuclear fusion furnace cannot be simplified to a miniature problem. If the material strength is not enough, it is compressed through the space ability. After compressing the battlesuit metal close to the strength of adamantium by 100 times, Chen Tian obtained a heavy and terrifying substance. As for the fusion furnace, it is no longer a matter of simplification, but how to make it huge, and then compress the space where it is located through space cutting. After all, how can the energy released per second of a miniature nuclear fusion furnace of fist file size compare to the energy released by the last nuclear fusion power station? Moreover, Chen Tian is not only preparing to build a large-scale nuclear fusion furnace, but also preparing to install dozens of fusion cores on the battlesuit. At that time, with the endless supply of nuclear fusion energy, I don't know how much his strength can be improved, but the energy is definitely endless. In fact, with Chen Tian's current strength, whether or not the fixed star battlesuit has little effect. But take precautions, in order to avoid falling into the dark zone in the future, and the lack of energy in the long-term battle, the battlesuit must be created. Yes, Superman also suffers from a lack of energy. Although Superman is extremely powerful, once the energy stored in the cells in the body is exhausted and cannot be supplemented by sunlight, it will become weak. Unless one day, Chen Tian can be so powerful that he can create energy out of thin air in his body, such as evolving into a silver superstar. Otherwise, the existence of this fixed star battlesuit will help him to some extent. Even in the future, when he is strong enough, Chen Tian may compress some yellow fixed stars and insert blue fixed stars into battlesuits as energy reserves. Definitely, at present this kind of possibility is just thinking about it. It is still very early. Just next, Chen Tian faced many problems. After the space was cut and compressed, how to stabilize the link with other substances, as well as nuclear raw materials. While Chen Tian was busy, time flew by. Although he already has space power, Chen Tian is still ready to go out after reaching the peak of bronze. Anyway, the Avengers plot has not yet started. And after the Avengers incident passed, the 9-star series will appear. Jane accidentally entered the church space and obtained the reality gem. So before, the reality gem was safe. Chen Tian squatted at home all day long, naturally no one was there, and he didn't dare to disturb him. At the same time, under the leadership of Edith Lace, the Blood Hand Council is still slowly expanding, and the Grey Gang is very restrained. The big deal is that I slowly retreat. However, Chen Tian lived very quietly, but the atmosphere outside became more and more solemn, and the conflicts between mutant and ordinary people in many places became more and more intense. On an average day, hundreds of super ability crimes break out around the world. Among these criminal incidents, there are mutants, and there are also many humans who rely on technology, medicine, etc. to obtain powerful power. The troubled place is very chaotic. In this case, many superheroes popped up, such as Iron Man, War Machine, Spider-Man, Ant-Man, Captain the United States, Daredevil, Hawkeye, Cyclops, Ghost Rider, etc. At the same time, some super ability people in the past, such as the Fantastic Four, have become more famous with the fight against super criminals. For a time, the whole world is the topic of superhero, and there are many superhero deeds every day, because there are too many heroes. Suffering from mutant suppression, ordinary people need heroes. At present, the most popular are Iron Man, Fantastic Four, and Captain Yingguo. Needless to say, Iron Man is mainly handsome. The popularity of the Fantastic Four is that Invisible Woman is very beautiful. As for Captain Yingguo, it is because of his power and propaganda behind the forces. Judging from the current situation, the promoter behind it should be preparing to embrace the general trend and put all the superhumans and super ability people in the name of heroes. When the war breaks out, they will force the superhumans to stand up and fight mutant. On the sofa, Chen Tian is having a meeting with Professor X and Magneto's projection. At the moment, it has been 5 months since the rescue of the secret guest. After 5 months, Chen Tian has changed a lot, such as looking more mature. Said to be a 16-year-old boy, but he looked more like a 20-year-old, handsome and a little overly handsome. And there is obviously no breath in him, but inexplicably gives people the illusion that he is as heavy as a mountain. Sitting there is the center of the world. Professor X said slowly, the current situation is very complicated. There may be a slight fuse, and a full-scale war will break out between mutant and humanity. Eric sneered, Charles, you don't have any illusions anymore. War is inevitable, and they chose war on their own initiative. During this period of time, during the investigation by Chen and the others, many of the mutant super ability crimes that broke out around the world were not actually mutants 35. And after these criminals are caught, they will not be tried immediately, and then after a few days, they will be released or escaped by accident. And then commit the crime again, and then get caught by those superhero. At this point, Magneto snorted. Obviously, those people are hyping the atmosphere of mutant threat, and through these means, the subconscious is telling ordinary people that mutant is not scary. 99. They've declared war on us, so I think we should fight back and tell them we've seen through their plot. Mr. Eric is right. Chen Tian smiled lightly, that's right, I have something to do next time I'm going to lie in London, so let me try it out. West, you are going to Yingguo. Professor X was a little moved. Chen Tian nodded, yes, let's settle some grievances by the way. West, try to avoid hurting innocent people. Professor X sighed slightly, he knew what Chen Tian's so-called grievances were. Chen Tian smiled lightly, but said something that shocked the two of them, don't worry, Professor, I shouldn't sink England Island. Mutant country, in the office. As the meeting ended and the projections dissipated, Magneto looked back at JYN, Quicksilver, Polaris, who stood behind him. Compared to before, the present Chen and others are more mature and calm than in the past in terms of temperament and demeanor. Looking at Chen, Magneto said slowly, Chen, what do you think? Chen pondered slightly. He has a keen insight in the inside of Daguan and things, and can find problems from some unrelated things. There is no doubt that West is a natural leader. During this period of time, facing the increasingly complex international situation, Magneto and Professor X kept meeting and communicating, and occasionally brought in the busy Chen Tian. Obviously, in the hearts of the two, Chen Tian, who is squatting in Mexico, has a pivotal position. In several meetings, Chen Tian often raised some questions from another angle, which made one see Wong and the others froze. At the same time, Magneto will call Chen, Quicksilver, and Polaris to listen to them during meetings sometimes, so as to cultivate their perspective on the overall situation. Therefore, after Chen finished speaking, Quicksilver and Polaris nodded in agreement, admiring the black-haired boy thousands of miles away. But Magneto was a little speechless. I asked about West's strength. Chen shook her head. It's just an electronic projection, you can't see it. However, West has not shot for a few months, and with his strength, the speed of improvement is definitely stronger than in the First World War in Zagra City. Under normal circumstances, what mutants' ability awakening is like at the time of awakening will be what it will be in the future. The only thing that improves is the control and proficiency of ability. There are only a few mutants, and their strength will increase over time, but the improvement is limited. Like Chen Tian, his strength skyrocketed several times and dozens of times after a period of time, but it almost didn't exist, just like he had no upper limit. That's why Professor X, Magneto valued him. It has been half a year since Chen Tian last shot. No one knows how far he has grown, including Magneto and Professor X. Inside the villa, Chen Tian turned off the projector. On the opposite side, a black-haired girl dressed as a secretary, who has grown more pure and beautiful, said softly, West, the information you want has been found. Chen Tian nodded, tell me about it. Clarice tapped in front of the notebook, and said softly, the Knights of God's Punishment of Yingguo consists of 12 super ability people, modeled after King Arthur's 12 Knights of the Round Table. Among them, the leader of Yingguo is the strongest, named Buledin Lois Braddock. According to the information of the Ministry of Defense of Yingguo, the other party used to be an ordinary person. After a car accident 2 years ago, he was rescued by the legendary necromancer Merlin, summoned to a special place, and then gained great power. 35. In the data, he can lift 100 tons of heavy objects, can fly, and is linked to a certain energy matrix, which can greatly increase ability when he is located in England. Having weapons is a long sword, a special staff, and the staff grants him the ability to use fire. And that sword is said to be the legendary sword in the stone, which claims to have the power to cut through the entire universe, and is currently the most popular hero in Yingguo. Puff? When Clarice said this, Chen Tian couldn't help but chuckle. The legendary weapon of King Arthur, the sword in the stone, can cut through the entire universe. These people are blowing harder than the other. If the sword in the stone is so strong, the legendary kingdom of King Arthur will be destroyed. Don't say that the country was destroyed. If it was really that powerful, the entire universe should now be the territory of Great Britain. After laughing, Chen Tian motioned for Clarice to continue. Besides Captain Yingguo, 3 of the other 11 people rely on technology, have powerful combat power like Iron Man, and 4 mutants with super ability. There are 3 other powerful mutants who were trained by Yingguo since childhood and are loyal to Yingguo. Among these people, the strongest is a mutant super ability named Doctor, whose ability is to control lightning. The Rupton Laboratory is managed by him, responsible for developing superhuman equipment, researching super strength, and wanting to mass-produce super ability people. Next, Clarice continued to introduce other people's information. In the front-end time, after integrating the electronic ability of consciousness can surf the endless network. Clarice's hacking skills have become very powerful. Easily break through the core network of Yingguo and find information about the Knights of God's Punishment. As for why to check these, it is definitely Chen Tian who is ready to take action. 5 months have passed, and his strength has finally risen to the peak of bronze. His grip strength has reached 1 million tons, and his punching power under normal conditions has exceeded 10 million tons. The maximum movement speed has reached 100 times supersonic speed. Do not rush, 100 times. When he had a grip strength of 300,000 tons, his maximum movement speed was only 10 times the supersonic speed, but now it has directly reached 100 times. And not only the speed, but also the strength has changed when it reached the peak state of bronze, and all abilities including super strength were activated at the same time. Including heat ray, it has also become a super heat ray, and its power has skyrocketed. At this time, Chen Tian was regarded as the last real Superman, and his abilities in all aspects had reached a super level, and he was in a peak state. However, compared with the skyrocketing strength of Krypton Superman, the evolution speed of the X gene is obviously not keeping up. For example, the first-level energy frenzy, which could increase 8-fold, has tripled. After the second awakening, the fission ability, which instantly increased 27 times, also fell 10 times. As for the limit of fission, it is still unclear. In addition, the transformation of X gene psychokinesis has only reached 20%. The reason is that Chen Tian's mental power has grown too fast, and the transformation cannot keep up. But it's normal to think about it. After all, the X gene is inherently weaker than Krypton in terms of potential. It would be too exaggerated if Chen Tian could maintain the normal 5 times and 20 times the starting increase after reaching the peak of Bronze Superman. After all, the initial increase from 10,000 to 50,000, and the current increase from 1 million to 5 million are completely different concepts, not to mention that on this basis, it will skyrocket 20 times. Now the ability increase of the X gene is still effective, or because under the influence of Krypton cells, tens of thousands of strengthening have been carried out. Otherwise, it may not be doubled. Just when Clarice finished reporting, the old housekeeper walked in and said respectfully, "Master, the plane is ready, and you can fly to Yingguo at any time." 5. Chen Tian nodded. "Okay, inform the crew members, take off in the evening." Mexico is more than 8,000 kilometers away from Yingguo, and a normal flight usually takes more than 10 hours, plus the problem of time difference. It takes off in the evening and arrives in the morning. As for why he didn't fly directly over, it was definitely because he wasn't in a hurry, and by the way, he gave those people time to react and let them feel the fear. "Yes, sir." "Darling? Hold on, I'm going to." 99. Along with the excited voice, a red figure walked in. It was Edith Lace. Today's Edie Lace is still a delicate black suit lined with a white lace-trimmed shirt. With that beautiful face, long red hair, under the headband, it looks like a small red horn of an ornament, like a coquettish demon queen. 0 for flowers. "Edie Lace, aren't you in Kedala?" Chen Tian looked at her strangely. Edith Lace sat down next to Clarice, and said with a smile, "I heard from the housekeeper that darling, you and Clarice are going to travel to Yingguo, so we rushed back." Chen Tian shook his head. "This time, it is said to be traveling, but in fact, there is something serious to do." Edith Lacy nodded. "I know, so this time I have to follow. Those guys actually dared to call Darling's attention, and I want to kill them all." After speaking, the red light in Edith Lace's eyes was full of astonishing evil spirits. The black-haired girl nodded lightly. "Yes, I can't let those people go." After the World War I in Zagra City, Edith and the others also knew from Chen Tian that there was still a shadow of the Yingguo official behind the incident. If it wasn't for Chen Tian saying to deal with it later, Edith Lace would have prepared to go over and assassinated all the senior officials of Yingguo. For Edith Lace, who had been in the laboratory and endured countless tortures, anyone who dared to look at her should be killed. And those who peeped at Chen Tian are courting death. Chen Tian pondered slightly. "It's not impossible for you to go this time, but be careful not to despise any enemy, although you have integrated a variety of abilities now." 0. After integrating the cosmic energy absorption factor, within half a year, the physical strength, density, and vitality of the two women have increased by more than 10 times. Although this strength improvement is very different from Chen Tian, the most important thing is that their genetic endurance has been strengthened. 3 abilities were integrated before and after. Coupled with the factor of energy absorption, their bodies are filled with vigorous energy, and the power and strength of various super abilities have also been greatly improved. It can be said that the overall strength has increased dozens of times. However, Clarice took the control assist route, and in terms of destructive power, it was not as good as Edith Lace, who went to extreme battles. Edith Lace said confidently, "Don't worry, darling, we will not hold you back." Clarice just blinked. Next, Chen Tian made some arrangements to divide the space where the entire underground research institute was located and sealed it in the deep space of the 3rd floor. On the surface, it seems that the research institute is still there, but even if Shadowcat transforms into a molecular state and passes through the wall, it cannot enter. This kind of application of space ability is the research result of Chen Tian during this period. Relying on the ability to control the complete space, Chen Tian's understanding of the space and the nature of the world has greatly improved during this time. In the evening, in the city of Pokot, a luxurious private plane took off slowly, and its destination was London, the capital of the country. Just when the plane disappeared into the sky, some people in the airport picked up their mobile phones with serious expressions. After a while, the news that Superman West left Pokot City and went to Yingguo was known to many people. London, Yingguo executives held an emergency meeting. The atmosphere was very dignified. Because that person is here. In this world, there is no airtight wall. When Hellfire killed the rich man who bought Chen Tian's gene and found that there was trace of Rupton laboratory behind him, it didn't take long for Ying Qiavang to know that their plan had been exposed. For this reason, he waited for a long time, fearing that the mighty Superman West would retaliate. He had been on alert for more than a month. Finally, seeing that Superman West was squatting in the research institute every day, and after there was no sign of leaving, Prime Minister Yingguo and other senior officials came out of the underground nuclear fortifications and went to work outside. But the one who wants to come will always come, and after half a year, that person still came. This is the data from when he first joined the Xavier Genius Academy 9 months ago. According to the data, at that time, his physical fitness was only about 3 times that of ordinary people, and his ability was a violent energy, which increased his power by 5 to 10 times. But more than half a month later, when the X-Men destroyed the Mexican state, and Chris in the city of Coro studied, his strength increased dozens of times. Next, in the Battle of Devil Island more than 10 days later, this person showed even more powerful strength, and his strength skyrocketed hundreds of times again. In the dark of night, in the conference room, more than a dozen people with different looks were sitting on both sides. These people were white, black, Asian, and their age was different. At the moment, the General Secretary of the Knights of God's Punishment, a middle-aged man similar to Nick, was looking serious, adjusting the content of the projection on the wall. After discovering that the Rupton laboratory might be exposed, Yingguo spent a lot of resources and collected detailed information on Superman West through various channels, including the materials of Chen Tian's time at Mutant School, from which they found scary information. Not long after the Battle of Devil Island, there was chaos in the city of Pochut, Mexico. This man fought a giant monster, and his strength was even more terrifying. Then more than a month later, he appeared in the old bridge town of Mexico, and fought with the gods. And the destruction of the city of Zagra, the strength of the 803 displayed every time is dozens of times stronger, just like his strength has no upper limit, and it is increasing infinitely. 39. Here is an analysis report made by the intelligence department on his personal data. Let's take a look. Saying that, a picture of Chen Tian appeared on the wall. Next to it was ability data, such as strength, speed, defense, mastered ability, and fighting habits. This data is similar to what Hellfire Club analyzed at the beginning. The difference is that the time is marked under each data, as well as the fluctuation curve. The curve started from the initial punch of 300 kilograms, and continued to rise, soaring to the point of 100,000 tons of NTN equivalent per punch in 3 or 4 months at a terrifying speed. The speed is also similar, from the state of 10 meters per second understood by ordinary people, it continues to increase, and then reaches 10 times the supersonic speed of more than 3,000 meters per second. No one in this world is stupid. Likewise, as a big country, once it is in operation, the energy it exerts will be amazing. According to the sporadic data of the previous battles, the ruins after the war, and the visits and inquiries of some ordinary people, all aspects of Chen Tian's data were analyzed. Although there are some differences, such as Chen Tian's psychokinesis, these abilities do not appear, but the overall difference is not big. And when these God's Punishment Knights saw that the punch exploded with the equivalent of 100,000 tons, moved 10 times supersonic speed, could fly, and was not injured by a small nuclear explosion. When there is the ability that greatly increases power, all of them take a breath. A Black Knight shocked roar, how is it possible? A punch is 100,000 tons equivalent, doesn't it mean that his punch is a nuclear explosion? How to fight? Another young man shook his head, this is not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing is his defense, which is easy to kill in an explosion that is comparable to a nuclear explosion. 99. How to beat him with such a terrifying body? Are we going to beat him with the head? It may be okay for us to attack each other for a long time, but the opponent can kill us all with one punch. 39. Someone directly suggested, Captain, I think it's better to surrender, this battle cannot be fought. Yes, who will provoke him and who will bear the consequences, this matter has nothing to do with us. Before that, only the Secretary General of the Knights of God's Punishment, Dr. Rudostan, and some senior officials of Yingguo knew about offending Superman West. As for Captain Yingguo and these God's Punishment Knights, they didn't know anything before. At the moment suddenly told them that a terrifying powerhouse was about to come, let them find a way to stop it. Wouldn't this let them die? And now this terrifying statistic is still stuck 6 months ago, with whoever's terrifying strength increasing the speed, no one knows how terrifying he is now. Looking at the noisy conference room, the Secretary General of Ordinary People showed a wry smile on his face, and couldn't help but look at the handsome blonde young man beside him. This is a young man similar to the Captain of the United States, with a resolute face and a handsome face full of righteousness. Seeing this, he said solemnly, everyone, please stop arguing. As the captain, Bulletin Lois had high prestige among the knights. When he spoke, the frightened knights fell silent. Bulletin Lois glanced at everyone and said solemnly, I have always believed that there is no invincible person in this world, so don't be frightened by these data. Although from the past performance, this mutant named West and code-named Superman is strong, but as long as he is a human being, he has weaknesses. As long as we find his weakness, we can beat him. In the past, these God's Punishment Knights would follow after Bulletin Lois opened his mouth, but today these people were obviously frightened, and one of them said with a wry smile, Captain, the problem is that no one knows what his weakness is. 35. The other person nodded with a wry smile, yes, this kind of strength, if you dare to test it, you may be killed by a punch before you even get close. The negativity of his teammates made Bulletin Lois frown slightly, and he couldn't help looking at one of the girls with closed eyes. Ruth, are you sure? The girl was silent for a while, and then said, I can give it a try, but this person is too strong, I am not 100% sure. 99. This girl named Ruth is a mutant with mutated eyes, and when she opens her eyes, she can briefly see something about to happen in the future. In addition, she can look at each other through her eyes and read each other's memories quietly, which is very strange and powerful. So Bo Lois will ask her if she can find the weakness of Superman West. After all, no one knows himself better than himself. At this time, the young man with glasses who had been quiet among these people pushed the frame and said calmly, everyone, I found that there is a problem with your thinking direction. 35. The Black Knight frowned, Ludostan, what do you mean? The young man with glasses chuckled, first, why do you think this person is here for revenge? What if the other party is really here for tourism, as he said in the special plane entry he submitted? Second, even if the other party is really here to take revenge, the matter is not as serious as everyone imagined. When the time comes, I will personally go over, apologize to him, and let him kill me, which should calm his anger. When talking about going to death in person, Ludostan seemed very relaxed, as if he was not talking about himself, which made everyone stunned. But at this moment, Ludostan changed his voice again, and you have been entangled for so long, isn't it because you are worried that the other party is strong and difficult to kill? Yes, in the Battle of Zagra, the opponent was unscathed in the explosion equivalent to the release of 150,000 tons, which was comparable to a small nuclear bomb. But everyone needs to understand that it is equivalent. It does not mean that the explosion was really a nuclear bomb. It's just that the force released is so strong, but there is no high temperature of tens of millions of degrees Celsius released instantly by a nuclear explosion, and there is no nuclear shockwave or nuclear radiation. 99. So if he is really attacked by nuclear weapons, and it is bumped by a million-ton nuclear bomb, do you think he will die? Although under normal circumstances, with 10 times the speed of supersonic movement, he can escape from the center of the nuclear explosion in a short time, and the nuclear explosion is very difficult to succeed. But now there is an opportunity. I calculated that the special plane the other party took would be over the Atlantic Ocean from 2 hours later to 5 o'clock in the middle of the night. As a civilian aircraft, there is no air defense radar on it, and it is a straight flight, so it is very good to locate and calculate the flight route. At the same time, in the high-altitude environment, the nuclear explosion will not cause any nuclear pollution to the surrounding, and the aircraft will also hinder the perception of the other side, and the missile cannot be detected immediately. 5. Suppose we launch a multi-megaton hydrogen bomb with an ICBM when the plane is in the mid-Atlantic, and it falls from outer space at supersonic speed. Everyone, do you think you can kill him? After speaking, Ludostan smiled and looked at the horrified crowd. This proposal was indeed moved. But then someone exclaimed, a hydrogen bomb with a multi-million-ton equivalent. Ludostan, are you crazy? Using a hydrogen bomb, or a multi-million equivalent hydrogen bomb to kill a mutant, whether it succeeds or fails, will cause a global shock. And if it doesn't work, if that person escapes from death, then Yingguo and the other party will never die. With the strength displayed by the other party, once crazy, a few days will be enough to slaughter tens of millions of people in Yingguo and destroy all the cities. No one dares to take such a risk. At this time, Ludostan smiled and said, don't be nervous, everyone, I'm just joking, and a hypothesis put forward may be possible. Assuming? Definitely not. In fact, more than an hour ago, Rudistan had advanced this plan to the senior officials of Yingguo. However, it was rejected by the senior officials of Yingguo, because in the calculation of the think tank, the risk of this plan is too great, and the success rate is less than 40%. If it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the moment Ludostan brings it up again, just to see if anyone supports it, especially Captain Yingguo. If Captain Yingguo and most of the God's Punishment Knights were willing to support him, he might be able to convince the higher UPS. Because this was the only way he could think of killing that person. Otherwise, once the other party landed, no one in the current Yingguo would be able to stop him. At this time, the middle-aged man on the main seat said solemnly, okay, I'm calling everyone here today, just to inform you about this. It is not yet possible to determine that the other party is the enemy in 4.4. From the analysis of Superman West's past actions, the other party's visit to Yingguo this time should be related to the last incident, but conflicts may not necessarily break out. The meaning of the above is that if the other party is willing to negotiate, we can give him satisfactory compensation. If the opponent's attitude is tough, you need to show the strength that the Knights of God's Punishment can compete with, and then negotiate compensation. Bulletin Lois nodded solemnly, tomorrow I will personally meet him. Although he is strong, we are not weak either. As the man who possesses the legendary artifact, the Sword in the Stone, when he fought against Yingguo super ability criminals in recent years, no one was his opponent, so Bulletin Lois was very confident in his own strength. Just ask Bulletin Lois, and everyone else, definitely, it's best if there is no conflict. Before confirming Chen Tian's attitude, Yingguo did not dare to act too aggressively to avoid completely angering him. The next morning, at the London airport, there was a sudden uproar at the entrance. Under the excitement of countless people, roar, the recently famous Yingguo captain Bulletin Lois, was fully armed and walked in front, followed by all the Knights of God's Punishment. As the official propaganda of Yingguo, the heroic God's Punishment Knights who have established justice, heroism, and powerful characters are very popular in Yingguo. Therefore, after seeing Captain Yingguo and the others appearing at the airport, many people crowded around excitedly. Bo Lois, I love you. Sendez, you are so cool. Newport, you look so handsome today. Fortunately, the airport security arrived in time at this time, and amidst the screams and excited shouts, 12 serious-looking people came to the outside of the airport platform. Seeing this scene, many people in the waiting hall lit up and knew that there was big news. All the heroes of the Knights of God's Punishment can be dispatched to pick up the plane. This kind of treatment is not even qualified for the presidents of various countries. I don't know what big shot is coming. Many people with a keen sense of smell can't help but pull out their smartphones and prepare to take pictures of what they will see. A few months ago, with the release of Apple's first-generation smartphone, a new era of mobile phones began. High-definition photography, surfing the internet, app applications, and posting pictures in the circle of friends have greatly enriched people's lives and made social interaction more convenient. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Tian's private plane appeared over the airport, landed on the runway under the command of the control tower, and was guided by the shuttle to the platform. Immediately, an aircraft passenger elevator car that was already prepared started, leaned towards the door, slowly raised the gangway, and docked. Coming. Bullet and Lois and the others looked solemn and took the lead in walking over. The cabin door opened, revealing 4 tall and sexy flight attendants with sweet smiles behind them, who said in unison, "Boss, I wish you a happy trip 02. Inside the plane, Chen Tian nodded, then took Edith and Clarice down the gangway. Under the management of the old housekeeper, Chen Tian's special plane crew, including the captain, were all replaced by women, especially the flight attendants who were more beautiful than each other. And the old housekeeper also hinted that these flight attendants are all innocent and clean. It's a pity that I brought Edith and the others here this time, otherwise Chen Tian might try the feeling of machine shock and kill 4 in one breath." Thoughts were flying in his mind, but Chen Tian had an indifferent expression on his face and walked down the gangway. The first time Chen Tian appeared, Bullet and Lois and the others looked at him. But in these superhero perceptions, this very scary black-haired young man looks a little taller and too handsome. It's no different from ordinary people. There is no sense of oppression brought to them by powerful villains, nor the terrifying coercion of the legendary one-punch nuclear explosion. On the contrary, it was the red-haired woman behind him, who inexplicably felt her hair stand up, and faintly exuded an astonishingly dangerous aura. Looking at Chen Tian who was walking down the gangway, Bullet and Lois took a step forward and said politely, "Mr. West, hello, I'm Bullet and Lois, the team leader of Yingguo God's Punishment Knights. Welcome to London." Chen Tian nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Head of the Knights of God's Punishment, Mr. Bullet and Lois, I have heard of you." Chen Tian's gentle attitude made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Just when they thought that there should be no conflict today, Chen Tian suddenly changed his voice. "By the way, I remember that one of your knights is named Ludostan. 35. Immediately, everyone's heart tightened. Unexpectedly, when Chen Tian first met, he directly mentioned the person in charge of the incident. Behind Bullet and Lois, wearing glasses, like a researcher, Ludostan calmly said, "Mr. West, I am Ludostan." Chen Tian looked at him and said indifferently, "Someone told me that the Rupton laboratory you are in charge of once paid a high price to ask someone to kill me, and wanted to get my cell gene samples." Ludostan smiled reluctantly, "Mr. West, this is actually a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Then you also feel the misunderstanding 5. There was still a smile on his face, but Chen Tian reached out and slammed down Ludostan in the distance. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force erupted, and under that hand, that piece of space seemed to be caught in his hand. Under the invisible force, the 12 Knights of Divine Punishment felt their bodies sink. It was like being suppressed by a mountain, and the ground beneath him sank a few centimeters, forming a palm print with a range of more than 10 meters, which was terrifying. "Be careful. Get out of the way." Everyone did not expect that Chen Tian would actually make a move without saying a word, and it was such a terrifying blow as soon as he made a move. Among these people, when a few weak people spit blood from their mouths and noses, the clothes on Bullet and Lois exploded, revealing the battlesuit of Captain Yingguo below. At the same time, his hands radiated powerful energy, which was somehow connected to the island below him, bursting with astonishing power to push up. Boom! Under the powerful force, the palm pressure of Chen Tian's invisible palm was washed away. However, the explosive shock force also caused Captain Ying Guo's complexion to change greatly. However, with his instant low end, tearing the aftermath of this palm, the others quickly cast their ability teleport, and the burst shot burst out. Even Captain Yingguo was shocked, and with a flash of blue light on his body, he was teleported away under a force. But they escaped, and Ludostan, who faced Chen Tian's palm, looked desperate. Around him, the air was almost condensed into substance, and it became transparent under the terrifying power. "It's not that easy to kill me." As he shouted fiercely, the violent thunder force on Ludostan's body erupted, turning into streaks of blue lightning surrounding his body. Boom boom boom! Those thunderbolts slammed on the invisible power squeezed around them, bursting with violent energy, but they couldn't shake the slowly falling palm at all. Boom! Under the palm of Chen Tian's hand, the earth shook, the sky filled with smoke and dust, and a huge palm print several meters deep and more than 10 meters appeared on the flat airport platform. As for Ludostan, he was directly blown up by the extremely domineering force, turning into a pool of invisible flesh that merged with the gravel and soil at the bottom of the pit. Maybe he didn't think that he would die in such a way, being shot to death by Chen Tian like pinching an ant to death. The people from the Knights of God's Punishment in the distance all looked at this scene in horror, and Bullet and Lois looked at Chen Tian angrily with red eyes. "West, why? Chen Tian looked at him like an idiot, and said strangely, "Bullet and Lois, are you mentally retarded? You would actually ask such a question. 35. This person bought to kill me, and now I kill him, you actually ask me why." Bullet and Lois said with an ugly face, "You said it just now. This news was told to you by someone else. Is it impossible for the other party to lie to you? What evidence do you have that it was Ludostan who wanted to kill you?" Chen Tian said indifferently, "Whether it is him, you know best in your heart. This time I am not here to talk nonsense with you, but to give an explanation." Bullet and Lois had red eyes, clenched his fists, resisted the urge to do it, gritted his teeth and said, "Ludostan has been killed by you, what else do you want to do?" Looking at the Captain Yingguo, who was very similar to the Captain of the United States and exuded Lingran's righteousness, Chen Tian shook his head slightly. To be honest, Bulletin Lois, I'm a little disappointed in you. Before I came, I thought that Captain Yingguo, who had a great reputation recently, should have a certain amount of wisdom in addition to his strength 5. I didn't expect it to be just a self-righteous idiot. Speaking of this, Chen Tian said indifferently, do you think that without the support of Yingguo, he would have given $3 billion to Ludostan? Or do you feel that as head of Rupton Labs he represents himself? Chen Tian's words caused the expressions of Bulletin Lois and others to change slightly. In particular, the blindfolded woman suddenly opened her eyes, her crystal-clear eyes showed panic and despair, she didn't know what she saw, and screamed. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the woman named Ruth exploded and turned into a blood fog. In the blood mist, Chen Tian, who appeared in an instant, looked indifferent. Interesting, I just felt a sense of being peeved, similar to the ability to predict the future. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Seeing Ruth being killed instantly, a man in the distance with his mechanical right hand yelled at Chen Tian frantically, you actually killed her, you dare to kill her, I want to kill you. In an instant, his arm lit up with a dazzling light, and a violent beam of laser light roared out, exuding a fiery shock. Boom! Just as the fiery beam was about to shoot out, this knight with laser attack and super physique through mechanical transformation exploded with a bang. What is the concept of 100 times the speed of sound? In the eyes of Chen Tian at the moment, everything around him was almost frozen, including the stagnation floating in the air, and the rays of sunlight falling from the sky. The Earth Knight, Durand, a sturdy body that can shake the earth and burst out the power of avalanches, slowly collapsed under the punch of 803 Chen Tian. The appearance is exquisite, because of a mutation, the mouth can send out ultrasonic waves to shatter the human body, destroying all the sonic night lux in a range of dozens of meters. With a random wave of Chen Tian passing by, a black crack appeared silently in the middle of the body. Energy absorbing, the light knight diadem who released energy, the surrounding space began to slowly distort and collapse. Symbiosis with the machine, the explosive knight Newport, who can create a plasma explosion fireball, shows a slowly spreading eruption from the body under the pressure of the terror fist. Gene mutation, can transform into a dragon knight whistler who is more than 10 meters tall. At a terrifying speed that surpassed conscious perception, these powerful knights couldn't even react to their consciousness, and they were wiped out one by Chen Tian. When Chen Tian came to the last Yingguo captain, the frozen cloth Lois's angry face slowly revealed a little bit of fear in his eyes. Although his consciousness and physical response couldn't keep up, Bulletin Lois's intuition felt an indescribable horror inexplicably. Under Chen Tian's domineering punch, the so-called indestructible Yingguo captain's battlesuit on Bulletin Lois shattered, cracks appeared in his body, and countless blood spurted out. Everything happened in an instant, just when Chen Tian returned to the two of them. Boom! In an instant, the body of the mechanically modified 70 exploded, and the terrifying fist pressure erupted into a shockwave that destroyed everything, sweeping everything around. Under the force of the collapse of space, the Knight of Light diadem was compressed into the flesh and blood of a fist file size, and then exploded with a bang, setting off a devastating impact. There is also the dark crack that tore the Sonic Knight Lux. After cutting her in half, it turned into a dimensional crack that was more than 10 meters long and crossed the rear waiting hall. Boom boom boom! Overbearing fist pressure, space collapse, and explosion, dimension cracks swept across, and under the aftermath of various destructive forces, the entire London airport building was shaking. The ground collapsed, the smoke filled the air, screaming, crying, and howling filled a scene of doomsday. No one expected this kind of change to happen just as Bulletin Lois's body cracked under Chen Tian's devastating punch, and was about to be bombarded by a domineering force. The spell on his body lit up. Under the light of the spell, the surrounding time seemed to be affected and slowed down. At the same time, the space around the cracked cloth Lois became illusory and transparent. A vague picture appeared, and then disappeared in place. Space power? Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stretched out his hand to hold it, and the space where Lois disappeared instantly condensed, and circles of silver halos continued to vibrate. Gradually that blurry world reappeared, and became clearer and clearer, turning into a silver vortex with a diameter of more than 2 meters. On the opposite side of the whirlpool is a star-studded island, as beautiful as a fairyland, with flowers everywhere, and a magnificent palace in the center of the island. The core of the palace is a high tower, shrouded in a golden beam of light that penetrates the sky and the ground, exuding a vast, sacred, and majestic aura. At the moment on the edge of the island, an old man with a staff and wearing a robe is looking at this side with a calm expression. Beside him, there was a woman with her hair tied into a ponytail and wearing a gorgeous golden battlesuit with red crystals studded on her gorgeous battlesuit. And the cloth Lois, who disappeared in front, appeared at the moment in the void not far from the two of them, and flew to the island under the pulling of a force. Seeing this scene, Necromancer Merlin, the distant ideal hometown of Avalon, or the Starlight Castle that observes the universe, popped up subconsciously in Chen Tian's mind. Chen Tian looked at the old man and said lightly, "Have you asked me if you want to save him?" With that said, Chen Tian's eyes lit up. In an instant, 2 dazzling beams burst out, penetrating the passage, expanding continuously, turning into 2 beams of destruction and crashing on Bulletin Lois. Boom! Under the devastating force, the cloth Lois floating in the void was the first to bear the brunt, and the power of the spell scattered on his body kept oscillating, and it seemed that he would collapse in the next moment. At this moment, the old man on the island stretched out his hand slightly, and Bullet and Lois instantly disappeared and appeared at his feet. At the same time, the fiery destruction heat ray is like two destruction light cannons, piercing through the void, and crashing down on the endless starlight outside the island. Boom! In an instant, like a nuclear explosion mushroom cloud, the light gradually rose. The super heat ray collided with the starlight, and a devastating energy explosion erupted, and the energy halo covering dozens of kilometers swayed in circles, with a terrifying momentum. At the same time, the temporary space channel also collapsed under the impact of the energy emitted by the super heat ray. Immediately, the light in Chen Tian's eyes dissipated, and he pondered slightly. Edith Les said solemnly, "Darling, how is it, and the one just now?" Chen Tian shook his head slightly. Bullet and Lois should not be dead. That person was Necromancer Merlin, who was rescued by him. But don't worry about them. What about the legendary magician? He doesn't dare to step into other universes, otherwise someone will naturally deal with him. As for Bullet and Lois, don't worry, if you can kill him once, you can kill him twice. In the Marvel Universe, Merlin's setting is strong. As a member of the Immortal family, he stole the power of the endless magic matrix and became the guardian of the Almighty Universe, who can guard every plane of the Almighty Universe. The universes. But he is only guardianship, and he is not worth mentioning compared to the life court that is above everything. Similarly, although he is very strong, he cannot leave the Starlight Castle at the meeting point of all reality, otherwise his strength will plummet. Therefore, in many cases, what he wants to do needs to be done by others, such as cultivating heroes such as Yingguo, Captain Bullet and Lois. The most important thing is that Merlin has a formidable opponent, making him dare not step out of the Starlight Castle and enter other universes at will, otherwise. At this moment, Chen Tian soared into the sky, turned into a black dot in the blink of an eye, standing above thousands of meters. Above is the stratosphere of the boundless sea of clouds. Chen Tian's eyes surged slightly, and he landed on the White Golden Hall, the world-famous residence more than 30 kilometers away, where Queen Yingguo lived. I saw him stretch out his right hand and aim at the White Golden Hall in the distance. In an instant, a terrifying and domineering force was activated, turning into a dazzling golden light that wrapped around the palm of the hand, and burst out into a destructive energy beam. On this day, many Yingguo people saw that a golden beam of light flew across the sky from the direction of the airport on the outskirts of the city to the White Golden Hall. Boom! The moment the light beam fell on the White Golden Hall, the sky and the earth shook, the atmosphere roared, and a dazzling golden fireball continued to expand, destroying everything wherever it passed. At the same time, a fiery shockwave swept across several kilometers, and where it passed in the center of London, the architectural glass of those streets were all shattered. Countless people were blown away by the hot air waves, vehicles rolled over, and screams and cries were everywhere. Help! My legs! My legs! I'm crushed, who will save me? 99. Whoa! The sky was filled with smoke and dust, and the fire was blazing into the sky. For a time, the whole of London was in chaos, and everyone was shocked by the sudden explosion. At this moment, an indifferent and domineering voice resounded in London. 6 months ago, Yingguo officially invested $3 billion to hire someone to assassinate me, but I killed him instead. Destroy the White Golden Hall today, and give you a warning. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer within 3 days, Yingguo will be ready to die. In an instant, the whole city was silent, and everyone looked in the direction of the airport in horror. In the blur, they seemed to see a figure standing above the sky, exuding a heavy and terrifying coercion, like a Mephisto descending. Just when London was in chaos, Chen Tian landed in front of Edith and said indifferently, "Let's go, there are still things to do." That relaxed tone seemed to have destroyed the White Golden Hall with a single blow, killing Queen Yingguo and other members of the royal family, which was not worth mentioning. Just when Chen Tian took the two girls, Edith Lace, towards the chaotic waiting hall. On the plane behind him, the eyes of the beautiful flight attendants showed fanatical adoration. Their boss is too powerful, too domineering, and is simply a god on earth. In the chaotic waiting hall, looking at Chen Tian and the three of them who walked over calmly, some of the airport police officers who rushed over looked terrified and kept retreating. As for arresting each other, these airport police officers never thought about it. The 12 powerful knights of the Knights of God's punishment were instantly wiped out by this terrifying black-haired youth, such a terrifying figure. Would they take their heads to catch them? And the sound of the explosion just now, and the words that destroyed the White Golden Hall first, if it were true, it would be too terrifying. Just when Chen Tian and the others got into the car that Clarice had made an appointment with in advance, they headed to the hotel they had booked. In the Prime Minister's mansion, Prime Minister Yingguo and the ministers all crawled out from under the desk in embarrassment, looking ugly, and people's footsteps and roar shouts were everywhere outside. The Prime Minister's residence in Yingguo, including the official office, was very close to the White Golden Hall, just across the street, so it was also hit by the aftermath of the explosion. Looking at the broken windows and the smoke and dust rising from the blazing fire, Prime Minister Yingguo shivered with anger. From the establishment of Yingguo to the present, no one has ever suffered such a great loss for so many years, let alone the palace where the queen lives has been destroyed. It is simply unforgivable. This is a provocation and insult to the country. At this time, the door was hurriedly pushed open, and a group of special attack bodyguards rushed in. Prime Minister, are you alright? 39. I'm fine. Prime Minister Yingguo took a deep breath and said with an ugly face, the notice will go on, and all the firefighters and police officers in the city will be mobilized immediately, and the rescue will be launched immediately. 99. Also, gather all the ministers to discuss countermeasures. Yes. At this time, the whole of London was in chaos. Especially on the internet, there are all kinds of topics about the airport incident and the destruction of the White Golden Hall. Super ability criminal, unforgivable, protest, we have to protest mutants' use of super ability. The queen is dead, that mutant actually killed the queen, what should I do, is Yingguo going to perish? What a terrible mutant, the Knights of God's punishment were instantly wiped out, there is a video to prove it. Yingguo people, when we come together, we must punish that mutant at all costs and avenge the great queen. It's so scary, the queen actually died like this, but I don't know why, I feel a little happy. Go to hell, old man, he is still in his 90s. I wonder if His Royal Highness has been a prince for 70 years. Excuse me, is it too late to become a mutant now? In London, the somewhat polarized Roma district, a car drove slowly down the street. The driver was Edith Lace, behind Chen Tian and Clarice. At the moment Clarice held the notebook in her hand and whispered in her mouth, turning the intersection below, is the 5th suspicious point, which is an idol factory. Idol factory? Isn't Darling looking for an abandoned church? Edith Lace is a little puzzled. It used to be a church, but it was converted and expanded into a factory, Clarice explained. It didn't take long for the factory to close because of poor management. Because Chen Tian wasn't very interested when he watched Thor 2, so he just vaguely remembered that the buildings there were somewhat similar to the church, desolate and abandoned. In addition, the vision of Juxinglianze has not yet arrived, and the seal is firm, so Chen Tian cannot perceive special spatial fluctuations. Therefore, Chen Tian can only search for clues one by one through churches and abandoned, good for money, buildings. In front of them, they have gone to 4 abandoned churches to check, and they have not perceived anything special. Here is the 5th suspicious point. Driven by Edith Lace, the car stopped at the gate of the abandoned factory building surrounded by walls. The door opened, Chen Tian got out of the car, and X-rays of light appeared in his eyes, penetrating the fence, crossing the site, and penetrating the cement wall to cover the entire factory. Under the X-ray, everything in the factory is invisible. The trash left by the homeless, the overturned tanker, the remnants of church buildings. There are also a few African Americans hiding in the corner. But other than that, nothing unusual was found here, which made Chen Tian a little disappointed. Just when Chen Tian was about to take back the X-ray, suddenly his eyes moved slightly. His gaze fell on the depths of the building, where on the ground, a stone of the size of a grain of rice was 1 centimeter off the ground, floating slightly as if it had no gravity. If Chen Tian was not attentive, except that X-rays penetrated everything, and his mental power also enveloped the factory area, he would have almost ignored the inscrutable vision. The corners of Chen Tian's mouth rose slightly, showing a smile. I found it. Seeing this, Edith and Lace also showed smiles on their faces. Although they don't know what Chen Tian is looking for, as long as there is something about him and there is something to be gained, they will be happy. Come on, let's go in and see. 95.